Trial marriage husband, need to work hard chapter 443 to chapter 533. If he wasn't an investor, then what other identity did he have that Tongning would do his laundry and cook for him? The reporters craned their necks. They wanted to know how exciting this show was going to be. Between Bai Qiuxing and Tongning, who was the truth and who was the one acting? Even if he wasn't an investor, you simply teamed up to bully a small agency like ours. Isn't that because we have Hai Rui backing us? Bai Qiuxing reminded everyone. According to Hai Rui's capabilities, it wasn't difficult for them to fabricate any facts. Bai Qiuxing, if Hai Rui was really as you say, then I wouldn't be standing here right now and accepting your accusations. Tongning's voice was unusually cold. If he wasn't, then how do you explain why even the director is on your side when you were the one that hired a thug to hurt someone? You were the one that slept with the old man and you were the one that hired a thug to hurt someone. No matter how lazy you are, you can't get away with this. Bai Qiuxing responded fiercely. Faced with the argument between the two, the media couldn't help but feel there were too many suspicious points. However, just as the discussions were about to erupt, the doors to the banquet hall once again opened. This time an old man dressed in a retro suit appeared behind the doors, accompanied by 3 powerful bodyguards. He was no longer as sloppy and relaxed as he usually was. He was not dressed like a beggar nor was he dressed in a strange outfit. Instead, he was dressed in a suit and looked majestic. As for the face that was revealed, Tongning was a little surprised. Although the old man was quite old, he could still see traces of the Mo family. Let me tell you why Elder He couldn't possibly sleep with Tongning. Wei Yan scoffed as he stood up and walked over to the old man. After shaking hands, Wei Yan introduced the old man to everyone. Bai Qiuxing, have you never wondered why he's called Elder He? He is the chairman of Hai Rui, the CEO of Hai Rui and Tongning's grandfather, Elder Mo Yunyang. Elder Mo simply wants to train his granddaughter-in-law, so he pretended to make things difficult for her. As a granddaughter-in-law, Tongning is supposed to wash and cook for her grandfather. Why would she sleep with him? Bai Qiuxing was stunned. How did this happen? When he first came up with this lie, he never expected the old man to have such an identity. He was actually Mo Ting and Tongning's grandfather. He was a legend in the entertainment industry. All of a sudden, Bai Qiuxing felt a chill run down his spine. He had previously approached Elder Mo in private with the intention of teaming up against Tongning. Who would have thought? Oh my god. This is the legendary creator of Hai Rui. Mr. Mo. Rumor has it that his acting skills are amazing. He's the Asian with the most international awards. So, he was actually hiding on set to act with Tongning. Unspoken rules? Who was the one who spread it? It's so funny. Hurry up and film, even Elder Mo has been lured out. Elder Mo looked around and said to Bai Qiuxing, what do you think? Are you disappointed that I didn't sleep with Tongning? At first, Elder Mo laughed. But, he soon walked over to Bai Qiuxing and removed the bandage covering his head, revealing his forehead. Isn't your head perfectly fine? Why is it covered with gauze? Do you look like someone with a brain injury? The old man has eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. How could he not see through your little trick? Bai Qiuxing suddenly panicked as he tried to cover his forehead. However, Elder Mo easily grabbed onto his arm and laughed. Luckily, you are not my grandson. If I had a scourge like you, I would have strangled him to death before doing anything else. I can't believe it. Bai Qiuxing's injury was fake. How disgusting. How could he pretend to be injured in order to gain sympathy? If you put it that way, isn't the answer obvious? Did Bai Qiuxing write and direct the show himself? Isn't that right? He said he and Gu Heng weren't a couple and was slapped in the face by Tongning. He said Tongning slept with him, that Elder Mo slapped her in the face and that even Wei Yan wanted to replace him. What else was there to say? Anyone with eyes could tell that Bai Qiuxing was lying. You don't have any evidence, so don't spout nonsense. I am the victim, Bai Qiuxing insisted. Who can prove that I wrote and directed this? I refuse to admit it. Slap. Elder Mo slapped Bai Qiuxing across the face like a righteous old man that had seen an evil criminal and couldn't help but teach him a lesson. You refuse to admit it? Even if I die, I won't admit it, Bai Qiuxing yelled with a red face. Seeing this, Bai Qiuxing's manager wanted to step forward and help, but Elder Mo had control of the entire hall, so no one dared to make a move. After all, he was an influential figure in the entertainment industry. Not only was he Mo Ting's grandfather, even as the founder of Hai Rui, he had witnessed the development of the entertainment industry and held an important position in the industry. Even government officials had to give him some face. Slap. Another slap landed. Elder Mo didn't care who he was hitting. All he knew was, this jerk deserved to be beaten to death. You refuse to admit it? I will convince you right here and now. After speaking, Elder Mo glanced at the bodyguard behind him. Afterwards, the bodyguard walked out of the hall and returned with a man in tow. This man was the criminal that tried to hit on Tongning and hit on Bai Qiuxing. Bai Qiuxing's face turned pale white as he completely forgot to struggle. He really did not expect that old Master Shen would be able to catch him. Everyone looked at the face of the criminal and hurriedly pointed their cameras in that direction and started snapping away. Seeing this, Elder Mo walked over to the man, lifted his head and asked, "There must be someone here who bribed you, right? Point it out yourself. Who is it?" The man glanced at Bai Qiuxing and then at Tongning before lowering his head. Say something. The old man's temper suddenly exploded. Bai Qiuxing, the man replied timidly. Bai Qiuxing gave me money and told me to help him slander Tongning. After everything was done, I would receive $1 million. Why would he do that? Because Tongning is standing in the way of him and Gu Heng, so he tried everything he could to force Tongning to leave the film. The bearded man lowered his head and revealed the truth. The bearded man lowered his head. He had no choice but to reveal the truth. Don't believe Bai Qiuxing. Everything he says is a lie. He just wrote and directed a show and bribed me and my accomplices to beat him up. All of this was planned by him. Did you hear that? Luckily, you are not a Mo family member. If my grandson was this shameless, I would have shot him in the head with a gun. That way, he wouldn't embarrass me, Elder Mo scoffed. Everyone looked at the righteous Elder Mo as he scolded Bai Qiuxing until his face turned red and he remained silent. One of the reporters couldn't help but laugh. This Bai Qiuxing is so stupid. He thought his plan was flawless, but in the end, not only did he lose to the director and Elder Mo, he also lost to Tongning. He's playing with fire. I know, right? This time, he's made such a huge mess. I'm guessing he won't have the face to film again. This jerk, whoever accepts him will be boycotted. I was almost tricked by this disgusting person. Luckily, the truth has been revealed. Below the stage, the reporters had already recorded everything that happened in the banquet hall. As for Bai Qiuxing, he went from being the victim in the beginning, to being a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up. All of Bai Qiuxing's schemes were exposed. Elder Mo did not give him any face and did not hold back when dealing with him. From now on, you can go and explain everything to the police. Elder Mo immediately brought the police with him. He treated the press conference like an interrogation. The police had already witnessed everything that had happened, so they directly pulled Bai Qiuxing out of his wheelchair. Stop pretending. Come with us. Gu Heng looked at the embarrassed Bai Qiuxing and turned around with teary eyes. She pretended not to see anything and tried to preserve the last bit of his dignity. Meanwhile, in front of the cameras, Bai Qiuxing was taken away by the police, bringing an end to the long farce. I've never seen someone that can act better than Bai Qiuxing. He's too shameless. The reporters were annoyed that they were tricked by Bai Qiuxing. Luckily, Hai Rui quickly investigated the matter. Otherwise, I don't know how many more shocking things this jerk would have done. The most innocent person is Tongning. She never says a word, yet she gets slandered in all sorts of ways. Whether it's being a model or an actress, it's not easy. After the reporters found out the truth, they all looked at Tongning apologetically and helplessly. However, Tongning never cared about these things. After doing what she needed to do, she did not even say a single word of heartache or grievance. She simply bowed to everyone and walked over to Elder Tang's side. What are you still doing here? Let's go now. Elder Mo gestured for Wei Yan to deal with the aftermath and discuss with Bai Qiuxing's agency about terminating his contract. Afterwards, he officially escorted Tongning away from the scene as Mo Ting's grandfather. Perhaps, because Tongning did not say a word, the public felt extremely guilty towards her. Tongning has suffered so much this time, yet she didn't act pitiful in front of the public like other female celebrities. I think it must have been hard on her. We Tang fans have always known that our idol deserves to be protected with everything we have and will always support him. I never thought Bai Qiuxing would be so despicable. A man going against a woman, this is so unsightly. I hope I never see his shadow again in the entertainment industry. After this incident, I really want to pay someone to beat him up. What a moron. Tang Ming's involvement in hiring a hitman has been clarified. The hitman's identity has been revealed. Written and directed by Bai Qiuxing, he takes a risk for his lover. Take stock of the times Tang Ming has been wronged. This time, because the incident was blown out of proportion, as soon as Tang Ming was proven innocent, even the official media praised her for her courage and how she kept a low profile. After all, she had already experienced too much hardship on her path as an artist. In fact, she had even attracted the attention of the government. But, she was neither servile nor overbearing, she bravely moved forward and set a good example for the entertainment industry. After the press conference, Elder Mo led Tang Ming out of the hotel. Meanwhile, Mo Ting's car was parked not too far away from the hotel as he quickly led his wife and grandfather away from this troublesome place. On the way, Tang Ming sat in the front passenger seat while Elder Mo sat in the back. Mo Ting glanced at the couple and said to Tang Ming, "I didn't tell you my grandfather's identity as soon as possible, don't blame the rascal." I made the decision to go on set. Elder Mo looked out the window, not sure who he was trying to explain to. In reality, he had already accepted Tang Ming. But, he still felt she was not perfect. Inside the car, the atmosphere was a little tense. After quite some time, Elder Mo finally couldn't take it anymore and asked, "When do you plan to give birth to Mo Ting's child?" Tang Ming was shocked. After a few seconds of silence, she smiled and replied, "We've always planned to have a child after the new year." Okay. The old man patted his thigh. Only then did he feel elated. He knew that Tang Ming was both a model and an actress. If she didn't want to give birth to Mo Ting's child for the sake of her figure, it was possible. But, hearing Tang Ming's response, Elder Mo finally relaxed. "Since you're already married, why don't you greet your grandfather? Don't tell me you're still mad at me for training you 2 days ago?" "No, I've learned a lot from my grandfather." Tang Ming naturally referred to him as grandfather, causing the corners of Elder Tang's lips to curve into a smile. "I still need to film this film, so don't let me catch you slacking off." "I wouldn't dare." Tang Ming was a little excited as she subconsciously hugged onto Mo Ting's arm. Meanwhile, Mo Ting simply looked at her with a smile. "Silly woman, you've already tamed this stubborn old man." Mo Ting could tell that Elder Mo had already acknowledged Tang Ming. But, as long as they got to know each other better, he was confident that the old man would dote on Tang Ming more than he did. In reality, Elder Mo also felt that he was missing a chance to prove that Tang Ming and the Mo family were on the same path. But, he wasn't in a rush. At least, he was satisfied with Tang Ming's performance so far. Although Tang Ming had been slandered by Bai Qiuxing this time, Bai Qiuxing had accidentally brought her closer to Elder Mo and gave her a grandfather. So, sometimes, she didn't know whether to thank Bai Qiuxing or hate him. News regarding Bai Qiuxing had exploded like a bomb in Beijing. Not long after, Hai Rui instructed the PR department to clarify the truth and reveal Bai Qiuxing's scheme. The entertainment industry was indeed a place filled with schemes and schemes. But, there were always some people that would remain pure and flawless no matter how much you tried to taint them. Not long after, the production crew of The Lost Relative announced that they were going to reshoot. After the incident with Bai Qiuxing, Wei Yan immediately changed the cast. Of course, the female lead would always be Tang Ming, but the male lead would be replaced by a famous overseas actor. Elder Mo actually disliked foreign actors. Because of his patriotism, he believed that people from his own country had to step out into the world. But, he didn't want to see foreign actors enter the industry and take over the Asian market, so, on this point, perhaps he could also test Tang Ming. The foreign actor was called Taka. Although he was an American, he was handsome and gentlemanly, like a British aristocrat. Of course, his appearance was one of the reasons why he was so popular on screen. But, the main reason was because he had debuted at a young age and was known as a versatile actor. He had a wealth of acting experience and was able to play any role with ease. This time, Wei put in a lot of effort to invite Taka. Of course, there was also Mo Ting helping him from behind the scenes. For Tongming's sake, he was always willing to give her the best. Because of the incident with Bai Qiuxing, Tongming's reputation in the entertainment industry increased. After all, not many people could still hold their heads high after going through so many hardships. Tongming was so framed that she went straight to the police for an investigation. But, whether it was before or after the incident was cleared up, she did not cry or act pitiful in front of the public. In fact, after Bai Qiuxing's press conference, she once again disappeared from the public eye and returned to filming. From now on, I will watch Tongming's films. As long as it's related to Tongming, I will stand by her side unconditionally. I admire Tongming. She is a straightforward person. We should give her a round of applause for this incident. From now on, let's see who else can stand in Tongming's way. After all, I admire her attitude. If people don't offend her, she won't offend them. Aw, why do I feel like Tongming is so cool? Also, Grandfather Mo, how he lectured Bai Qiuxing during the press conference. It was so satisfying. That is how an elder should behave. Hai Rui is still the same Hai Rui and Mo Ting is still the same Mo Ting. From now on, trust in his judgment. Only I have noticed that Tongming is so skilled at washing clothes and cooking. She is not delicate at all. President, 80% of netizens have expressed their support for the madam and the chairman. The madam has refreshed the public's trust in her. Lu Che looked at the results of the survey and couldn't help but laugh as he told Mo Ting. For an actor, it was easy to be hated, but it was difficult to build a good impression. Yet, after this incident, Tongming had established a high level of trust in her. She deserves all of this. Mo Ting had already expected this result, so his response was extremely calm. Because not everyone could insist on being themselves, but his wife could be loyal to one person to the end, even though it was not appropriate to use this word here. The madam has a high chance of winning the Fei Tian Awards this year. Lu Che expressed his gratitude and admiration towards Tongming. Tongming's appearance had completely overturned his understanding of women. Women were not just weak, they could also be strong and wise. Women don't have to rely on men, they can also strive to become stronger. It was because he saw Tongming that he noticed the loyal Long Jia. Although Long Jia wasn't as smart as Tongming, she was firm and courageous, so she was also the center of attention. Also, the movie has started. Shooting again. President, do you want to visit them? The new male lead was a foreigner and Taka was very friendly and generous. Was he really not worried at all? We'll talk about it in 2 days. As reshoots were involved, Tongming would definitely have to stay up all night for the next few days. Mo Ting hated to see Tongming suffer, but the main reason was because Elder Mo was watching over her. Was this the only benefit of his return? Lu Che had worked for Mo Ting for many years, so he trusted that Mo Ting had his reasons. So, he simply smiled and did not say another word. As for Taka, Mo Ting put down the pen in his hand when he thought about the chestnut-haired man. It would be strange if he wasn't worried. But, he wasn't worried about Tongming. He was worried that this American man would harass his wife. Actually, Tongming only saw Taka 2 days later. As there were a lot of scenes to reshoot, Taka had more scenes to film with. But, she did not see Taka on set. Instead, she saw him in the corridor of a hotel. As soon as Tongming laid eyes on this man, she felt he had a very special aura. Of course, his looks were impeccable, but what made him special was his natural chestnut-colored hair and a pair of eyes that glowed with a faint blue light. He was naturally dangerous and mischievous. Afterwards, Taka stretched out his arm and blocked Tongming's way. He pressed her between his arms and scanned her from head to toe. Are you an old auntie? Of course, he was speaking in English, and he had a playful smile on his face. Tongming's lips curved slightly as she pushed Taka's tall figure away and replied in fluent English, "Yes, you little rascal." After speaking, Tongming turned and left. Meanwhile, Taka looked at Tongming with a meaningful smile. Most women would be mesmerized by his teasing, but Tongming was not mesmerized by him at all. This made him very unhappy. Taka, who had countless works, was able to charm all the female leads in his films. Yet, there was actually someone who was not interested in him. Even if he was married, this shouldn't be the case. It didn't take long before the couple welcomed their first scene together. And the first scene was a fight scene. Wei-an originally wanted to introduce them to each other, but Taka waved his hand. We've already met. You've already met? Wei-an looked at the two questioningly. Tongming nodded her head calmly. Since that's the case, let's start filming today. Wei-an did not say too much. After the incident with Bai Qiuxing and Gu Heng, the crew were already under a lot of pressure. All he wanted to do now was to catch up to the original schedule. This scene was to be the final showdown between the two women. Taka looked at Tongming's gentle expression and couldn't help but let out a gentle laugh. He was curious as to what the women in Beijing were capable of when it came to fighting. If this woman dared to act so arrogantly in front of him, did she have the right to do so? Tongming did not say a word as she allowed the makeup artist to tidy up her hair. 10 minutes later, she returned to the set. At this time, Taka looked at Tongming with a stunned expression. At this moment, Tongming had already changed her appearance. She was wearing a wig, a pair of jeans and a pair of white sneakers. Her entire body exuded the aura of a fighter. Taka was curious about Tongming's performance. After Wei-an finished speaking, he looked at Tongming with an interested smile. Scene 201, let's begin. In front of the cameras, Taka first grabbed onto Tongming's wrist from behind to restrain her. At this time, Tongming retaliated by using her elbow to attack Taka's chest. Taka thought Tongming wouldn't have much strength and that it would at most be a light hit. But, when Tongming actually attacked, he actually took a few steps back and let out a grunt. Elder Mo sat to one side with a fan in his hand. His gaze was sharp and deep. As he watched Tongming lay her hands on Taka, he couldn't help but let out a humph. At least she didn't embarrass him. This was how foreigners should be treated. Hit them hard and show no mercy. Taka held onto his chest as he took a few steps back and looked at Tongming in surprise. He never imagined that a woman could be so strong. After Tongming stood up, she expressed her concern for Taka, but she didn't act overly familiar with him. Taka found this interesting, so he shook his head. I'm looking forward to acting with you more and more. You will only regret it. Tongming's voice contained a slight sense of contempt. She didn't like the casual vibe that Taka gave off. It was as if a woman should like him. But the world didn't revolve around him. Actually, Tongming had no idea that her attitude had made Elder Tang's face light up with joy. Obviously, Tongming's dislike of Taka was to his liking. After all, when Hai Rui was in his hands, it had never ventured internationally. The person that made Hai Rui what it was today was Mo Ting, who was good at dealing with foreigners. This was also the reason why Elder Mo didn't like to stay in the office. He also understood that Mo Ting did not shy away from foreigners. Mo Ting was aware of Elder Mo's feelings, but he had never helped him. And now, Tongming was showing the same attitude. Elder Mo couldn't help but burst into laughter. He was delighted. From now on, if he ever said something like this again, he wouldn't have to worry about no one responding. For the next few moves, I want you guys to be more fluid. Let's rehearse and see how it goes. Wei entrusted the two of them. Especially since he could tell that Tongming wanted to put Taka in his place. She wanted Taka to respect her. So, when Wei-an and Tongming looked at each other, there was a deeper meaning in his eyes. Soon, they were going to complete the moves in one go. Because Taka was mentally prepared, he put away his frivolous expression and became serious. Especially when Tongming attacked him fiercely. He was once again shocked by Tongming's explosive power. We are not on the same path. But, in the end, we will reach the same destination. If I can't save the hostage today, I will take you down with me. After the two exchanged their lines, it was time for the final shoot. After being shocked twice, Taka no longer dared to underestimate Tongming. Needless to say, Tongming's punches landed on his flesh. Although it hurt a lot, it felt unusually real. In fact, he felt like he was fighting with his life on the line. Okay. In the end, the results were extremely satisfactory. After receiving pointers from the old man, Tongming was getting better at controlling her character's emotions. With the addition of Taka's strong acting skills, the fight scene between the two made everyone's hearts race. It was a thrill. Tongming, I haven't been able to find a chance to do so for the past few days. Tonight, let's have a gathering with everyone to welcome Taka, Wei-en suggested after the two finished filming. However, Tongming simply smiled and rejected, I won't be going. I have even more difficult scenes to film tomorrow. I need to go home and ask Ting to practice for me. Alright then, you can go back. Wei-en nodded and did not force the issue. Afterwards, Tongming turned around and left. Taka was surprised by her actions. How could there be a female celebrity that disliked parties? In reality, it had been a few days since Tongming had seen Mo Ting. There was no scenery outside that could compare to Mo Ting's good looks. No matter how exciting the outside world was, it couldn't compare to a hug from Mo Ting. 11 p.m. Song Yenshu drove Tongming back to Hyatt Regency. Of course, she knew Mo Ting was already asleep, so as she entered the bedroom, she made sure to be as quiet as possible. Perhaps it was because of the exhaustion he had accumulated over the past few days, Mo Ting did not wake up at all. Tongming gently relaxed his furrowed brows as she got up to grab her robe and headed to the bedroom. Half an hour later, Tongming lifted the blankets and lay down beside Mo Ting. However, just as she thought Mo Ting would not notice she had returned home, Mo Ting suddenly flipped over and pulled her into his embrace. His actions were extremely natural, it was as if she had never left his side. The big boss of the entertainment industry sat on top of the entertainment industry, yet, he had always maintained his purity and gave all his tenderness to her. Tongming confirmed that Mo Ting had not woken up. He must have subconsciously sensed she was here, so he reached out to hug her. Tongming looked quietly at the sleeping Mo Ting. This was the man she admired, the husband she loved the most and the partner she was going to cherish and love for the rest of her life. This small action of his was enough to move Tongming. She could tell that Mo Ting could not leave her either. Neither of them could leave the other. Thinking of this, Tongming suddenly flipped over and pressed her body on top of Mo Ting. She leaned forward and pressed her lips against his. At this moment, Mo Ting opened his eyes. After a second of surprise, he took the initiative to respond. After the passionate kiss ended, Mo Ting hugged Tongming and asked, "What happened?" Tongming lay on top of Mo Ting's body and pressed the tip of her nose against his. "I was touched." Huh? Mo Ting didn't quite understand. "Either way, I want you." After speaking, Tongming tilted her head and kissed him again. This time Mo Ting did not hesitate. The wife he missed the most was by his side and she was madly in love with him. This was the proudest thing he had ever done in his life. Compared to expanding Hai Rui to its current status, this made him happier. Their burning bodies intertwined, it was like they were going to burn each other to ashes. At the last moment, Tongming stopped Mo Ting from grabbing her things, just like this. "Come inside. I'm afraid I'll hurt you," Mo Ting said in a suppressed voice. "You won't bear to," Tongming replied confidently. "Just like this." Ting. Perhaps it was because of the look in Tongming's eyes, or perhaps it was because of her soft cry. Mo Ting could no longer hold back as he fiercely penetrated Tongming. Even after they reached the clouds, Tongming still held on to Mo Ting's arm tightly, just like this. "You don't feel bad?" Mo Ting asked gently as he brushed aside her hair. Tongming shook her head, "I feel safe." Mo Ting placed a kiss on her earlobe and covered them with a blanket. However, he did not forget to take a look at the time and calculate how much longer Tongming would have to complete filming. "Ting, a couple of days ago, grandfather mentioned his achievements to me. He said his biggest achievement was training you. What about you?" Tongming asked as she pressed herself against Mo Ting's body. "Me?" Mo Ting thought for a moment before replying with a gentle smile, "My biggest achievement is giving you a happy family." The next morning, Mo Ting woke Tongming up for a morning exercise. As Tongming's upcoming action scenes were going to be even more dangerous, she decided to inform Mo Ting first. Afterwards, she would practice with him and accept his suggestions. In reality, when Wei-en gave Tongming a notice to prepare herself, everyone on set expected Tongming to take a long time to get used to it. After all, she had no foundation in martial arts. But, the surprising thing was, all she needed was one night to turn something she didn't know into something she knew. So, some people on set commented, "Don't use the Tongming of one moment to measure the Tongming of the next." After all, apart from working hard, she also had a capable manager, Mo Ting. Elder Mo remained on set. Even after his identity was revealed, he continued to wear his traditional Chinese suit, wave his fan and give Tongning pointers from time to time. He was more and more satisfied with Tongning, who was fully immersed in filming. It was easy for a person to pretend for a while, but it was difficult to pretend for a lifetime. This meant Tongning was facing the world with her truest self. In particular, the way she did things, Elder Mo admired her more and more. She always ended things quickly and never dragged things out. In the face of Taka's teasing, she had always been cold, restrained, and polite. This meant she had always placed Mo Ting first. After filming for The Lost Relative resumed for a month, it finally caught up to its original schedule. Of course, Gu Heng's role was replaced by a newcomer. Perhaps, this newcomer had undergone strict training, so she was very careful when dealing with people and was respectful towards Tongning. That day, Mo Ting finished his work early and arrived on set of The Lost Relative without notifying anyone. Taka had never met Mo Ting before, nor did he know that he was Tongning's husband. Seeing Mo Ting's gaze fixated on Tongning, he couldn't help but approach him and ask, "Do you speak English?" Of course, Mo Ting replied with a smile. In fact, his pronunciation was even more accurate than Taka's. "Have you fallen for her?" Taka asked as he pointed to Tongning. "Let me tell you, it's useless. She is already mine. If I'm interested in something, don't steal it from me." "Oh?" Mo Ting raised an eyebrow. "Did she agree to be your girlfriend?" "Uh-huh. How many women do you think would reject a young body like mine?" Taka asked with an evil smile. Mo Ting's eyes darkened, but he did not say another word. At this time, Tongning finally finished filming and turned around to look at Mo Ting. As Taka was standing beside Mo Ting, he thought Tongning was smiling at him. He suddenly felt a little flattered. Normally, he was either hit by Tongning or glared at by her. It was rare to see Tongning smile at him. "You saw it?" "She smiled at me." "Really?" Mo Ting couldn't help but tease him. Afterwards, Tongning walked towards them and Taka immediately stood up straight, ready to welcome her. However, Tongning pounced into Mo Ting's arms and buried her head in his chest. "Why did you come at this time?" Mo Ting hugged Tongning tightly and replied gently beside her ear, "I am your manager. No matter what time I come, it is always reasonable. Let's go." "I just need to remove my makeup and we can go home," Tongning said as she lifted her head. "The director gave me special permission. I have the day off tomorrow." "Let's go then." After speaking, Mo Ting held on to Tongning's hand. However, before he left, he couldn't help but say to Taka, "Good luck." Taka's expression was extremely awkward. He scratched his head and did not dare to look at the couple. It wasn't until they were a distance away that he approached Wei Yan and asked, the man that Tongning was hugging. "Oh, you mean him?" "He is Tongning's manager and husband. In other words, he is the CEO of Hai Rui." Taka's face turned red. What did he just say in front of Mo Ting? The man's self-esteem was suddenly hurt. Meanwhile, Mo Ting's expression did not look any better as he left with his wife. Imagine, how would he feel when he found out that his wife had a housefly by her side? "You don't look too happy. Did Taka say something to you?" After boarding the car, Tongning couldn't help but laugh as she looked at Mo Ting's expression. "Don't worry, if he dares to bully my husband, I will teach him a lesson for you." "How did you teach him a lesson?" "Of course I learned from you. In the name of filming, I beat him up until his face is swollen. I will give Director Wei a phone call right now and ask him to add more scenes." Mo Ting held on to Tongning's right hand as she reached for her phone and squeezed her palm. "You always have a way to make me calm down. There's nothing to be angry about. There's less than 2 months left until filming ends. After that, we won't be seeing each other again." Mo Ting nodded his head as he drove Tongning away from the set. In a day or two, it would be their wedding anniversary. Thinking back to last year's August 19th, Tongning still felt like life was full of surprises and legends. If she hadn't plucked up the courage to ask Mo Ting to marry her that day, perhaps, her life would have turned out differently. She wouldn't have been as happy as she was now. "Mrs. Mo, I want to congratulate you. You've already been married to Mr. Mo for a year. After hearing this, Tongning smiled and whispered something in Mo Ting's ear. Afterwards, Mo Ting suddenly fell into deep thought. After The Lost Relative finishes filming, WH will be released in the country. Although I haven't accepted any follow-up work for you, isn't it too early for us to have a baby? Mr. Mo, you will be 34 next year. Do you want our baby to call you grandfather when it's born? Tongning rarely argued with Mo Ting. She had always gone along with his arrangements. Mo Ting sighed and had no choice but to nod his head. Although Tongning usually listened to his arrangements, he was the one who compromised more. I really don't know what to do with you. In that case, I won't take a day off tomorrow. I'll leave my time for our wedding anniversary. Mo Ting did not say a word. This time, he completely agreed with Tongning's arrangements. I also need to get a health checkup to make sure the tiredness from all this time won't affect my pregnancy. Mo Ting followed Tongning's instructions. He had no choice. If there was a wife-doting squad in this world, then he would definitely be the honorary captain. After all, everything about Tongning was a habit to him. Let's do it on our wedding anniversary. I'll get Luce to make arrangements. Giving birth. Thinking of these 3 words, Mo Ting felt unprepared for a moment. In fact, he didn't know what to do. He didn't know how a soft thing would turn out to be in this world. Perhaps all men, before becoming a father, would have that little bit of panic. Meanwhile, after leaving the Tang family, after a few months of preparation, Tang Xian finally found signs of pregnancy. At this moment, she was at the best gynecology hospital in Beijing. In order to return to the Tang family, she had endured for too long. Especially as she watched Tongning become more and more famous, she imagined that one day, she would make Tongning submit to her and torture her for the rest of her life. Miss Tang Xian, congratulations. You are already 8 weeks pregnant, the doctor explained to her. The doctor explained the examination report to her. Your body has been nurtured well, so the baby is very healthy. After receiving the report, Tang Xian let out a sigh of relief. She then asked the nurse anxiously, can we find out the gender of the child now? This. The doctor looked at Tang Xian in surprise and shook her head. There is indeed some advanced technology that can detect SRY at around 8 weeks of pregnancy. But our hospital has not yet introduced this technology. At the earliest, it will take around 20 weeks for us to be able to detect SRY. Tang Xian's expression was a little gloomy, but she did not make things difficult for the doctor. Now that she was pregnant, she had a trump card that she could use against Elder Tang. In that case, it was only a matter of time before she returned to the Tang family. After completing her checkup, Tang Xian left the hospital. However, as she stepped out of the elevator, she ran into Luce. She knew that Luce was Mo Ting's right-hand man. But, why was he at this hospital? Because of their relationship, Tang Xian couldn't help but follow him. Seeing that Luce had spoken to the doctor, she waited patiently outside. It was not until Luce left that she finally asked around. But, of course, only money could make the world go round. Miss Tang, I only managed to find out a bit of information. Tongning may be coming for a checkup the day after tomorrow. The person Tang Xian found was the assistant of a famous gynecologist. Of course, this was all she could provide. Is she sick? I think she's trying to prepare for pregnancy, the doctor's assistant replied with a professional gaze. Prepare for pregnancy. As soon as Tang Xian heard this word, her expression changed. But, she did not stay at the hospital for long. Instead, she returned home and told her mother-in-law about it. No matter how strong Tongning is, she is still an entertainer. If she wants to stabilize her position in the Mo family, she still needs to rely on her child. Mom, what should we do now? I can't let Tongning have the same leverage as me. It wasn't easy for Tang Xian to get pregnant. If Tongning was also pregnant, it would be a huge obstacle for her to return to the Tang family. Don't worry. Since God has guided us to this information, we need to take advantage of this rare opportunity. Our plan right now is to bribe the hospital and ask them to tamper with Tongning's report. Above all, they will tell her that there is something wrong with her body. They will use medical treatment as an excuse to find a reliable doctor to remove her uterus and make it impossible for her to get pregnant. Removing the uterus. After hearing this, Tang Xian felt a chill run down her spine. Although she hated Tongning, hearing these words from her mother-in-law made her feel a chill run down her spine and spread throughout her body. But she still wanted revenge. Tongning had no idea there was a huge conspiracy waiting for her. Worst of all, it was going to be her and Mo Ting's wedding anniversary. Over the next couple of days. After seeing Mo Ting with his own eyes, Taka felt a deep sense of defeat. He was obviously younger than Mo Ting, but apart from that, he had no other strengths that could compete with Mo Ting. As a result, he was no longer as arrogant and mischievous as he was in the past. In fact, he would sometimes avoid Tongning. Weiyan was a little surprised, so he asked Tongning in private, "Did you teach Taka a lesson? Why has he been acting like a mouse seeing a cat whenever he sees you?" "Director Wei, I don't have that much of an impact." "If my guess is correct, he must have been shocked by Mo Ting." Weiyan smiled as he nodded his head. He couldn't help but praise Mo Ting. "Amongst the younger generation of men, I don't think anyone can compare to him. Your husband is the best, he knows everything." "Thank you Director Wei for your compliment. You're not bad either. You and Mo Ting are a good match." At this moment, Weiyan was full of praise for Tongning. He had personally witnessed how she had withstood all sorts of trials and tribulations. Yet, she still completed all of his requests with determination. This wasn't something an ordinary actress could do. "I heard you're planning to have a child? What are you going to do with your filming?" Tongning was a little surprised, but she quickly regained her senses. Elder Mo was most likely the one that leaked this information, so she did not refute. I'm planning to have one." "Your acting career has just begun. WH will be released at the end of the year and The Lost Relative will be released next summer." "I haven't left the industry yet," Tongning replied with a smile. "Director Wei, as a model, I may not be able to walk the runway for the rest of my life. But, as an actress, I am confident that as long as I can act, even if I leave temporarily, I will be able to return to the industry." After hearing this, Weiyan patted his wife on the shoulder. "I believe you. Plus, I've seen your other works. I heard Stupid has been well received overseas as well. Westerners love works with deep meanings. Your husband is the best person to promote them. Also, WH, which will be released at the end of the year, is a high-quality film. I've watched the trailer for a few seconds and can't help but say, your performance is amazing. Of course, there's also our film. Don't worry, we will definitely help you reach the highest level." "The highest level?" Hearing this, Tongning was a little confused. As a model, she was only one step away from becoming an international supermodel. So, what about as an actress? "I heard you adjusted your rest schedule because of your wedding anniversary. But did you guys get married so early?" Although Weiyan didn't know the story between the couple, he had heard a lot of interesting things about Tongning. But they only announced their marriage in February of this year. This time, Tongning did not respond. She simply looked at Weiyan with deep meaning. Weiyan seemed to have understood something, so he did not ask any further. He simply told her to get some rest and not to worry about the progress of the production. After thanking him, Tongning left with Song Yanshu. During this time, Tang Jingxian gave her a phone call as a way of showing his concern. "You should worry about yourself first. You are now a heavenly king, don't waste your time doing stupid things." Tongning was well aware of Tang Jingxuan's recent popularity. Not only did he release a new album, he also appeared on variety shows. It seemed, after the previous incident, he had slowly understood how to survive in the entertainment industry. Tongning was relieved. This way, even if she temporarily retreated from the industry due to her pregnancy, she wouldn't have to worry about no one protecting Tang Jingxian. But, pregnancy? Was it that simple? By the time she returned home, it was just evening and Mo Ting was still at Hai Rue. Tongning stood in the living room and scanned her and Mo Ting's home. As she thought back to the past year, her heart was filled with sweetness. Tomorrow was their wedding anniversary. Over the past year, she had experienced many ups and downs and seen through many trials and tribulations. The only thing worth celebrating was that Mo Ting was always by her side. Looking at the time, it was still early. Tongming originally wanted to prepare a sumptuous dinner for Mo Ting, but she received a phone call from Long Jia at 7 p.m. Tongming thought Long Jia was calling to congratulate her on her one-year wedding anniversary. However, after she picked up the phone, she heard Long Jia's anxious voice. "Tongming, are you on set? I'm going to find you now. I'm at home." What happened? Tongming's nerves suddenly tensed up because of Long Jia's tone. "I don't know who to look for anymore. I can only look for you. What's wrong?" Tongming could hear the sobbing tone in Long Jia's voice. Logically speaking, Lu Che wouldn't bully Long Jia. "I'm at Beijing Hospital, the gynecology department." Tongming was a little surprised. Long Jia had been trying to get pregnant for a long time, but there had been no news. Did something happen to her body? She simply comforted Long Jia, "Don't panic. Send me the address, I'll be right there." "Don't tell Lu Che," Long Jia warned as she sobbed. She then told Tongming her current location. In order not to be recognized, Tongming put on a simple disguise and drove out. 40 minutes later, she anxiously entered the hospital to look for Long Jia. Finally, she found Long Jia in the second consultation room. "What's going on?" Long Jia's eyes were red and swollen as she whispered something in Tongming's ear. Tongming was stunned for a moment before comforting her. "It will be fine. Just cooperate with the doctor." It turned out, she had lost some blood in a certain part of her body. The doctor suspected she was pregnant, but had an accidental miscarriage. Long Jia was afraid, so she gave Tongming a phone call. "Why didn't you just tell Lu Che? He's been under a lot of pressure recently. I don't want to disappoint him." Long Jia sighed. Her eyes were filled with guilt and annoyance. "How could I be so careless? I've been looking forward to this baby for so long." "Don't scare yourself," Tongming comforted as she hugged Long Jia. "First, let's cooperate with the doctor." "I don't dare." Long Jia was afraid. She was afraid that things would turn out as the doctor predicted and she had a miscarriage. If that was the case, how could she accept it? "I really don't dare. I really want to give Lu Che a baby. How about I do it with you?" Tongming tried to find a way to encourage Long Jia. "The doctor is only speculating. Everything still needs to go through a detailed examination. Since I have already arranged a medical tomorrow, why don't I do it with you now? Also, if you have a baby, but you refuse to have it checked and treated, have you thought about the consequences?" After hearing Tongming's words, Long Jia's heart wavered. After struggling for quite some time, she finally nodded her head. "In that case, let's go together." "Yes, I will accompany you." Tongming instructed the doctors to make arrangements as soon as possible. However, as there were too many people to check, the doctors decided to arrange for 2 people to have their HCG blood tests done first. This way, they could avoid the possibility of an ultrasound test being too early. It was double insurance. The hospital was very considerate. Taking into consideration Tongming's identity, they did their best to keep everything confidential. "Miss Tang, the results will be available in 6 hours. Would you like to wait in the hospital?" the doctor asked. "I will accompany her for an ultrasound test first." "Okay, we will make arrangements as soon as possible," the doctor said. Just as he was about to leave, Tongming held on to him and said gently, "You don't need to make arrangements for me." After all, they hadn't done their best to keep everything confidential. If a passerby took a photo, it would definitely make the headlines the next day. She simply did the blood test to appease Long Jia, so there was no need for an ultrasound. "Okay," the doctor nodded and turned to leave. Tongming accompanied Long Jia to the doctor's office to calm herself down. Not long after, she received a phone call from Mo Ting asking if she was still on set. Seeing Long Jia shake her head, Tongming replied, "Long Jia and I haven't seen each other in a while. Let's get together for a bit, I'll be home late." "In that case, do you want me to cook dinner and wait for you?" "No need, Ting. Hurry up and get some rest after dinner." Mo Ting did not ask any further. He simply reminded her to be careful and to return home early. After hanging up the phone, Tongming waited with Long Jia at the hospital. Not long after, the doctor informed Long Jia that she was ready for an ultrasound. Long Jia anxiously grabbed onto Tongming's hands and refused to let go. So, Tongming had no choice but to accompany her into the ultrasound room. Under the help of the advanced equipment, the doctor initially furrowed his brows and said to the two, "You're not pregnant. I think you're on your period. Don't worry." After hearing this, Long Jia was initially disappointed. But she quickly comforted herself. At least, it wasn't a miscarriage. This was already a blessing in disguise. Then, my body. There's nothing wrong with your body. It's very healthy. Don't scare yourself, the doctor smiled as he put down the equipment in his hands. Sometimes, when it comes to pregnancy, you need to believe in fate. Don't force yourself, otherwise, it will be harder for you to get pregnant. Tongming helped Long Jia out of bed and helped her tidy up her clothes. "Do you feel better now?" Long Jia hesitated for a moment before letting out a sigh of relief. At least, there was nothing wrong with her body. Even though, at this moment, her limbs still felt weak and cold. Not long after, the couple drove out of the hospital. As they sat in the car, Tongming looked at Long Jia and asked, "Why do you keep things to yourself and never tell Lu Che? Is he not worthy of your trust?" "It's not because of that. I care about him too much, so I'm afraid he'll be disappointed." Tongming looked at Long Jia. She didn't know when it started, but Long Jia's status in their marriage had become more and more humble. Lu Che was obviously working hard. "From now on, you can either tell him about things like this, or I'll tell him. It's your choice," Tongming said firmly. "Don't always think too highly of yourself and make things harder for Lu Che." "Would I?" Long Jia asked cautiously. "If I was Lu Che and you didn't call me at a time like this, I would feel terrible," Tongming said straightforwardly. "The person Lu Che likes is your original self. But, why do I feel like, for the sake of our child, you haven't been yourself lately? Do you want to get your results before you leave?" Long Jia reminded as she saw the hospital getting further and further away. "It's not important to me. Plus, I've left my phone number. The hospital will contact me." Late at night. Zhong family home. After Mother Zhong finished making a series of phone calls, Tang Xian finally approached. "Mom, how did it go?" "Everything has been arranged. The doctor responsible for Tongming's examination has already received her payment." She wouldn't dare to refuse, Mother Zhong comforted as she patted Tang Xian on the back of her hand. Mother Zhong patted Tang Xian on the back of her hand comfortingly. "I've also arranged for the media to find out that Tongming can't get pregnant. Let's see how she's going to survive in the Mo family. Most importantly, you are currently pregnant. It's about time you start planning your return to the Tang family." Tang Xian rubbed her stomach. This child was her final bargaining chip. She couldn't afford to make any more mistakes. "I've long since sent people to keep an eye on your grandfather's movements. Ever since Tang Kor was taken over by Xia Yuling, his life has become extremely leisurely. But, on the 20th of every month, he would visit an orphanage owned by Tang Kor to see the helpless children. This is a reflection of his desire to have a great-grandchild. When the time comes, we will arrange a meeting nearby for you to meet." After hearing Mother Zhong's plan, Tang Xian's eyes lit up with a sharp light. Over the past few months, she had already endured to the limit. This time, she was going to make Tongming and her son suffer a fate worse than death. After returning home from the hospital, Tongming tiptoed into the study room. Seeing Mo Ting sitting in his office chair, she gently leaned against his back and sat down. Mo Ting was flipping through some documents when he sensed the woman behind him. He did not turn around as he asked, "What's wrong? Is it because of Long Jia again?" "Yes." "Why hasn't Lu Che resolved Long Jia's worries after so long?" Tongming asked helplessly. "This is Long Jia. On the surface, she appears to be careless, but in reality, she is more sensitive and meticulous than anyone else. She cares too much about Lu Che. Since you're tired, go get some rest." Mo Ting turned around and pulled her into his embrace as he gently stroked her hair. "Who cares about my wife?" Tongming breathed in the scent of Mo Ting's body as she stood up from his embrace. "Okay. From now on, I will care about my husband. Go have a shower. We need to go to the hospital tomorrow." Tongming placed a gentle kiss on his cheek before turning around to leave. As he had a checkup the next day, Mo Ting did not do anything to her that night. He simply hugged her and coaxed her until she fell asleep. Only then did he get out of bed and give Luce a phone call. In the middle of the night, Luce received a phone call. After returning to bed, he shook Xianxia awake and asked in seriousness, "What did you do today?" "Huh?" Xianxia rubbed her eyes sleepily. "Just now, the president called me and scolded me in a roundabout way. He told me to control my wife. And not to always burden his wife." Luce looked at Xianxia helplessly. "Tell me, what did you do this time that I don't know about?" Luce looked at Xianxia for a moment. In the end, he seemed to have guessed the answer. "It's because of the child, isn't it? I told you a long time ago that I don't care. Why do you keep forcing yourself?" Luce asked as he furrowed his brows. "How can I make you believe that no matter what happens, I won't leave you and will protect our family?" Xianxia leaned against Luce's body and lowered her head. "I feel like I'm becoming more and more unfamiliar with myself. You and Tonning are right, I'm the one that can't let go. From now on, I will tell you everything and won't hide anything from you. Can I still trust your words?" "I swear." Xianxia raised her hand in a serious manner. It was almost like a ritual. "This time, I'm serious. I've already spoken to my parents. They won't rush us to have children. You can have them whenever you want. It's fine if you don't want them." "Okay," Xianxia nodded her head. She suddenly felt like she was being quite silly. Tomorrow is the president and madam's wedding anniversary, yet the madam has been taken over by you for the entire night. No wonder the president is angry. Can't you be a little more observant? You've never been fierce to me. Xianxia felt wronged. "Okay, go to sleep. I'll just curse you in my heart." Luce hugged Xianxia once again and covered the couple with the blanket. Deep down, he knew that everything Xianxia did was for his sake. He and Xianxia were insignificant people, so he simply wanted to protect his family. If he couldn't even protect Xianxia's heart, then what right did he have to be someone else's husband? The next day, Tonning woke up in bed and noticed Mo Ting looking at her. She quickly cupped her face in her hands and said, "I just woke up. I haven't even washed up yet." "No, you're still as beautiful as ever," Mo Ting said as he placed a kiss on her forehead. "Happy wedding anniversary, wifey." Tonning hooked her arms around Mo Ting's neck and the couple hugged each other tightly. A moment later, Tonning looked at the time and struggled to get up. "I'm going to go wash up first. After that, we'll go to the hospital together." "Okay," Mo Ting nodded. Tonning got up first while Mo Ting tidied up the bed. At this time, Tonning's phone began to vibrate. It was an unknown number. Mo Ting picked up the phone and heard the person on the other end say, "Hello Miss Tang, the results of the HCG test you did yesterday at Beijing Hospital have come out. According to the report, you are pregnant. May I ask when it would be convenient for you to come to the hospital for a follow-up?" Hearing the word pregnant, Mo Ting froze. "Miss Tang? Are you listening? I am her husband." "What did you just say about Tonning?" Mo Ting asked uncertainly. "Hello, according to the report, Miss Tang is pregnant," the person on the other end of the line politely repeated after hearing the deep and pleasant voice of a man. Tonning's husband, wasn't that Mo Ting? However, the results are not completely accurate. So, we suggest Miss Tang come for another ultrasound. "Thank you, but I already have plans," Mo Ting replied calmly before hanging up the phone. Mo Ting pretended to be calm as he hung up the phone. At this moment, his emotions were extremely complicated. Tonning was pregnant, pregnant, pregnant. These three words filled Mo Ting's mind until Tonning finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom. Seeing Mo Ting still standing by the bedside, Tonning couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong?" Mo Ting looked at Tonning and subconsciously looked at her stomach. He then smiled, "It's nothing. Go downstairs and wait for me. I'll make breakfast. Don't move around too much. We'll go to the hospital in a bit." "Okay." As Mo Ting was used to not allowing Tonning into the kitchen, she did not think too much about it. As for Mo Ting, he did not immediately say anything. Firstly, he wanted to confirm his suspicions. Secondly, he was at a complete loss and had no idea what to do. After a few seconds of being in a daze, he was filled with joy. Mo Ting couldn't wait to hug Tonning tightly in his arms and tell her that they were about to become parents. thinking about the little thing that was about to come out of Tonning's stomach and how it would be connected to him by blood. Mo Ting felt his blood begin to boil. The sense of pride overwhelmed him from head to toe. Father. This was a feeling that he had never imagined before. This feeling was too wonderful. After tidying up a little, Mo Ting stepped out of the bedroom. As soon as he saw Tonning sitting on the sofa peeling a fruit, he immediately grabbed the knife from her hand. Didn't I tell you not to touch anything? I'm just peeling a fruit. At this moment, Tonning had no idea that accompanying Xianxia for the HCG blood test would be a huge help to her. She simply couldn't understand why Mo Ting was so nervous. On a special day like this, put away your knife and don't touch it. Mo Ting found a seemingly forced excuse to stop Tonning from taking out the knife. Tonning didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she still nodded her head. Okay, I'll listen to you. Mo Ting ran his hand through Tonning's hair before heading into the kitchen. He never imagined, apart from the medical staff, he would be the first person to find out about Tonning's pregnancy. Perhaps even Tonning herself didn't expect it. If he thought about it, it must have happened the last time Tonning returned home in the middle of the night and they weren't using any protection. Soon, Luce arrived at Hyatt Regency. However, Mo Ting's gaze towards Luce wasn't as cold as it was when he was on the phone the night before. This made Luce feel extremely flattered. President, everything is ready. We can set off at any time. With Luce's help, Mo Ting boarded the black car with Tonning and drove her to the hospital for a full body checkup. On the way there, Mo Ting held onto Tonning's right hand tightly and couldn't help but smile. Tonning could tell that he was in a good mood. Originally, she thought it was because of their one-year wedding anniversary. But, who would have thought, it was because of the little ting in her stomach. Seeing the smile on Mo Ting's face, Tonning relaxed a little. Not long after, the couple arrived at the hospital. Seeing Mo Ting remove his jacket, Tonning couldn't help but ask, "Are you going to get a checkup too?" Mo Ting shook his head with a doting look on his face. "I just want to keep you company." What's there to accompany when it comes to something like this? Tonning couldn't help but pull down his sleeve. "I'm just doing a checkup." Normally, she would have bruises on her body during filming. Although Mo Ting's heart ached, he was never as careful as he was today. However, Tonning did not think too much about it. Thanks to Luce's arrangements, the hospital was very quiet. It didn't take long before the couple arrived at the door of the ultrasound room. However, the doctor said to Mo Ting, "President Mo, please wait outside. Family members, please wait outside." "He's fine." Tonning replied. "You'd better step back," the doctor insisted with a smile. "This is the hospital's rule. Men are not allowed to enter." Under normal circumstances, family members were not allowed to enter the examination room. It was reasonable for the doctor to make such a request. Mo Ting instinctively furrowed his brows, but he did not insist. Instead, a deeper look appeared in his eyes. "In that case, wait for me at the door," Tonning said as she held onto the man's hand comfortingly. Mo Ting nodded his head as he watched Tonning enter the ultrasound room. A few minutes later, Tonning walked out. "How is it? Why are you so nervous?" "It's not like I'm pregnant," Tonning couldn't help but laugh. "It's just a test." Mo Ting did not respond. He simply watched as the doctor handed Tonning the report. Luce received it in his hands as they headed towards the gynecologist's office. Seeing the doctor holding on to the report, Mo Ting originally expected to hear the good news he had heard over the phone. However, after looking at the report, the gynecologist furrowed her brows. "The lining of your uterus is very thin. Miss Tang, have you been injured before? Or have you had an abortion? How is that possible?" Tonning immediately replied. "Don't misunderstand. Inflammation can also cause damage to the inside of the uterus, making it difficult for the fetus to implant. Above all, there is a shadow on the left side of your uterus. Based on the results, it has been diagnosed as a tumor, commonly known as a uterine fibroid. Look at this location. According to its size, it is over 3 centimeters. After hearing the gynecologist's words, Tonning and Mo Ting's expressions both changed. They didn't know what to do. Especially Mo Ting. This was completely different to what he had heard over the phone this morning, but, my body doesn't show any signs. You are an actress. Your daily life is extremely busy and you are highly focused. So, sometimes, you will automatically ignore your body's reactions. This is normal, the doctor explained as she placed the report in front of Tongning. The doctor placed the report in front of Tongning and explained in seriousness, "Don't worry, it can be treated. Plus, the surgical techniques nowadays are very advanced. It won't leave you with too big of a scar. As for the condition of your uterus, it can be improved through medical treatment. But, you may need to stop your busy work and take care of your body." Mo Ting held onto Tongning's shoulder and leaned her against his body. He then asked the gynecologist in a deep voice, "Can't I act? If you still want to have children, then of course you can't continue to abuse your body. Your wife is already in this state, how could you still want her to act?" Faced with the gynecologist's criticism, Mo Ting did not explain. Tongning understood why he asked this question. "Go home and make some preparations. Then, arrange for a hospital stay." Tongning didn't know how she walked out of the gynecologist's office. She could no longer feel her legs moving. She wasn't someone that abused her body. In fact, she loved herself more than anyone else. But, why did she end up like this? "Ting, let's talk at home." Mo Ting carried her in his arms and comforted, "Don't overthink it." In reality, Mo Ting found it even harder to accept than Tongning. After all, the phone call from this morning had given him too much hope. But, the medical report was right in front of him. He couldn't afford to have any doubts. Which side did it go wrong? To comfort Tongning, Mo Ting carried her into the bedroom as soon as they returned home and placed her on the bed. He then comforted her, "Go to sleep. Don't think about anything else. I'll stay here with you." She couldn't have a child. She couldn't act. For Tongning, this was a devastating blow. She couldn't bear a child for the man she loved the most and she had to give up on the career she loved. Either way, it was fatal for Tongning. "Is it because I've done too many wrong things in my daily life that God is treating me like this?" Tongning's voice sounded a little choked up. She rarely cried. Even during difficult times, she had never broken down. But, when she found out she couldn't get pregnant for now, she felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. Her throat almost burned. Mo Ting lay down on the bed and wrapped his arm around her comfortingly, "You haven't done anything wrong. Even if God wants to punish someone, it should be me. What has it got to do with you? Be a good girl. Don't think too much about it. Things aren't as serious as you think. You can get better, we can take our time. But I won't object to what you want to do. Even if we don't have a child in the end, having you is enough for me," Mo Ting said seriously as he ran his hand through her hair. "Seriously, Ning, you can't imagine how important you are to me. Even if you want my life, I can do it. Not to mention, I don't want a child. I just want you to be healthy." After hearing Mo Ting's words, Tongning suddenly turned around and buried herself in Mo Ting's arms as she began to cry. It wasn't until she was tired from crying that she fell asleep. Mo Ting's heart ached as he placed a kiss on her forehead and watched over her until she fell asleep. Afterwards, he grabbed Tongning's phone and entered the study room. He then returned the phone call he had given her that morning. "Hello, this is Beijing Hospital. This is Mo Ting. I want to know if I can still get Tongning's report from your hospital?" The woman obviously didn't expect Mo Ting to call her back. After a few seconds of silence, she finally stuttered, "Yes. Yes, I can get it. I'll send someone to get it. No, I'll go get it myself." Tongning's injury was more painful than a knife stabbing into his heart. To get to the bottom of the matter, Mo Ting decided to do it himself. He didn't want Luce to do it for him. He simply gave Luce a phone call and asked Long Jia to watch over Tongning. If Tongning woke up, it would make her feel a little better. Afterwards, he personally drove over to Beijing Hospital and made an appointment with the doctor. Not only did he receive the report, he also asked the doctor what the results were. "Mr. Mo, a normal pregnant woman's blood HCG value is less than 100 IUL. Your wife's HCG value has already reached 7,000, so we have confirmed that she is pregnant." This was how the doctor explained to Mo Ting. Even though, from the moment he laid eyes on Mo Ting, the doctor already felt pressured. However, my wife went to another hospital for a checkup. She did an ultrasound and was diagnosed with a thin endometrium and uterine fibroids. Mr. Mo, I can tell you that it's impossible for Miss Tang to have a gynecological disease. A person's body can be judged from their physical state. This is my 40 years of experience as a doctor. I don't know which hospital you went to for your checkup, but I can guarantee that if Miss Tang isn't pregnant, I won't be able to do it. After hearing this, Mo Ting's heart became even heavier. He could no longer tell who was real and who was fake. If the results of one hospital can't be trusted, then go to a few more hospitals. Then you'll know who's right and who's lying. Indeed, this was the only and most accurate method. After receiving the results from Beijing Hospital, Mo Ting returned to Hyatt Regency and asked Lu Che to arrange a few more tests for Tongning at another hospital. However, just as Mo Ting stepped through the front door, Lu Che received a phone call and his expression changed. President, the madam's results have been leaked. The media are going crazy. Immediately notify PR, Mo Ting said coldly as he instructed Lu Che in seriousness, don't let Tongning know. But how can something like this be hidden? Lu Che looked at Mo Ting suspiciously. President, I think there's something fishy about this matter. The hospital I arranged for us was extremely secretive. Logically speaking, the hospital signed a confidentiality agreement, so there's no way they would leak the madam's results. As soon as this was mentioned, Mo Ting suddenly stopped in his tracks. That's right. Because it was related to Tongning, he almost lost his composure. They had just finished the first part of the test, when the second part was leaked. Yet, the two hospitals presented different results. It was worth mentioning that Mo Ting's tensed nerves suddenly relaxed. The more conspiracy this was, the more it proved that the results from Beijing Hospital were correct. President, I will make arrangements for the tests. You will investigate the source of the leak and find out who the mastermind is, Mo Ting said coldly. If someone did this on purpose, then I want you to investigate their motive. I will show them what it means to live a life worse than death. Understood. Lu Che saw the ruthlessness in Mo Ting's eyes and nodded his head seriously. Afterwards, Mo Ting turned around and returned to his bedroom. As he pushed open the door, he noticed Tongning was still asleep. So, he gestured to Long Jia to keep quiet. Long Jia gently got up from the side of the bed and gave the couple some privacy. She then headed outside to vent about the news she had just seen on her phone. What did they mean by Tongning was a hen that couldn't lay eggs? What did they mean by Tongning's condition was caused by too many abortions? Lu Che noticed the gloomy expression on his wife's face and knew she was feeling indignant. Are you still angry? How could I not be angry? I didn't even know Tongning's health was in such a bad state. Yet, the media that wants to see the world in chaos are still spreading rumors. I'm so angry, Long Jia said as she held her head. Even so, she still lowered her voice in fear of disturbing Tongning's sleep. The president will handle this matter. Don't worry. All we can do now is hope Tongning doesn't see this news. How big of a blow would this be for her? Not being able to get pregnant, being rumored to have multiple abortions and having her acting career affected. Even a woman couldn't handle this kind of destructive attack. No matter how strong Tongning was, she couldn't ignore everything and ignore everything. Mo Ting was well aware of the damage she had suffered. But, he was more than willing to believe that Tongning actually had a child in her stomach. The feeling of blood being thicker than water couldn't be wrong. So, he stretched out his hand and gently rubbed her stomach until she opened her eyes. You're awake? Uh-huh, Tongning replied in a raspy voice. I'm sorry, hubby. Today was supposed to be a happy day, but I never expected. As for Wei-en, I helped you apply for another day off and he agreed. I know you won't give up on acting, so I can only make arrangements like this. Tongning was infertile. The media embellished the story and spread it everywhere. The so-called inspection report was also spread everywhere. But, this time, not only were there people that ridiculed Tongning, there were also a lot of people that, after the incident with Bai Qiuxing, had developed a sense of trust in Tongning and decided to protect her. Tongning is so pitiful. How could someone use something as private as a physical examination to create hype? They've gone too far. I'm about to cry from anger. What did Tongning do wrong for the media to not let her go? Disgusting. I believe in Mo Ting's feelings for Tongning. No matter what happens to her health, Mo Ting will take good care of her. Let's leave the heartless media to their fate. It's best for outsiders not to make wild guesses. There are many reasons for a thin endometrium. Not too long ago, Tongning even got injured while filming Hidden Expert. I really don't know how you guys could be so dirty as to guess that she had a miscarriage. Tongning has already kept a low profile. Hai Rui has already kept a low profile. What else does the media want? Are they going to eat her up without spitting out the bones? I hope Hai Rui will step up and defend our rights. Tongning really just wants to act. She wants to be a good actress. I hope you guys don't hurt her anymore. After so many incidents, Tongning's hard work had finally paid off. Online, there were also fans who tried to stop her from posting false pictures of her. This made Xianxia and Mother Zhong, who originally wanted to see the smoke of war, feel a little disappointed. What's wrong with these netizens? Don't you like to watch a good show? Why are they all standing up for her this time? Tang Xian clenched her fists. She had long forgotten what kind of image she had in the hearts of the netizens. At that time, the news about who was the child of a mistress was several times more sensational than it was now. Mother Zhong's expression did not look too good. After all, for so many people to stand up for Tongning, it was obvious that her status in the industry could not be compared to before. It doesn't matter. As long as the Mo family knows what they're doing, we won't fail. But what about the Mo family's attitude? Of course, Elder Mo also saw the unreliable news as soon as it was released. So, of course, he gave the Mo couple a phone call. At first, Mo Ting picked up the phone. Perhaps, he was afraid of Elder Mo's reaction, so he spoke first. Regardless of whether Tongning can bear a child or not, she will always be my only wife. On the other side of the phone, Elder Mo sighed and coldly snorted. Who wants to talk to you about this? How is the Tang girl? As the CEO of Hai Rui, how could he always let his wife appear in the headlines? Are you still working? He won't let me come. Mo Ting could not help but raise his eyebrows. Your grandfather isn't an old fool. I don't know how to judge whether Tongning is good or bad. I'm strict with her, but I'm doing it for her own good. Give her the phone, I'll talk to her. It's hard to talk to you. Mo Ting. After 2 seconds of silence, Mo Ting handed the phone to Tongning, who was sitting on the bed. Grandfather is on the phone. At first, Tongning was a little nervous, but she still accepted the phone from Mo Ting. Grandfather. Lass. As soon as Elder Mo heard Tongning's voice, he knew she had been crying. His heart softened. Are you okay? I'm fine, Tongning shook her head. Don't take the rumors to heart. Elder Mo is here to show you his stance. I hope you can have a child as soon as possible, but I'm not an old-fashioned man that doesn't know how to be flexible. In this lifetime, people can experience any kind of accident. I won't have a bad impression of you because of the outside world. I have eyes and I can see for myself. Do you understand? After hearing Elder Mo's words, Tongning's tears suddenly overflowed from her eyes. At this moment, her heart was filled with endless gratitude. Thank you, grandfather. Even if your body is damaged, you can still recuperate. It's not a big problem. It's just a small illness. You've endured so many hardships. Grandpa believes that you'll definitely be blessed by God. Our Mo family's luck won't be too bad. I know, grandfather. Tongning's voice was once again choked up. Okay, stop crying. If you continue to act like this, your husband will think that I'm bullying you. Have a good rest, I will keep an eye on the set for you. Elder Mo didn't like to drag things out, so he hung up the phone after speaking. After Tongning put down her phone, she looked at Mo Ting with teary eyes. Did grandfather scold you? I hope he scolded me. Tongning sat up and gently hugged Mo Ting. Grandfather is cheering me on. He wants me to do my best. Hubby, I really don't know how many lives of good fortune I have accumulated to be able to marry you and have such a good family. Mo Ting gently patted her back as his originally furrowed eyebrows relaxed. He finally did something right. Tongning cried and laughed at the same time. In the end, she calmed down in Mo Ting's arms. Not long after, Xia Yuling gave Tongning a phone call from Tangkor. Tongning, did you know that you scared me to death? The heartless media is causing trouble again. Originally, I wanted to step out and resolve it for you, but your fans have stepped out to speak up for you. Tongning was completely unaware of the public's reaction. I'm fine, Mom. I trust that Mo Ting will take good care of you. You need to listen to him, Xia Yuling reminded. I know. Finally, there was also Hu Jingjing. Everyone that had anything to do with Tongning seemed to be genuinely concerned about how she was doing. Even Lin Chong, who had always been against her, started a new career after moving to the studio. Whenever he saw news about Tongning, he couldn't help but speak up for her like an enemy. Tongning is indeed evil. She is so evil that she has saved my outlook on life. I can't wait for all of you to gang up on her. That way, more people will know about her character. I've been following her for a few months and have seen through the hypocrisy of the world. Who would have thought, in the end, the only person that cares about my dignity is Tongning? I really want to curse her. I want to curse her to give birth to a few more children. Let's see what the paparazzi can do. The paparazzi circle has become a mess. As soon as Lin Chong's post was released, it attracted a lot of discussion. After all, everyone knew that Huarong Studio had been clinging on to Tongning. When it came to following people, the paparazzi had to learn from Lin Chong. Since their senior had already spoken up, the paparazzi had no choice but to keep quiet. Tongning also saw Lin Chong's words. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt relieved. It turned out, the good karma that was once planted had actually sprouted. If that was the case, could she really have a baby in her stomach? From now on, put down your phone. I have something important to discuss with you. After everyone expressed their concern for Tongning, Mo Ting suddenly sat down on the edge of the bed. He looked at Tongning in seriousness and asked, "Yesterday, did you and Long Jie go to Beijing Hospital and do a HCG blood test?" Tongning nodded her head, confused as to why Mo Ting would mention this. Early this morning, I received a phone call from Beijing Hospital. At that time, the doctor's conclusion was that you are pregnant. Tongning froze. After quite some time, she finally remembered the smile on Mo Ting's face that morning. But this hospital. Just now, while you were asleep, I went to Beijing Hospital again to retrieve your medical report. I then asked the doctor what was going on and the doctor was certain that you were pregnant. Mo Ting took a deep breath to calm himself down before he continued in a gentle voice. Plus, the fact that the hospital leaked your results so quickly, I suspect someone is behind this. Right now, the most important thing for us to do is to go to the hospital for another test. Tongning's originally gloomy eyes suddenly lit up. Is this true? Of course it's true. Then, what are we waiting for? Let's go right now. After speaking, Tongning lifted the blanket to get up. But Mo Ting reached out and held her back. Don't move. Let me do it. Mo Ting's heart ached as he pulled out some loose clothes from the closet for her to change into. He then knelt down to help her put on her shoes. Tongning looked at Mo Ting's lowered head and became even more emotional. Don't spoil me so much. However, Mo Ting lifted his head and looked at her gently. As long as I can do it, I would do anything to help you. Tongning helped him up and wrapped her arms around his waist. The couple then walked out of the bedroom and boarded the car that Song Yenshu had prepared for them. This time, Mo Ting arranged for them to go to Beijing Hospital. In order not to alert anyone, he kept a low profile as he boarded a normal car. At this time, Tongning finally saw the news. The heartless media had spread the news of her infertility to everyone. However, the fans' actions also made her sigh with emotion. Finally, the bitterness is over and the sweetness is here. This means that your position in the entertainment industry is no longer so easily shaken. Tongning nodded her head. At this moment, her heart was filled with gratitude. These fans are my closest family. Although I've never met them, I hope they can feel happy because of me. Ting. Let's give our fans more benefits from now on. The company will arrange it. Mo Ting smiled as he squeezed her hand. Afterwards, Tongning did not say another word. She was more nervous than she had been in the morning. Can you understand? She was originally happily preparing for pregnancy, but was told that it was difficult to get pregnant. Now, she was told that she already had a baby in her stomach. All of a sudden, Tongning didn't know which answer to believe. Don't be afraid. We've already heard the worst. Can it be worse than this? Tongning held on to Mo Ting's hand tightly. She suddenly felt a lot more determined. That's right. No matter how bad it was nothing more than what the public was saying, infertility. Could it be worse? Half an hour later, the hospital arranged for the couple to return to the ultrasound room. This time, the doctor that had previously looked at Tongning's report personally examined her and allowed Mo Ting to be present. Lying in bed, Tongning's heart thumped loudly. As the cold instrument moved around her stomach, she felt like she was about to faint. Can you see this? The little dot in the middle is your child. It is currently just an embryo and is in good condition. Miss Tang does not have any problems with her endometrium and she does not have any so-called uterine fibroids. Her uterus appears to be healthy. I can tell that the two of you have taken good care of yourselves. So, don't worry, apart from being a little skinny, there are no other problems. The doctor explained as he pointed to the little dot on the monitor. There is no doubt that Miss Tang is pregnant. In fact, she is already 45 days pregnant. After hearing this answer, Tongning suddenly didn't know whether to cry or laugh. So, it turned out, she actually had a baby in her stomach. She already had a baby. Mo Ting did not say a word as he hugged Tongning. Tongning did not say a word either. Luckily, she had accompanied Long Jia during the examination, otherwise she had no idea what she was about to face. Don't get too excited. Let me finish, the doctor laughed as she watched the couple hug each other. When the doctor saw the couple hugging each other, he couldn't help but laugh. Young couples are just like you when they find out that they're going to be parents. I can understand your feelings. Mo Ting let go of Tongning and helped her tidy up her clothes. The doctor then put away the instrument and returned to the office with the couple. He then closed the door behind him. Logically speaking, ultrasound reports can be obtained on the spot. Plus, they all have a name and a serial number, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. It's not like they have the same name. So, why did Miss Tang receive a report that doesn't belong to her? This is something you need to take note of. Doctor, are you saying that the report that has been circulating around isn't my report? Tongning quickly regained her composure and grasped the crux of the matter. Of course not. If you look closely, you will know that the report is real, but it's not yours, the doctor explained patiently. The doctor explained patiently, of course, we can't rule out the possibility that someone might have taken someone else's report to impersonate you. You are a patient, so you don't normally doubt a doctor's words. So, if you follow this conclusion and assume that you have a uterine fibroid, you will be admitted to the hospital for surgery. When that happens, you won't know what they did to you. As for who did this, you will need to find out for yourselves. I simply want to tell you to keep Miss Tang's pregnancy a secret. After we find out the truth, the two of you can make a decision. Tongning held on to her stomach as she followed the doctor's train of thought. But, the result sent a chill down her spine. Of course, she was lucky to have met such a good doctor. Dr. Fu, thank you for keeping me and my baby safe, Tongning thanked sincerely. You have no idea how important this baby is to me and my husband. Every child is a gift from God. I will not let God down, the doctor laughed. Saving lives has always been my responsibility. You don't need to thank me. If you hadn't done this test with your friend to comfort her, we wouldn't have discovered this result. So, you should be thanking yourself. Lu Che was ordered to investigate the truth at the hospital. Of course, he couldn't appear in public with his own identity. So, he arranged for a clever paparazzi to familiarize himself with the gynecologist before he found someone he could approach. The paparazzi found the nurse on duty and found out the name of the doctor that performed the examination on Tongning. He also found out the names of all the medical staff that were involved. If he wanted to find out their motive, he couldn't be too hasty. So, he instructed the paparazzi to maintain a good relationship with the nurse and keep an eye on the movements of the people involved. Late that night, Tongning completed a full-body examination as requested by the doctor. Afterwards, Mo Ting took her home. However, while Song Yenshu was driving, Mo Ting knelt down in front of Tongning and placed his lips on her stomach. I'm finally going to be a father. Tongming smiled as she looked at Mo Ting. Her movements were careful, afraid that she would hurt the baby in her stomach. Yes, President Mo, you are finally going to be a father. From now on, you are not allowed to touch anything. But, did you forget that I still need to film? Tongming reminded. Mo Ting furrowed his brows as he sat down beside Tongming and wrapped his arms around her. Tongming understood his worries, so she comforted him gently. I've already spoken to the doctor. As long as you pay attention, you will be fine. You can still film. After all, most of the dangerous scenes have already been filmed. Next up, there will be more non-acting scenes. If it's too dangerous, I will act according to my abilities, okay? I simply don't want you to work too hard. I won't force myself. Tongming's voice was coquettish, but it was also filled with determination. Mo Ting knew that after experiencing the ups and downs of the day, the woman in his arms needed to be comforted. So, he finally relented. You promised me, don't force yourself. I promise. Tongming raised her hand in seriousness as she made a promise. I trust you. Mo Ting put down her hand. At this time, he received a phone call from Lu Che. As soon as Mo Ting saw the phone, he wanted to hang up, but Tongming said, don't call him behind my back. Don't call him back behind my back. Answer it here. Tongming knew Mo Ting didn't want her to know about the dirty things behind his back. But after being in the industry for so long, she was already used to it. What couldn't she experience? Mo Ting looked deeply at Tongming. Without hesitation, he picked up the phone and said, Hello. President, we have all the people involved in this matter under control. According to the current information, this is not a simple mistake. They should have follow-up actions. I will pay close attention and report to you at any time. As soon as possible. Mo Ting's voice turned colder and deeper. So, madam, she's pregnant. Perhaps Mo Ting didn't notice, but Tongming could sense it. As soon as he mentioned the word pregnant, the corners of his lips curved upwards. But, we can't let anyone know about this. We will follow their script and continue down this path. Got it, President. Mo Ting had always enjoyed being a person in the shadows. This time, he was no exception. Especially since this matter involved Tongming and his child. Once the mastermind was found, he would not be lenient. Tongming knew this matter had crossed Mo Ting's bottom line. At the same time, Mo Ting and their child were also her bottom line. After returning home, Mo Ting hugged Tongming as they lay in bed. He then pulled out his laptop and subscribed to a large amount of information on how to take care of a pregnant woman. Seeing this, Tongming couldn't help but laugh. You've subscribed to so much. Can you finish reading all of it? Mo Ting wrapped his arm around Tongming's waist and placed his hand on her stomach. As soon as he thought about the fact that the woman he loved the most was pregnant with their child, he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. In fact, he wanted to share this news with the entire world. Mo Ting did not say a word as he coaxed Tongming to sleep. After she fell asleep, he slowly got out of bed and quietly made his way to the study room with his phone. The first person he called was Wei, and Tongming is pregnant. How much longer will filming take? How dangerous is it? On the other end of the phone, Wei was a little surprised. Obviously, he had not reacted to the news. Didn't they say she was sick and couldn't have children? How did she get pregnant in the blink of an eye? I hope Director Wei can keep this news a secret. Wei sat up in bed. Only now did he realize Mo Ting wasn't joking. Are you really pregnant? I'm sure. Wei thought for a moment. Luckily, all the dangerous scenes had been shot together. Otherwise, according to how much Mo Ting doted on his wife, he would have had to change the female lead. Filming will continue until the end of September. Tongming should be able to handle the remaining scenes because most of them are nonverbal. For the next month, I will be watching over her on set, Mo Ting said in seriousness. Although it was a nonverbal scene, it was still a film and emotions were bound to fluctuate. So, he was going to prepare medical staff to take care of Tongming's health at all times. You are her manager. You have the final say on what to do. Wei simply hoped that filming would proceed smoothly and that nothing like Bai Qiuxing's accident would happen again. If anything were to happen to Tongming, the entire crew would be done for. Don't doubt it, this was Mo Ting's power. After giving Wei in a phone call, Mo Ting gave Fang Yu a phone call and delegated a lot of authority to him. Since he was going to watch over Tongning, he needed to have enough time. If it was like before, he wouldn't be able to watch over Tongning at all times. Fang Yu immediately guessed that Mo Ting wanted to help Tongning recover. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh at the power Tongning had over Mo Ting. All these years, this man had never been willing to let go of Hai Rui. But now, for the sake of Tongning, he did not hesitate at all. By the time all the arrangements were made, it was already 3 a.m. In order to make time the next day, Mo Ting spent the night dealing with some urgent documents. He also called the heads of departments for a video conference. So, the next morning, Mo Ting removed his suit and leather shoes and became Tongning's personal manager. Don't you need to go to work? Tongning asked curiously as she looked at Mo Ting's packed luggage. If I follow you, I will also go to work, Mo Ting reminded. Mo Ting couldn't help but remind her that he was also her personal manager. Although Yanshu is meticulous, her abilities are limited. I don't want you to give up on filming either. So, the best thing to do is for me to follow you. President Mo, don't you think it's not worth it for you to give up your career to follow me? Tongning's eyes turned red. You will be Hai Rui's brightest star in the future. So, I need to watch over you and the little person in your stomach. To find out the truth as soon as possible, Lu Che pretended to be tricked and personally visited the doctor that diagnosed her. Dr. Lin, my madam has stabilized and agreed to cooperate with your treatment. So, President Mo asked me to make arrangements. Oh, the tumor needs to be removed as soon as possible. So, I will immediately arrange for her surgery. This is very important to her, the doctor said in a serious tone. The doctor said seriously. In reality, Lu Che was only maintaining basic courtesy. Deep down, he wanted nothing more than to snap the doctor's neck in half. As a doctor, not only did she not fulfill her duty to save lives, she even disregarded the lives of others. She was not fit to be called a human. Lu Che wanted so badly to tear off the doctor's mask. But, when he thought about the fact that the truth had yet to be investigated, he held back. I've looked at my arrangements. If it's for the surgery, let's schedule it for 3 days from now. Is that okay? Okay, Lu Che nodded with a smile. As you know, President Mo is very concerned about the madam. Her health has always been of utmost importance. As his subordinates, we don't dare to neglect her. Of course. However, it seems, the hospital has not given Hai Rui an answer as to why my madam's privacy was leaked. I hope the next time we meet, doctor, you can hand over the madam, or at least give us a satisfactory answer. Lu Che deliberately suppressed the smug look on the doctor's face as he pretended to hold him accountable. The doctor's expression changed. She never expected that, underneath Lu Che's polite expression, he had such a strong side. Don't worry, our hospital is currently investigating this matter. Our initial guess is that it was done by the despicable paparazzi, the doctor smiled. Lu Che scoffed, but he hid his anger in his heart as he watched the doctor's pretense. Even though, he was already used to people like this. Afterwards, Lu Che left the hospital. However, he placed plenty of spies in the hospital. He was sure, it wouldn't be long before the truth would be revealed. As soon as the doctor saw Lu Che leave, she pulled out her phone and made a phone call to an unknown number. I've taken the bait. Everything is going smoothly. But, I need to meet with you. After all, this matter is too dangerous and I can't take on the risk on my own. The doctor wasn't someone who was blinded by money and didn't know what was important. Taking advantage of a doctor to harm someone was easy to find out. Worst of all, the person they were offending was Hai Rui and Mo Ting. Therefore, she needed to know that the other party had shown enough sincerity. How can I see you? If you don't want to see me, go find someone else. See if they're willing to take the risk for your little bit of money. On the other end of the phone, Tang Xian's face was filled with anger. They had already agreed on the terms, yet the other party had suddenly changed his mind. Yet, she was still in a passive position. They were already on the same boat, how could she turn around and look for someone else, although, she hated being threatened. Let's meet at a cafe near the hospital tomorrow afternoon. In the end, Tang Xian could only compromise. However, she had no idea that her appearance had completely placed her in Mo Ting's hands. If he wanted her to live, she would live; if he wanted her to die, he would kill her. "How is it?" Mother Zhong asked as she noticed the gloomy expression on her daughter-in-law's face. "The other party has requested for a cash transaction. In fact, they will only be willing to work with us if they see me. The risk involved is too high." Tang Xian relayed the doctor's message to Mother Zhong. "Actually, this is reasonable. Let's get ready." Mother Zhong nodded her head. "Also, go and get changed. The plainer the better. It's about time to meet your grandfather." "Okay, Mom." It seemed that some wars that had been extinguished in the past would erupt like a volcano sooner or later. After resting for 2 days, Tang Ning returned to the set. However, the staff looked at her with sympathy and respect. If any other actress was in her position, they would have asked for a day off a long time ago. In reality, Tang Ning's body was indeed not in good shape, but not because she was sick, but because she was pregnant. This time, the staff noticed that Mo Ting stayed by Tang Ning's side the entire time. He did not say a word as he quietly helped her with every little thing. "Ning Jia, are you sure you're okay?" the set manager asked. "If you're not feeling well, you can rest for a few more days. After all, you can always film something else if you want to." "Thank you for your concern, but it's fine." "I'm fine," Tang Ning replied with a smile. "Don't care about the rumors outside. Everyone supports you. I hope you can understand that we all approve of you. Whether it's your acting or your character, you are the best." The man gave her a thumbs up. Mo Ting cleared his throat, reminding the manager not to overdo it. Tang Ning looked at him helplessly. Did he have to be jealous of someone like this? He was simply concerned. As soon as Taka found out that Tang Ning was returning to the set, he specifically went to see her. Of course, after being dealt a blow by Mo Ting, all he felt for Tang Ning was admiration. This was the advantage of being a foreigner; they were professional and didn't care about trifles. This was also the reason why Tang Ning tolerated Taka from the beginning. He was simply childish and arrogant, but he wasn't a bad person. This was the male lead that Mo Ting liked. Could he really be bad? "You're all over the news right now. You seem to be very popular." "Of course, I've always been in the limelight," Tang Ning replied in fluent English. Taka was afraid of Mo Ting's gaze, so he scratched his head in annoyance. Perhaps it was because he was a little embarrassed. "Anyway, if you need anything from me, just let me know." However, before Tang Ning could respond, Taka's figure disappeared from their sight. Tang Ning couldn't help but let out a gentle laugh. Mo Ting also smiled along with her. "Sit here for a moment. I'm going to go discuss your upcoming scenes with Director Wei." Mo Ting gestured for her to sit down. Tang Ning reached out her hand to stop Mo Ting as she shook her head. "I know better than anyone what I'm going to film. Ting, if you acknowledge me as a professional actor, then don't worry and leave everything to me. I know what I'm doing and I won't do anything to make you worry. Trust me, okay? If you're overly protective of me, the entire crew will be nervous. I don't want that to happen. Since you're here to accompany me, then you should respect my decision, okay?" Without his identity as the CEO of Hai Rui, Mo Ting was perhaps so outstanding that no one could compare to him. But, in front of Tang Ning, he was simply a normal husband that wanted to protect his wife and child. "I'm just nervous." After Tang Ning returned to the set, Wei-Yan was actually more nervous than she was. So, before the next scene started, Wei-Yan asked her in detail, "Are there any problems? Do you need a stunt double? Do you want me to remind the others?" "Director Wei." Tang Ning's voice contained a sense of helplessness. "Okay, I understand. I'll stop." Wei-Yan anxiously returned to his seat. Wei-Yan returned to his seat nervously. He was too afraid of Mo Ting. Only God knew how fragile a pregnant woman was. But, as soon as Tang Ning got into character, Wei-Yan completely forgot she was pregnant. It wasn't until the scene was completed that Wei-Yan praised her. "Cut. Take a break and prepare for the next scene." Mo Ting approached Tang Ning and asked, "Are you okay?" Tang Ning looked down at her stomach and gently rubbed it. "How could I not be okay with father watching over me? I'm fine, don't worry." Find some time to have dinner with the old man. Mo Ting wrapped his arm around Tong Ning's waist like a precious treasure. Are you ready to tell grandfather? At least he behaved like an elder this time, Mo Ting replied gently. If Elder Mo dared to say anything hurtful to Tong Ning, he would definitely make him regret returning to Beijing. Tong Ning smiled without saying a word as she focused all her attention on her stomach. While she was filming, Mo Ting would sit quietly to one side and read books about pregnant women and babies. After she finished filming, Mo Ting would take care of her daily life and take care of her meticulously. Sometimes, Tong Ning wished that filming could be completed earlier. That way, Mo Ting would have less to worry about. After the media started spreading rumors that Tong Ning couldn't get pregnant, Elder Tang was actually quite worried. In private, he had spoken to Xia Yuling many times about how regretful it was. He once hoped that even if Tong Ning didn't return to the Tang family, she would at least leave behind a decent successor. But now, all his hopes had been dashed. How could the old man not be sad? Although he had a lot of children and grandchildren, Tong Ning was the only one that could truly shoulder the responsibility. Ever since Tong Ning was kicked out of the Tang family, Elder Tang's heart softened. After all, blood was thicker than water. No matter how big a mistake was, there would always come a time when he forgave her. On the 20th of the next month, it was 2 p.m. As usual, Elder Tang arrived at the orphanage under Tangkor with his walking stick to visit the lively children. But, just as he was about to leave, his assistant noticed a car accident had caused a traffic jam. Let's go see what happened. Assistant Lin nodded and immediately went to check. A moment later, he returned to the car and told the old man, Chairman, a pregnant woman was hit. It's the young miss. What? Grandpa Xing reacted for a second or two and suddenly became excited. You were hit? It's not serious. He just fainted. A nurse from a nearby clinic is helping him. Let's go take a look. Grandpa Xing sighed as he pushed open the door and got out of the car. With the help of Assistant Lang, he limped over to the scene of the incident. Seeing Tang Xian lying weakly on the ground in plain clothes, he shook his head lightly, carry her into the car and send her to the hospital. But, how are we going to explain this matter to Madam? Assistant Lang asked. Yuling isn't an unreasonable person. Plus, Tang Xian is still my granddaughter. Even if she has done everything wrong, as her grandfather, I still need to tolerate her. I'm old, what else can I do for them? Assistant Lin nodded his head. After revealing his identity to everyone, he took Tang Xian away and sent her to the hospital. There are signs of a miscarriage. Family members must take good care of her and not do anything to provoke her, the doctor reminded Grandfather Tang after a careful examination. I understand, doctor. Elder Tang looked towards the bed and realized Tang Xian had already woken up. However, she did not want to say a word. The old man walked over and sat by her bed. How do you feel? I don't have the face to see grandfather. Tang Xian sobbed, I hope grandfather will let me leave. You are a part of the Tang family. Where do you want to go? Elder Tang stretched out his hand and held her down. Are you not doing well with the Zhong family? Back when you left the Tang family, the Zhong family was a prestigious family, so they definitely wouldn't treat you well. Forget it. You should move back. But, Xiaoxian, grandfather hopes you have changed for the better. Grandfather, I know I've done too many things to hurt Auntie and Tong Ning. Tang Xian cried as she lowered her head. I was too greedy in the past. But now, all I want to do is take good care of my baby and let her grow up in a warm environment. Come home, come back to grandfather's side. Come with me in a bit. Tang Xian held back her tears for a moment before she finally pounced into Elder Tang's arms and cried. But, only she knew how sincere she was. Mother Zhong's plan was indeed effective. Children were indeed Elder Tang's weakness. In reality, the reason why Elder Tang wanted Tang Xian to return home was because she was pregnant. If the child was properly educated after birth, the Tang family might still have a sliver of hope. Xia Yuling and the Tang family, Tang Xian was going to get it back with her own two hands. I can't wait to see your surprised expression, Tang Xian thought to herself. In reality, Xia Yuling had already gone to England for a business trip. So, when Tang Xian returned home, the servants' eyes grew wide, but no one dared to make a sound. Elder Tang had already handed the family over to Xia Yuling, yet he brought Tang Xian back with him. Did he want to continue causing trouble? However, Tang Xian changed from her usual domineering attitude as she said politely, "If I've let everyone down in the past, I would like to apologize. From now on, I hope everyone can take good care of me and the child in my stomach." She was pregnant. While the news of Tang Ning's infertility was spreading like wildfire, Tang Xian was actually pregnant. Everyone understood what she meant. She was warning everyone that she had a child in her stomach, so they had to be extra careful around her. The expressions of the Tang family servants were hard to read. After all, with Xia Yuling in charge, the household was filled with laughter. So, they weren't sure if Tang Xian's return was a blessing or a curse. Tang Jingxian was the first to receive news of Tang Xian's return. At that time, he was practicing in the recording studio. As soon as he heard that Tang Xian had returned home pregnant, he felt a little suspicious. So, he immediately gave Tang Ning a phone call. "Sister 3, did you know that grandfather brought Big Sis home?" "I didn't know." Tang Ning's eyes subconsciously darkened. "I heard she's pregnant and is living a miserable life in the Zhong family. Grandfather is too soft-hearted. I wonder where he found her." Tang Jingxian refused to believe that Tang Xian had changed for the better. After all, the timing of her return was too much of a coincidence. "You just need to be yourself. I'm here for the Tang family." Xia Yuling wasn't someone that could be easily bullied. If Tang Xian made another move, Xia Yuling would definitely teach her a lesson. Let's see what waves Tang Xian would cause. "What's wrong?" Mo Ting noticed Tang Ning's gloomy expression as she put down her phone, so he couldn't help but ask. "Grandfather brought Tang Xian back to the Tang family home," Tang Ning replied calmly. "Jingxian said she has already turned over a new leaf. But, I have a feeling she will still cause trouble. Tang Xian's personality wasn't formed in a day or two. How could she change so easily?" "That's right," Tang Ning replied calmly. "With Mom watching over her, you don't need to worry." Mo Ting acknowledged Xia Yuling's abilities. Xia Yuling was, after all, a finance major. It didn't take long for her to take over Tangkor and manage it well. Over the past 6 months, the Tang family's performance continued to climb. "I'm just afraid grandfather will be disappointed again," Tang Ning sighed. "No matter what, I hope she will stop." At this time, Tang Ning had no idea that Tang Xian was the one who framed her for infertility. She was completely focused on protecting the baby. But, the truth was as such. So, how long would it take to find out the truth? That night, the couple and Elder Mo had dinner together in the courtyard. Elder Mo found himself with the fan in his hand as he looked at the quiet Tang Ning. He was afraid that he would say something that would upset her. Tang Ning did not say a word and Mo Ting also remained silent. The atmosphere made Elder Mo uncomfortable, so he couldn't help but ask, "Why did you come back to film so quickly? Why didn't you rest for a few more days?" "Grandfather, I'm fine," Tang Ning replied gently. "How could you say you're fine? You're not usually this listless." Elder Mo pointed at Tang Ning with his fan. "Did this rascal ask you to come back to film?" "Grandfather. You know, Ting has always been stubborn," Tang Ning cried out on Mo Ting's behalf. "How about this? Grandfather will teach you a simple set of martial arts. It's good for women's recovery. Do you want to learn it right now?" "Tang Ning. If you let Tang Ning run around with you, your great-grandson will report to you in advance." "I don't think it's necessary," Mo Ting said as he looked down at the teacup in his hand. Mo Ting, who was sitting beside Tang Ning, looked down at the teacup in his hand as he filled it with tea and placed it in front of the old man. His voice was especially mellow and pleasing to the ears. "What do you mean?" Elder Mo was confused. "What do you mean my great-grandson will report to me in advance? I thought he wouldn't have any?" Mo Ting looked at him with a deeper meaning. As for Tang Ning, she simply smiled. Elder Mo was stunned for a few seconds. In the end, he stood up in shock, looking even more excited than his father. You're saying. "That's right, it's already been a month," Mo Ting replied. Elder Mo looked at Tang Ning in surprise, afraid that Mo Ting was purposely teasing him. Seeing Tang Ning nod her head, he finally relaxed. "Okay. That's great. But, what about the rumors and slanders outside? We are still investigating this matter. So, we can't let anyone know that Ning is pregnant, Mo Ting warned as he looked at the old man dangerously. He knew that the old man liked to show off. Brat, you must investigate this matter clearly. Who is the one who framed my granddaughter-in-law and dared to go against the Mo family? Destroy him. I don't need you to tell me that. Regardless of everything else, Elder Mo was extremely excited. Perhaps, he wouldn't be able to sleep that night because of this good news. He really wanted to share it with someone, but since it involved demons and ghosts, he decided to hold it in for now. After all, Tom Ning's safety was more important. The little brat sure lived up to his expectations, well done. As news of Tom Ning's infertility caused an uproar, fans did their best to protect Tom Ning. It seemed, Tom Ning's status had already been established. After appearing in 3 successful films, she was now known as an actress and had truly received recognition from the public. However, seeing her fans working so hard, Tom Ning's heart ached. But, the culprit had not been found yet, so she couldn't reveal her pregnancy to the public. All she could do was tell her fans that she was doing well. Doesn't Tom Ning rest? Films are important, but so is her health. President Mo released an update today saying that Tom Ning is doing well in all aspects and asked everyone not to worry. But, Tom Ning is our treasure. How could we not worry? Tom Ning has sacrificed too much for the sake of the film. She is also very professional. No matter what, I hope nothing happens to her. I respect Tom Ning's decision. I will simply be her strong support. Seeing these comments, Tom Ning thought back to the criticism she faced a year ago. Back then, she was still an outdated model. But now, she had already received so much. Filming will be completed by the end of September. When that time comes, we will announce that you are pregnant. At the end of the year, The Lost Relative will be released. When that time comes, I will help you apply for a Fei Tian award. Tom Ning sat on the bed as she listened to Mo Ting's schedule. She then wrapped her arms around him and leaned her head on his shoulder. Mo Ting wrapped his arms around her and continued, next March, WH, will be released. After you give birth, if you still want to film, I will accept it for you. With these 3 films as your foundation, you don't need to worry about resources anymore. Tom Ning did not say a word. She simply laughed. What are you laughing at? Nothing. It's just a sweet feeling. I will protect the baby and you will protect us. Tom Ning bit down on Mo Ting's shoulder. If there's a good script, I will still accept it. Because, I truly love acting. I love becoming different people and helping them achieve their lives. That's right, I'll accept it, Tom Ning said as she bit down on Mo Ting's shoulder. But, when I'm not around, don't be like Coke and let our baby lie in the grass eating dirt. As Mo Ting imagined that day, his heart couldn't help but soften. Okay, it's time to sleep. Tom Ning thought to herself, having Mo Ting and the baby in this life was already enough. However, up until now, apart from a few people, Tom Ning hadn't told anyone, not even Long Jia. Previously, it was because of the sensational news, but now, she didn't know how to bring it up. Most importantly, she didn't want to trigger Long Jia's sensitive nerves. So, not many people knew that she was pregnant, but, this was what made it interesting, right? After all, the public didn't think she could get pregnant. But, the worst part was yet to come. Someone actually wanted to take advantage of this situation and remove her uterus. As a black-bellied person, Mo Ting had already proven that he wasn't a kind person. Since someone was so evil, he had no choice but to return the favor. He was just waiting for Lu Che to reveal the truth. The next afternoon, Lu Che received a phone call from one of his subordinates, informing him that Tom Ning's doctor was on the move. While he was at work, he quietly left the hospital and sat in a nearby cafe, as if waiting for someone. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, Lu Che personally took action. He drove an inconspicuous car nearby and stood guard at the entrance of the cafe. Time ticked by, but the doctor didn't seem to see the person he was waiting for. Through the glass, Lu Che saw her take out her phone several times to check the time, and she looked impatient. Lu Che continued to stare at him with interest, until a blue figure appeared. To make sure he wasn't seeing things, Lu Che removed his black glasses. However, as soon as the figure entered the cafe, it looked around and sat down in front of Dr. Lin. The air froze for a moment. Lu Che's expression darkened. He thought. This woman no longer had the right to appear in front of Tongning. But, she was still as vicious as ever. At this time, Tongning's afternoon scenes had just started. Mo Ting was standing to the side with her jacket in his hand when he noticed Lu Che's number flashing on his phone. Mo Ting turned around and picked up the phone. All he heard was Lu Che say, "President, the person has been confirmed. It's Tang Xian. What else does she want to do? Investigate it all together. Make a list of everyone involved in this incident. I need to get revenge on each and every one of them. As for Tang Xian, I will decide what to do with her after everything is investigated." "Yes, President." Lu Che hung up the phone with a cold expression on his face. He then asked the paparazzi to enter the cafe and listen to their conversation. "This is the deposit. As long as it's done, I'll give you everything." Tang Xian took out some money from her purse and handed it to the doctor. "Also, don't let a fourth person know about this." "Don't worry, I will handle this matter very well," the doctor said confidently. The reason why she was so arrogant was because everyone in the department was actually a participant. For the sake of money, they would keep it a secret. Otherwise, from the report to the anesthesia operation, it would be impossible to hide it from others. "I'll wait for your good news." After speaking, Tang Xian stood up and cautiously scanned her surroundings again. She put on her sunglasses and strode out of the cafe. As for the doctor, after putting away the cash, he hurriedly stood up from his seat with his handbag in hand. However, just as she was about to walk out of the cafe, Lu Che suddenly appeared in front of her and snatched the bag from her hand. He opened it and threw it on the ground. It was full of cash, scattered all over the floor. Luckily, there weren't many people in the cafe and the waiters helped the doctor pick up the money. However, Lu Che didn't give the doctor a chance to escape. He grabbed her and dragged her back to her seat. The doctor was in a panic. He wanted to know if Tang Xian had left, but Lu Che simply sat down on the sofa and pointed at the doctor with his chin. "Stop looking, she's already gone." "Mr. Lu. You." "Dr. Lin, I think you should explain to me what you did with that lady just now." What are you panicking for?" Lu Che couldn't help but smile when he saw the other party trembling. "Do you think you can escape? How about this, I'll give you some time to explain yourself. Let's see how much truth you can tell." Lu Che deliberately kept her in suspense. Especially when he saw the sweat on her forehead, the corners of his lips curved upwards into a mocking smile. "What? You can't tell me?" No, what did I do wrong? Why is Mr. Lu treating me like this?" The atmosphere suddenly froze. Lu Che looked at the doctor coldly and said in a serious tone, "If this wasn't a public place, your neck would have been chopped off by now. I'm not here to argue with you. You better be honest with me. Otherwise, Hai Rui will make you disappear from where you came from. Don't think you can get away with it. After all, if you want to hurt this person, even the heavens can't touch you." Seeing the danger in Lu Che's eyes, the doctor was so scared that she almost knelt down and begged for mercy. However, her body wouldn't listen to her and she couldn't move at all. "Not going to tell me?" Lu Che waited quietly for a few seconds. After confirming that the doctor wasn't going to cooperate, he stood up and said, "It seems, you really want to see Hai Rui's lawyer." "No." Dr. Lin suddenly grabbed onto Lu Che's sleeve and pulled him back into his seat. "I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. A few days ago, didn't you come to the hospital to arrange for Miss Tongning to do a medical examination? Afterwards, someone approached us and promised us a large sum of money to falsify Miss Tongning's report. Plus what?" Lu Che asked. "She told me to trick Tongning into coming to the hospital for surgery. Then, she would use the fact that something happened during the surgery as an excuse to remove Miss Tongning's uterus." As Dr. Lin spoke, she subconsciously paid attention to Lu Che's reaction. She knew, since Lu Che had already found out, there was no way he could deny it. Remove her uterus. As soon as Lu Che heard these words, he almost flipped the glass table in front of him. He never expected Tang Xian to be so vicious. How many people were involved in this incident? Lu Che asked as he suppressed his anger. Dr. Lin couldn't handle Lu Che's dangerous aura, so she revealed everyone involved. Most importantly, she even mentioned a person that they weren't familiar with. This person was the mastermind behind the entire incident, Mother Zhong. Mr. Liu, please let me go. I was just being silly. Let you go? Lu Che's expression was extremely cold. I can let you go, but you need to cooperate with me and continue acting. As long as I cooperate, you'll let me go? Dr. Lin's eyes lit up as she saw a glimmer of hope. Of course, Lu Che replied in seriousness. However, even if he could let them go, it didn't mean Mo Ting would. Okay, how do you want me to? Cooperate? How could he cooperate? Not a single one of them could escape. However, Lu Che did not act rashly. After dealing with Dr. Lin, he headed to the set of The Lost Relative. Seeing Mo Ting's figure, Lu Che was a little hesitant. He had never imagined that a woman could be so evil. He couldn't imagine how Mo Ting would react if he found out about this. Tell me, what's wrong? Lu Che did not respond, but it didn't mean Mo Ting didn't notice. Lu Che was a little surprised. He then approached Mo Ting respectfully and said, I've investigated the matter. What happened? After spending some time, Lu Che explained everything to Mo Ting. Of course, he also included a few speculations. I found out that Tang Xian was also doing her prenatal checkup at the same hospital. It seems she saw me there and found out about the madam's checkup, so she bribed the doctors and arranged this scheme. Her motive wasn't to spread the news that the madam was infertile. She simply wanted to remove the madam's uterus so she couldn't get pregnant again. Mo Ting calmly listened to Lu Che's findings and said, Tang Xian has returned to the Tang family home. In that case, it makes sense why Tang Xian tried so hard to hurt the madam. Lu Che linked the entire incident together. It was all a ploy to get Elder Tang's attention. She was afraid that if Tang Ning got pregnant, Elder Tang wouldn't be able to sympathize with her and it wouldn't be beneficial for her to return to the Tang family home. In that case, what should we do next? Arrange a surgery and make Tang Xian think that Tang Ning has already had her uterus removed. Afterwards, make some arrangements for me to personally visit the hospital. I need to get even with them. As for Tang Xian, without alerting her, we can invite the Tang family to the hospital to watch the show. In other words, Mo Ting wanted everyone to see Tang Xian's true face and watch her act like she was an idiot. When he thought about it this way, it seemed quite satisfying. Lu Che smiled and did as he was told. He had always been impressed by Mo Ting's methods. This way, he could deal with the people at the hospital and make the Tang family more cautious. This was naturally the best outcome. A moment later, Tang Ning finished filming. As soon as she saw Lu Che appear beside Mo Ting, she knew that the investigation had come to a conclusion. So, she quickly approached the two men and asked, Have you found the mastermind? Lu Che glanced at Mo Ting. Seeing that Mo Ting did not respond, he nodded his head, Who is it? Tang Xian. What else does she want? Tang Ning continued to ask. I want to remove your uterus. Lu Che replied honestly. This was a representation of Mo Ting's attitude. He had no intention of hiding anything from Tang Ning, even though the truth was extremely ugly. Oh. It seemed she already had an answer in her heart. Or perhaps she wasn't surprised at all. Hubby, what do you plan to do? Lu Che explained Mo Ting's solution to Tang Ning. After hearing it, Tang Ning's expression turned unusually cold. When it comes to this woman, I have already decided to fight for every inch of her life. I won't give in even for a second. My way of doing things has always been that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Lu Che, you should understand. I understand. She wants to hurt me. I don't want too much. I'll just do what she wants. She could tolerate being hurt, but if she wanted to hurt her and Mo Ting's baby, she would be committing suicide. What about the Zhong family? Mo Ting lowered his head to glance at her and tousled her hair as he replied, Don't worry about it. No one can bully you. If they do, I want them to pay me back tenfold. The Zhong family's maritime business had always been a sensitive industry. If they weren't careful, they could cross the nation's bottom line. But, in the business world, it was easy to capsize a ship. Ningjia, the next scene is about to begin. Please get ready, one of the crew members reminded as they approached Tongning from behind. Tongning nodded her head before she turned around and returned to filming the next scene. So, Tang Xian had no idea that Mo Ting and Tongning had already grasped her every move and had already prepared a counterattack. It seemed, she was still dreaming that her plan would succeed. That night, Xia Yuling returned home from overseas. As she carried her luggage, she spotted Tang Xian in the living room. She froze for a moment, thinking she had come to the wrong place. But, the helper immediately ran over and took her luggage from her. "Madam, welcome home." "Why is she here?" Xia Yuling asked as she pointed to Tang Xian. "Auntie, I know I was wrong in the past and caused you and Tongning a lot of pain. But, I've changed. Please believe me." Tang Xian stood in the middle of the living room and bowed apologetically. Tang Xian stood in the middle of the living room and bowed apologetically to Xia Yuling. "It was all my fault. I'm sorry, please forgive me." "Wait, I just want to know, why are you still here?" Xia Yuling was no longer the Xia Yuling of the past. Since she was now the head of the Tang family, she naturally had to get to the bottom of things like this. The chairman brought the big miss home. The helper gathered her courage and replied, "It's because the big miss is pregnant." Xia Yuling's expression turned a little ugly. She subconsciously placed her gaze on Tang Xian's stomach and scanned it back and forth. A moment later, she asked the helper behind her, "Have you done a check? Is she really pregnant? Or is she using pregnancy as an excuse to return to the Tang family like they do in television dramas?" "This, Yuling, don't be too harsh with your words." Elder Tang heard the argument between the two as he walked out of the study room with the help of his walking stick. Tang Xian did not say a word. Her eyes turned red as she endured the pain. She looked pitiful and delicate. It seemed, she was indeed different from before. "Father. Since you've handed the Tang family over to me, that means, I can make all the decisions in this household. Since Tang Xian has already been kicked out, why did you let her return? If you feel bad for her, you can let her stay outside. However, she is not allowed to take half a step into the Tang family home," Xia Yuling said forcefully. "This, Grandpa, it's okay. I'll just leave." Tang Xian turned around and pretended to leave. However, just as she took a step, her entire body fell towards the ground. "Yuling, what are you doing?" "She can't take it." Elder Tang hurriedly instructed for someone to help Tang Xian into his room. Xia Yuling's expression was cold as she did not say another word. She knew, this time, Tang Xian came prepared. Carrying a child in her stomach was equivalent to having a bargaining chip. Afterwards, Elder Tang called for the family doctor. After seeing Tang Xian, he put her to sleep. "Yuling, I'm begging you, please let Xiao Xian come back, she's already back." "There's no point in me objecting," Xia Yuling said as she returned to her room. Afterwards, she gave Tongning a phone call. At this time, Tongning had just finished work. "Mom. Is already back? So, you already know that Tang Xian has returned to the Tang family home?" After saying this, Xia Yuling felt even more depressed. It was like the entire world knew, but no one told her. "I know a little. Don't think that I can't tell what Tang Xian is planning. She's using her pregnancy to cause chaos." "Mom. Relax, you won't panic. Trust in your daughter and son-in-law, okay?" Tongning comforted gently. "Just try your best to avoid Tang Xian. Don't let her scheme against you." Xia Yuling took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She then replied helplessly, "Okay then. Don't argue with her. She will simply use this to drive a wedge between you and the Tang family. Just pretend she doesn't exist." Xia Yuling had experienced this before. "The reason why I have taken on the responsibility of the Tang family is because I want to protect you and my daughter. Xiaoning, Mom won't be as tolerant as she used to be. Don't worry. Mom. I know." Tongning let out a gentle laugh, trying to calm Xia Yuling down. "Let me tell you a piece of good news." "What other good news could you possibly have?" "You're always on the hot news. You make people worry." Tongning rubbed her stomach and whispered to Xia Yuling, "You are going to be a grandmother." Xia Yuling froze for a moment. She thought she had heard wrong, so she immediately asked, "What did you just say?" "I said you were going to be a grandmother." Tongning repeated patiently. "Didn't you say? I will explain everything to you later. But, for now, you need to keep my pregnancy a secret." Tongning reminded. "Okay Mom, it's time for me to rest. I'll explain everything in detail when I see you." "Okay, take care of your health during filming. Don't tire my grandson out," Xia Yuling quickly said before Tongning hung up the phone. Tongning hung up the phone with a smile and turned to look at Mo Ting, who was holding a glass of warm milk. "Since Tang Xian returned to the Tang family with a purpose and a plan, I'm sure she will treat my mom like a thorn in her side. Don't worry, no one will fall for her trap." Mo Ting placed the glass of milk in front of Tongning's mouth, gesturing for her to drink it and get some rest. Tongning looked at Mo Ting with trust. With this man by her side, she didn't need to worry about anything. Afterwards, the couple lay down on the bed. Tongning tossed and turned, struggling to fall asleep. Meanwhile, Mo Ting's body was lit up by her. However, the little woman had no idea until she heard a deep sigh. "Don't move." "Huh?" Tongning looked up at Mo Ting. "Have you ever considered how I feel when you rub yourself against a vegetarian man?" Mo Ting pressed down on Tongning's naughty body, hinting for her to behave. Tongning understood what Mo Ting meant as her body stiffened. "Why don't we sleep separately?" "No need. As long as you don't move around, I'll be fine." Mo Ting hugged her and tried his best to restrain himself. "In that case, what should we do for the next few months?" Tongning asked worriedly. Mo Ting did not say a word as he forced himself to close his eyes. He had never been such a lustful person. It was just that after meeting Tongning, all he wanted was her alone. Tongning did not say another word as she quietly leaned into Mo Ting's embrace. A moment later, she fell into a deep sleep. Mo Ting found it hard to fall asleep. All he could do was let go of Tongning and head into the bathroom to take a cold shower. But, after returning, he was afraid the humidity on his body would make Tongning feel cold, so he leaned against the side of the bed and quietly watched her sleeping face. Late at night, Tang Xian woke up in her room and immediately gave Mother Zhong a phone call. "Mom. Xia Yuling is back. If I wasn't cautious, she would have kicked me out of the Tang household again. She is indeed your biggest threat. Think of a way to get rid of her," Mother Zhong said coldly. "But, the Tang household is currently in Xia Yuling's hands. Plus, she isn't as tolerant as she used to be." "I'm afraid I can't deal with her," Tang Xian replied cautiously. "Mom can't help you with this. You can only rely on yourself." Mother Zhong indeed wanted Tang Xian to seize control of the Tang household, but she didn't want to get too involved. So, when it came to Tang Xian's path back to the Tang household, she used the excuse that she didn't understand the situation and told Tang Xian to deal with it herself. "Okay, I'll think of a way." Tang Xian had no choice but to reply weakly. Luckily, she had a child in her stomach. As long as she used it well, kicking Xia Yuling out of the Tang household wouldn't be difficult. "Have you made arrangements at the hospital?" "Everything has been arranged. Now, we just need to wait for a good show." Tang Xian was confident in her plan, but she had no idea that things had already changed. Tongning had never been someone that she could scheme against. She wasn't in the past, so she naturally wouldn't be in the future. Because she needed to put on an act, Tongning took half a day off from work. Firstly, she needed to check up on her health, and secondly, she needed to put on an act at the hospital. Lu Che had already become the Oriole behind the mantis and manipulated the doctor that Tang Xian thought was foolproof. However, Tang Xian still personally arrived at the hospital to confirm that Tongning had been settled into a hospital. She also went through a checkup and waited patiently for Tongning's surgery to begin. Only after Tongning was wheeled into surgery did she leave in satisfaction. Afterwards, Dr. Lin gave Tang Xian a phone call with a face full of cold sweat. "It's a success. When will you give me the rest of the money? Are you sure Tongning is infertile?" "Of course," Dr. Lin replied to Tang Xian under Lu Che's instructions. "Okay, let's meet at the same cafe tomorrow afternoon. I'll bring cash with me." Tang Xian thought her plan was flawless. She thought she could avoid suspicion just because there were no records of money transfers. But, in reality, it was all a trap set up by Luce. After hanging up the phone, Dr. Lin looked at Luce with a trembling voice. Is this enough? You promised me that if I cooperated, you would let me go. Luce crossed his arms and smiled as he nodded his head. Since I've said it, I will keep my word. After all, the person that needed to be punished was not him, but Mo Ting. Tomorrow, there was going to be a good show to watch. No. There were going to be 2 shows. Thinking of this, Luce's mood lightened up. He could finally return home and spend time with his wife in peace. But, he still didn't know how to tell her that Tongning was pregnant. After Tongning finished her act, she returned to the set that afternoon. Of course, Tang Xian had no idea what was going on. Wei Yan understood that Tongning was in a difficult situation and that she was pregnant. But, seeing her able to remain calm on set, his fondness for her increased. She never forgot her identity as an actress and never forgot her responsibilities to others. This made Wei Yan more and more biased towards Tongning. In fact, whenever Taka made a mistake during rehearsals, he would even remind him to be more serious and not drag Tongning down. Is there a need to rush? The contract says it's until October. Taka couldn't help but complain. Director Wei, this isn't fair to Taka. It's better if you slow down a little. I'm fine with it. A grown man can't even compare to a pregnant woman. Foreigners sure are troublesome. Elder Mo sat to one side and scoffed as he waved his fan. If it was me, I wouldn't care if he died, I would just focus on filming. Because of Tongning's persuasion, Wei Yan took a step back, settled down and slowed down. Taka was surprised as he said to Tongning in broken Mandarin, I think you are amazing. Why does everyone on set listen to you? Do you know how American directors are like? If they don't do well, they get lost. Tongning sat to one side and couldn't help but let out a laugh. There's no special method, it's all about sincerity. Taka scoffed and said disapprovingly, you Asians are so troublesome. You're not like us Westerners. If we like you, we like you. If we hate you, we hate you. You are so fake. Tongning couldn't deny this. She lifted her head and looked at Mo Ting who was on the phone and smiled. A moment later, Mo Ting returned to Tongning's side and placed a jacket on her. Fang Yu has arranged for The Lost Relative to begin its first round of promotions. According to the research, it is now second only to WH. Plus, a big American director has taken a liking to you and Bai Chendong. Really? Tongning once again experienced the satisfaction of being an actress. I've told you before, you will be a superstar in Hai Rui's future, Mo Ting replied confidently as he hugged her, because you deserve it. In that case. Do you want to see the big director? I'm sorry Mrs. Mo, I caused you to lose your chance to enter the international film industry. I still remember how you gave up on the Victoria's Secret runway for me. Tongning looked into Mo Ting's eyes and stretched out her finger to trace the outline of his handsome face. That wasn't giving up. That was our relationship as husband and wife. Why don't you say that you abandoned Hai Rui to take care of me? As long as it was for each other, it wasn't giving up. Because, what I gained was more than what I lost. I've never regretted a single decision I've made and I will no longer stubbornly chase after a certain status. You were the one who showed me that my life has many possibilities. Having a baby won't be the end of my acting career. Being an actor is all about their acting skills, not their age. Mo Ting looked at Tongning. Looking at her confident and charming expression, the corners of his lips slowly curved upwards. Mo Ting knew how precious Tongning was. In this world, was there anyone else who could be more perceptive than her? As a result, Tongning rarely appeared in front of the public. However, Hai Rui did not have to worry about her popularity. After all 3 of her films were on the hottest film charts. Although Stupid had already been removed from screening, its impact was still huge. Because this wasn't a conventional storyline, movie fans discovered that a script could actually be written like this. The one that surprised them the most was Tongning. Although she was only a supporting character, the actress that she portrayed left a deep impression. On top of that, 2 major productions were about to be released. In fact, she was even more popular than the celebrities that appeared on variety shows. No one could explain this phenomenon. There were always people who liked to bring up Tang Ning's past. She announced her comeback when she was about to get married, she changed her career to acting when she was about to become an international supermodel. It seemed she had more surprises in store. As for her fans, they were filled with anticipation. They especially hoped that WH and The Lost Relative would be released as soon as possible. This year was bound to be a fruitful one. But, no one knew, behind the scenes, there were a lot of schemes and plots. Mo Ting had mentioned that the Tang family would find out about Tang Xian. So, after Tang Ning went to bed, Mo Ting gave Xia Yuling a phone call. "Mom. There's something I need your help with. Tell me, why are you being so polite with me?" Xia Yuling knew that Mo Ting spoiled Tang Ning to the heavens, so her attitude towards him was even warmer than when she treated her own son. "Tomorrow afternoon, please take grandfather to Chiao Kong Hospital. But, you can't let Tang Xian know about this." Xia Yuling could roughly guess what Mo Ting wanted to do, so she nodded her head. "I'll think of something." "Okay, I'll leave it to you. Are Xiaoning and my grandson healthy now? Why is Xiaoning still filming when she's pregnant?" "Don't worry, everything is fine. I'll take care of her on set." Hearing this, Xia Yuling sighed. "Don't just focus on taking care of her. You should also take care of your own health. Managing Hai Rui is already tiring enough. On top of that, you also have to deal with Xiaoning's stubborn temper." Mo Ting let out a gentle laugh as he chatted with Xia Yuling for over 10 minutes. He suddenly realized that he and Tang Ning's family had the opposite of each other. Elder Mo felt that Tang Ning was like-minded and Xia Yuling's heart ached for him more than Tang Ning's. But, as soon as he returned to the bedroom and saw Tang Ning sleeping peacefully in their bed, Mo Ting realized, none of that mattered anymore. Because, the person he cared about the most was in his arms. After receiving Mo Ting's instructions, Xia Yuling began to think of a way to get rid of Tang Xian and take Elder Mo to the hospital. Because Elder Mo's heart ached for the suffering that Tang Xian had suffered at her husband's home, the grandfather and grandson practically never left each other's side. Xia Yuling understood that the old man felt hope because of the arrival of a new life. But, Tang Xian's motives had never been pure. After thinking for a bit, Xia Yuling decided to ask the company's shareholders for help. She directly gave Elder Mo a phone call and asked him out for a meeting. At the time, Tang Xian was by Elder Tang's side. After listening to his phone call, she smiled and asked, "Grandfather, what kind of occasion is it? Can I go?" "Of course you can. But, it might be a little tiring," Elder Mo replied with a smile. "We are going to the equestrian arena." Tang Xian thought for a moment. She was already being extra careful because she was pregnant. Plus, from the look on Elder Mo's face, it didn't seem like an important gathering. It was probably just a gathering for the older generation to chat. For safety reasons, it was best she didn't go to a dangerous event like this. "Grandfather, I think I won't go." After all, she had already planned to give Dr. Lin some money. So, she decided to take advantage of this opportunity. "That's fine. The equestrian arena is very dangerous. I don't want my little great-grandson to get scared. So, be good and stay at home." Tang Xian wasn't prepared because she would never have guessed that Xia Yuling had teamed up with the shareholders to put on a show. Even if she wanted to go, the shareholders would eventually find a way to distract her. After all, she was the person in charge of Tang Corp. If she couldn't even think of a plan like this, then what right did she have to remain as CEO? However, even she had no idea what Mo Ting was planning. What kind of show was he planning to put on tomorrow? After confirming that her plan was foolproof, Xia Yuling sent Mo Ting a message. At the same time, Mo Ting had already told Wei Yan that he would be borrowing Tang Ning for a short while in the afternoon, so it wouldn't affect her scenes in the afternoon. Since he was going to make an appearance, he was going to grab a chair for his wife to sit on and enjoy the show. Tang Xian had no idea what was happening as she arrived at the cafe where she and Dr. Lin met at the same time. She sat in the same spot as before because she felt it was quiet and secluded. "Do you still remember what I'm going to say?" Lu Che asked Dr. Lin as he sat in the car and observed the situation in the cafe. "I understand." Dr. Lin nodded her head in confusion. Before she stepped out of the car, she asked Lu Che once again, "As long as I do as you say, will you really let me go?" I'm a man of my word, Luce replied in seriousness. After Dr. Lin heard this, she turned around and stepped out of the car. She quickly pretended to be calm as she walked into the cafe. You're here. Tang Xian did not notice the change in Dr. Lin at all. As soon as Dr. Lin sat down, she pulled out a bag and handed it to Dr. Lin. There's cash in here. You can count it and we'll settle the transaction after that. We'll pretend we never met. Dr. Lin took the bag from Tang Xian and opened it to find a stack of cash in front of her. But she couldn't accept it. Tang Xian thought the matter was over, so she stood up to leave. But Dr. Lin suddenly held her back. Miss Tang Xian, can I ask you a question? What is it? Tang Xian turned around and raised an eyebrow. Is the amount wrong? I want to know if you were the one that came up with the idea to remove Tongning's uterus. Do you really want Tongning to suffer that badly? What has that got to do with you? Tang Xian asked. Dr. Lin opened her mouth, but no words came out. But, a moment later, Tang Xian smiled and replied in a good mood, she's an actress, why would she need a child? Removing her uterus is perfect, isn't it? I'm doing this for her sake. After hearing this, Dr. Lin felt a chill down her spine. Although she had done many things that went against her conscience for the sake of money, this was the first time she had come across someone that would harm her own sister like Tang Xian. She didn't want to take someone's life, but she wanted to take their uterus. Tang Xian was satisfied with the look of surprise on Dr. Lin's face. She then turned around and left. Afterwards, Dr. Lin removed the recording device from her chest and waited for Lu Che to enter the cafe and sit down in front of her. I can buy your soul for a mere $500,000. How cheap? Money. Do you think you still have money? Lu Che placed the bag in front of him and took away Dr. Lin's camera. You should donate this kind of dirty money to charity to help you accumulate good karma. Then, can I go now? Dr. Lin stuttered as he pointed at the door. Up to you. Lu Che was a man of his word. He did not make things difficult for the other party. The woman was obviously scared silly, so she had no idea what Lu Che was going to do to her once he got his hands on the video. Dr. Lin stood up and left, as if she was afraid that Lu Che would regret his decision. Lu Che watched as Dr. Lin left and his lips curved upwards. In this world, there were thousands of ways to punish someone. Mo Ting simply needed to choose one. At 2:30 p.m., Elder Tang had just met up with his friend when his old friend suddenly developed a bout of rheumatism. Unbeknownst to Elder Tang was taken to Chiao Kong Hospital. After entering the hospital, he finally spotted Xia Yuling. What's going on? The old man's face was clouded with doubt. Dad, there are some things you should see clearly. Xia Yuling ran over to Elder Tang's side and helped him up. She then thanked the shareholder, Uncle Yu, thank you. It's nothing. You guys continue chatting, I'll be leaving first. Xia Yuling nodded her head as she watched the man leave. At this time, Elder Tang held onto her hand and asked, what do you want me to see? Dad, you'll know soon enough. After speaking, Xia Yuling led Elder Tang into the hospital and straight into Chiao Kong Hospital's conference room. In reality, not only was Elder Mo curious, even Xia Yuling wanted to know what game Mo Ting was playing. But, since Mo Ting had already made arrangements, she was going to go according to plan. Inside the meeting room was a waiting room. Xia Yuling and Elder Mo were currently sitting inside. Not long after, a conversation could be heard in the conference room. Why would Hai Rui's President Mo suddenly look for me? The hospital chief's assistant stood respectfully beside him and replied in a gentle voice, it's because Mrs. Mo had a successful surgery at our hospital. President Mo wanted to thank her in person. The 40-something-year-old hospital chief nodded his head seriously. Luckily, it wasn't because of one of my subordinates. When will he arrive? Please wait for a moment, he is already on his way. Hearing the conversation between the two people in the conference room, Elder Tang could roughly guess that Mo Ting wanted to let him know about Tongning. It seemed, for the time being, he had not connected this incident with Tang Xian. Since it's about Xiaoning, why didn't he let us hear it from outside? Dad, trust in Mo Ting's arrangements. He must have his reasons for doing this, Xia Yuling comforted. In reality, Elder Tang's attitude towards Mo Ting was one of admiration and fear. This man was too powerful, so people couldn't help but be on guard around him. After a moment of silence, the sound of footsteps could finally be heard. Finally, Xia Yuling and Elder Tang heard Mo Ting's voice resound through the room. "Hello, Hospital Chief Chiao. President Mo has graced us with your presence. I hope you can forgive us for not coming out to welcome you." Mo Ting's lips curved upwards indifferently. Behind him were Lu Che and 2 bodyguards. He then sat down in front of the hospital chief. "I'm here today because I have a matter regarding my wife that I'd like to discuss with you. I heard about your wife's surgery at the hospital. I heard that it went very smoothly." After hearing this, Mo Ting let out a gentle laugh. Hospital Chief Chiao felt a sense of danger and confusion. He suddenly realized, judging by Mo Ting's expression, it didn't seem like he was here to thank someone. His eyes were like a sharp knife. "Let's not talk about this matter for now." After speaking, Mo Ting gestured for Lu Che to bring out 2 ultrasound reports and place them in front of the hospital chief. "I would like to ask Hospital Chief Chiao, can you help me answer a question? Why is it that the same person underwent the same test, yet the results were so different in 2 different hospitals?" Hospital Chief Chiao's expression changed as he immediately looked at the 2 reports. Both reports had Tang Ning's name on them. One was from Chao Kong and the other was from Beijing. However, the results of the 2 reports were completely different. One was a healthy and pregnant womb, while the other was extremely sick. "President Mo, if you have something to say, feel free to speak your mind. I've already made my intentions clear." Hospital Chief Chiao, "I simply want to know why my wife was obviously pregnant. Why did your hospital report that she was sick?" Mo Ting's voice was not loud, but it was filled with an undeniable authority and strength. "President Mo, what do you mean by this?" Chief Chiao's first reaction was obviously to protect the hospital's reputation. Plus, sometimes, family members could make a mistake. "To make sure you don't feel wronged, I even took my wife to different hospitals for a checkup. The results were exactly the same as Beijing hospitals. However, Chao Kong Hospital was different. Can you explain this to me?" Mo Ting asked coldly as he handed Lu Che a few other reports. Chief Chiao received the reports and had a look. Indeed, apart from the fact that their hospital was different, everything else was the same. "President Mo, I think there must be a misunderstanding." "There's no misunderstanding. I've already prepared a list of names for you." Mo Ting gestured for Lu Che to make another move. Lu Che placed the list of names in front of Chief Chiao. "You can ask them one by one." After looking at the list of names, Chief Chiao finally understood that Mo Ting was here to settle the score. If he didn't provide an explanation, according to Hai Rui's PR capabilities, their hospital's reputation would be ruined. So, he had no choice but to sacrifice the rook to save the king. So, Chief Chiao nodded his head and said to his assistant, "Go look for the doctor that examined Mrs. Mo." The assistant nodded his head and left the meeting room with a serious expression. 10 minutes later, he returned with the doctor that examined Tang Ning. As soon as the doctor entered the meeting room, she did not dare to look into Mo Ting's eyes. Her eyes were filled with guilt. Chief Chiao did not show her the other reports. He simply pointed to Chao Kong Hospital's report and asked, "Is this Tang Ning's ultrasound report?" The female doctor took a glance and nodded her head. "Yes, Chief." Principal Chiao couldn't help but tremble. He was angry, but at the same time, terrified. "Are you sure? Was this the report you came up with after your examination?" Chief Chiao asked coldly. "I'm sure, Chief." PA. With a loud bang, Chief Chiao slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "Who gave you the guts to lie?" "Chief Chiao." The woman was shocked as her eyes grew wide. "Have a good look at it yourself." Principal Chiao took out the report and threw it on the floor. "Explain this to me." As soon as the woman saw Tang Ning's report, her hands began to tremble as she stuttered, "Chief. Chief. This. Who gave you this right? To make you do such a thing that violates medical ethics? Mrs. Mo's uterus is very healthy. Why isn't the report from her physical examination?" Faced with the principal's questioning and the irrefutable evidence in front of him, the man was stunned for a few seconds before he finally grabbed the principal's arm and begged for mercy. "Principal. Principal, I didn't do it on purpose, I didn't." You guys even colluded with each other to get Mrs. Mo to come to the hospital for surgery, right? Who was behind this? You'd better tell me everything. This. The man glanced at the hospital chief, then glanced at Mo Ting, who was sitting by the side. However, it was just a glance. The female doctor trembled in fear. Chief, it really has nothing to do with me. I don't know who the mastermind is either. All I know is that the mastermind's motive is to remove Miss Tang's uterus so she can never have a child. I was blinded by greed. I simply heard from Dr. Lin that I would get paid, so I did it. Chief, I really didn't do it on purpose. What? As soon as the hospital chief heard the words remove her uterus, his face turned red. His face turned completely red. His fingers began to tremble in agitation. The hospital chief couldn't stand it any longer as he slapped the woman across the face. Are you still human? From start to finish, Mo Ting remained indifferent because he was already used to this. Chief. I really didn't do it on purpose. I won't do it again, I won't do it again. Seeing the woman begging for mercy, the hospital chief immediately said to his assistant, first, take her away and put her under control. Then, call Dr. Lin over. The assistant nodded his head and did as he was told. Meanwhile, the two men sitting in the meeting room clenched their fists in anger at the words remove her uterus. Who would be so evil? Elder Tang asked in a stern voice. Father, don't be angry. Let's wait for Mo Ting to finish his questioning. Xia Yuling held on to her last shred of calmness as she comforted Elder Tang. Tongning was their precious baby. Who would have thought? All the rumors that were going around were actually a ploy to frame Tongning. There were actually so many dirty tricks behind the scenes. How did she even manage to be a mother? Xia Yuling was so angry that tears rolled down her cheeks. A moment later, the frightened Dr. Lin arrived at the hospital chief's office. As soon as she saw Mo Ting sitting inside, her heart skipped a beat and her body went limp. Hospital. Chief. After the shock, the hospital chief had already calmed down. He sat down in his chair and asked Dr. Lin in disappointment, tell me, who ordered you to do something so evil? Does Mrs. Mo have a grudge against you? Would you do something so crazy for the sake of money? Chief. How come I don't understand what you're saying? Your subordinate has already confessed. Are you still going to continue to pretend? As soon as Dr. Lin heard the words confession, she immediately knelt down in front of the hospital chief. Chief, that's not true. You can't just believe everything that someone says. It seems, before I show you other evidence, you are not going to confess? Mo Ting asked in a cold voice. Dr. Lin turned to look at Mo Ting, but her gaze was on Lu Che. You didn't keep your promise. I already said I won't cause trouble for you. But, that doesn't mean my president won't cause trouble for you. After all, you hurt my madam. Dr. Lin realized she had been exposed, so she took a deep breath and sat down on the floor, no longer struggling. The big miss of the Tang family ordered me to do this. Who? The big miss of the Tang family, Tang Xian. Dr. Lin emphasized. Hearing the name Tang Xian, the two people sitting in the meeting room were shocked. They never imagined that Mo Ting had called them here to tell them this. This was Mo Ting's original intention. It turned out, the person that planned everything from taking away Tongning's uterus, making her infertile and spreading rumors, was none other than Elder Tang's granddaughter, Tongning's older sister, Tang Xian. Elder Tang's hands began to tremble, but he tried his best to control himself. This time, even Xia Yuling almost lost control of herself. She never imagined that Tang Xian would be this vicious. Even though Tang Ning knew that Xia Yuling had targeted her in every possible way, she never intended to put her to death. However, there were some people that wouldn't be forgiven just because you let them off. Xia Yuling suddenly stood up from her seat, but Elder Tang held her back. Leave this matter to me. I won't let you and Xiaoning suffer again. Xia Yuling looked at Elder Tang's determined expression and remained silent for a moment. In the end, she returned to her seat and sat back down. She wanted to see if Elder Tang would be able to harden his heart. She is no longer a part of the Tang family, but she still has a child in her stomach. After she gives birth, I will give you and your daughter an explanation. Elder Tang's considerations were understandable. After all, the child was still part of the Tang family's bloodline. If it was handed over to the Zhong family, who knew what would happen to it? Worst of all, Elder Tang was afraid that Tang Xian would use the child to threaten the Tang family again. From now on, I will not be deceived by her. Hearing this, Xia Yuling finally calmed down. She knew that Elder Tang wasn't joking this time. He had already given Tang Xian so many chances, but every time, Tang Xian had used him to hurt her. In fact, she was getting worse and worse. This time, she even tried to remove her own sister's uterus because she was afraid that she would compete with her. Did Tang Xian really not have a single shred of humanity in her heart? Xia Yuling looked into Elder Tang's eyes. His eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. At this moment, all she could see was disgust towards Tang Xian. Outside the door, Dr. Lin was still explaining the entire situation in detail. Of course, she made it clear that she was being coerced and had no other choice. However, words like this were easy to say to others. But, in front of Mo Ting, there was no way she could get away with it. In that case, who was the one that spread the news that my wife is infertile? Tang Xian was the one that got someone to spread the news. I really have nothing to do with it. Dr. Lin quickly waved her hands. Hospital Chief Chiao was extremely shocked by Dr. Lin's words. Not only was Mo Ting shocked, even he couldn't remain calm after hearing this. After practicing medicine for decades, he had seen all kinds of people, but this was the first time he had seen such a vicious person. President Mo, don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory explanation. From today onwards, the people involved can forget about establishing themselves in the medical industry. Of course, I know that this matter concerns the safety of your wife. Fortunately, you discovered it in time. Otherwise, if these people, who are worse than pigs and dogs, succeeded, there would be no justice in this world. I'll call the police now. Call the police? There's no need. After all, they didn't cause any medical accidents in the end, so they will only be sentenced to a few years in prison. I want to settle this privately. After all, Hai Rui has thousands of ways to torture people. Handing them over to the police would be too lenient. But, President Mo Hospital Chief Chiao, Hai Rui will not pursue this matter with the hospital because I have other plans. This is already the biggest compromise the hospital can make. But, you need to hand these people over to me. Hospital Chief Chiao looked at Dr. Lin and thought about what she had done. In the end, he nodded his head, okay. Chief, you can't hand me over to Hai Rui. Chief, I beg of you. Why didn't you think this day would come when you were doing bad things? Hospital Chief Chiao asked. The person you hurt was President Mo's wife, the person he loved the most. If someone hurt your son, would you do the same thing? As soon as Dr. Lin heard this, she froze. She knew she had no way of rebuking him. From today onwards, all of you will be fired from the hospital and your licenses will be revoked. People like you don't deserve to wear a white coat. President Mo, I'll leave them in your hands. You can do whatever you want with them. After speaking, Hospital Chief Chiao stood up and looked at Dr. Lin and the hospital disappointedly before he turned and left. Seeing that she and the people from Hai Rui were the only ones left in the meeting room, Dr. Lin immediately crawled over and grabbed onto Hospital Chief Chiao's leg. Unfortunately, at that moment, no one could save her. Afterwards, Mo Ting lifted his head and looked at Lu Che lazily. But, Lu Che understood what he meant, so he walked over and invited Tong Ning into the meeting room. Actually, after getting pregnant, Tong Ning didn't want to get involved in these disgusting schemes. No matter how calm she was, it would still affect her mood. She didn't want her and Mo Ting's child to hear about these things. Madam. Dr. Lin watched as Tong Ning entered the meeting room. Seeing her calm expression, she assumed she was easy to talk to, so she knelt down and begged, Mrs. Mo, I didn't do it on purpose. I was instructed by Tang Xian. Can you let me off on account that I am a single mother? Tong Ning freed herself from Tong Ning's grip and walked over to Mo Ting. She then sat down beside him. Her expression was calm and her tone was calm. But, Tong Ning was still the same Tong Ning. She would do good to the kind and do evil to the evil. I've already told you my way of doing things countless times. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. I don't want anything more from you. I will do whatever you want me to do. It's very fair. After speaking, Tongming turned around and glared at Dr. Lin. It doesn't matter if you hurt me, but you almost hurt my child and my husband. I can forgive you for anything you do, but this is the one thing that no one can forgive. I know you are a single mother. Because your husband is poor, not only did you divorce him, you even snatched your son away from him. I will make you lose whatever you want me to lose. I'm sure your child would prefer to stay with his loving father. As soon as Dr. Lin heard that Tongming was going to take her son away, her eyes filled with panic and helplessness. No, please, my son is my life. My child is also my life. Although Tongming's words weren't harsh, each word was firm. It doesn't make sense that your son is important, but my child isn't. There's no need to have double standards. Since you've done something wrong, you should be punished. Mo Ting glanced at Tongming and squeezed her hand, gesturing for her to calm down and not get angry since she was already getting her revenge. After comforting Tongming, he said to Lu Che, "Did you hear what Ning said? Do as she says. Miss Tang, I beg of you. I beg of you." Seeing Dr. Lin's eyes filled with despair, Tongming did not feel a single trace of pity. She knew, if Dr. Lin hadn't been exposed, she would not have felt that she had done anything wrong. In fact, she would have even spent the money she had gotten from hurting her all over the place. She would still be proud of herself. Don't beg me. After all, you didn't even give me a chance to beg you. After speaking, Mo Ting gestured for Lu Che to take Dr. Lin away. Afterwards, the doctor that had examined Tongming entered the meeting room. Seeing how miserable Dr. Lin was, the young woman was so scared that her whole body trembled. As long as you have money, you can produce a medical report that doesn't match the patient's body, right? Mo Ting asked as he leaned back in his chair and hugged Tongming. No, it's not like that. No. The woman tried to explain in a panic. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Please, let me go. This is my first time. Hearing the word first time, Tongming couldn't help but sneer. In that case, did you know that your first time could cause me to have a miscarriage and become infertile for the rest of my life? If what happened to me today, how are you going to compensate for the loss of my child? Your life? The woman was obviously frightened by Tongming as tears welled up in her eyes. But, she did not dare to make another sound. I don't want to cause trouble. But, if you want to bully me, who can you blame? I wonder what your new husband will think if he finds out how evil you are. I've already asked someone to notify him. After hearing Tongming's words, the woman completely broke down as she knelt on the floor with her eyes wide open. Tongming was too scary. If Mo Ting's aura was suffocating, then Tongming's was heart-wrenching. She didn't hurt people physically, but she was able to grasp onto their weaknesses and ruthlessly stab them. Nothing was more frightening than losing the most important thing. Because it would destroy a person's will to live. The incident also involved a few minor characters. However, Mo Ting did not plan to meet with them one by one. He simply left it up to Lu Che to deal with it as he saw fit. After all, Tongming had already given him a method to deal with the incident. On the surface, it didn't seem like he was hurt, but in reality, he was completely destroyed. Afterwards, Mo Ting gently stroked Tongming's stomach and asked, "You haven't vented your anger yet. I know there are 2 more. I'll send them to you in a bit." Tongming knew who Mo Ting was referring to, but she shook her head. The Zhong family are easy to deal with. But, Tang Xian will naturally be dealt with by someone else. She believed that after this incident, if Elder Tang was still unconscious, he would no longer be the head of the Tang family. Afterwards, Xia Yuling helped Elder Tang out of the meeting room. As their eyes met, Xia Yuling immediately looked at Tongming's stomach. "Is the baby okay?" "I'm fine." Just a moment ago, Elder Tang was so angry that he finally realized that Tongming was pregnant. Thus, he was suddenly overjoyed. Yes, Xiaoning is pregnant, she's pregnant. Grandpa, I know. Leave Tang Xian to me. Don't worry, grandfather will not tolerate her this time, nor will I allow her to play any tricks. However, her child must be kept. Tongming understood, rather than exposing Tang Xian at a time like this, it was better to let everyone know her true colors and watch her put on an act. Because, when the truth was revealed, everyone would be pleasantly surprised. Didn't Tang Xian think she was smart? One day, When she found out that everyone already knew that she was acting, she would definitely feel like dying. How old is the child? When is the due date? But she did not forget to remind him, "Grandfather, I hope you can keep my pregnancy a secret for now. Especially not from Tang Xian. She thinks my uterus has been removed. I don't want her to think of ways to deal with me and our child." "I understand." Elder Tang nodded his head. However, the mixed feelings of joy and worry almost made his body collapse. In the end, the matter was resolved. To ensure that Tongning arrived on set on time, Mo Ting did not say much to Elder Tang and Xiaoxinyan. As for Elder Tang, he was afraid that Tang Xian would find out that he was with Tongning and cause unnecessary trouble. So, he hurried home. However, before he left, Mo Ting handed him a box. "This is evidence of Tang Xian hiring an assassin." Elder Tang did not say a word as he nodded his head seriously. "Take good care of my granddaughter. I love her more than you do," Mo Ting said before he left Xiaokong Hospital. Elder Tang knew that he couldn't compare to Mo Ting. So, on the way home, he sighed to Xia Yuling, "How did the Tang family raise a monster like Tang Xian?" "Father, just to be safe, as long as your medicine and other items are in Tang Xian's hands, I need to carefully inspect them. After all, for the sake of power and attention, she is willing to do anything. I'm afraid." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. There's no way I can't see through a trick like this," Elder Tang warned. "If she dares to go against me, I will cripple her on the spot." Xia Yuling was not so optimistic. She had long felt that Tang Xian was beyond saving. This time, the Tang family was in for a good show. Meanwhile, Mo Ting escorted Tongning back to the set. Of course, even though everyone in the family knew that she was pregnant, there was no way she was going to announce it right now. After all, it wasn't safe yet and it wasn't enough to provoke Tang Xian. Originally, the two had agreed that they would wait until The Lost Relative had finished filming. "Right now, Grandfather and Mom are looking after Tang Xian, so you don't need to worry." "I'm not optimistic." Tongning shook her head worriedly. "But, I have faith that Grandfather won't be soft-hearted this time. You don't need to worry about the Tang family. Focus on filming and try to finish filming as soon as possible." Thinking about everything that had just happened at Xiaokong Hospital, Tongning knew that, according to Mo Ting's style, there was no way he would let those people off so easily. As his wife, she was well aware of how black-bellied he was. "I know. Every time I think about how you almost got hurt, I feel a little scared." "Hubby, are you blaming yourself?" Tongning hooked her arms around Mo Ting's neck. "But, every time, you've saved me from danger. And this time, you've protected us. I've always trusted you. No matter when or what you do, I'll always trust you." After returning home, Elder Tang sat in the study room for quite some time. In his hand was the black box that Mo Ting had given him. After hesitating for a long time, he finally placed the box in the safe. He knew, if he saw what was inside, he wouldn't want to spend another second with Tang Xian. It didn't take long before Tang Xian knocked on the door. "Grandfather, can I come in?" A complicated expression appeared on Grandfather Tang's face as he replied to the door, "Come in." Tang Xian pushed open the door and entered with a bright smile. She walked over to Elder Tang's side and hugged onto his arm. "Grandfather, staying at home while pregnant is too boring. Can I go out to work?" Work. Ever since he had seen Tang Xian's true colors, no matter what she said or did, Elder Tang subconsciously linked it to a conspiracy. The reason Tang Xian mentioned going out to work was because she wanted to use her child to return to Tangkor and build a foundation for herself to return to the top. "You've just gotten pregnant. If you go out to work, you will tire out my precious great-grandson." "No, Grandfather, you know my temper. The more you don't want me to do something, the more I want to do it." Of course, Elder Tang knew her temper. It seemed, even if Elder Tang didn't hand over Tangkor to her, he would at least return her to her previous position. But she was wrong. Elder Tang, of course, agreed to let her go out to work. Otherwise, she would definitely put on an even more spectacular show to gain sympathy. So, Elder Tang smiled and patted the back of her hand. "Okay, Grandfather agrees. I will give you a call in a moment to make arrangements." But, you need to promise me that you will take care of your health and not work so hard like before. Thank you, grandfather. Tang Xian was overjoyed. According to how much Elder Tang doted on her, it wouldn't be long before she successfully chased Xia Yuling away and took back what originally belonged to her. Go get some rest. Grandfather still needs to look at some documents. Elder Tang looked at Tang Xian's smile and felt afraid and fake. They were obviously close, yet she was like a demon that hurt the most important people around her. Okay. Tang Xian had achieved her goal, so she turned to leave the study room. However, Elder Tang suddenly stopped her. Go upstairs and call Yuling down. I'll go right away. Elder Tang wanted to see Xia Yuling because he wanted to arrange a position for her. So, Tang Xian immediately headed over to Xia Yuling's room and maintained her fragile facade. Auntie, grandfather wants to see you in the study room. Xia Yuling resisted the urge to slap her across the face. She looked down at the documents in her hands and replied, I'll go right away. Tang Xian's expression contained a sense of pride. She was currently imagining that Xia Yuling's status would soon disappear. However, she had no idea how much strength Xia Yuling had to use to stop herself from touching her. Afterwards, Xia Yuling headed downstairs and entered Elder Tang's bedroom. Father, you were looking for me? Grandpa Sheng gestured with his chin that Tang Xian was eavesdropping outside the door. Go inside. Xia Yuling nodded her head as she sat down on the balcony with Elder Tang, completely preventing Tang Xian from eavesdropping. Tang Xian wants to return to work at Tang Core. I've already agreed. Dad, let me finish. Elder Tang looked into the distance with a look of disappointment and sorrow. I'll leave this matter in your hands. Give her the most leisurely job and use her pregnancy as an excuse to temporarily stabilize her. I know it's impossible for her to stay put. But arrange for suitable people to monitor her every move. Keep track of her movements at all times and adapt to the situation. If it wasn't for the child in her stomach. Dad, I understand how you feel. Xia Yuling patted the back of Elder Tang's hand. Xia Yuling patted the old man on the back of his hand. If she wasn't pregnant, I would have already crippled her. After all, Tang almost fell victim to Tang Xian's evil scheme. After the two finished discussing, Xia Yuling stepped out of Elder Tang's study room. Meanwhile, Tang Xian pretended to be watching TV. As soon as she saw Xia Yuling, she immediately stood up and looked at her. Report to the office tomorrow, Xia Yuling said calmly in an indifferent tone. Sorry to trouble you, Auntie. Tang Xian lifted her head. She was certain that Xia Yuling had just fought with Elder Tang. But, she had no idea that no one in the Tang family would be fooled by her anymore. Xia Yuling let out a gentle laugh, but her tone contained a hidden sense of contempt. Tang Xian assumed that Xia Yuling was unhappy, so the corners of her lips secretly curved upwards in the darkness. Tomorrow. There was bound to be a good show to watch. After returning to the set, Tang threw herself back into filming. Perhaps it was because Tang Xian's matter had been resolved, she was much more focused than before. But, just as she was about to let go of the huge rock in her heart, another big incident happened in the entertainment industry that night. Bai Chendong was photographed kissing a mysterious woman in front of his home. Although the woman's identity was unknown, there were photos of the couple intimately returning to the villa as proof. Originally, this had nothing to do with Tang. But, after seeing this piece of news, Tang couldn't help but furrow her brows. Bai Chendong was lazy to the bone and only had one assistant by his side, Han Shiner. Plus, he obviously liked Han Shiner. So, why would he suddenly appear on camera hugging another woman? Tang had been too busy these past few days. It seemed, it had been a while since she had the time to care about the people around her. So, she immediately gave Han Shiner a phone call. Shiner, what's going on with Bai Chendong? I'm not sure either. I'm busy with PR, Han Shiner's voice was filled with disbelief. Shiner. You and Bai Chendong. A few days ago, Fang Yu sent me an invitation from Hai Rui's PR department. From that moment on, he became very abnormal. Han Shiner thought back carefully. She didn't think that she could stay by Bai Chendong's side for the rest of her life. She also needed to improve. So, she didn't think there was anything wrong with taking part in Hai Rui's exam. You obviously know that he likes you. Tang revealed the hidden meaning behind her words. Don't tell me you can't tell. He's tried his best to be patient, but he hasn't received a response from you. But, I've thought about it for a long time. It wasn't easy for me to get a new lease on life. I don't want to just stay by his side. I want to be worthy of him. How could I dream of being his assistant? Han Xiner replied in seriousness. Actually, Tongming completely understood how Han Xiner felt. She was optimistic and cheerful and didn't like to rely on a man. Because, she felt that she had the ability to be worthy of Bai Chendong. Xiner, if you want to do something, then go ahead and do it. Do it with a bang so that you don't waste your life. Ningjia, don't worry, I know what to do, Han Xiner replied confidently. Tongming remained silent for a few seconds. In the end, she let out a gentle laugh. Bai Chendong is too self-centered. You should take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. If you really want to spend the rest of your life with him, don't be a coward. I know, Ningjia. After hanging up the phone with Tongming, Han Xiner immediately contacted the media. But, the paparazzi had already captured solid evidence of Bai Chendong and the woman kissing. So, Han Xiner directly replied, it's not convenient for me to respond. If I have some good news, I will share it with everyone. In reality, the media had been trying to uncover the relationship between Bai Chendong and Han Xiner. Over the years, Bai Chendong had never used an assistant, yet he used Han Xiner. This was enough to prove that Han Xiner held a special place in his heart. Unfortunately, Bai Chendong's whereabouts were always a mystery, so there were very few opportunities to capture a photo of him and Han Xiner. However, just as everyone was used to the ambiguous relationship between Bai Chendong and Han Xiner, this mysterious woman suddenly appeared. The media began to speculate that Han Xiner was about to fall out of favor and that Bai Chendong had found a new love, so he would not give her a chance and cancel her contract without hesitation. Plus, Han Xiner's attitude was too official, so it became even more certain that the relationship between the two had changed. However, this wasn't the most exciting part. The most exciting part was when Bai Chendong stepped out and revealed the truth. This woman does indeed have a special relationship with me. His tacit agreement pushed Han Xiner into the limelight of the media. In that case, have you thought about what to do with Han Xiner? She is just my employee. What can I do? Bai Chendong replied as he walked. The next morning, Han Xiner watched the interview at home and decided it was time for her to leave. So, she wrote her resignation letter and drove over to Bai Chendong's home. As she pushed open the door, she found him still in bed, so she placed the letter on his bedside table. What do you mean? Bai Chendong furrowed his brows. I will soon be taking part in Hai Rui's exams, so I won't be able to continue being your employee. I've learned a lot during this time, thank you. Wait, who gave you permission to leave? Bai Chendong sat up and revealed his muscular upper body. Haven't you looked at the contract carefully? I saw it. 30 years. You may need a stable assistant, but I can't just be your assistant for the rest of my life. I have my own life and plans. Han Xiner, did you think that I would follow you for the rest of my life? I have patience too. Han Xiner stopped in her tracks, but she did not turn around. She simply sounded more determined and mature than before. You are wrong. If you truly love someone, even if your organs are torn apart, you will still be patient. Dongge, I'm going to give you the answer you want right now. I do indeed like you, but I feel very inferior. I have no way of fighting for you in my current state. After speaking, Han Xiner turned to leave, but Bai Chendong suddenly held her back. Are you serious? Of course. After speaking, Han Xiner freed herself from Bai Chendong's grasp and left the apartment without looking back. Bai Chendong did not chase after her. Instead, as he lay in bed, his lips suddenly curved upwards. He had waited for too long. All he wanted was a reaction from Han Xiner. If Han Xiner continued to be his assistant in a lukewarm manner, then he would continue to waste time with her. So, he deliberately provoked her. As expected. Although this drug was a little strong, there was still a lot of time ahead of them. Not long after, Bai Chendong received a phone call from Tongming. Xiner is temporarily staying at my old apartment. Don't worry, her old apartment has already been discovered by the media. Ever since Long Jia married Lu Che, the old apartment had been empty. So, it was the perfect place for Han Xiner to stay. How do you know that I care about her whereabouts? Are you planning to pretend in front of me? Then, from now on, I will keep my mouth shut about any news regarding Xianxia. Stop talking nonsense. Send me her address, Bai Qindong said. I'll owe you one. No need, you've already helped me enough. After hanging up the phone, Tongming sent Bai Qindong the address of her old apartment to him. Bai Qindong immediately packed his things and drove to the secluded location. As he watched Han Xianxia struggle to move, Bai Qindong did not step forward to help. At least, he had already found the temple. How could the monk run away? So, he immediately contacted Mo Ting, help me find a place to stay near your wife's old apartment. Is this how you ask for help? Mo Ting's lips curved slightly. I'm not in a good mood today. Actually, rather than not in a good mood, it was more accurate to say that it was a complicated feeling. He understood Han Xianxia's intentions, but he couldn't find a reason to make her stay. That kind of feeling was really exciting, but also frustrating. I'll get Lu Che to do it in a moment. Mo Ting did not continue to argue with him as he calmly agreed to help. Tongming and Han Xianxia were actually very similar, but also very different. Tongming had experienced a lot of pain, so she knew what she wanted and what she should cherish. But Han Xianxia lacked that determination and courage. It was precisely because she knew this in her heart that she hoped that through success, she could hone herself and make herself mature. All in all, Bai Qindong still had a long way to go in order to chase after his wife. 10 a.m. Tang Xian entered Tang Court dressed in a white business suit. Her style and attitude were the same as before. She was certain that Elder Tang would help her back to where she used to be. Because of her identity, the staff at Tang Court still respectfully addressed her as Miss Tang. At the same time, they were surprised by her return and began to wonder if Tang Court was about to undergo a change. Afterwards, Tang Xian arrived at the front desk. Xia Yuling's secretary was already waiting outside. Miss Tang, the president has given you instructions. Please follow me. Tang Xian lifted her head, looking confident and charming. Okay. However, as soon as she stepped into the elevator and saw the secretary press the button for the highest floor, Tang Xian's expression became a little more confident. After all, her previous office happened to be on the same floor. You're quite smart. Let's keep in touch from now on, Tang Xian said to Xia Yuling's secretary. However, the steady secretary did not respond. She simply responded with silence. Because Tang Xian was about to experience the difference between them. After entering the office, Tang Xian naturally placed her handbag on the old office desk. Just as she was about to sit down, Xia Yuling's secretary suddenly said, "Sorry, Miss Tang, this is your seat." Tang Xian looked at the small office next to her and her expression changed. No one knew better than her how she normally treated the people in that office. What's going on? Didn't grandfather tell me to return to my old position? Miss Tang, President Xia is now in charge of Tang Court. Chairman Tang has already given her full authority to handle this matter, so this is your seat. After all, President Xia has taken into consideration that you are pregnant and can't overwork yourself. If something were to happen to you, President Xia wouldn't be able to take responsibility. The secretary used Elder Tang's pregnancy to pressure Tang Xian. She could use her child, but so could Xia Yuling. Tang Xian held back her anger as she grabbed her handbag and sat down on the secretary's seat. Her hands began to tremble, but she couldn't refute. I hope Miss Tang is happy at work. Xia Yuling's secretary sneered behind Tang Xian's back before she left the office. But this wasn't the worst thing for Tang Xian. She was about to see her superior that she had once humiliated and looked down on a long time ago. As soon as the secretary returned to her office, she reported everything to Xia Yuling. Xia Yuling acted like an experienced strong woman as she glared at Tang Xian with disgust. If she wasn't pregnant, I would have made her life a living hell. What an inhumane woman. I will take care of this matter, the secretary replied. Okay, Xia Yuling nodded her head in satisfaction. Tang Xian had been an heiress since she was born. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? So, after one morning, she couldn't help but give Elder Tang a phone call. Grandfather. Do you know what position Auntie has placed me in? She's already told me and I think it's a good fit, Elder Tang replied straightforwardly. You are currently pregnant, so you should do something to pass time. Don't mind it too much. Plus, grandfather started from the bottom. Are you looking down on me? Of course not. Tang Xian was so angry that she almost flipped the desk in front of her. She was a dignified lady, how could she do such a lowly thing? Xia Yuling, you're really despicable. Tang Xian was so focused on placing the blame on Xia Yuling, she had no idea that Elder Tang was watching her every move. In the afternoon, Old Master Tang received a phone call from Assistant Ling. Chairman, the big missy has been normal today. Apart from putting some important documents into the shredder, it seems she really hates you and President Xia. That kind of venomous woman has committed countless crimes. Giving her current position is already a blessing. Continue to monitor her. If necessary, give her a lesson. Elder Tang no longer treated Tang Xian as a human because she had done something inhumane. Assistant Lung was not surprised by Elder Tang's reaction. After all, Elder Tang had already endured too much. Afterwards, Xia Yuling told Tongning over the phone, your grandfather is even more ruthless than I am. Mom, be careful. I'm pregnant right now and I'm rushing to film. There are a lot of things that I can't do. Don't worry. Take good care of yourself and my grandson. Tongning subconsciously rubbed her stomach as she carefully felt the little life growing inside her. Soon, she would complete her film and return home to give birth. She was not going to be a burden to the baby. The Lost Relative officially completed with Tongning playing the role of a top thug. From model to actress, Tongning has the potential to break new box office records for police films. She's been rumored to be infertile, yet she has produced one film after another. At the end of September, Tongning's scenes for The Lost Relative were officially completed. However, only a few people on set knew that she was pregnant. Thanks to Emoting's constant care, Tongning's pregnancy had yet to show any signs. The entire crew congratulated Tongning on completing her filming and were sincerely impressed by how she had completed such a difficult film. Tongning thanked them one by one before leaving the set with Emoting. Recently, there are a few talk shows that are meant to help you win an award. I've only agreed to one of them, so it won't be too stressful. It will be quite relaxing. After listening to Emoting's arrangements, Tongning nodded her head, my almighty manager, you have the final say. I will take this opportunity to announce that you are pregnant and dispel the rumors that Tang Xian created. Okay, Tongning nodded her head before she leaned lazily into Emoting's embrace. That's right, her only reaction was to become drowsy. Emoting gently stroked her back and covered her with a blanket. As he watched her sleeping peacefully in his arms, Emoting's heart softened. Another piece of good news was, Han Shiner had successfully joined Hai Rui's PR department. As for the rumor that she and Bai Chendong had parted ways, it only lasted for a few days before it was replaced by other news. Afterwards, the identity of the mysterious woman that was intimate with Bai Chendong was revealed by the netizens. It turned out, she was also a model from Hai Rui and her career was currently on the rise. Since they were both from Hai Rui, it was inevitable that they would bump into each other at the agency. Han Shiner turned a deaf ear to what was going on around her, but she couldn't stop the woman from looking for trouble. For example, at this moment, the woman had arrived at the agency to discuss a contract and was squeezed into the same elevator as her. At first, she looked surprised, but then she looked at her with contempt. Oh, it's you. Han Shiner rubbed her neck, not wanting to respond. I know Bai Chendong likes you, but you left him. So, I'm sorry, but I've taken over Bai Chendong. The woman glared directly at Han Shiner. As the two women had different identities, she did not think that Han Shiner had much of a chance of winning against her. Miss Luo, you don't need to report this matter to me, Han Shiner replied coldly. But, you still live in his heart. The woman pointed to Han Shiner's heart and laughed mockingly. What does a mere employee like you have that a top actor likes? You need to believe that I will replace you sooner or later. After all, I am the only woman by his side. Han Shiner scoffed. As soon as she reached her floor, she walked out the door. By the way, I heard that you and Tongning have a good relationship. You won't be using her to suppress me, will you? I'm not easily intimidated. Outside the elevator, Feng Yu was just about to head downstairs. As soon as he saw the scene in front of him, his eyebrows naturally furrowed. Han Xiner was, after all, a top student that he had his eyes on and had a close relationship with them. Since when did she get to the point where she could be bullied? What's going on? Fang Yu asked the red-faced Han Xiner. Is it because of Bei Qindong? Where are the rules? Did an artist bully a PR employee? Does she still want to survive in this industry? Vice President Fang, I'm fine, Han Xiner held on to him. She will eventually feel better. As soon as Fang Yu heard this, he immediately understood what Han Xiner was trying to say. Since she had entered the industry, she needed to understand how to survive. If she couldn't handle things on her own, would she have to rely on others to help her every time? No one could help her for the rest of her life. Fang Yu let out a gentle laugh and nodded his head. Enduring and waiting for the right moment is the right thing to do. Look at your Ning Jia, she has always been the one behind the scenes. I know. Okay, get back to work. Fang Yu did not continue to argue with Han Xiner, but he still mentioned the incident of Han Xiner being bullied in front of Mo Ting. In this industry, whether it was him, Mo Ting or Lu Che, none of them would allow another woman to bully their wife. So, Bei Qindong's attitude towards Han Xiner made him feel uncomfortable. Mo Ting understood what Fang Yu was thinking. Although for a busy man like him, it wasn't something worth taking to heart. But, when he thought about his relationship with Bei Qindong, he still gave Bei Qindong a phone call after work. Previously, you tried so hard to get your hands on her, yet now you're tossing her aside and ignoring her. What are you trying to do? Why do you care? Bei Qindong asked in a childish tone. I can't be bothered with you. But, today, Han Xiner was humiliated by a woman at the agency. In fact, you were the one who allowed it to happen. If I was Han Xiner, I would never want to speak to you. Would a man allow his woman to be bullied? Plus, you better not call my wife again in the middle of the night. I'm warning you, don't harass her in the middle of the night. I say, are you so kind because you love your wife? Bei Qindong scoffed and hung up the phone. But, from this moment onwards, he suddenly asked the makeup artist to help him remove his makeup. An hour later, he arrived at Hai Rui's office. After waiting for quite some time, Han Xiner finally emerged from Hai Rui with a stack of documents in her arms. Bei Qindong spotted her from the rearview mirror. He pushed open the car door and was about to walk over to her when a crowd of onlookers approached. Isn't that Bei Qindong? To look for Roy? Probably. After all, she's his rumored girlfriend. Bei Qindong. Can I have an autograph? Bei Qindong. Bei Qindong had no intention of causing a commotion. So, as soon as Han Xiner heard his name, she sped off. But, at this time, Bei Qindong suddenly called out, stop right there. Did I say you could leave? Han Xiner. Everyone was stunned as they turned to look at Han Xiner. Wasn't it rumored that the two had parted ways? Why would Bei Qindong personally come to Hai Rui to look for Han Xiner? It turned out, he was here to look for Han Xiner. Dong Go, what a coincidence. I have an early shift tomorrow, so I'll be leaving first. After speaking, Han Xiner turned to leave. But, Bei Qindong suddenly ran over and grabbed her by the arm. He then dragged her into his sports car and drove off in front of everyone. What are you doing? Did Roy cause trouble for you today? Bei Qindong asked as he parked his car in a quiet spot. That's none of your business. If it's because of me, then it's my business. If I wasn't upset, why would I come looking for you? Would I be asking for trouble? Bei Qindong couldn't stand it any longer. He then looked ahead and relaxed a little. How much longer do you want me to wait? I don't care. Move to my house today. You're on set filming. If I move to your house, I won't be able to see you, Han Xiner said helplessly. But, at least if you're at my house, my heart will be at peace. I've been taking too many NGs lately because I've been thinking about you. Bei Qindong's words became more and more shameless. After all, they had already expressed their feelings for each other and they both cared about each other. Since that was the case, it didn't matter if he took a step forward. Do you agree or not? Han Xiner didn't know if Bei Qindong was lazy because he was irritable, or if he was irritable because he was lazy. But, it seemed, this irritable lion did return to normal after being comforted by her. But, was she really capable of doing that? Forget it, I shouldn't have asked you. After speaking, Bei Chendong directly drove back to his home, completely ignoring Han Xiner's opinion. Afterwards, the couple entered the living room. Bei Chendong threw his car keys to the side and said to Han Xiner, "You're more familiar with this place than I am. Make your own arrangements, I still need to return to the set." Han Xiner stood in the doorway without moving an inch. Meanwhile, Bei Chendong turned around and looked at her. "I'm begging you, can you save me? I know you have your own plans in life and things you want to do. But, don't stray too far away from me. I'm already used to having you around, Han Xiner. Whether you go to work at Hai Rui or continue to be my assistant, I don't care. But, I want you to be my woman. I want you to be my woman." Hearing these words, Han Xiner's heart felt like it had received a heavy blow. If she said she wasn't moved, she would be lying. After all, not every man was like Bei Chendong. Plus, hadn't she been suffering for the past month as well? "Why aren't you saying anything?" Han Xiner was a little surprised. In the end, she looked away and said awkwardly, "I don't have any clothes here." "Wear mine." "But, I don't have any underwear to change into." "Wear mine." "I'll go with you to the set," Han Xiner said straightforwardly. In reality, she had a lot of things she wanted to say to Bei Chendong. If she was left to guard the set on her own, she would be so upset that she wouldn't be able to sleep. Bei Chendong raised an eyebrow, indicating that he had no objections. This was for the best. As long as this woman was willing to stay by his side, nothing else mattered. "But, you can drive." Bei Chendong retrieved the car keys and threw them at Han Xiner. The couple once again left the house. This time, Bei Chendong rested his head on Han Xiner's shoulder and closed his eyes. "I'm going to take a nap. It's been a long time since I've had a good night's sleep. It's all your fault." At first, Han Xiner wasn't used to it. But, when she saw Bei Chendong's tired expression, all she felt was heartache. Little did she know, the next day, another piece of big news was waiting for them. Breaking news, 2 women fighting for 1 man, Bei Chendong enjoys life with 2 women. Secret revealed. Who is Bei Chendong's girlfriend? Rumor says Bei Chendong has 2 feet on 2 boats, yet, he gets along with his girlfriends. Because of Bei Chendong's actions at Hai Rui, he caused a huge commotion and dragged the 3 of them back into the fray. In fact, an insider even claimed that Han Xiner did not cancel her contract with Bei Chendong, but she had become an employee at Hai Rui and was suspected of cheating. After returning to the set, Bei Chendong immediately focused on filming at night. But, as long as Han Xiner was by his side, he could endure no matter how tired he was. Seeing Han Xiner's influence on Bei Chendong, the crew couldn't help but say to her in private, "Xiner, it's best you don't leave Dong Ji's side. When you're not around, everyone suffers." That's right. Without you, Dong Ge is like a ticking time bomb. No one can get close to him and his murderous aura can be felt within a 5 kilometers radius. By the way, I'm sure Dong Ge cares about you the most. Just ignore the rumors he's been having. Han Xiner looked at the crew and smiled. In reality, her situation wasn't much better than Bei Chendong's. But, who would have thought, after an ordinary night, the next morning, all 3 of them would appear on the top searches list. One was the only female assistant that had been allowed to get close to him. The other was the only female model that had been rumored to be involved in a scandal. So, who was Bei Chendong's real girlfriend? The public was extremely curious about the answer. Han Xiner's phone was once again seized by the media. At the same time, Hai Rui was being questioned as to whether they were aware of Han Xiner and Bei Chendong's uncancelled contract. Meanwhile, Luoyi was being closely followed by the media. For the entire morning, everyone was trying their best to find out who Bei Chendong's real girlfriend was. At this moment, Han Xiner and Bei Chendong had just returned home from set. Han Xiner was cooking in the kitchen while Bei Chendong had a shower. He then sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. At the same time, he saw the annoying news. "Come over for dinner," Han Xiner said calmly. Han Xiner replied calmly. She also looked tired, but at the same time, she felt uncomfortable inside. After all, Bei Chendong did not handle Luo Yi's incident well enough. That was why the public kept chasing after the 3 of them. Bei Chendong walked over to the dining table wrapped in a towel. As soon as Han Xiner saw him, she immediately covered her eyes. Can't you just wear a pair of pants? Bei Chendong glanced at Han Xiner and couldn't help but laugh. It's not like you haven't seen it before. Why are you pretending? Han Xiner turned her body slightly to avoid looking at him. Her tone was a little impatient. How do you plan to deal with this matter? You're my assistant. What do you think I should do? I don't dare to speak carelessly. After all, I'm afraid that I'll be slapped in the face. At that time, I don't know who admitted to having a special relationship with Luo Yi. If you are a man, you should clarify it yourself. Can I say anything I want to? Bei Chendong asked. Han Xiner turned around and glared at him. She was still feeling wronged. Right now, everyone is saying that I have a clever way of tricking Hai Rui and flirting with you. You should clarify it yourself. Bei Chendong looked at Han Xiner seriously and grabbed onto her wrist. You have to be someone important to me for me to clarify it. Otherwise, what right do you have to do it? What right do you have to do it? This is all because of you. Han Xiner scoffed. I don't care. If you don't reveal your identity today, I won't get involved. I am your assistant. So, you are aware that you are my assistant. As my assistant, how could you allow me to be involved in a scandal like this? That is a dereliction of duty on your part. Plus, this identity doesn't matter to me. I won't clarify it for a mere assistant. After all, I am the best actor, Bei Chendong spoke in a serious tone. But, in reality, he was trying to force Han Xiner to do something. Han Xiner lowered her head in silence. She did not say a word, nor did she want to respond. After quite some time, Bei Chendong finally asked in seriousness, Tongming has always said that you are the most optimistic out of all of them. What is it about me that makes you worry so much? Apart from being good at acting, I'm practically useless. Why can't you muster up that courage? I will only step out to clarify things for my woman. Are you not my woman? Bei Chendong asked as he grabbed onto Han Xiner's wrist. Hearing this question, Han Xiner slowly turned around and looked at Bei Chendong in seriousness. Perhaps because she was being pressured too much, Han Xiner also yelled at Bei Chendong, Han Xiner, will only date and never break up. If you simply think I am fun or impulsive, then don't get close to me. I will be serious for the rest of my life. I am the same as Ning Jia. When it comes to love, I would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. If you really want to be with me and end up betraying me or leaving me one day, then let's die together. Hearing the words die together, Bei Chendong was a little surprised. It turned out, Han Xiner was the type of person that would either go for 100% or 0%. She had to get her hands on everything, otherwise, she would rather give up. A moment later, Bei Chendong pulled Han Xiner into his embrace. No matter what, he wanted Han Xiner, he only wanted her. He felt he had endured long enough. Be my woman, I won't let you regret it. Han Xiner's eyes turned red. At this moment, she felt she could no longer reject Bei Chendong. Otherwise, she might actually lose this man. Think of a way to clarify the rumors. As for Luo Yi and Luo Er, please clean them up, Han Xiner said with a sobbing tone. In reality, she had wanted this embrace for too long. Bei Chendong nodded his head and looked at Han Xiner. Meanwhile, Han Xiner's face turned red. Bei Chendong wasn't wearing any clothes. In fact, underneath his towel, he was completely naked. Go put some clothes on first. You've already gotten used to my lifestyle. Bei Chendong was not ashamed as he looked at Han Xiner and raised an eyebrow. The corners of his lips also curved upwards. I've finally achieved victory. I really want to set off fireworks tonight. Do you want to go? Han Xiner crawled out of Bei Chendong's embrace and scolded, You're crazy. I'll go get some clothes for you. Bei Chendong knew he couldn't rush things, so he watched as Han Xiner disappeared through the bedroom door. He had to admit, when it came to winning Han Xiner, he wasn't as straightforward as he thought. But he didn't know when it started, but his liking for Han Xiner had reached a point where he couldn't control himself. He wanted to see her at any time and bully her at any time. As long as she could be his woman, clearing up the rumors was nothing. From now on, she would be the only woman by his side. That would be the case for the rest of his life. After confirming his relationship with Han Xiner, Bai Chendong immediately gave Mo Ting a phone call. Hi Rui, release a PR statement to announce our relationship. In the past, you looked down on me when I asked you to rely on Hai Rui. But now, you're asking me for help? Mo Ting did not let go of any opportunity to tease Bai Chendong. He even raised a condition: I can release a PR statement, but I want you to sign with Hai Rui. Mo Ting, you've already been married for a year. Don't tell me you want me to stay single for the rest of my life? I want to get married as soon as possible so I can catch up. I'm afraid you won't be able to catch up to my progress, Mo Ting smiled confidently, because I'm going to be a father. Bai Chendong. Tongning was sitting beside Mo Ting with a parenting book in her hands. Hearing Mo Ting brag to Bai Chendong, she couldn't help but laugh. President Mo, it's not your style to tell everyone you meet. Mo Ting put down his phone and sat down beside Tongning. I seem to be immersed in my excitement. Since it's about Bai Chendong, hurry and make arrangements. It'll be easier to explain to grandfather, Tongning instructed as she gently stroked Mo Ting's handsome face. Mo Ting leaned in and placed a kiss on her forehead before nodding his head. I'll come home early tonight to keep you company. I'll come over to have lunch with you. Tongning smiled at Mo Ting. Okay. After speaking, Mo Ting stood up and left the house. At the same time, he gave Fang Yu a phone call. Prepare a PR statement to announce that Bai Chendong and I are cousins. Since they were family, Han Xiner was able to work at Hai Rui as Bai Chendong's assistant. As for who the real woman was, Bai Chendong was probably the only one that could clarify the matter. But, before this was announced, the comments online were split into two factions. A portion of netizens stood on Han Xiner's side. They felt that whether it was the amount of time they had known each other or their level of intimacy, Bai Chendong and Han Xiner were a couple. It was just that Luo Yi had suddenly stepped in. Meanwhile, Luo Yi's fans laughed at Han Xiner's background. They claimed that Bai Chendong merely treated her as an assistant and never had any other intentions towards her. At this time, after Luo Yi found out that Bai Chendong had specifically gone to Hai Rui to look for Han Xiner, her expression changed. She was a famous model, how could she not compare to a mere assistant? He wondered what Han Xiner had done. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. Luo Yi had no intention of giving up on an outstanding man like Bai Chendong. Since she was the only woman that Bai Chendong had admitted to having a special relationship with, she definitely held a special place in his heart. So, she had no reason to give up. As a result, before Hai Rui's PR could prepare a statement, Roy stepped forward and accepted an interview. Miss Luo, between you and Han Xiner, who is Bai Chendong's real girlfriend? Everyone said that you were the one who interfered first. Faced with the reporter's attacks, Roy calmly faced the cameras and said with a hint of anger and fierceness, from start to finish, Bai Chendong's girlfriend has always been me. It has nothing to do with anyone else, someone knows very well who is the one who interfered. Did she think she could threaten Dong just because she brought Dong's secret to Hai Rui? Why don't you take a good look at yourself first? But it's a pity. How could Dong like a small assistant? That's all I have to say. I won't answer this question a second time. After speaking, Roy left the reporters with her assistant's help. As for the information she left behind, it was huge. Firstly, she admitted that she was Bai Chendong's girlfriend. Secondly, she pointed out that Han Xiner was clinging to Bai Chendong and that Bai Chendong wasn't interested in her at all. In fact, they even had a falling out because of this. I knew it. With Han Xiner's status, how could she possibly win over a top actor? Not only is Roy beautiful, she also has a great figure. Any man would know what to choose. Hearing the discussions outside, Roy sneered as she returned to Hai Rui. Originally, she wanted to enter the waiting room. But, just as she was about to enter the elevator, she ran into Tongning, who had just arrived to pick her husband up from work. As their eyes met, Roy did not dare to look at Tongning for too long. She was afraid she would feel guilty. Of course, Tongning had seen too many people like Roy. So, just as the elevator door was about to close, she blocked it and said to Roy, "You have violated President Mo's taboo. Is it because he's become more merciful after getting married that you guys are hallucinating?" Mrs. Mo, this is my personal matter. Roy did not dare to look into Tongning's eyes. She was afraid she would be seen through. You will pay for what you've just said. Tongming did not force her as she let go of Roy's arm. Her actions were clean and precise, but it left a huge shadow in Roy's heart. Because, Tongming's perfect figure, whether it was as a model or as an actress, whether it was status or popularity, Roy was left in the dust. In this world, there would never be a second Tongming. This was the true meaning of being a legend. At this time, Roy didn't quite understand the meaning behind Tongming's words. But, a moment later, she would realize how painful a slap to the face would be. But, regardless of everything else, the internet was currently attacking Han Xiner. Everyone thought she was clever and wanted to turn from a sparrow into a phoenix by clinging to Bai Qindong, high up in Mo Ting's office. Lu Che showed him the video of Roy's interview. However, Mo Ting simply glanced at it and said calmly, "Ban her." He didn't say anything else, he simply said one word, "Ban her." It was as if Roy was openly challenging his authority and Hai Rui's authority. Lu Che understood what Mo Ting meant and nodded his head. "I'll make arrangements to cancel all of Roy's endorsements and activities. Also, tell Fang Yu to hurry up. Otherwise, Bai Qindong will come knocking on our door." Even though he didn't mind teaching Bai Qindong a lesson. If he wanted true love, how could he borrow the hands of another woman? He was obviously digging his own grave. If Han Xiner was angry, there was nothing wrong with it. He had done something that angered a woman, so he deserved this outcome. Okay, Lu Che smiled as he turned and left Mo Ting's office. Was Roy under some sort of spell? She obviously knew what kind of place Hai Rui was, yet she still dared to play tricks in front of Mo Ting. She must be seeking death. Above all, she bullied Tongming's friend. She was digging her own grave 1,000 times over. There was no room for negotiation. In this world, there were always people that thought they were smart. But, until the very last moment, they would never realize that they were playing themselves to death. But, before the truth was revealed, the scolding directed at Han Xiner was like a torrential river, trying to drown her in it. Has no one realized that Han Xiner is Han Yufan's sister? If they aren't a family, they shouldn't be part of the same family. Han Xiner once stood up for Tongming. But, after entering the industry, things have changed. All I can say is that the industry is messy. Isn't Han Xiner just a sickly person? She was on the verge of death, yet she created an uproar because Tongming refused to donate her kidney to her. Get lost. I hate mistresses that ruin other people's lives. Han Xiner, USL*T. Luoyi, you've caused trouble. Seeing the heated news, her manager leaned against the table and said, "I should have stopped you from the start." What? Luoyi had no idea that she was in trouble as she calmly played with her phone. I thought your relationship with Bai Qindong was stable. But, it seems that's not the case. Her manager crossed her arms and took a deep breath. The agent crossed her arms and looked at Roy. She took a deep breath and said, "Did you know that I just received a call from Special Assistant Lu? All of your previous events have been replaced by someone else, including runway shows and endorsements. Do you know what this means? It means you've been frozen by Hai Rui." Luo Yi's hand finally stopped playing with her phone as she looked at her manager in disbelief. How did this happen? I was going to ask you the same thing. What happened between you and Bai Qindong? I heard President Mo personally gave the order. I'll go look for President Mo. After speaking, Luo Yi stood up, but her manager held her back. Who do you think you are? Did you think, with your current status, you'd even be able to see President Mo? Her manager asked coldly. Is Bai Qindong willing to help you? Luo Yi was completely stunned. She had never imagined that a person's career could be completely destroyed because of a single sentence. But, this was a career that she had just started. How could President Mo do this? It must be because of Tongming. I ran into her today and she gave me a warning. Who would have thought? Didn't the public say that she never relies on a man? You still have to whisper in Mo Ting's ear. Roy's expression was filled with anger and unwillingness. No, I'm not that easy to bully. I'm going to expose this matter. After speaking, Luo Yi excitedly picked up her phone and started contacting the media she was familiar with. So, before Hai Rui's PR statement was released, Luo Yi once again escalated the matter. And this time, she dragged Tongming into it. In order to stand up for Han Xiner, Tongming convinced President Mo to ban me. Now, all my resources have been replaced by someone else. Is this how Hai Rui treats their artists? Everyone knows how much President Mo dotes on Tongming. In fact, he has broken the shareholders' rights many times for her. Shareholders can still argue with CEO Mo if they have shares in their hands, but I'm just a nobody. How am I supposed to protect my lost rights? Hai Rui, please give me a reason to ban me. It was a video, and it quickly spread all over the internet. Luoyi was determined to drag Tongming down with her because she was certain that Tongming was the mastermind behind everything. So, she wanted to use the power of the outside world. Even if she couldn't get justice, she wanted to disgust the people she hated. But, she had overestimated her position in the hearts of the netizens and underestimated the influence Tongming had on them. She had no idea. After the video was released, the people that originally supported her had turned to Han Xiner's side. Is Luoyi crazy? Go ahead and do whatever you want. Please don't bring Tongming into this. Whether she is a model or an actress, she is not someone you can mention. Take my Ning away. Do you think you can slander her? Did Tongming blow on Mo Ting? This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. If Tongming really did something like that, President Mo would be the first to cripple her. If you want to create hype, can you not bring my Ning into this? Please remember, President Mo is a big boss. If you didn't do something, President Mo wouldn't even care about a small-time model like you. I can't tolerate someone slandering my Ning. My Ning has just finished filming for The Lost Relative and is currently tired. I don't care about scum like you. Go away. I originally pitted you for being poached. But, after seeing the video of you slandering Tongming, I feel that perhaps Han Xiner was right. And have turned to slander. Luoyi never expected that the information she released would result in such a result. Practically no one believed that Tongming was the one that caused her to be frozen by Mo Ting. How is this possible? Did Hai Rui hire a water army? That must be the case. Otherwise, people wouldn't be so one-sided. Luoyi hid at home and looked at the comments. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Why did everyone believe Tongming? Why were they so willing to believe Tongming? In reality, being frozen by Hai Rui was an internal matter. As long as this matter wasn't announced to the public, she still had a chance to make a comeback. But, she chose the stupidest method. She took the initiative to announce that she had been frozen. This was equivalent to cutting off her path of retreat. Even if Hai Rui didn't want to be so ruthless, they had no choice but to be ruthless. This PR incident was the slowest that Fang Yu's PR department had ever handled. This was because, after he told his wife about the incident, Hu Jingjing felt it was unfair for Han Xiner and wanted Fang Yu to teach Bai Qindong a lesson. Fang Yu had always respected his wife. So, when it came to the PR department, he personally watched as the relevant staff typed each word. Vice President Fang, isn't this too slow? It's okay. We'll announce it tonight. Fang Yu looked at the watch on his wrist and said to the staff, "You still have the nerve to say that? Tell me how many typos you typed." Staff. If you want to cause trouble for the best actor, just say so. Let me know when you're done. Fang Yu felt he couldn't stand it any longer, so he crossed his arms and left the PR department. The fact that Mo Ting and Tongming had not called to rush him proved that they were all thinking the same thing. Bai Qindong, the jerk, deserved to be taught a lesson. Meanwhile, Luoyi was at home feeling defeated. After receiving 2 critical hits in one day, she had no choice but to speak up. Bai Qindong, if you are a man, then step out and say something. Why are you allowing your woman to be bullied? The netizens couldn't help but cheer. Bai Qindong, it's time to come out and claim your girlfriend. Don't be lazy this time. Of course, Bai Qindong was still waiting for a response from Hai Rui. But, Mo Ting still hadn't released anything. Just as the netizens craned their necks in anticipation of an answer, Hai Rui finally released a statement to clarify the situation. But, the amount of information in the statement was enough to make people explode. It turns out Bai Qindong and President Mo are cousins. Their family genes are too strong. Have all the best people gone to the Mo family? This explains why Han Xiner is Bai Qindong's assistant and was able to enter Hai Rui. It turns out they are all family. F***ck, is this the first slap to Luo Yi's face? Haha. This is a family matter for Hai Rui. Why are these people in high spirits? In reality, Bai Qindong and Han Xiner had been staring at each other for the entire day. Han Xiner was obviously angry. After all, Bai Qindong had not expressed his opinion on the matter. Time to eat, Han Xiner said angrily to Bai Qindong, who was sitting on the sofa at the dining table. Bai Qindong stood up and pulled Han Xiner onto his lap. You've been glaring at me for an entire day. It's time you cooled down. Why should I? Han Xiner pushed Bai Qindong away. You kissed another woman and now they're in such a mess. My reputation has been destroyed. How are you going to compensate me? Are you sure I kissed another woman? Bai Qindong looked at Han Xiner and raised an eyebrow. Have you never considered that it's a matter of perspective? What angle would make it look like a French kiss? Han Xiner obviously didn't believe him. The incident had always been a scar in her heart. Even if Bai Qindong was simply trying to provoke her, she couldn't help but be angry. Did you think that I couldn't do it with my acting skills? Bai Qindong looked at Han Xiner in seriousness. The truth is, I did not kiss her. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance footage. It's in the drawer of my room. If you hadn't silently admitted to it, would Miss Luo have been so serious? She simply wanted to use me to create hype. We both took what we needed, Bai Qindong disagreed. Bai Qindong did not care at all. I admit, I wasn't as honest as I thought I was. But, that doesn't mean I'm a casual person. Who knows? In reality, Han Xiner had already believed him. But, a woman who didn't mean what she said was normal. Plus, she had been upset for an entire month. Only now did she realize it was all part of this man's plan. How could she not be angry? You don't need to know. Go get changed, I'll take you out for some good food, Bai Qindong said as he pinched Han Xiner's nose. Be casual, no need to be too formal. Han Xiner had indeed been cooped up at home for an entire day. Although she knew there was a large group of reporters outside, she still wanted to get some fresh air. So, she casually put on a hoodie and a baseball cap. Bai Qindong also took the opportunity to change into a set of casual clothes. As he left the house, he protected Han Xiner like a normal man. Where are we going? Han Xiner asked. There's a place I've wanted to visit for a long time. Bai Qindong did not directly tell her the location, but his tone was firm. Han Xiner originally thought he wanted to go somewhere luxurious. But, instead, he brought her to the busiest part of Beijing and brushed past a dense crowd of people. Hey, don't you think you've gone too far? This is a busy part of the city. If you're discovered, you won't be able to leave. What are you afraid of? Bai Qindong firmly held onto Han Xiner's hand. As soon as he saw the stage for the event, he led Han Xiner onto the stage. The venue was already filled with people, so the organizer thought Bai Qindong was here to cause trouble. Just as he was about to step forward and argue with him, he saw Bai Qindong remove his mask and was so shocked that he was speechless. Bai Qindong? That's right, it's me, Bai Qindong said without hiding anything. Lend me your microphone, I'll help you advertise for free. Bai Qindong did not hide anything. Oh. Okay, right away. As soon as the organizer heard this, he immediately grabbed the microphone from the fake singer and handed it to Bai Qindong. What do you want? Han Xiner felt like she was about to be surrounded. However, Bai Qindong held on to her hand tightly as he raised the microphone and said to the crowd, I am Bai Qindong. As soon as the crowd heard the name Bai Qindong, they immediately stopped in their tracks. After confirming that the man in front of them was indeed Bai Qindong, they immediately rushed forward with their phones out and began to take pictures of the two. Not long after, the small stage was completely surrounded by people. Look, Bai Qindong is holding onto Han Xiner's hand. Is he going to make it public? Oh God, is he trying to slap Luo Yi in the face? Quick, take pictures. I know you've all been curious about who my girlfriend is. Although I don't think I need to explain myself. Today, I'm going to give everyone an official answer. The woman in my hand is the woman that I've spent over half a year pursuing. Han Xiner is my only girlfriend. It's not that she pursued me, it's that I can't stop lusting after her. I can't leave her. That's why I did everything I could to make her my assistant and make us inseparable. Hearing Bai Chendong's words, Han Xiner's face suddenly turned red. Below the stage, there were thousands of eyes and flashes of light focused on the couple. How could he choose to announce their relationship in such a way? Wasn't he afraid that he would lose his position as best actor? Then, what's with Luo Yi? They even kissed. That's right. At that time, Bai Chendong admitted that Luo Yi was special to him. Han Xiner overheard the people below the stage discussing Bai Chendong and started to scold him for playing with other people's feelings. So, she subconsciously wanted to retreat. However, Bai Chendong did not give her a chance to retreat as he tightly held onto her hand, comforting her that he was here for her. That's because this stupid pig beside me refused to admit her feelings for me. So, I took an unconventional approach and used Luo Yi. As long as I can find out Xiner's feelings, even if you guys don't acknowledge me as best actor, it doesn't matter. Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of ruining yourself? Han Xiner asked anxiously. If I ruin myself, then so be it. I can go home and give birth. Mo Ting is about to be a father, we should hurry up, Bai Chendong replied indifferently. In reality, Bai Chendong knew that it was wrong of him to use Luo Yi. So, he had already prepared himself to take responsibility. Why did you do this for me? You've put in so much effort over the years. Hearing Han Xiner's question, Bai Chendong raised his wife's hand and yelled, because it's worth it. Afterwards, he pulled Han Xiner out of the crowd. Step by step, he protected Han Xiner the entire time. Afterwards, Mo Ting watched the video of Bai Chendong's self-destruction and couldn't help but scoff, how troublesome. So, Bai Chendong was only good at acting, he had no business. Although Mo Ting scoffed, he still gave Fang Yu a phone call, help Bai Chendong deal with the aftermath. There was nothing that Hai Rui couldn't fix. Bai Chendong actually came out to claim his girlfriend. In fact, he chose to do it on a busy street. Actually, as soon as the answer was announced, the public expressed that they weren't surprised at all that Bai Chendong would do something like this. After all, this mysterious man, who was known for his acting skills, never took the normal path. So, the public had a good opinion of Bai Chendong. In fact, they felt it was very normal for the older Bai Chendong to do something like this for the sake of love. A portion of the public expressed their sympathy for Luo Yi. After all, Bai Chendong had said that she was merely a prop. Not only was she a woman, in Bai Chendong's eyes, she wasn't even a human. Oh God, I can already imagine Luo Yi's awkward face. She must have directly challenged Bai Chendong to stand up for his woman. Actually, as someone that's experienced it, can I say that I believed Bai Chendong and Luo Yi had nothing to do with each other from the start? Look at what he did for Han Xiner and look at what he did for Luo Yi. The answer is obvious. All in all, this is the result I was hoping for. After all, Luo Yi slandered Tongning, haha. I agree with the commenter above. Tongning has crossed the line and Bai Chendong has taken all the responsibility. I respect him for being a man, but Luo Yi can't stand it anymore. Hurry and die. Tongning asked President Mo to freeze you. Are you kidding me? Does she think she's so important? Because of Mo Ting's instructions, Fang Yu instructed Hai Rui's PR to explain the entire situation. Hai Rui always spoke with the truth and tried their best to simplify the situation. In the end, the public only noticed two facts. Firstly, this was a personal matter between an artist and it was impossible to judge right from wrong. As long as someone took responsibility, it would be a perfect ending. Secondly, Han Xiner and Bai Chendong's relationship had been real from the start. Plenty of people in the industry could testify to this. Afterwards, a rumor began to spread within the industry. It was said that someone had used their connections to obtain Tongning's phone number and called her to ask for her opinion on the matter. At that time, Tongning simply smiled and replied, if I wanted to make a move, Miss Luo would not have had the chance to speak. The reporters were immediately convinced by Tongning's domineering attitude. Everyone in the industry was well aware of Tongning's principle of not offending others if they didn't offend her. For her, this incident had long become a normal part of her life. Therefore, she could only remain calm and collected. The netizens also mocked Roy. Haha, Ning, am mighty. To be honest, when I first heard the news, I was thinking the same thing. Once Tongning makes a move, we'll know whether she's real or not. I believe this is what my Ning said, because my Ning is just that domineering. Just like that, a good show came to an end. Some people were worried that Han Xiner was lying, but it turned out that Bai Qindong and Mo Ting were cousins. Some people were suspicious that Bai Qindong had two women on his left and right, but he simply said he was using Luo Yi. Like a man, he took on all the scolding and ridicule. The funniest part was, Tongning had given Mo Ting pillow talk. In the end, a simple response from Tongning turned Roy into a laughingstock. Even if he wasn't frozen, he would be too embarrassed to continue staying in the industry. In the end, Luo Yi never appeared in front of the public again. According to a passerby that bumped into her at the airport, she was too embarrassed to stay in the industry. Afterwards, Bai Qindong returned to his mysterious self and disappeared from the public eye along with his assistant. It was like the man that stood on stage and confessed to Han Xiner was just a passerby's dream. It didn't take long before October arrived and The Lost Relative announced its completion. As one of the film's actresses, Tongning attended the celebration. As it was already late autumn, Tongning covered her stomach with a trench coat, so no one present knew she was pregnant. During the celebration, Wei An approached Tongning and asked, "Before you reveal your pregnancy, would you be willing to go overseas with the production to promote The Lost Relative? I need an actress like you to speak up for our country's outstanding productions." Tongning swirled the glass in her hand and lowered her head in deep thought. She then asked, "When?" "I heard from Mo Ting that you have another interview to attend. Your overseas schedule will be arranged before then, so it won't affect your rest," Wei An explained sincerely. "Our country needs more actors to step out into the world. Tongning, you need to lead the way. Out of all the actors that I know, apart from your grandfather, you are the one that has shocked me the most. You must make a contribution to the film industry." "Director Wei, you overestimate me," Tongning smiled gently. "You are truly worthy of being called an actress." That night, Tongning did not give Wei An a direct reply. She simply told him that she needed a day to think about it. After the meeting, Tongning told Mo Ting about the matter and decided to discuss it with her husband. "You should go," Mo Ting said after a moment of thought. Mo Ting thought for a moment before replying, "This will be very helpful for your international career. On this point, I agree with my grandfather. I don't think our domestic actors are inferior to those overseas," Tongning said as she leaned into Mo Ting's embrace. "It's exactly because of this that I want to go. I want to give the local actors and film fans a boost of confidence." "In that case, let's go," Mo Ting nodded his head as he hugged Tongning. "One more thing, Ting. I've thought about it carefully and I don't think we should reveal my pregnancy to the public. I want to be in a quiet environment, I don't want everyone to find out. It feels like someone is constantly staring at my stomach and it's not good for the baby's growth." After hearing this, Mo Ting sighed and asked gently, "Don't you care about people saying you can't get pregnant? It's not the truth, so what's there to care about? Plus, we still need to guard against Tang Xian." "I'm not as magnanimous as you," Mo Ting said as he looked into Tongning's eyes. "But, as long as you ask for something, I will agree to it. After all, I have always given you everything you ask for." After the couple finished their conversation, Tongning lay in Mo Ting's embrace to rest. Meanwhile, Mo Ting held on to her with one arm and flipped through some documents with the other. In this complicated circle, in this circle of intrigue, only their family was always filled with love and warmth. After The Lost Relative finished filming, Elder Mo continued to live in his small courtyard. As soon as he heard that Tongning would be attending a promotional event in the US, he gave his granddaughter-in-law a phone call in seriousness. "Your grandfather was once spat on by the Americans. This time, you must do your best." "Don't worry, grandfather." Tongning smiled. "Okay, compared to Mo Ting, I trust you more," Elder Mo said before he hung up the phone. "Grandfather is no longer my grandfather," Mo Ting said jealously as he looked at his wife. "How many years has grandfather watched you? Right now, he only sees me as a novelty. But, after the one in my stomach comes out, do you think he will still look at me in the eye?" Tongning couldn't help but laugh. "Plus, isn't it enough that you already have my love?" Mo Ting did not respond. He simply placed a kiss on Tongning's forehead and hugged her to sleep. While in a daze, Tong Ning suddenly felt Mo Ting's body heat up. So, she quickly sat up and asked, "What's wrong?" Mo Ting leaned against the headboard and shook his head, "Don't worry about me. Hurry and sleep." In reality, Tong Ning knew that this man had been abstinent for a long time because of her. In the past, he didn't want to because he had never experienced such a feeling. But, now that his wife was in his arms, he couldn't do anything. Any man would find it hard to endure. "Do you want me to help you?" "I don't want you to suffer," Mo Ting said with restraint. "Listen to me and go to sleep. Actually, I've already spoken to the doctor. The baby has basically stabilized, so you don't need to endure so much," Tong Ning said in an incredibly gentle voice as she climbed onto Mo Ting's chest. "I can do it." Mo Ting closed his eyes like he was going through a final struggle. But, thinking about the feeling of being one with his wife, he couldn't help but open his eyes. At this time, Tong Ning took the opportunity to nibble on his mole-covered earlobe. This time, her voice was filled with temptation, "I want you too." There was nothing more aphrodisiac than these words. Mo Ting also understood that he would never be able to leave Tong Ning in this lifetime. As the saying goes, after tasting the marrow, he yearns for more. Soon, the white nightgown was quietly thrown on the ground. In the darkness, two bodies intertwined with each other. Just like before, only when one reached the deepest part of each other would one know just how inseparable they were from each other. A few days later, Mo Ting left for the US with his wife after handing over some matters at work. As Tong Ning was pregnant, Mo Ting was extra careful on this trip. He even hired over 10 bodyguards. No one could get close to Tong Ning. But, they had no idea, because of this, Tong Ning ended up causing quite a bit of trouble. Some people would wonder if Tong Ning had started to look down on her fans just because she had a high status. However, this was something to be done after returning to China. To increase Taka's status, Taka's management agency released an advertisement stating that he was extremely popular in Asia. They claimed that Taka was so popular that even the most popular female artists in Beijing couldn't help but fall in love with him. This proved that over the years, with the continuous development of the film industry, people in the European and American industries were placing more and more emphasis on the Asian market. Every artist was trying their best to break new ground. Afterwards, The Lost Relative held its first promotional event in the US at HSD. On the day of the event, Taka's agency invited a large number of famous actors to the event. Tong Ning arrived at HSD a day early. Of course, for the sake of safety, Mo Ting personally arranged everything for her. This was American territory, so she had to be 120% vigilant and watch the whole process carefully tomorrow. Before this, Xia Yuling had given Tong Ning a phone call. But at that time, Tong Ning was resting, so Mo Ting picked up the phone instead. "Mom, it's Mo Ting." On the other end of the phone, Xia Yuling thought for a moment before saying, "Mo Ting, Tang Xian has been playing a lot of tricks in Tangkor lately. It seems, she has found a way to deal with me and has been using the child to threaten me. I feel like her attitude is becoming more and more arrogant. For the sake of Xiaoning's pregnancy, it's best that you don't reveal this matter to the public. I've discussed this matter with Tong Ning and we have the same plan." "That's good," Xia Yuling let out a sigh of relief. "Mom, do you need help?" "Not for now. I want to see how far she plans to go with the child. When it gets to the point where I can't take it anymore, I will tell your grandfather," Xia Yuling replied. "Does she want to gain status because of the child?" "That's impossible. Elder Tang's attitude is clear, he only wants the child, not the mother. Plus, even if Tang Xian wants to use the child, there's nothing she can do. After all, Xiaoning is also pregnant. I was worried that Xiaoning would be upset, so I called to remind you. Ning has my protection. Nothing will go wrong. Mom believes in you. Sometimes, I even feel like I owe you. You've taken such good care of Xiaoning on my behalf. I must have done a lot of good deeds in my past life." After speaking, Xia Yuling felt she was being too emotional, so she quickly added, "Hurry and get some rest. I won't disturb you any longer." In reality, after hanging up the phone, Mo Ting stood by the window in deep thought. Tang Xian's matter was definitely not over. This woman was ruthless. He was afraid. there would be no end to her troubles. But, he had information on every single one of Tang Xian's prenatal checkups. If Tang Xian dared to mess around, he was going to make her regret it for the rest of her life. The next morning, Mo Ting's makeup team arrived at the hotel. As the promotional event was scheduled to start at 3 p.m., they needed to prepare in advance. Because of the Oriental trend, Tongming had once caused a stir in the US. So, today, when the makeup artist asked her what gown she wanted to wear, she replied in fluent English, "I've already prepared my own gown. It's in the suitcase. You guys handle it in a moment, I will wear it in the afternoon." The stylist opened the suitcase that Tongming was referring to. Inside was a light blue qipao. However, this qipao was not as simple as it seemed. On the left side of the qipao was a colorful phoenix embroidered on a silk thread, extending all the way to her stomach. The elegance of the dress made the stylist gasp in surprise. Of course, the reason why Tongming chose to wear it this way was because the phoenix tail was able to cover up her slightly protruding stomach. Tongming had prepared this gown behind Mo Ting's back. She had said that she wanted to help Elder Mo get back at him. As soon as Mo Ting saw the qipao, he shook his head and smiled helplessly. On this point, he and Elder Mo did indeed have different views. He only competed with the strong and didn't care about national boundaries. But, since Tongming wanted to do this, then he would let her be. Plus, he wanted to make Elder Mo dote on her even more. His wife had always been smart, and this time was no exception. "It's perfect. I've never seen such a beautiful gown," the stylist exclaimed as she held the gown in her hands. The stylist held it in her hands as she praised, "Mrs. Mo, you will definitely be the center of attention, I swear." Tongming glanced at Mo Ting as the corners of her lips slowly curved upwards. Of course. To be honest, although stupid. Had received good reviews in Europe and the US, Tongming was only a supporting character. Plus, her new film hadn't even been released yet, so it was normal for her to be ignored by the big names in the industry. But, if it was someone else, they may have accepted the situation. But, she was Tongming. The Tongming that never admitted defeat in any situation. 3 p.m. Western and American actors began to arrive at the hotel. At this time, Tongming's Rolls-Royce slowly came to a stop at the entrance. Afterwards, Mo Ting, dressed in a retro suit, stepped out of the car first. Because of his dignified appearance, he quickly attracted the attention of the reporters. However, Mo Ting ignored the reporters standing at the entrance. He walked around the back of the car, opened the door for Tongming and helped her out. "What's going on? Who is this? Have you never seen this woman before? I think she's Taka's co-star, the Asian woman." The American reporters spoke in English and expressed their doubts about Tongming's identity. But, they couldn't be blamed for everything. The main purpose of the event was to promote Taka, so Taka's agency placed Tongming's name in an inconspicuous position. Even the poster only had Taka on it. So, the media only knew that Taka had gone to Asia to film, but they had no idea who his co-star was. After all, in their hearts, they did not have high hopes for Asian actors. Tongming's English was good, so she naturally knew what the people around her were talking about. But, she did not show any stage fright. She simply hooked her arm around Mo Ting's as the couple entered the hotel together. The reporters had yet to realize that the woman standing in front of them was the Asian model that started the Oriental trend a year ago. Tongming did not remove her jacket as soon as she stepped out of the car because Mo Ting didn't allow it. He didn't want her to endure the cold. Only after the couple stepped into the hotel did Mo Ting help Tongming remove her jacket and hand it to a waiter. At this moment, a large group of guests had already gathered in the hotel. As the activities of the foreigners were relatively casual, the artists could choose their own style of activity. Tongming's appearance, of course, attracted the attention of a group of foreigners. Underneath her jacket was a qipao. Compared to the luxurious palace hotel, Tongming looked unique and elegant. Logically speaking, this was a European and American place, so it wasn't appropriate for Tongming to wear clothes like this. But, the qipao she was wearing surprisingly matched the luxurious surroundings. After all, apart from being an actress, there was also a model living inside her body. So, attracting attention was something she was very familiar with. At this time, in order to let her shine, Mo Ting naturally left her side and willingly became a supporting character. Even though he wasn't as low profile as he thought he was. This man was like a painting, it was impossible to ignore him. However, the strange thing was, he had his own brilliance and Tongning had her own uniqueness. The couple attracted the attention of all the foreigners present. Tongning understood what Mo Ting was thinking, so she hooked her arm around his and smiled gently, "I can't live without you by my side." Mo Ting nodded his head before leading Tongning towards Taka. "This Asian woman looks so familiar, what a beautiful dress. It's so unique. Which designer designed this? I've never liked Asian clothes because they are too complicated. But, seeing this Asian woman wearing it today, I want to try it out. Oh my god, this is going to cause a new wave of Asian fashion." Discussions began to break out around them. The couple had caused quite a commotion. In the end, the couple approached Taka. Unlike his usual unruly self, Taka introduced his agency and team to Tongning in a serious manner. "Taka, do these Asians speak English?" Tongning smiled and replied naturally, "Of course." The man standing in front of Taka was stunned for a moment before he smiled, "I am Taka's brother, Braun. I am also the boss of Global Agency." "Hello, Mr. Braun. However, it seems you don't know who I am," Tongning replied straightforwardly. "I am the female lead of The Lost Relative, Tongning." "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know who you were." Taka said he wanted to go to Asia, so I agreed to let him go to Beijing. But, I don't care what he acts in. After all, Asian acting is only SOSO. The blonde American man named Braun expressed his disdain towards Tongning. "You have a lot of celebrities, but to be honest, you don't have any actors." Hearing this, Tongning was not angry at all. She simply replied in fluent English, "According to Mr. Braun, you have a lot of actors." Of course. There are at least 10 people present that have won international acting awards. This is a stage that you Asians will never be able to step onto. "Really?" Tongning asked. After looking around at her surroundings, she replied, "Apart from Jason, I don't know anyone else." "Does Mr. Braun know what this means?" "It means that in the densely populated Asian region, no one remembers the faces that you mentioned. The only reason I know Jason is because he guest starred as a villain in one of our Asian films. In other words, the so-called good actors in your eyes, when they see the Asian market, kneel down in front of profit." Braun was stunned. He had never imagined that Downey's words would be so incisive. "So, the good actors that you speak of can't even export their culture?" That. Braun was speechless. "I wonder if Mr. Braun has heard of a rule in South Korea?" Tongning smiled confidently. She then continued, "Their country often exports third-rate products and leaves first-rate products for their own citizens to enjoy. I think this is probably a habit of the Asians, because it's the same in our country. The older generation of actors and artists are all inheriting our excellent culture. There's no need to please Europeans and Americans. Only third-rate actors like me need to go international. The funniest thing is, you Americans were once popular for a person that couldn't even be considered an actor." Braun's expression was extremely awkward from Tongning's counterattack. However, Tongning had no intention of stopping as she continued to refute Braun. "Do you still remember the Oriental trend? How many people here have bought Oriental clothing or accessories for me back then?" After hearing Tongning's words, a lot of people were surprised. After all, the Oriental trend had yet to end. Braun didn't want to let Tongning embarrass him like this, so he retaliated, "If your country really had actors, would they need a model like you to act?" Faced with this difficult situation, Tongning continued to smile. Her tone was obviously gentle, but her words were filled with the determination to defend her country's actors. "That's because our citizens are all talented. It's just that I am the most unpresentable type of person." Tongning dismissed herself as unpresentable, so her words were flawless. As a result, all the foreigners present were shocked. When did Asians become so crafty? Since when could a woman make a group of men fall silent? Brother, don't say that about Tongning. Her acting is really good. You will understand after watching the film. Taka saw the guests were a little embarrassed, so he quickly grabbed his brother and explained. Seeing that the guests were a little embarrassed, Taka quickly pulled his brother aside and explained, "She's really a very good actress. You can't disrespect my friend." Braun glanced at Tongning and then at his brother. In the end, he let go of his brother's hands and turned to leave. Taka sighed and smiled apologetically at Tongning. "Please believe me, today was just a misunderstanding." "It's okay," Tongning replied magnanimously. After all, she had the upper hand the entire time. Plus, they were on someone else's territory, so there was no need to be so aggressive. Soon, Taka helplessly turned around and left. Afterwards, the venue returned to normal and the event continued with Taka's team. However, because of what Tongning had just said, the other side no longer dared to look down on her. As a result, they treated her with utmost politeness throughout the entire event. During this time, someone even approached Tongning and pointed at Mo Ting. "This man is really interesting." "He is, my manager," Tongning replied politely. "In that case, which agency is he from?" Tongning could tell that the other party was interested in Mo Ting, so she smiled and replied, "Sorry, apart from me, he will never be anyone else's manager. He is the CEO of Hairue and my husband." The other party was a little surprised as he raised his glass apologetically. This wasn't originally a large-scale event, but Tongning once again became famous in the U.S. Her and Braun's confrontation was secretly captured by a paparazzi that quickly made its way onto the most popular websites in the U.S. What kind of ability did an Asian woman have to attract the attention of the Americans time and time again, apart from the cheongsam that she was wearing, which represented the culture of a big country? There was also the forceful counterattack that she had said to Braun. 1 year ago, she had changed the American people's perception of beauty. Today, she had changed the American people's perception of Asian actors again. Her words were enough to prove that the US wasn't a tolerant country. Plus, Braun's actions of insulting Tongning made it impossible for the Americans to retaliate. It didn't take long before news of the incident spread throughout the country. Elder Mo paid close attention to this incident. Seeing Tongning stand on the opposite side of the Americans and say such proud words, he felt the years of humiliation he had been holding back had finally been washed away. In the past, he had always felt that Tongning was lacking something. But, he couldn't find an answer. From this moment onwards, he finally understood. He wanted Tongning's courage, just like the Mo family. Needless to say, Tongning had completely gained Elder Mo's appreciation. Such a good granddaughter-in-law should be pampered and doted on. Of course, not only did Tongning gain Elder Mo's love, news of her confrontation with Braun quickly spread throughout the entire country. Some people said that Tongning was too stupid and that she had destroyed her international acting career. Others said that Tongning's courage was commendable because she was brave enough to speak her mind and defend the dignity of her country. "We just saw a good actress, yet she ended up destroying her own future. I feel great. When you come across a shameless foreigner, this is the way to fight back. Tongning did the right thing, didn't she? Plus, this is in line with her personality. What's right is right and what's wrong is wrong." Exactly, Tongning has always been brave enough to love and hate. This incident was published on every major news outlet and once again, Tongning's status in the hearts of the public rose. She was different from the average actress, her value lay in the fact that she had a code of conduct. This was something that no one, no matter what, could go overboard with. Wei-an also gave Tongning a phone call and praised her for living up to expectations. "From now on, you will be the one to handle situations like this. Compared to an actress or a model, you are more qualified to be a diplomat." "Why do I feel like I've seen a third way out?" Tongning smiled. "Tongning, I wish you all the best." These words were from Wei-an's heart. In the industry, it seemed, she was the only one that could live like Tongning. Afterwards, it was time for Tongning to return home. As she had caused such a huge commotion, her fans decided to pick her up at the airport. No female artist could cause such a huge commotion like a male celebrity. But, Tongning managed to do it. But the fact that she was pregnant made it impossible for Tongning to take the public route because she needed to protect the child. To avoid a huge commotion, Mo Ting directly booked a flight for the next day. However, on the day that the fans were to pick her up, a serious stampede occurred at Beijing airport due to the huge crowd. As a result, a number of fans were injured. The airport immediately sent out security to take the injured fans to the hospital. Luckily, they only suffered minor injuries. But, on this day, Tongming was nowhere to be seen at Beijing airport. She had never planned to return to China on this day. The reporters later obtained Tongming's actual flight time from the airport. Only then did they discover that, like before, Tongming had changed her flight date to avoid the crowd. However, many fans still expressed their understanding. If Tongming had come out at that time, she would have definitely been injured. Luckily, Tongming didn't return. However, there were also some injured fans that expressed their anger. "I never expected she would treat us like this. Does she think she can ignore her fans just because her international status has risen?" Of course, this incident caused a commotion. But, the people that blamed Tongming were in the minority. Until an artist posted a comment on their social media, "When it comes to creating hype, Hai Rui is the only one that can win. Their new film is about to be released. Haha, they don't treat their fans as humans." Following this, a second comment appeared, "Their new film is about to be released. Yet, they look down on the Americans. When a new film arrives, they will immediately kneel down and lick their boots." After all, Tongming was a person that refused to admit defeat. She touched the nerves of those that had previously swallowed their anger in front of the Americans. Why did this voice appear? It was because many people had told Tongming that she wasn't suited to stay in the industry. Her actions had subtly broken the rules of the industry. Although her words in the US were appreciated by many people, there were always people that were willing to endure the humiliation in order to make a name for themselves in Hollywood. In reality, Tongming's actions were meant to raise the status of domestic actors. However, there were some people that had faced the same situation in the past, yet they chose to endure the humiliation. They felt ashamed and angry because Tongming's elegance made them look extremely vulgar. Some people were even afraid that fans would compare them to Tongming, so they used the stampede incident at the airport as a pretext. No actor didn't want to step onto the international stage of Hollywood, and no actor didn't want to be famous around the world. If a big-name American director came knocking on their door, they refused to believe that Hai Rui would let Tongming miss out on such an opportunity. So, it was only natural to claim that Tongming was trying to create hype. At this time, before Tongming left the US, an American director actually contacted Mo Ting through a friend of his. In reality, the director had already contacted Hai Rui about the fact that they were lacking a perfect Asian character. The commotion that Tongming caused in the US made many rational Americans reconsider their attitude towards Asian actors. They did not hold a grudge and were willing to give Asian actors a chance to prove themselves. But, Tongming still rejected them. "I'm sorry, I have my reasons for not being able to take on the film. Thank you for your appreciation." The director was willing to give Tongming a way out, but Tongming still put on an act. For those that had been in the industry for many years, they felt that Tongming was acting too pretentious. As a result, their disdain towards her intensified. The day after, Tongming and Mo Ting returned to Beijing. As soon as they found out about the stampede incident, they expressed their concern. But, for safety reasons, Tongming did not take the normal route. At this time, Tongming's acting career was at its peak. She was famous both domestically and internationally. But, because she shone so brightly, she blocked the path of countless people. In fact, there were even artists from other agencies that started to form an alliance to ostracize Tongming. Tongming has slapped a lot of people in the face this time, including a few foreign artists. The more people she offends, the happier everyone will be, right? Back when she was a model, she was already arrogant. Who would have thought, now that she's an actress, she's still acting all high and mighty? It's so disgusting. Everyone in the industry is secretly communicating with each other. As long as there is a connection that can bring down Tongming, we need to make use of it. As long as it can be of use, don't hold back. Forget it. Can you afford to offend Hai Rui? Plus, don't you think Hai Rui doesn't have enough information on the things that happen in our industry? Mo Ting will be the first to know what you guys are up to. So what? Hai Rui could deal with one company, but if there were dozens of them, what could they do? Don't you understand the saying, everyone adds fuel to the fire? Inside a remote, high-class private nightclub, a few actors that often appeared on the silver screen were gathered together to discuss Tongming. In any case, I'm not going to participate in this matter. I'm just going to watch all of you perform. One of the women with long hair tied behind her head said arrogantly. Pfft, just wait and see. There are too many people in the industry that can't stand Tongning. This time, they will definitely teach her a lesson. Who has the guts to do this? Have you guys already thought of a plan? The other three men sipped on their red wine as they gave each other a meaningful smile. Someone's got their hands on Tongning's information in the US. Don't forget, the industry is only so big. Long Jia was good at getting her hands on information. So, before Lu Che even heard about it, Long Jia had already found out from her friends that someone was plotting against Tongning. So, she immediately headed to Hyatt Regency. As Tongning had no idea she was pregnant, Long Jia's sudden visit made her so nervous that she subconsciously covered her stomach. She had a feeling that her pregnancy would have a huge impact on Long Jia. Tongning, what's wrong with you this time? Long Jia had always felt that Tongning had always hidden her abilities and would never do anything that would anger the public. But, this time, she had indeed aroused the ire of many in the industry. Do you know that there are already people waiting to ambush you from behind? What do they want? Tongning asked calmly as she sat on the sofa. In 2 days, you will be appearing on an important interview. On that day, I heard that someone is going to release an explosive piece of information. As for the details, I haven't found out yet. In that case, I'll just go with the flow. Tongning's eyes did not contain a trace of panic. I'm finding it harder and harder to understand you. Long Jia had no idea what Tongning was planning. Hearing this, Tongning finally put down the magazine in her hands and looked at Long Jia in seriousness. I have something to tell you, huh? Long Jia raised an eyebrow questioningly. Actually, I'm almost 3 months pregnant, Tongning honestly told Long Jia. At the same time, she carefully observed Long Jia's expression. However, Long Jia was indeed surprised. She then looked at Tongning's stomach in surprise. Does that mean I'm going to be a wife? Long Jia laughed. This is a good thing. Why did you keep it a secret from me? Tongning did not say a word as she looked at Long Jia. Long Jia seemed to understand what she was thinking as she smiled. Did you think I wouldn't find out just because you didn't tell me? Don't worry, I'm fine. Io, did those people say you were infertile? They should have been slapped in the face. I don't plan to reveal this information, Tongning replied calmly. Plus, during the interview, I will be making a very important decision. Long Jia held on to Tongning's hand and nodded her head. You are no longer the Tongning you once knew. If you want something, go for it. If you want to do something, go for it. Long Jia, thank you for everything you've done. What nonsense are you saying? Long Jia squeezed Tongning's hand before letting go. I really hope to see your child born. Think about your and boss's genes. Oh God, this child is going to be heaven-defying. Tongning lowered her head and looked at her stomach. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Afterwards, Long Jia left Hyatt Regency. However, as soon as she entered her car, she subconsciously held on to her stomach as tears uncontrollably rolled down her cheeks. She also wanted a child, she wanted it too. After Long Jia left, Tongning stared at the magazine on the table in a daze. Afterwards, she turned her gaze to the bright scenery outside the window. When it came to the darkness of the industry, she was already invulnerable. She had never been afraid of fighting with anyone. But, now that she had a child with Mo Ting, she was going to do her best to take good care of their child. Was she planning to plot against her? Just give it your all. If she was afraid, she wouldn't be the vengeful Tongning. Over the past 2 days, the fans who had been trampled at the airport had been discharged one after another. When they were discharged, they received a full refund from the hospital. This was because someone had taken full responsibility for their medical expenses. However, they did not reveal who it was. The fans were confused, but they assumed it was arranged by Hai Rui, so they accepted it without any qualms. As soon as they were discharged from the hospital, they announced that they had turned from fans to haters. Although Tongning expressed her condolences to them through Hai Rui as soon as she returned to China, they couldn't see a single trace of sincerity. They even posted on their social media accounts, I must have been blind to have liked Tongning for so long. Actually, in Tongning's eyes, we are worthless. In the past, when she Saw us arguing with passers-by, she never stepped out to protect us. But this time, I've seen through her. When we are in danger, Tongning is worse than a stranger. Haha, how cold-blooded. Because of the extreme comments they made, they were attacked by other Tongning fans. As a result, they became even more extreme. In fact, they even used their identities as longtime fans to say to passers-by, "I've been a longtime fan for a few years now. Now, I'm a hater of Tongning. Her hype has no limits. Let me warn you, don't be tricked by her. She is extremely virtuous and has never had much contact with her fans. Can I say that she has always been a virtuous person? But, it's getting messed up now." As longtime fans knew a lot of insider information and made up stories that were half true and half false, they actually caused internal strife among some of the fans. On the outside, there were people in the industry keeping an eye on her. On the inside, there were fans that had yet to calm down. Tongning was currently in a situation of internal and external troubles. Although, for Tongning, this wasn't going to cause too much damage. But, if her loyal fans and potential enemies were to team up, there would be no end of trouble. Late at night, after Mo Ting helped Tongning to sleep, he returned to the study room. This time, compared to the previous conflicts of interest, Tongning was facing an even bigger crisis. Although this was something she had to face on her path to becoming a superstar, as her husband and manager, Mo Ting would not allow her to suffer any harm. However, he never expected Tongning to wake up halfway through. "It's already so late, why are you still hiding in the study?" Mo Ting watched as Tongning pushed open the door and walked over to his side, so he wrapped his arms around her. "I still have some work to do." "Who are you trying to fool?" Tongning sat on Mo Ting's lap and lifted her head to look at his computer screen. "Are you making arrangements for my exclusive interview in 2 days?" "I can't hide anything from you," Mo Ting replied as he placed his chin on Tongning's shoulder. His voice contained a hint of exhaustion. "Actually, I've already made a decision." Tongning turned her head and looked at Mo Ting in seriousness. "I would like to take this opportunity to announce my temporary retreat from acting." Hearing Tongning say she was going to temporarily retreat from the industry, Mo Ting was stunned. "What's wrong?" Tongning asked after seeing his reaction. "Nothing. It's just. When you were about to become an international supermodel, I asked you to give up on your current achievements and become an actress. Right now, your career is on the rise, but I can't bear for you to choose to retreat because of our child. I want you to be happy, not because I want you to give up on more and more things. Right now, everyone is saying that I have double standards and that I look down on Hollywood while meeting with an American director. So, no matter what I try to explain, people will think that I'm just trying to please the public. So, instead of doing that, I might as well distance myself from all this," Tongning said in a gentle voice. "Right now, I simply want to focus all my attention on our child. That's why I've decided to retreat from the industry." "But it wasn't easy for you to get to where you are today." "Ting. There's nothing I can't do. It's just a matter of time. So, right now, I want to take good care of our child." Mo Ting hugged Tongning tightly. Thinking about the trust and sacrifices she had made along the way, he couldn't help but remind himself that in this lifetime, he was going to give the best things to Tongning. "Okay," Mo Ting nodded his head. "I want you to return to the dazzling Tongning after our child is born. In fact, I want you to be even more dazzling than before." Tongning smiled and sat up straight. She then held on to Mo Ting's handsome face and placed a gentle kiss on his lips. Tongning had always been that type of person. No matter what was right or wrong, as long as it was a path that she had chosen, she would walk it to the end even if she had to kneel down. Especially for the sake of Mo Ting and their child, she felt, even if it cost her her life, she wouldn't hesitate. Afterwards, Mo Ting gave Luce a phone call and told him to give up on any preparations he had made. The moment Tongning announced her retreat from the industry, it would be the best way to counter all the rumors. In fact, Mo Ting suddenly came to a realization. According to Tongning's flawless personality, the only reason she dared to say something like that in the US was because she was already mentally prepared for the consequences of her actions. So, rather than saying someone was plotting against her, It was more accurate to say that she was trying to find a perfect excuse to retreat from the industry. Mo Ting understood, Tongming only had one motive for doing this: she wanted to protect the child in her stomach and not be disturbed by the outside world. I really don't know what to do with you. Even I was almost fooled by you. Tongming understood what Mo Ting meant as she let out a gentle laugh. What other people do has nothing to do with me. I simply don't want to cause you any more trouble. Isn't it better for me to retreat like this? You always think about me, but have you ever thought about yourself? Of course I've thought about myself. My biggest wish was to become someone worthy of you. But now, I simply want to take good care of you and our child. Tongming replied in seriousness. So, don't get involved this time. If anyone is plotting against me, I will let everyone know that, even if I'm not in the industry, that no one will ever forget about me. Mo Ting smiled and nodded his head. Okay. Did they want to team up against her? Then let's watch a good show. This time, Tongming's interview was called Super Celebrity Talk. It was an interview with the ace of the film industry. This time, Tongming would be participating in the interview as an actress. It was very different to her previous appearance as Feng Kai. The incident of old fans slandering Tongming was still ongoing. At the same time, rumors of Tongming double-crossing an American director were also spreading. This time, everyone in the industry was working together. But, Tongming was curious to see what kind of tricks they had up their sleeves. Ningjia, this is the information regarding the interview. Inside Hyatt Regency, Song Yenshu sat opposite Tongming as she handed her a thick stack of papers. In order not to let anyone see, I've already arranged for clothes to cover your stomach. Thank you for your hard work. Tongming received the papers and nodded her head. She then seemed to remember something as she put down the papers and said to Song Yenshu, you were originally sent here to take care of me. After I get pregnant, there will be a few months of free time. So, what are your plans? Song Yenshu had already prepared herself for this. So, she pulled on her purple scarf and smiled. President Mo has already arranged for me to do something else. Huh? President Mo has asked me to take care of your brother, Song Yenshu explained. That's a good idea. After hearing about this, Tongming let out a sigh of relief. Although Xianxia has adapted to the industry, he is still young and is bound to make mistakes. With you by his side to help him out, I can rest assured. I won't let you down. Song Yenshu suddenly stood up and bowed sincerely. Song Yenshu suddenly stood up and gave Tongming a sincere bow. I really want to thank you for helping me learn so much. I'm the one that should be thanking you for taking care of me, Tongming replied as she held on to her hand. In that case, will this interview with Super Celebrity Talk be okay? Actually, Song Yenshu wasn't completely clueless. After all, being in the industry, she had definitely heard some rumors. Of course, it won't be a problem, Tongming smiled. After receiving a positive answer, Song Yenshu bid farewell to Tongming and left. As Tongming watched Song Yenshu leave, she suddenly felt a little emotional. Everyone had to complete their tasks and then retreat. But, for Song Yenshu, it seemed, her story had yet to truly begin. Tongming is finally going to participate in an exclusive interview. Apart from some scattered news and rumors, it seems she hasn't made an appearance in a long time. I hope she can bring good news and clarify the recent rumors. I don't believe that she is a two-faced person. Tisk, those old fans are so cheap. Recently, a few small-time celebrities have stepped forward to mock my Ning. Last time, I even participated in the scolding battle. It was so satisfying. Previous poster, one fan is better than 10 haters. Don't ruin your Ning's character. As soon as the trailer for the interview was released, Tongming's name was already on the hottest search list in the entertainment industry. As one of the most popular celebrities in the world, it seemed, any small matter could attract the attention of the public. As for the interview, it would be at 7 p.m. tonight, and it would be a live broadcast. There was no way to edit it and redo it. 4 p.m. under Mo Ting's protection, Tongming arrived at the television station in a van. Thanks to Song Yenshu's meticulous arrangements, Tongming was dressed in a navy blue trench coat with a bow tied around her waist. However, just as she stepped out of the van, a group of people suddenly pushed past the media. As soon as they saw Tongming step out of the van, they threw eggs in her direction. Mo Ting immediately pulled Tongning into his embrace and gestured for the bodyguards behind him to stop the men from getting any closer. Four bodyguards immediately stepped forward and grabbed onto the hands of the 5 young women. They then dragged them in front of Mo Ting. Mo Ting's gaze was like a torch as his dark pupils emitted a cold glow. "Are you guys crazy? We are her old fans. Last time, when we were all trampled, where was she? Tongning, we were wrong about you. Even strangers know to show sympathy. How could you be so cold and heartless?" Seeing more and more people gathered to watch the show, Mo Ting knew there was no point in dragging things out any longer. So, he sneered, "How naive. Go to the hospital and check the medical records. Find out who the strangers are." After speaking, Mo Ting escorted Tongning into the television station. At this time, the bodyguards immediately released the 5 women. They didn't understand why Mo Ting would mention medical expenses at a time like this. So, one of them directly called the hospital to ask about it. But, before they could find someone to ask, one of Mo Ting's bodyguards crossed his arms and replied, "What's there to check? Needless to say, if there is one person in this world that can forgive their stupid fans, it is our madam. All of your medical bills were paid by her out of her own pocket. I feel ashamed on behalf of you guys." Hearing Tongning's name, the women were stunned as they stood rooted to the ground, unsure if they should believe him. As a celebrity, the madam shouldn't be held responsible for your brainless actions. So, from now on, don't let the madam see you again. From now on, Hai Rui will publicly explain that the madam paid for your medical expenses. If you still have an ounce of conscience, step out and admit your wrongdoings. Heartless and unscrupulous people. Perhaps it was because of Mo Ting's careful selection, even the bodyguards by his side were eloquent. This one. 82 tall, muscular and handsome man was wearing black sunglasses and emitting the scent of male hormones. Of course, the reason why Mo Ting chose these 4 men was because they each had their own strengths. After hearing the bodyguard's words, the onlookers immediately realized what was going on. They were talking about the fan stampede at the airport. Because they didn't care about Tongning, they went around slandering her. But, the truth was. Oh God, this is awkward. Didn't they say that Tongning doesn't care about her fans? For a popular artist to pay for her fans' medical expenses is already quite good. If these brainless people had brains, would they still be called brainless? *CK Isn't this a classic example of biting the hand that feeds you? How dare they go around slandering her? Tongning must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to have a fan like this. As the women heard the discussions around them, their faces turned red. They never expected that the kind person that paid for their medical expenses without leaving his name was actually Tongning. It was Tongning. The women left the TV station with their tails between their legs. They had never felt so ashamed in their entire lives. Yet, Hai Rui still wanted to make this matter public. Wouldn't that be the same as announcing to the entire world that they had a problem with their characters? Are you okay? Mo Ting asked as he wrapped his arm around Tongning after entering the hall. Tongning shook her head with a smile on her face. It seemed, all she wanted to do was reassure Mo Ting. From now on, things like this need to be dealt with immediately. There is no need to drag it out. Mo Ting's voice was cold. Mo Ting's tone was a little cold. When it came to Tongning's safety, he could never afford to make a single mistake. So, today's scene served as a reminder. There will be no future, Tongning replied in seriousness. Because of Tongning's current status and Mo Ting's status as her manager, the people at the television station all smiled warmly at them. After entering the recording studio, Tongning sat in the guest seat. Opposite her was the female host with long black hair. Mo Ting stood behind the scenes, taking in everything that was happening in the studio. Fans sat below the stage, each holding a nameplate with Tongning's name on it. As far as the eye could see, the fan-shaped viewing area was densely packed with people. Apart from being in awe of Tongning, everyone was also in awe of Mo Ting's coldness. After all, this king-like existence was Tongning's best protector. Not long after, the director gave the host an okay sign. The host sat up straight and smiled brightly. Because of its primetime slot and the popularity that Superstar Talk had accumulated over the years, it had always attracted the attention of film fans. And with the addition of Tongning, from the start, the viewership ratings had always been higher than the other channels. In August last year, a model who was famous for her long legs announced her comeback in a high-profile manner. Afterwards, with her own hard work, she created one legend after another. The Oriental trend sparked a craze in the US, and because of the Oriental trend, she was awarded the Most Outstanding Contribution award. Afterwards, every step she took was difficult but steady. But, just as she was one step away from becoming an international supermodel, she made a shocking decision: she changed from a model to an actress. I have to say, the heavens always take pity on those who work hard. So, as an actress, she was extremely successful. And this person is today's female lead, Tongning. The host's words were unusually sincere. It was obvious that she had done her research on Tongning. Afterwards, the host placed her gaze on Tongning and asked gently, "So, how does it feel to be an actress? Is it better to be a model or an actress?" Actually, there's nothing to compare the two professions. However, they're similar because they're both meant to convey a comfortable visual effect. As for what it feels like to be an actress, I think I like challenges and breakthroughs, Tongning replied seriously. Everyone knows that you've shot 3 movies in a row this year, and the last 2 were the highlights. Which role do you like the most? The actress from Stupid, because I admire the person who wrote the story. But, the scriptwriter of Stupid is John Doe. Does that mean you actually know who the scriptwriter is? The host asked. If it's convenient for you to reveal it, please tell us. Tongning took the opportunity to glance at Mo Ting, hinting that she might not be able to keep this secret any longer. However, Mo Ting did not seem to mind. It seemed he could do whatever she wanted. So, Tongning smiled and confidently told the host, from now on, his name will appear at the beginning and end of the film. Or perhaps, you can all take a guess. The fans below the stage immediately fell into a discussion. Including the host, everyone was thinking about Tongning's question. There weren't many people in the country that could write such an outstanding script. As for the best scriptwriters, they had already established their own style of writing, so Stupid couldn't possibly have come from them. In the end, the host had no choice but to ask Tongning for help. Tongning, hurry and tell us. Satisfy our curiosity. It's actually quite easy to guess. Tongning smiled with a deeper meaning. At this time, the fans below the stage finally reacted and began to shout at the top of their lungs. It's President Mo Tongning, it's President Mo, isn't it? As soon as the host heard this answer, she covered her mouth in surprise. After a second, she asked, really? Is it really President Mo? Tongning looked at the host and then turned to look at the fans below the stage. In the end, she nodded her head. Oh God, the host gasped. This is big news. President Mo is actually the creator of Stupid. Isn't this a bit too well written? Yes, that's why I also admire him. Tongning was like a show-off maniac. She wanted everyone to know that Mo Ting was capable of anything, even though this was already a known fact. As the mysterious scriptwriter of Stupid was unveiled, the atmosphere in the recording studio suddenly became lively. However, at this time, the internet finally released evidence of Tongning's double-dealing. It was a photo of her meeting with the American director. And this American director was someone that everyone knew. It was likely they had obtained a copy of the hotel's surveillance footage. But, in the photo, Tongning and the director were indeed chatting happily. There's no bottom line in creating hype and no bottom line in shamelessness. Didn't they say they despised foreign directors? So this is Tongning with a backbone. It turns out, her backbone has to kneel in front of the US dollar. It's all hype, it's just for the sake of a new film. But, this method is a little hypocritical and shameless. Is Tongning's aloof image about to crumble? Just wait and see. It won't be long before the US officially announces that Tongning has been cast. If that's the case, then Tongning can forget about watching any of her films from now on. I hate people that are like this. Let's make a bet. If the US doesn't announce it, I will run around the streets naked. Did they think these comments were made by fans? This wasn't the case. Every single comment came from an artist with a different status. After all, they had a certain level of appeal and attracted a lot of attention. Plus, it was rare to see a group of artists ridiculing an actor. As a result, the topic of Tang Ning's bad reputation in the entertainment industry became the hottest topic on social media. There were a few key words: hype, hypocrisy, B*TCH and stand up. Above all, the artists that made comments were waiting for Tang Ning to be slapped in the face. Did Tang Ning really accept an American film after making such a comment? Don't think this was a small matter. In the entertainment industry, wearing another country's flag was enough to attract disgust from the public. If Tang Ning really did something like this, she would definitely hit rock bottom. After all, this time, the people that attacked her were a group of artists. Inside the studio, Tang Ning was still being interviewed by the host. Even though Superstar Talk had quite a few internal staff members that had heard the news, a large number of celebrities were accusing Tang Ning of creating hype and acting hypocritically. To increase the popularity of the topic, the host discussed with the director during their break and decided it was necessary to ask Tang Ning about her plans for her next film. They wanted to see if they could get any information from her. So, as the conversation continued, the host's smile was no longer as sincere as before. In fact, it was a little awkward. Tang Ning, your fans are actually curious as to what plans you have for your next film. Tang Ning had already sensed the presenter's probing. She already knew that a bloodbath was brewing outside. I already have plans, Tang Ning replied in seriousness. In that case, can you reveal a little bit to us film fans? For example, what kind of role will you be taking on? Host, you don't have to beat around the bush like this. I know you want to know if I've signed a contract with an American director, Tang Ning said straightforwardly as she looked at the host seriously. The host felt a little awkward. In that case, do you think I've already signed a contract with an American director? Tang Ning subconsciously gave a flirtatious smile as she asked. The public's reaction is indeed huge. The host's face flushed red. Don't be nervous. Since I'm already here as a guest, I think you can be a little more open-minded with your questions. After all, I've already revealed the secret that my husband is the screenwriter of Stupid. I'm sure, there are only questions that you are too afraid to ask, but I am too afraid to answer. Seeing that Tang Ning wasn't joking, the host put on a serious expression. After making eye contact with the director, she finally let go of her courage. Because of Tang Ning's words, the show continued to reach new heights in viewership ratings. Obviously, this was the answer that the netizens wanted to hear. In fact, the director even prepared an electronic device for the host to refresh her comments. This time, the host completely let loose. Even though she had never been so ruthless towards a guest of Superstar Talk. According to statistics, there are currently over 30 celebrities online that are accusing you of creating hype. Do you have any response to this? I just want to ask one question. What are they basing their claims on? Tang Ning laughed as she asked the host. Based on the fact that I met with the director? I think, now that the entire internet has fallen, and the matter has blown up quite a bit, what do you plan to do next? Although she could already feel Mo Ting's cold gaze behind her, she still gathered her courage and said, why don't we contact one of the artists and find out why he made such a comment? If it is a misunderstanding, we can explain ourselves on the spot. Go ahead. Tang Ning was fearless. Then, the director team made a prompt decision and used their connections to get the contact information of one of them. Then, they contacted the person on the set of the show. In reality, the reason why the production team dared to say something like this was because Tang Ning was confident in herself. She must have made thorough preparations before she dared to agree like this, right? After a short ring, the person actually picked up the phone. The host immediately explained that she was currently filming a show with Tang Ning and brought up the sensitive topic. But, the person did not respond and directly hung up. At the very least, any artist with a bit of intelligence would not directly express their standpoint. After all, there were over 30 artists that had spoken up. If he was the only one that was contacted and spoke up, wouldn't he become everyone's target? He wasn't stupid. Afterwards, the television station was surrounded by a large group of fans. Some were there to protect Tang Ning, but of course, there were also those that didn't like her at all. Did it have to end up like this? Tang Ning looked helpless. In the end, she glanced at the host and sat up straight. Actually, today, I want to use the platform of Superstar Talk to announce a very important decision that I will definitely not disappoint. As it was a live broadcast, a large number of people online had already started to complain. It seems Tongming is about to announce that she has accepted a role in an American drama. Do you even need to ask? The answer is already obvious. Although I'm disappointed in Tongming, I still hope to hear something else from her mouth. Her image has already been destroyed. Let's see if she can continue to stay in the entertainment industry. Just as everyone thought Tongming was about to announce some good news, she stood up gracefully and bowed to her fans. To be honest, this decision has forced me to abandon a lot of my family. I know that a lot of people are waiting for me to be abused and slapped in the face. However, I regret to tell all of you that today, I would like to use the platform of Superstar Talk to officially announce something to everyone. I would like to announce. From today onwards, I, Tongming, will be taking an indefinite break from the industry. Wait, retreat? It turned out, Tongming wasn't going to say that there was a problem with the American drama, she was going to retreat from the industry. Retreat from the industry? It was just two simple words, but it seemed to contain a huge amount of power as it slammed into the bodies of the 30 or so artists. They said she was trying to create hype and they said she was shameless. But, at a time like this, her counterattack was to retreat from the industry. She didn't use any resources, she didn't use Mo Ting's name and she didn't try to find excuses. She was going to retreat from the industry. No, Tongming, are you looking down on the industry because of this incident? Or, after filming 3 films in a row, I'm already satisfied. It's time for me to take on a different role, Tongming replied with a smile. I simply hope that those that have hated me, lied to me, and said that I was trying to create hype, will remember that they have been slapped in the face by me today. My plan is to not take on any more films. My aim is to retire after my success. So, I have decided to retreat from the industry. As soon as Tongming's response was revealed, everyone was shocked. They had expected her to come up with all sorts of excuses, but they never expected her to directly announce her retreat from the industry at a time like this. If she was to meet with an American director and sign a contract, then she would no longer dabble in the industry. Plenty of people thought that Tongming was at the peak of her career and that she wouldn't do anything to hurt herself. But, she didn't take the normal path. Oh God, Tongming has directly announced her retreat from the industry? That's right, retreat. Tongming replied confidently. The host covered her mouth in shock as she looked at Tongming. She never imagined, in order to prove her innocence, Tongming would make such a decisive decision. Tongming, you didn't actually have to. There was no official announcement from the American director and I didn't sign a contract with anyone. The only reason I met with them was to reject them, not to sign a contract, Tongming said as she faced the main camera. From today onwards, Tongming will temporarily cease to exist in the entertainment industry. Thank you everyone for your support and tolerance. I would like to express my gratitude to everyone here. After speaking, Tongming once again faced the camera and gave a sincere bow. Tongming strikes back at the scandal. I choose to retreat from the industry. What forced Tongming to retreat from the industry? Behind Tongming's retreat is a group of jealous vampires. It didn't take long before the words Tongming has retreated appeared on the headlines of all the major websites. Her announcement had caught everyone off guard. Especially those that claimed Tongming was creating hype and was ambitious. As soon as they saw Tongming retreat from the industry, a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. They couldn't believe their judgment of Tongming had been wrong once again. As Tongming left the studio, Mo Ting was on the phone with Lu Che. Find out who's controlling these artists. I'll give you 3 days. Lu Che knew Mo Ting wouldn't let things go so easily, so he had already begun his investigation. Since they dared to go against Tongming to this extent, it seemed they weren't far from death. Afterwards, Mo Ting escorted Tongming out of the TV station. This time, the fans outside the TV station no longer argued. In fact, some of them felt guilty for blaming Tongming wrongly. Especially after seeing Tongming walk out of the TV station, the fans immediately surrounded her and begged, Tongming, don't retreat from the industry. Continue to act. Don't bother with these nobodies. That's right, Xianxia, we can't bear to see you go. Can you reconsider? Xianxia. I support your decision. This industry is too disgusting. A bunch of people don't know right from wrong and only know how to slander the person we love. How shameless. Faced with the different voices of her fans, Tongning suddenly turned around and smiled at everyone. Thank you all. I'm sure we will meet again if fate allows it. Tongning. Ning Jia. F*CK, I hope President Mo can help us get revenge by kicking those nobodies out of the entertainment industry. That's right. When I get back, I'll make a list of those artists and make it public. Let's see how they don't work hard and push others aside. Seeing her fans' eyes redden, Tongning couldn't bear to see them like this. So, in the end, she made a shushing gesture. I still have 2 films to release. I'm sure they won't disappoint you. You are all my fans, so no matter where I am, I will always wish you the best. I'm leaving today not because I admit defeat, but because I need time to settle down. Trust me, I won't stay in the shadows forever. After speaking, Tongning boarded her black car with her fans following closely behind her for the rest of the journey. Ting. I will continue to protect my fans. I hope that those that have supported me all this time will be lucky because of me. Mo Ting ran his hand through Tongning's hair and nodded his head. Fang Yu knows what to do. Tongning relaxed like she had been relieved of a responsibility. She suddenly lay on Mo Ting's lap and closed her eyes. From now on, I will have time to take care of you and our child. Mo Ting's lips curved upwards gently as he leaned over and placed a kiss on Tongning's earlobe. Tongning's fans kept their promises. That night, they listed all the artists that had made their comments online according to their popularity. Of course, since Tongning had already made such a big response, it meant that she had never signed a contract with an American director. So, the people from Hai Rui immediately stepped out to speak up for Tongning. All I can say is, Tongning is too outstanding and attracted a pack of hungry wolves. As Tongning's senior, I would like to say that the people from Hai Rui have worked hard to get to where they are today. We have never used any underhanded methods. As for those that ostracized Tongning, I'm sure their intestines are green with regret right now because everyone has seen their true colors. As a part of Hai Rui, as long as President Mo and Tongning need us, we will do our best to help. Bullying Hai Rui? Do you think you're qualified? I trust President Mo will do his job properly. So, Tongning's retreat triggered an intense backlash. Not only from Hai Rui, but also from those that had previously been oppressed by Hai Rui. I feel bad for Tongning. The ones that should leave should be those arrogant trash. Haha. Aren't there a few repeat offenders on this list? I'm already used to it. A small matter is a test of one's character. From this moment onwards, this list is going to be filled with Xiang family's worries. I wish you all the best. Let's wait and see what happens. Although the incident involved a lot of artists, the power of anger online was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. A few of the artists had already deleted their previous comments and cleared out their social media accounts. But, Tongning's fans would not forget about them. Because, none of the artists on the list could escape. Meanwhile, a few artists from smaller agencies publicly expressed that they were too young and wanted to apologize to Tongning. Apologize. Tongning doesn't care about your apology. She simply wants you to leave the entertainment industry. Even an A-lister like Tongning has the courage to leave the industry. How could a lowly C-lister like you not have the guts to do so? To gather so many people, I'm afraid there must be a bigger conspiracy behind the scenes. As for the people on the list, it's best if you don't come out. Just looking at you makes me want to vomit. This is what you call hypocrisy. Of course, Hai Rui never let everyone down. Early the next morning, they announced that Tongning had paid for her fans' medical fees and revealed the truth to the world. Tongning cared so much about her fans, yet she was bitten back by them. Many people were shocked and felt disappointed for Tongning. Afterwards, Hai Rui released a second statement. But, to everyone's surprise, this time, it was Mo Ting who personally released the statement. The core of the statement was simple. As long as someone from Hai Rui was bullied, Hai Rui would use all their resources to seek justice. So what if they had 30 artists? Even if they had 300, Hai Rui would still find out the truth and make those involved pay. Because of Mo Ting's release, this statement caused a huge commotion. It also showed how much attention Hai Rui was paying to this incident. Most importantly, Mo Ting would definitely not let the people that started the rumors get away with it. Definitely. But, when he heard that Tang Ning had retreated from the industry, he was still quite shocked. But, Elder Tang remained calm this time. He knew exactly why Tang Ning had made such a decision. Retreating from the industry was a good thing, it was time for her to do so. Grandfather, don't you think it's a waste for Sister 3 to do this? Tang Jingxian asked as he watched the entertainment news. Sister 3 isn't someone with a fragile heart. Why would she suddenly make such a decision? Your sister is protected by your brother-in-law. You should worry about yourself. Have you gotten yourself a girlfriend recently? Elder Tang looked at Tang Jingxian meaningfully. Tang Jingxian smiled in agreement. When will you bring her back for us to see? Elder Tang continued to ask. Hey, grandfather, now that Sister 3 is no longer an artist, she can return to the Tang family and take over as CEO. What do you think? Tang Jingxian deliberately changed the subject. Elder Tang knew what he was thinking, so he smiled with a deeper meaning. Since you've entered the entertainment industry, you don't need to worry about the Tang family. Grandfather has his own plans. The grandfather and grandson sat in the living room watching TV. They did not notice the gloomy expression on Tang Xian's face as she stood behind a pillar. She wanted to destroy Tang Ning, but she never expected that Tang Ning would rather retreat from the industry than be slandered by others. Plus, wasn't this the same as shooting herself in the foot? She originally thought that by destroying Tang Ning's reputation, she would be able to deal a blow to Tang Ning. But, she never expected, it would instead put Tang Ning in danger of returning to the Tang family. Tang Ning taking over as CEO? If that was the case, wouldn't she have endured all this time for nothing? She couldn't allow this to happen. So, Tang Xian directly returned to her room. After locking the door, she pulled out her phone and gave a mysterious person a phone call. Send me Xia Yuling's latest schedule. If I don't make a move soon, Tang Ning will be back. I need to seize this opportunity to reclaim my power. The person on the other end of the phone responded with a okay and hung up. Of course, the only reason Tang Xian was willing to work as a lowly employee for so long was because she already had a plan in mind. First, she used the excuse that Xia Yuling's secretary almost caused her to miscarry as an excuse to force her away. Afterwards, Xia Yuling's newly hired secretary slowly sided with her due to her repeated threats. Yet, Xia Yuling did not seem to notice. This time, Tang Xian decided to stake everything on one throw. Who asked her to hate Tang Ning? 10 minutes later, Tang Xian received an email from Xia Yuling. According to the email, Xia Yuling would be leaving for Switzerland in a few days. Switzerland, Tang Xian thought to herself, since I've already left, don't ever come back. Xia Yuling was indeed on a trip to Switzerland, but that didn't mean she and Elder Tang were unaware of Tang Xian's every move in the office. Including how the secretary was secretly helping an outsider, Xia Yuling was well aware. Not long after, Xia Yuling received a message from her confidant, saying that her secretary and Tang Xian might be up to something, so she needed to be careful. Xia Yuling immediately thought of the trip to Switzerland. Although there was no guarantee that there would be a trap, it was better to be cautious. Originally, she was supposed to go on this trip alone, but since the secretary liked to snitch so much, she decided to bring her along. After making up her mind, Xia Yuling gave Tang Ning a phone call. Tang Xian is up to something again. She's been holding back for so long and is only making a move now. It must be because you announced your retreat and she feels like her status is being threatened. In that case, she guessed correctly, Tang Ning replied with a smile. Mom, use this incident to get rid of Tang Xian. In that case, we need to plan a spectacular show, Xia Yuling replied after a moment of thought. I'm going back to Tang Core, Tang Ning replied straightforwardly. Since she's looking forward to it, I'd be letting her down if I don't return. What about the baby? It's fine, I have my ways, Tang Ning reassured Xia Yuling. Although her grandfather had given up on forcing her to become the heir of Tang Core, if Tang Xian continued to act like a villain and her mother couldn't do anything about it, she would have no choice but to clean up the mess herself. After Tang Ning finished her phone call, Mo Ting covered her with a blanket and carried her. The weather is getting colder and colder. It's best if you stay in bed and get some rest. But, you heard what I just said. Didn't you say you'd take good care of me and the baby? I'm not going to work. There are simply a few situations that require my attention, so it won't affect me too much. I'm afraid that if I continue to ignore Tang Xian, she will hurt mom and grandfather. Mo Ting was a little surprised. He looked straight ahead and replied, "You must have heard the phone call Lu Che made to me. The person that bribed people in the industry to spread rumors about you was Tang Xian. She must have been building up her connections in the industry for some time. Because I know she's starting to pull out all the stops, I need to cut the Gordian knot. In the past, I didn't have time. But now, I will take good care of you and help mom at the same time. Don't tire yourself out." Mo Ting did not have any other requests. He knew that Tang Ning had made the right decision. Although Xia Yuling could suppress Tang Xian, she couldn't stop Tang Xian's mind from working hard. "Don't worry, when have I ever disappointed you?" Tang Ning wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's neck and gently planted a kiss on his charming lips. Meanwhile, after returning to Hai Rui, Tang Jingxian originally wanted to tell Xia Jingyi that his grandfather wanted to see her. But just as he was about to push open the door, he heard Xia Jingyi talking to another man. "Why are you here? Are you afraid that your little lover will hear you?" The man revealed an evil smile. "Did you really think you could marry into a wealthy family? Don't forget, you are still my woman. You once tried so hard to woo me. Yet, because of a little lover, are you going to give up on the love you've had for so many years?" "Don't spout nonsense," Xia Jingyi immediately warned. "Okay, I won't spout nonsense. I simply want to see the expression on your little lover's face when he finds out about your true colors." After speaking, the man turned to leave. At this time, Tang Jingxian immediately took a few steps back and pretended he hadn't heard anything as he turned to enter Xia Jingyi's waiting room. After sending the man off, Xia Jingyi saw Tang Jingxian and her expression changed. She quickly explained, "This is my classmate. He came to catch up with me today." Tang Jingxian nodded his head as he watched the man leave. A man that exuded a dangerous aura and was extremely handsome, how could he possibly be a classmate? However, Tang Jingxian did not dare to believe it. Plus, he had no evidence. So, he had no choice but to endure for now. Of course, the news that he had prepared earlier was immediately swallowed back into his stomach. "Didn't you have some good news for me on the phone just now?" Xia Jingyi asked gently as she pulled Tang Jingxuan's gaze back to her. "I'm about to release a new album," Tang Jingxian replied with a smile as he turned back to Xia Jingyi. "I knew our heavenly King Luo would become more and more popular." Tang Jingxian tried his best to maintain his smile, but he felt he wouldn't be able to hide it any longer. Just as he began to feel like he was being hypocritical, Song Yenshu suddenly appeared behind them and said in an official tone, "Luo Xing, Vice President Fang wants us to go to his office right now." Tang Jingxian suddenly felt relieved as he said to Xia Jingyi, "I'm going to have a meeting first. Let's talk later." "Okay." Xia Jingyi nodded her head thoughtfully. Afterwards, Tang Jingxian turned around. However, he never imagined the once kind and pure Xia Jingyi had a side to her that he had yet to discover. Song Yenshu glanced at Xia Jingyi and followed behind Tang Jingxian. After entering the elevator, she asked, "If you're unhappy, why are you hiding it?" "Because I don't want to be blinded by jealousy and suspicion. I need proof. Vice President Fang didn't call for a meeting. I simply don't think you can continue acting. This is the difference between you and your sister. Ning Jia has never been merciful towards those that hurt her and has never been afraid," Song Yenshu said as she looked at Tang Jingxuan's back. "Her sensitivity to other people's emotions is something that you will never be able to catch up to. You may not have noticed, and as her manager, I shouldn't be telling you this. But, Xia Jingyi really isn't suitable for you." Tang Jingxian sighed. "If you need anything, let me know. I can think of a way to help you." "Thank you," Tang Jingxian nodded as he left Hai Rui with a confused mind. However, on the way back, he almost collided with another car more than once because he was distracted. He wanted to know, if Tang Ning was in the same situation, how would she deal with it? In the end, Tang Jingxian turned around and headed towards Hyatt Regency. The person who opened the door was Mo Ting. As soon as he saw Tang Jingxian, he raised an eyebrow slightly, but did not stop him from entering. Tang Ning's stomach was already slightly protruding. So, as soon as Tang Jingxian saw it, he pointed to it in shock. Sister 3, you. I'm pregnant, Tang replied as she lay on the sofa. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Tang Jingxian immediately sat down beside Tang. When did this happen? Thinking about what Tang Xian had done in the past, Tang's expression turned cold. But, in the end, she still told Tang Jingxian everything, including the truth behind her retreat. After Tang Jingxian heard this, he slammed his fist on the glass table and said angrily, I really didn't expect you to experience so many things during this period of time. Big sister. No, she's not my big sister. That woman did so many disgusting things behind my back. Do Grandpa and Mom know about it? I'll go back and tell them now. Other than you and Sister Chen, everyone else knows. Plus, I might return to the Tang family to clean up the family. You need to forget everything I told you today and pretend nothing happened. But, I have my ways. Everyone in the family knows what kind of person she is. She simply feels like she's putting on an act, Tang said with a wise expression. Okay then. Tang Jingxian nodded his head. In the end, he calmed down and thought for a moment before he remembered why he was here. However, when he thought about Tang's situation, he didn't know what to say. However, how could his thoughts be hidden from Tang's eyes? One doesn't come to a temple for no reason. Speak. Tang Jingxian pondered for a moment before he finally looked into Tang's eyes and asked, Sister 3, what do you think of Xiaojingyi? I don't really understand her, Tang replied straightforwardly. Why are you suddenly asking this? What if I told you that I was with her? After hearing this, Tang's expression changed. If you thought there was no problem, you wouldn't have come to ask me, Tang pointed out the crux of the problem. Back when you were being slandered for taking drugs, I already told you that the industry isn't as simple as you think it is. If even you feel there's a problem, why would you bother asking me? Tang immediately pointed out the crux of the problem. Tang Jingxian fell silent and did not say a word. Tang was aware that Tang Jingxian was still young and could easily develop feelings for the people around him. But she was happy to see him treat them with sincerity. But, if he was to be used and hurt, she would make him pay a heavy price. Sis. You know that I rarely fall for others. If it's really as you think, then it doesn't change the fact that you've met a jerk. You are a member of the Tang family. Tang said straightforwardly. Go ahead and verify it. Whether it's a misunderstanding or the truth, you need to understand it first. Tang Jingxian nodded his head. Just as he was about to continue chatting with Tang, Mo Ting walked over to the two and ordered them to leave. Your sister needs to rest. As soon as Tang Jingxian remembered that Tang was pregnant, he immediately nodded his head and did not refute. Okay, I'll leave now. Tang wanted to laugh, but she was too embarrassed to do so. So, after Tang Jingxian left, she pouted, can't you be a little gentler with him? He came to steal my wife's time, why should I be gentle? Mo Ting asked. Tang couldn't help but let out a laugh, I can't do anything about you. After leaving Hyatt Regency, Tang Jingxian directly drove over to Xiaojingyi's apartment. As soon as he arrived, he noticed her door was ajar and a cry for help could be heard coming from inside. Tang Jingxian immediately pushed open the door and entered. That was when he saw the classmate that Xiaojingyi mentioned earlier in the day was trying to snatch her handbag. Luo Xing, you came at the right time. Hurry and catch him. As soon as the man saw Tang Jingxuan's hand, he immediately threw his handbag aside and ran out the door. Xiaojingyi was so frightened that she sat on the floor and sobbed. What is this all about? He really is my classmate. He said he was coming to see me today, but he followed me all the way to my apartment and tried to snatch my things, Xiaojingyi explained. Tang Jingxian helped Xiaojingyi up and placed her on the sofa. However, Tang Jingxian did not say anything to comfort her. After making sure Xiaojingyi fell asleep, he looked around the apartment and left. How could he have the mood to return home and have tea while being followed? Shouldn't he have fought back as soon as the door was broken in? Plus, he knew Xiaojingyi had been home for a while. So, why was he only snatched now? Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that the man only knocked on the door halfway through. But Recently, the entertainment industry seemed to have returned to a peaceful state because Tongning had faded out of everyone's sight. This made all the artists that previously criticized her feel relieved. However, they had no idea that Hai Rui's revenge would always come at the end. In fact, it was perfectly reasonable. Not only was it impossible to retaliate, it was impossible to find any loopholes. For example, an actor that had already agreed on a game endorsement deal, but the game company suddenly changed their spokesperson without even giving them a heads up. Another example was a singer that was currently participating in a variety show and placed well, but was eliminated from the previous episode of the competition. There were countless examples like this. But, whether it was the game industry or the production team, they were always able to find fault with these people, making it impossible for them to associate them with Hai Rui. So, they would never know that Hai Rui's vice president had a name list on his desk. The names that had been crossed off were those that had said goodbye to the industry forever. Others may not have noticed, but Tongning's fans were secretly observing them. After all, they had long viewed these people as scum and were always looking for an opportunity to cause trouble. But, in the past 2 days, they realized that accidents kept happening to these people. Oh God, did Hai Rui do this? Isn't it a little too clean and quiet? Can I say that it's satisfying? One of the female singers that previously insulted Tongning is currently kneeling on the ground and begging her manager not to give up on her. I knew Mo Ting wouldn't let things go so easily. Is this what they mean by making them disappear one by one? Cool. Someone even publicly apologized to Tongning. Too bad. Mo Ting doesn't like people that know they will cause trouble, yet ignore the consequences. What can he do if he wants to die? The fan club was currently in a heated discussion. Some of the younger fans wanted to brag about Mo Ting's abilities, but there were also wise old fans that tried to dissuade them. Mo Ting and Tongning are used to being two-faced. I think we should learn from them and keep a low profile in case outsiders find fault with us. I agree. Me too. As long as everyone knows that President Mo is already getting his revenge, it will be enough. That way, the remaining people will feel threatened and have a sense of danger. Exactly. How they schemed against Tongning in the past, they should be paid back. This world talks about karma and retribution. In the end, Fan Yu, who had been instructed to maintain order in the group, made a shushing gesture. Afterwards, everyone fell silent and followed suit. Fan Yu couldn't help but smile warmly. She was indeed a fan of Tongning, she understood immediately. Some of the people that had framed Tongning had already come begging for mercy. However, in all the years that Hai Rui had been around, they had never tolerated such dirty things. Did they not know they would end up like this? At that time, they were simply taking a gamble. They didn't think Hai Rui would carry out such a large-scale revenge. However, they were wrong. No matter how many people there were, Hai Rui would not let them go. Vice President Fong, an artist from another agency, is kneeling in front of our office, Fong Yu's secretary said as she entered the office. Ask her to leave. If she's in trouble, she should look for her own manager, not Hai Rui. Fong Yu instructed without blinking, directly contact her management company to come pick her up. Even if she doesn't find it embarrassing, Hai Rui will. Yes, I'll do it right away. Fong Yu did not think they were going overboard. After all, when these people tried to frame Tongning, they did not think they were going overboard either. They were simply giving an eye for an eye. That day, after Tang Jingxian returned home from Xia Jingyi's apartment, he ran into Tang Xian in the living room. Jingxian, I made you some supper. Do you want to have some? Tang Jingxian looked at Tang Xian's face. He had never seen her so ugly before. In fact, he did not even want to say a word to her as he directly returned to his room. Because Tang Jingxian had always been like this, Tang Xian did not suspect that he already knew about her scandal. Everything was going according to plan. The day after tomorrow, Xia Yuling was due to leave for Switzerland. She had to seize the opportunity. Elder Tang noticed Tang Jingshuan's expression was a little strange, so he called him into the study room. To prevent Tang Xian from eavesdropping, the grandfather and grandson sat on the balcony. Grandfather, why didn't you tell me and sister too about Tang Xian? Did Xiaoning tell you? Elder Tang asked as he held on to his walking stick. I saw that she was pregnant, but she didn't dare to announce it to the public because her own sister once tried to remove her uterus, Tang Jingxian scoffed. I simply want to know why Tang Xian and I have the same mother. Why is there such a big difference between us? Elder Tang sneered as he looked into the distance. She's already trying to harm Yuling. Then. It's none of your business. We know what to do, Elder Tang replied. If it wasn't for the child in her stomach, I would have already beaten her to death in the Tang family ancestral hall. Grandfather, I actually already have someone I like, but... Tang Jingxian gathered his courage and said, but, she may be different to what I imagined. Especially after discovering Tang Xian's true colors, Tang Jingxian finally understood how scary women could be. Some people wouldn't treat you sincerely just because you were kind. My grandson, you don't have to worry about not having a woman. You can decide for yourself what to do. Elder Tang handed the initiative to Tang Jingxian. But, before he ended the conversation, he asked, by the way, who was the beautiful woman I saw the last time I visited you at the office? Beautiful woman? Are you talking about my new manager? She's the Song Yenshu that used to take care of Sister 3. Tang Jingxian replied calmly as he thought of Song Yenshu. He had no idea why Elder Tang was suddenly asking this question. She's not bad. She's a mature and careful child. Elder Tang stood up. She could tell with one glance that I was afraid of the elevator, so she helped me up the stairs. Oh. Tang Jingxian nodded. You might want to consider it. Hearing this, Tang Jingxian finally realized what Elder Tang meant. He had his eyes on Song Yenshu as his granddaughter-in-law. Tang Jingxian calmed down. Song Yenshu had the ability to make people calm down. In fact, whenever he thought about Xia Jingyi, he didn't feel so bad anymore. The next day, Xia Jingyi applied for a day off from work. She did not mention where she was going, so Tang Jingxian thought he might discover something if he followed her. He didn't like the feeling of being suspicious of others, but... As Tongming said, there were some things that needed to be clarified. Xia Jingyi was born into a family of scholars. Logically speaking, she wouldn't want to be with him because of his identity. But... Tang Jingxian pulled out his phone and gave Song Yenshu a phone call. Yenshu, don't plan any events or appointments tomorrow. I have some personal matters to attend to. No problem. But, I have one request, remember your identity. I understand. Tang Jingxian hung up the phone. But, he sat in his room and let his imagination run wild for an entire night. He thought about how Tang Xian had harmed Tongming and thought about how Xia Jingyi had behaved. Tang Jingxian had never felt that the people around him were so scary. The next day, Tang Jingxian watched as Xia Jingyi drove away from the apartment. He followed behind her until halfway there. The so-called classmate she had been talking about came out of a small villa and naturally got into Xia Jingyi's car. Tang Jingshuan's hands, which were holding onto the steering wheel, suddenly tightened as the flames in his eyes darkened. However, he continued to follow behind them without a change in expression until Xia Jingyi's car entered a graveyard. On a steep hill, Tang Jingxian saw Xia Jingyi and the man holding onto flowers as they approached a tombstone. Of course, Tang Jingxian couldn't hear their conversation. But, the man simply grabbed onto Xia Jingyi's waist, pulled her into his embrace and kissed her passionately. Meanwhile, Xia Jingyi did not resist at all. Seeing this, Tang Jingshuan's chest couldn't help but expand. There was no need to say anything else. Tang Jingxian directly turned around. At this time, the man noticed Tang Jingxian and gave Xia Jingyi an evil smile. Your little lover seems to have seen us being intimate. Xia Jingyi's expression changed as she panicked. She immediately chased after Tang Jingxian and grabbed onto the corner of his shirt. Luo Xing, let me explain. There's nothing to explain, Tang. Jingxian pushed her away as his expression turned frighteningly dark. I really have my own difficulties. No matter how big your difficulties are, you don't need to kiss someone to solve them, Tang Jingxian said in a harsh tone. His mother passed away because of me. So, he can ask to kiss you and even sleep with you. Xia Jingyi, don't you think this is ridiculous? I won't reveal what happened today. But, Xia Jingyi, let's end things here. After speaking, Tang Jingxian turned to leave. However, Xia Jingyi burst into tears and pounced on him again. Luo Xing, I truly love you. So, how do you make out with someone else while loving me? What about him? What is his position in your heart? Xiao Jingyi took 2 steps back, suddenly unable to speak. I'm her first love. It's normal for her to forget about me. The man chased after them and said coldly, Luo Xing, you saw it too. When I kissed her, she did not resist at all. That's the best proof. I wish you happiness. Tang Jingxian had no intention of lingering. After speaking, he turned around to leave, but Xiao Jingyi refused to let go. Luo Xing, can you not give up on me so quickly? This time, Tang Jingxian didn't even bother to reply and quickened his pace. What right did a two-timing woman have to beg others not to give up? Why are you crying? The man grabbed onto Xiao Jingyi's arm and pulled her into his embrace. Don't even think about being rich. Be a good girl and marry me. After all, you slandered me yesterday for trying to steal something from you. I'm going to torture you for the rest of your life. Xiao Jingyi cried as she watched Tang Jingxian leave. Her heart ached, but she couldn't deny the fact that even though the man beside her had treated her badly, she still had feelings for him. Some things were like an apple that looked good on the outside, but was already rotten on the inside. Tang Jingxian was shocked and his heart was in a mess. In one breath, he arrived at Hyatt Regency. The only people he still trusted in this world were Tongning and Mo Ting. As soon as he stepped through the front door, he lay on Tongning's lap in low spirits. Seeing him like this, Tongning could roughly guess what had happened. It's okay. Sis, why do you think there are so many selfish people in this world that would lie to others for the sake of their own selfish desires? Tang Jingxian asked in a dull voice. Why do you treat it so naturally? Why are you begging for forgiveness? It's all your fault for being blind. Of course, your sister has also been blind before. Hurry and get up, don't squeeze your nephew, Tongning urged. Just as Tang Jingxian was about to get up, he received a phone call from Song Yanshu. Xiao Jingyi has been looking for you everywhere. What happened? Yanshu, from now on, just hang up on Xiao Jingyi. She's two-timing. Are you okay? Song Yanshu asked in a gentle voice. I'm just a little tired and need some peace and quiet. After speaking, Tang Jingxian was about to hang up the phone, but Tongning grabbed it from his hand and said, He's with me. He's with me. Come and get him. Sister 3. Yanshu is a trustworthy person. Haven't you noticed? Don't hide this matter from her and deal with it on your own. Give her the respect she deserves. If something happens, she will know how to handle the PR, Tongning explained patiently. You're a man. Can't you take a little setback? You can come and look for me this time, but do you want to come every time? Your brother-in-law is going to break your legs. Tang Jingxian fell silent and did not speak. Then, she covered her mouth and took a deep breath. Only then did she calm down. Sis, I'm sorry. It's nothing. It's just a small setback. Apart from this, she really wanted to see the once innocent Xiao Jingyi once again. Was the Tang family cursed? He was always being stepped on. However, right now, this was still a small matter, because tonight, it would immediately become a big matter. In order to take revenge on Xiao Jingyi and Tang Jingxian, Xiao Jingyi's man revealed their fiancé relationship to the media. He even claimed that Tang Jingxian had secretly seduced his fiancé. Actually, the other party had already planned this from the start. Xiao Jingyi not only caused him to lose his mother, but she also caused him to fall in love with someone else. Even if it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to accept it. As Tang Jingxian and Xiao Jingyi had worked together many times. There were many photos of them together on the internet. This kind of scandal, to a popular heavenly king, it was easy to imagine how destructive it was. But, there was no way Song Yanshu would allow the other party's scheme to succeed. So, after discussing things with Fang Yu, she quickly responded and admitted that they were once in a relationship. Afterwards, Song Yanshu revealed that Tang Jingxian was the one that had been lied to and that he had suffered a huge blow. But, according to the current situation, it was impossible for the public to stand on Tang Jingxuan's side. After all, Xiao Jingxuan's fiancé had already spoken out. Wasn't this because he couldn't stand it anymore? Luo Xing was a singer that came out of nowhere. After being single-handedly trained by Hai Rui, he became a superstar. But no one knew his true identity. No one knew he was the fourth master of Tang Core, and no one knew he was Tang Ning's younger brother. Now that he was revealed to have stepped between Xia Jingyi and another man and become a loathed mistress, his public image was dealt a devastating blow. After all, he wasn't Tang Ning. A simple rumor was enough to return him to his original state. Inside the waiting room, Tang Jingxian couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the hottest news. Behind him, Song Yenshu suddenly said after a moment of silence, "It's okay, Hai Rui is trying their best to salvage the situation. I don't mind that my image has been destroyed, it's just that I've been hurt, so I don't want to accept it," Song Yenshu replied calmly. "Luo Xing, you need to understand your identity. Not only are you the new superstar of Hai Rui, you are also the fourth master of the Tang family. No matter what your identity is, I will definitely clear your name." Tang Jingxian remained silent for a moment before he finally thanked her. Not everyone could lend a helping hand at a time like this. Based on this, Tang Jingxian was certain that Song Yenshu was a trustworthy person, just like Tang Ning had said. "If you really want to thank me, then pull yourself together and be as strong as your sister," Song Yenshu suddenly revealed a rare smile. "To be honest, both you and Ning Jia aren't suited to survive in the entertainment industry. But Ning Jia has the ability to change the rules of survival in the entertainment industry. As for you, if my sister can do it, I can do it too," Tang Jingxian replied confidently. Song Yenshu tilted her head and looked at him with a smile. "I trust you." Tang Jingxian also looked at Song Yenshu. He was supposed to feel awkward because he felt like no one would believe him. But the look in Song Yenshu's eyes told him that she truly believed him. Because of the scandal, Tang Jingxuan's travel became a lot more difficult. Song Yenshu tried her best to protect him from the reporters, but they continued to forcefully drag her away. He never imagined that the person that was protecting him from the storm would be a woman. Didn't she know that she was skinny? Seeing Song Yenshu surrounded by layers of reporters, Tang Jingxian couldn't stand it any longer. He grabbed onto Song Yenshu's hand, pulled her in front of him and escorted her out of the encirclement. Song Yenshu looked at him in shock and struggled free. "Are you crazy? Do you want things to get more complicated? Do you want me to sit back and watch you get trapped? That's exactly what I want you to do. What if the reporters start spreading rumors about us tomorrow?" Tang Jingxian clenched his teeth and said, "Regardless, at most, I'll leave this circle. I'll protect her." This time, Song Yenshu did not resist until they boarded the van. Song Yenshu's assistant immediately escorted the couple out of the area. After they arrived at a safe place, Song Yenshu said, "You are too stubborn. Yenshu, I entered this industry because I love to sing, not because of fame or status." Song Yenshu did not refute him any further. She simply sighed, "I will definitely prove your innocence, no matter the cost." Tang Jingxian did not say another word. He simply made a decision in his heart. At this moment, Song Yenshu had to admit that she couldn't understand Tang Jingxian. After returning home, Tang Jingxian headed straight to his room. Meanwhile, just as Song Yenshu was about to leave the Tang household, she received a phone call from Tang Ning. "Ning Jia. I've already seen how the situation is developing," Tang Ning said to Song Yenshu. "Get Xia Jingyi to step out and clarify the situation. Otherwise, the fourth master of the Tang family is not someone to be trifled with. If she still wants to keep her current status and doesn't want her reputation to be ruined, she needs to understand the situation in front of her." After hearing Tang Ning's words, Song Yenshu froze for a few seconds. From what she knew, as long as something had nothing to do with her family or loved ones, Tang Ning would not retaliate. She was able to tolerate being wronged. But, as long as it involved Mo Ting, her friends and family, her ruthlessness would be revealed from the depths of her bones. "Okay, I will speak to Xia Jingyi about this matter. Be careful not to let others gossip about you and allow Xia Jingyi to use you," Tang Ning warned in seriousness. "Don't worry, Ning Jia, I know what to do," Song Yenshu understood immediately. After putting down her phone, Tang Ning leaned back against the cushion behind her. At this time, Mo Ting suddenly reached out his hand and held onto her shoulder. "Even though you've retreated from the industry, you still have to care about so many things. Tongming turned her head and looked at Mo Ting with a gentle smile. I got to where I am today because of you, because of myself and because I have the ability to protect the people around me. Xiao Jingyi's incident had a huge impact on Xianxia. The feeling of being betrayed and slandered, I understand it better than he does. That's enough. Do you think I don't know what you're like? You don't need to explain. Mo Ting said as he placed his hand on Tongming's slightly protruding stomach. You can seek revenge, but you can't tire yourself out. If you feel like you can't handle it, then let me do it. You? Forget it, it's too destructive. I'm afraid Xiao Jingyi won't be able to handle it. Tongming was well aware that as long as Mo Ting made a move, he would eliminate the root of the problem. He didn't like to leave any loose ends. Let me do it. In our family, you are the boss. You have the final say. Mo Ting placed his lips against Tongming's hair and gently sniffed. It was like he was absorbing all the nutrients in his body. Tongming closed her eyes in satisfaction. Her heart still felt excited at the thought of being close to the person she loved. It was a feeling that she would never get tired of. After receiving Tongming's reminder, Song Yenshu contacted Xiao Jingyi's manager that afternoon. Because of the relationship between Song Yenshu and Tongming, the manager did not dare to be negligent. So, they arranged for Song Yenshu and Xiao Jingyi to meet in the waiting room. Xiao Jingyi knew why Song Yenshu had called her. So, she looked into the mirror and said, I know why you called me. But, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Oh, so you know, Song Yenshu smiled. Song Yenshu gave a slight smile before her tone became a little sharper. Then, I'm sure you know deep down that you're trying to help, right? Xiao Jingyi's right hand, which was holding on to her mascara, trembled. Luo Xing was deceived by you. First, you two-timed him and now you're slandering him. Are you trying to help? Xiao Jingyi's expression turned a little ugly. You and I are both well aware of Luo Xing's identity. Don't forget whose brother he is. Xiao Jingyi, I'm not asking for your help today, I'm asking you to step out and clarify everything. Otherwise, if things get out of hand, you will be the one to get hurt, Song Yenshu sneered. I can't step out because even if Luo Xing isn't an artist, he is still the young master of the Tang family. On the other hand, I have nothing. He is the young master of the Tang family. That's not a reason for you to slander him. Just because he has money, does that mean he should give in to you? Why should he? Stop talking. What can I do? Xing Jiayang won't let me off and he won't let Luo Xing off either. Whether I make a move or not, the result will be the same. Miss Song, please leave. Xiao Jingyi turned and glared at Song Yenshu. Her heart was already a mess. The meaning of her words was clear enough. That was, she couldn't help him. In reality, when Song Yenshu arrived, she had already expected this result. However, she still wanted to give it a try. She wanted to see if the woman Tang Jingxian once liked had a shred of conscience and courage. But, after hearing Xiao Jingyi's words, Song Yenshu laughed. Since you've already given up on Luo Xing, you better not regret what happens next. After speaking, Song Yenshu straightened her body from the makeup table and headed for the door. Xiao Jingyi slowly averted her gaze. At this moment, her eyes were filled with self-ridicule. She understood Tang Jingxian. No matter what, he was a kind person and wouldn't be ruthless towards her. But, Wan Shiwen would. However, Xiao Jingyi would only find out later how wrong her judgment had been. After leaving Xiao Jingyi's waiting room, Song Yenshu gave Tongming another phone call to clarify Xiao Jingyi's stance. Tongming was silent for a few seconds before she replied, does that mean, from now on, we don't need to worry about this woman? Yes, Ning Jia, but I'm afraid Luo Xing don't worry, he won't turn back, Tongming said confidently. Yenshu, go discuss with Fang Yu. Tell him to tell everyone the truth about Jing Xian and Xiao Jingyi's relationship from start to finish. The truth is logic. It will always hold more water than a lie. Okay, Ning Jia, I'll get to it immediately. Since Xiao Jingyi refused to make a decision, she had no choice but to force her to make a stand. Even though, Xiao Jingyi didn't necessarily speak up for Tang Jingxian. So, with Fang Yu leading the way, Hai Rui's PR once again explained the entire process of their relationship in detail to the public. They also emphasized that Tang Jingxian was also a victim and tried their best to restore his public image. However, this kind of gossip in the entertainment industry has been rotten. The audience does not care who is innocent, and most of them have the mentality of watching the fun. To put it simply, there was only one sentence to sum it up: none of the three are good birds. Luo Xing's foresight can't be that bad, right? Her fiancé couldn't take it anymore and stood out to make it public. How can it be fake? I think the main character, Xiaojingyi, should step out and say a few words, right? Hai Rui has been emphasizing that Xiaojingyi lied to Luo Xing, and I think it's true. After all, they are both artists under Hai Rui. If it wasn't for the truth, why would Hai Rui step out to clarify for Luo Xing? If I was Xiaojingyi's fiancé, I would directly castrate Luo Xing. How dare he play with a man's wife? Isn't that a little too much? He probably caught them in the act. How could this kind of person be worthy of his fans spending money to fight for him? Using the fans' money to flirt with people in the industry. How disgusting. The male celebrities in the entertainment industry always make me lose my sense of morality. The two of them have gone overboard this time. With the increase in attention, the negative impact on Luo Xing grew. In fact, he had no choice but to postpone the release date of his film. Tongming sat at home and gave Xia Yuling a phone call. "Mom, find an excuse to go to Switzerland after Jingshuan's matter is resolved. I'm also worried about Jingxian. Everyone in the agency is talking about him." "Okay, I will find an excuse to postpone the release and let Tangxian worry for another 2 days." Tongming hung up the phone and looked calmly at the drizzling sky. It was about time. "Jingyi, Vice President Fong spoke to me a moment ago. The agency has arranged for a press conference for you to clarify everything," Xiaojingyi's manager said in a strict tone. If it was another agency, they would have tried to help both parties out of their predicament to protect their artists. But this is Hai Rui. President Mo has zero tolerance for things like this. So, for the sake of the bigger picture, I suggest you cooperate. At least clear Luo Xing's name first and protect him. After this incident blows over, we will find another chance to start over. So, is Hai Rui forcing me? Xiaojingyi sneered as she asked her manager. As Tongming's brother, Luo Xing can't be abandoned. So, are they going to sacrifice me? You know better than anyone who is sacrificing who. Xiaojingyi's manager's voice turned cold. Luo Xing has treated you so well, but what about you? All I need to do is clarify everything, right? Xiaojingyi changed the topic as her manager looked at her with an incomprehensible light. 3 p.m., Xiaojingyi's manager had nothing else to say to her as she left the waiting room. Xiaojingyi held back her tears as she sat in her chair. No one could understand her current situation. It wasn't that she didn't want to save Luo Xing, but, if Wan Shiwen was to reveal what happened all those years ago, then she would be completely destroyed. Even if Luo Xing left the entertainment industry, he would still be the young master of the Tang family. But, she couldn't afford to lose anything. So, I'm sorry, Luo Xing, Xiaojingyi thought to herself. For the sake of the press conference that afternoon, Tongming arrived at the agency quietly and personally met with Fang Yu and Song Yanshu. Ning Jia, Xiaojingyi has already compromised. She will clarify everything for Luo Xing, Song Yanshu said as she followed behind Tongming. After hearing this, Tongming did not respond. She had never relied on gambling to win, so she didn't trust Xiaojingyi that much. Go make your preparations. Okay, Song Yanshu replied before she left Fang Yu's office, leaving Tongming and Fang Yu to look at each other. As good friends and comrades, Fang Yu could read Tongming's mind through her eyes. You don't trust Xiaojingyi. Whether I trust her or not, I can't place all my bets on her. I can let something happen to her, but I can't let anything happen to Jingxian, Tongming replied coldly. What information do you already have in your hands? I'm sure you've already gathered enough information from Long Jia. Let's organize our resources and Luo Xing will be fine. Fang Yu pulled out some documents from his office shelf and handed them to Tongming. I understand you. You only did this to stop Xiaojingyi from hiding. Exposing her in front of everyone is the only way to help Luo Xing get back at her. I've never been a kind person, Tongming looked at Fang Yu with a deeper meaning. If she wants to bully my family, she will need to get past me first. Who can get past you? Fang Yu couldn't help but laugh. There were so many people in Hai Rui, including Hua Jingjing. Which one of them hadn't been subdued by Tongning? When it came to Tongning, no one dared to go against her. So, this afternoon, there was bound to be a good show. Regarding the scandal of Luo Xing being a mistress, the two men involved had already expressed their stance. Now, all that was left was the woman's stance. Xia Jingyi's words seemed to be related to Luo Xing's future as a star. It had a huge impact on him. Xia Jingyi wasn't stupid. She couldn't afford to offend Ruan Shiwen and she couldn't resist Hai Rui. So, all she could do was choose a middle ground. Of course, she thought, this would minimize the damage to everyone. 3 p.m., Xia Jingyi will be holding a press conference. She will clarify everything for you, Song Yenshu said as she stood behind Tang Jingxian in the waiting room. Song Yenshu said as she stood behind Tang Jingxian. Because of President Mo's pressure, she doesn't dare to act recklessly. Tang Jingxian looked at the busy streets with a look of ridicule. Do you trust her? Song Yenshu listened quietly without saying a word. Deep down, there was no way she could trust Xia Jingyi. But, she had her own plans and ways to protect Tang Jingxian. In a moment, you stay in the waiting room. I'll go watch over Xia Jingyi. Tang Jingxian nodded his head. Beneath his thick eyelashes, it was hard to tell what he was feeling. 2:50 p.m. The reporters arrived at Hai Rui's ballroom. This time, they were holding a press conference on Hai Rui's own turf. The female lead of the Luo Xing mistress scandal has finally spoken. I really want to know what's going on. I'm here to see how Hai Rui handles their PR. I wonder how the usually flawless Hai Rui plans to protect Luo Xing this time. Don't you guys think Luo Xing has always been a mystery? I can't believe no one knows about his family background. Amidst the discussions of the reporters and the cameras, it didn't take long before Xia Jingyi, under the protection of her manager, made her way onto the stage. It was obvious that because of the scandal, Xia Jingyi's face was filled with exhaustion. Although she was wearing heavy makeup, it wasn't hard to see her sunken eyes. Let's begin. Xia Jingyi's manager reminded Xia Jingyi that she had already prepared a script. Now, all she had to do was memorize it. For Xia Jingyi, this shouldn't be a difficult task. Xia Jingyi turned her head and glanced at her manager before turning back to the reporters. I know you guys have been paying attention to the scandal between Luo Xing and me. I never expected things to get to this point. I'm standing here today to prove Luo Xing's innocence. Hearing that Xia Jingyi was going to prove Luo Xing's innocence, the manager and Song Yenshu let out a sigh of relief. But, a second later, their expressions turned serious as they listened to Xia Jingyi's words. Luo Xing and I don't have that kind of relationship. My fiancé simply misunderstood. I've never betrayed my fiancé. Luo Xing and I are innocent. But, the outside world has captured an intimate photo of you and Luo Xing, a reporter asked. I've been working with him for a long time, so of course there will be photos of us together. But, this isn't evidence of an affair between us, but, Hai Rui has already announced that there was indeed a relationship issue between the two of you. The reporter directly used Hai Rui's PR to slap Xia Jingyi in the face. The agency has misunderstood. Luo Xing's feelings are one-sided and I've never responded to them. I know he treats me well, but I'm sorry, I already have a fiancé. So, I'd like to take this opportunity to remind Luo Xing to behave himself. One-sided love, behave himself. Hearing these words, Song Yenshu and Xia Jingyi's manager subconsciously furrowed their brows. Are you trying to say that Hai Rui's PR lied to you? The reporter asked. I know what I've said today has gone against Hai Rui's intentions. But, I'm sorry, my manager, I can't take the blame for Luo Xing. I am just a weak woman, I can't handle this much pressure. So, please don't force me. As soon as these words left her mouth, the entire venue was in an uproar. Xia Jingyi's words implied that Hai Rui was forcing her to step out and clarify Luo Xing's scandal. Xia Jingyi's manager's expression was ugly as she looked at Xia Jingyi in a new light. However, just as she was about to step onto the stage and drag Xia Jingyi away, Song Yenshu suddenly stopped her and said coldly, "Let me handle it." Xia Jingyi's manager froze for a moment. Seeing the cold expression on Song Yenshu's face, she nodded her head. Afterwards, Song Yenshu walked over to the stage and grabbed the microphone from Xia Jingyi's hand. She then turned to the media and said, "She's not telling the truth. You are Luo Xing's manager, of course she will speak up for him. The truth is, while she was dating Luo Xing, she was also with another man. And, Luo Xing has always been the victim, Song Yenshu said in a powerful voice. It's one thing for you to accuse Luo Xing after being exposed, yet you're planning to sacrifice Luo Xing to protect yourself? I've seen cheap people before, but I've never seen someone as cheap as you. So, can your words be trusted? Of course, it's because I also like Luo Xing, Song Yenshu said bravely. That's why I pay attention to his every move. I know every detail about your dates. Do you want me to expose the location of your dates and let the reporters find out about it? Luo Xing has no feelings for me, so I gladly accept him and continue to be his work partner. But, he's not the type to destroy others. Otherwise, there's no way he wouldn't accept me. Why should he accept you? Xia Jingyi asked curiously with a hint of ridicule in her eyes. Why? Song Yenshu sneered. Because my surname is Song and my parents are both diplomats. If Luo Xing really has a problem with his personality, what reason would he have to reject someone with a family background like mine? I can do a lot of things for him. What can you possibly do for him? You come from a third-rate family, yet you're cheating on him. It's obvious what your upbringing is like. Hearing this, Xia Jingyi's expression suddenly changed. If you want to slander Luo Xing, then let's see the truth. Xia Jingyi, remember every single word you've said today. I'm going to show you how evil your heart really is. From today onwards, Luo Xing will be under my protection. After this, I will reveal all the details of your relationship to the media. Since you're so shameless, then I will let everyone personally verify the truth. As Song Yenshu said these words, her tone was firm and powerful. Her words set off 1,000 waves in Xia Jingyi's heart. The daughter of a diplomat. She was actually the daughter of a diplomat. She was even willing to expose her family background to protect Luo Xing, so, I'm going to give you one last chance. Are you going to tell the truth in front of the media? No one expected a confrontation like this. Not only Tang Jingxian, even Tongning did not expect that Song Yenshu would step out so bravely and reveal her family background in order to protect Tang Jingxian. She also did not expect that she would be so determined. The press conference suddenly fell into a stalemate. With the addition of Song Yenshu, Xia Jingyi began to panic. Things seemed to have spiraled out of her control. Song Yenshu looked at Xia Jingyi calmly as she patiently waited for her answer. Meanwhile, all the cameras in the room were pointed at Xia Jingyi. Speak. Speak. One of the reporters was getting impatient as he shouted out loud. At this time, Xia Jingyi suddenly stuttered, I want to know how you could say that Luo Xing has a one-sided crush on you. Faced with Song Yenshu's aggressiveness, Xia Jingyi was forced to take a few steps back. Everyone could see Xia Jingyi's attitude. Just as Xia Jingyi was forced into a dead end, a man suddenly appeared at the entrance of Hai Rui. This man was Xia Jingyi's fiancé, Wan Shiwen. I trust her. The media turned around in unison. Although Wan Shiwen was being held back by a few bodyguards, he still managed to struggle his way to the entrance of the press conference. Xia Jingyi was a little surprised as she quickly stepped off the stage and warned the bodyguards, let him go. Afterwards, Xia Jingyi pounced into Wan Shiwen's arms and burst into tears. I really didn't betray you. I really didn't get together with Luo Xing, I know. Wan Shiwen gently patted her on the back comfortingly. I know you've been wronged. After speaking, Wan Shiwen shielded Xia Jingyi and said to the media, if you want to clear Luo Xing's name, don't do it to my fiancé. If you have a problem, come at me instead. I bet you guys don't know why Hai Rui is so eager to help Luo Xing, right? Let me tell you, it's because Luo Xing's real name is Tang Jingxian. He is the younger brother of Tongning, the wife of Hai Rui's CEO and the young master of Tangkor. With this background, do you still think he is innocent? Tongning wants to protect her reckless brother, so she pushed all the blame onto my fiancé. What a pity. At the mention of Tangkor, some people didn't react in time. After all, it involved another industry. But, as soon as Tongning's brother was mentioned, everyone erupted in excitement. So Luo Xing's name was Tang Jingxian. It turned out he was the younger brother of superstar Tongning. No wonder Hai Rui is trying so hard to clear Luo Xing's name. It turns out they have this connection. F*CK, he's Tongming's biological brother. This is huge news. Tongming's brother, are you trying to force the couple into a corner? I really couldn't tell that Luo Xing had such a background. Hearing the discussions of the media, Song Yanshu looked at the couple hugging in the distance and trembled in anger. She had never seen anyone as shameless as the couple in front of her. Hai Rui should ask Luo Xing to speak. That's right. Hiding isn't the same thing. What else is there to say? My fiancé and I have already made things clear. My fiancé has been harassed by Luo Xing. This is the truth. After speaking, Wan Shiwen tried to drag Xianxia out of the room. But just as they reached the entrance of the living room, they suddenly stepped back. At this time, the media once again went into an uproar. This aura, this power, was something that only Mo Ting could bring to the people around him. But, to everyone's surprise, the person that appeared this time was Tongming, the Tongming that had just announced her retreat from the industry. She was wearing a loose trench coat and a retro scarf. She did not put on the airs of a celebrity, but she gave off a cold aura that made people not dare to approach her. She was still the same person. No matter where she went, she still caused a commotion. No matter what, she was still the dazzling superstar that everyone could only look up to. It's Tongming. Oh God, it's actually Tongming. This time, the media rushed forward and surrounded the couple. However, facing the reporters, Tongming did not change her calm expression. In fact, she even had an elegant smile on her face. Since I've been dragged into this, if I don't make an appearance, wouldn't it be a waste of the show that you've arranged? Facing Tongming, facing such a powerful Tongming, Xia Jingyi couldn't help but tremble. Meanwhile, Wan Shiwen shielded Xia Jingyi as he sneered at Tongming. Your brother's scandal has already been exposed. Even if you make an appearance this time, it's useless. I admit, Luo Xing is indeed my brother. Tang Jingxian, Tongming replied honestly. But, this doesn't mean he has harassed your woman, Xia Jingyi. Just because he is my brother, does that mean he would do bad things? Isn't it like you hate the rich? Tang Jingxian harassed my fiancé, this is the truth. Have you presented any evidence for your so-called truth? Tongming pressed. Did you catch them in bed? Or did you witness them kissing? If you haven't seen anything, then you assume that your fiancé is cheating on you. You even revealed that you were cuckolded. If you didn't have an ulterior motive, which normal man would do something like that? I know you have a sharp tongue, but I can't win against you. I can only admit defeat, Wan Shiwen sneered. It's not that I have a sharp tongue, I'm just stating the facts. Plus, since you already knew that Tang Jingxian was my brother, you still provoked him. That wasn't a smart thing to do. I am protecting my brother today. I am using my power to bully others. What are you going to do about it? Tongming asked angrily. He was born into the Tang family, that is his fortune. The fact that he was able to become a superstar is a testament to his talent and luck. Yet, when it comes to you, do you think you are in the right just because you are poor? Tongming. You have no right to speak here, Tongming scolded. Because you have exceeded my understanding of the word human. If you are an animal, then please shut your mouth. Xia Jingyi's expression suddenly turned exceptionally ugly. Because she could sense that Tongming was truly angry. Tongming was angry. Fine, since you want to bully others today, bring it on. I want to see if Hai Rui can swallow us up today. To be honest, if it wasn't for Luo Xing, I wouldn't even bother to say a word to you. After speaking, Tongming headed towards the stage. From this moment onwards, Xia Jingyi began to panic. Tongming wasn't someone to be trifled with. She had never lost before. What was she planning to do? Shiwen. Xia Jingyi subconsciously held onto Wan Shiwen's hand. She was so nervous that her palms were covered in cold sweat. Don't be afraid. I want to see how the famous Tongming is going to clear her brother's name. Wan Shiwen seemed confident. He refused to believe that Tongming knew the truth behind the incident. Tongming did not say a word. She simply walked onto the stage and turned to Song Yanshu. You've worked hard. Let me do it. Ning Jia. Nothing will happen, Tongming replied confidently with a gentle smile. Song Yanshu turned and glared coldly at the cheating couple below the stage. She then retreated behind Tongning, no longer wanting to get involved in the drama. The cameras in the reporter's hands flashed continuously. Meanwhile, in order to hide her stomach, Tongning deliberately tilted her body and placed her hands on the stage. Her entire body emitted an unapproachable aura. After a few seconds of silence, she asked Xianxia, if you continue to put on an act and refuse to tell the truth, then I will have to speak. Although Xianxia was nervous, she couldn't imagine what kind of information Tongning had in her hands. So, even though her heart was beating like a drum, she still stubbornly replied, "We've already told the truth." "Really?" Tongning's voice turned cold. "You've already told the truth? Fine, let's first talk about what happened 12 years ago." Hearing this, Xiaojingyi's eyes grew wide as she stared at Tongning. Her throat felt dry as she felt her throat go dry. "It seems, it's time for me to tell everyone an interesting story. 12 years ago." "No." Xiaojingyi suddenly cried out in agitation, "I beg of you, don't." Tongning's lips curved upwards, but she did not stop. "On an afternoon 12 years ago, I was with Luo Xing." Xiaojingyi had no choice but to admit, "I was with Luo Xing. Are you satisfied now?" "Satisfied? If you yell like this, the reporters will think I'm forcing you." Tongning laughed calmly. "Either you come on stage and tell me the truth, or I'll send you on your way. It's your choice." Xiaojingyi's eyes turned red as her body stiffened. She never imagined Tongning would have such a big hold on to the fact that she caused the death of Ruan Xiwen's mother. "Don't go up, I can't." Xiaojingyi struggled out of Ruan Xiwen's embrace and suddenly yelled at him, "It's all your fault. Why did you have to force me like this? I already agreed to marry you, so why did you have to frame Luo Xing? I really didn't do it on purpose. I had no choice." After the reporters heard Xiaojingyi's rambling words, they were all shocked. "Yes, I hurt Luo Xing and ruined his reputation. But, it was all planned by this man. He wants to get revenge on me and Luo Xing." Xiaojingyi pointed at Ruan Xiwen and said angrily, "I really didn't mean it. I didn't want to hurt Luo Xing." "Since you don't want to, why do you still listen to this man? So much so that you even put on such a show at the press conference?" Tongning pressed on. Let me tell you, it was because you were afraid he would expose you," Tongning said confidently. "Because 12 years ago, you caused the death of his mother." Hearing this, the reporters quickly pulled out their cameras and recorded the expression on Xiaojingyi's face. "So, all you could do was compromise and comply. As for what happened 12 years ago, Hai Rui will hand over the results of their investigation to the police. As for what your so-called fiancé has done over the years, you can only talk to the police about it." What's there to be afraid of? I'm innocent." Ruan Xiwen still refused to give up. "Were you innocent when you were helping someone launder money?" Tongning asked as she raised an eyebrow. Ruan Xiwen's expression changed. He never expected Tongning to know something so secretive. Tongning looked at the expression on the man's face and smiled, "You can play tricks on anyone you want, but the wrong thing to do is to bully my family. If my brother is in the wrong, I will naturally teach him a lesson. But, if someone has ill intentions and tries to slander him, then I'm sorry, I will dig them out and expose them to the public. You wanted to destroy Luo Xing, so I destroyed you. It's fair." After speaking, Tongning turned to Song Yanshu, "I'll leave the rest to you." "Don't worry, Ning Jia," Song Yanshu nodded. As expected, when it came to strength, no one could compete with Tongning. Tongning is still Tongning. So cool. I'm so infatuated with Tongning's personality. She's so F***king domineering. F***ck, when I saw the disgusting couples act a moment ago, I thought it was real. Who would have thought that as soon as Tongning arrived, the demons would reveal their true colors? In order not to affect the child in her stomach, Tongning immediately left the stage and left under the protection of security. The reporters followed behind her until she disappeared from the hall. When I get back, I'll have more material to write about. News about Tongning is always trending. Isn't that obvious? Tongning is the correct way to deal with his sister. If you think about it, Luo Xing is quite similar to his sister. He obviously has a powerful background, yet he didn't use it to create hype. He's quite a low profile. Song Yenshu returned to her seat and looked down at the two surrounded by reporters. Not long after, the police arrived at the scene. Xiaojingyi was so scared that she took a few steps back. However, the police quickly reached out and held her back. Be honest. We suspect that you are involved in an accidental death 12 years ago. Please come with us to the police station to assist with our investigation. Of course, Wan Shiwen had no chance of escaping. But, being led away by the police in front of everyone made Xiaojingyi feel like she was better off dead. But, just as the police escorted them out of the hall, they bumped into Luo Xing walking down the stairs. At that moment, Tang Jingxian looked at Xiaojingyi coldly. However, Xiaojingyi grabbed onto the corner of Tang Jingshuan's shirt. Luo Xing, save me. Please save me. Tang Jingxian did not move. He simply turned his head slightly, but his gaze made Xiaojingyi's hair stand on end. Why should I? I really had no choice. I've decided to chase after Yenshu. Luo Xing. I still love you. Okay. After a cold okay, Tang Jingxian freed himself from Xiaojingyi's grip and left. From this moment onwards, the person that left a bloody scar in his life would forever disappear from his heart. Without a doubt, Luo Xing's incident provided the entertainment industry with a lot of hot news. After the press conference, Tang Jingxian headed straight for the CEO's office. At this time, Song Yenshu was giving Tongning a report on the aftermath. Thinking about the harsh words he had just said to Xiaojingyi, Tang Jingxian couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Tongning noticed Tang Jingshuan's face turned red, so she put down the magazine in her hands and asked Song Yenshu, "Did you mean what you said earlier about liking Luo Xing?" Song Yenshu was a little surprised, but she quickly replied, "I simply wanted to protect Luo Xing." I see. Tongning deliberately provoked Tang Jingxian. Look at who you've been with in the past. You obviously have such a good woman by your side, yet you don't know how to cherish her. Tang Jingxian cleared his throat to indicate that he was still present, so his wise sister didn't create any more awkward situations. Song Yenshu's ears turned slightly red, but she calmly moved to one side and gave Tang Jingxian some space. Mo Ting sat in front of his desk dealing with work. His silence meant that Tongning could do whatever she wanted. If Tongning didn't want to do anything, he would take over. Sister 3. Now that everyone in the country knows that Yenshu likes you, how is she supposed to find a boyfriend? Tongning asked as she raised an eyebrow. To protect you, she sacrificed her reputation and bravely stepped forward. But, look at what you've done. I will never forget this lesson. Tang Jingxian laughed in self-ridicule. Tang Jingxian laughed at himself. Don't worry, my heart will only get harder and harder. I won't be so naive and stupid from now on. I will do what I want to do wholeheartedly and leave my mark in the music industry. Yenshu, take him home. Tongning understood that this incident had dealt a big blow to Tang Jingxian, so she deliberately asked Song Yenshu to comfort him. Okay. Song Yenshu's expression was businesslike. But, after hearing Tang Jingxian say that his heart would only get harder and harder, she couldn't help but feel a ripple in her heart. Tang Jingxian turned around and walked out of the office with Song Yenshu following closely behind. Yenshu, I'm sorry and thank you. Song Yenshu shook her head to show that she didn't mind. Ningjia protected you. I didn't do much. No, your bravery means a lot to me. After speaking, Tang Jingxian led Song Yenshu into the lift. After returning home, Elder Tang sat on the sofa and said, "Some people are cruel and unscrupulous, but some people are loyal and compassionate. Lao Si, your grandfather has good taste, right?" Tang Jingxian smirked but didn't say anything. She has done so much for me. You must choose a gift for me to thank her properly. Got it. Tang Jingxian was exhausted, so he returned to his room. However, he didn't take Elder Tang's words to heart. Lying on his bed, he looked at the glass equipment on his desk. Suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind. This was something he could do for Song Yenshu. At this moment, the room suddenly fell silent. Meanwhile, Tang Xian sat opposite Elder Tang with her hands on her hips. Grandfather, is Auntie Xia going to Switzerland for a business trip tomorrow? A meaningful look flashed across Elder Tang's eyes, but he did not let Tang Xian notice. He simply nodded his head. Yes, it took up a bit of time, but I still have to go. Okay, Tang Xian smiled as she quickly changed the subject. Is Xian okay? With Tongning around, nothing bad will happen. At the mention of Tongning, Elder Tang couldn't help but look proud. However, it was also a form of mockery towards Tang Xian. When Tang Jingxian was in trouble, as his elder sister, she did not say anything. Yet, now that the matter had been resolved, she ran over to show her concern. That's good. Tang Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. Everything was about Tongning. Could it be that she, his granddaughter, didn't exist in his heart? She obviously had the blood of the Tang family running through her veins. Since Tangkor was about to undergo a cleansing, she was going to let Tongning and her daughter be arrogant for a few more days. After the cleansing was over and Tangkor was back in her hands, she was going to see how she would torture the two disgusting women. I heard the Zhong family have run into some trouble. Illegal items have been found on the boat. If you need help, let me know. Elder Tang said this to remind Tang Xian that the Zhong family were currently in a difficult situation and could no longer support her. In fact, they might even use her to drain Tangkor. However, Tang Xian simply smiled. It's okay, it will be resolved very quickly. You sure are confident. Elder Tang laughed to himself because he knew who was manipulating everything behind the scenes. Putting aside Tang Xian, there was no way Mo Ting would let the Zhong family get away with scheming against Tongning. Get away with it. Will it be resolved very quickly? There's no way it can be resolved. How satisfying. Since you're fine, then grandfather can rest assured. Although your in-laws aren't very friendly towards you, you still need to show some concern at a time like this. Yes, grandfather. Elder Tang nodded his head as he stood up and returned to his room. Meanwhile, Tang Xian stared at Elder Tang's back as she thought about how to deal with Xia Yuling. Late at night. Hyatt Regency. As tomorrow's trip was going to be dangerous, Xia Yuling took the initiative to visit Hyatt Regency. She wanted to see Tongning and her precious grandson again. Jingshuan's incident was a close shave. The industry is too messy, Xia Yuling sighed. Mom, where isn't it messy? Tongning was referring to Tang Xian's internal strife in Tangkor. Jingxian has learned his lesson and will naturally grow up. You don't need to worry too much. I'm not worried about him, I'm worried about you, Xia Yuling said as she looked at Tongning's stomach. You're pregnant, yet you still have to worry about everything. Tomorrow's trip to Switzerland will definitely be dangerous. Mom, you need to be 120% vigilant, Tongning said as she rubbed her stomach. How could Mo Ting and I's child be so fragile? Don't worry. I will, Xia Yuling nodded her head in seriousness. Even if it's for the sake of seeing my grandson, I can't let anything happen to myself. Ting has arranged for people to receive you at the airport. No matter what happens, they will help you. I trust Mo Ting. Since Tang Xian wanted to put on an act, then Tongning was going to give her a big one. Otherwise, how could she answer to all of her scheming? After Xia Yuling left, Tongning stared at the door in the distance in a daze. Mo Ting noticed the change in her mood, so he immediately hugged her and asked, Are you worried? Tongning shook her head. With my husband around, I'm not worried. Then, what's wrong? I just suddenly remembered that Tang Xian also has a child in her stomach. She was born without a mother. It's quite pitiful, Tongning sighed. Really? I'm actually looking forward to the moment the mother and child are separated. After all, getting rid of a tumor is a blessing for the child. 3 p.m. in Switzerland. Xia Yuling and her assistant stepped out of the airport together. However, before boarding the plane, Tongning had instructed her that Mo Ting's men would be wearing brown coats and black hats. They would also be holding a newspaper in their hands and wearing an Italian badge that indicated Hai Rui's identity. So, as soon as she stepped out of the airport, Xia Yuling immediately noticed Mo Ting's men. Because she was surrounded by her supporters, Xia Yuling relaxed a little and became a lot calmer. President Xia. That's the person who will be receiving us. Xia Yuling's secretary pointed to a man in a black coat with a badge in his hand. Go check with him first. I don't understand Italian, Xia Yuling instructed. In reality, she simply wanted the secretary to lower her guard. When she was in school, she took a few languages as a minor. Okay. The secretary quickened her footsteps and walked over to the man. She lowered her head and said something to him. Afterwards, the secretary turned around and waved at Xia Yuling. President Xia, it's time. Xia Yuling nodded her head and walked over to greet them. Behind her, Mo Ting's men also quietly followed behind. President Xia, please board the car. Outside the airport, the secretary pulled open the door of a Lincoln limousine and gestured for Xia Yuling to board. Xia Yuling glanced at the man and then at the secretary. She then happily boarded the limousine and sat down like nothing had happened. President Xia, the farm we are heading to is about 2 hours away. You can get some rest first. Okay. Xia Yuling nodded her head. Through the rearview mirror, she saw the car following behind them and pretended to close her eyes. Afterwards, the secretary spoke to the driver in Italian. When do you plan to make your move? On the way to the farm, there is a 3-way junction. The terrain is dangerous and there are many Eastern European crime syndicates that come here to rob and extort money. Give her a glass of wine. There's a tranquilizer in it. The secretary's eyes flashed with surprise, but she quickly suppressed it. With trembling hands, she poured Xia Yuling a glass of red wine while she was taking a nap. President Xia, would you like some? Xia Yuling slowly opened her eyes and nodded her head. Pass it to me. Xia Yuling received the glass, took a sip and handed it back to the secretary. Then, she gradually closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. That's enough. Seeing that she had fallen asleep, the secretary relaxed. President Xia, please don't blame me. Miss Tang has been very kind to me. Xia Yuling remained unmoved. It seemed she had actually fainted from the tranquilizer. After testing Xia Yuling's reaction, the secretary turned to the driver and said, don't be too harsh on her. This is none of your business. The entire way, Xia Yuling showed no signs of waking up. After traveling for an hour, they finally arrived at the so-called dangerous 3-way junction. At this time, there was already someone waiting at the crossroad. The driver stopped the Lincoln and wrapped Xia Yuling in a black bag. He then carried her out of the car and handed her to the receptionist. Take care of her. As the secretary watched Xia Yuling being taken away, she nervously closed her eyes. Her palms were covered in cold sweat and her entire body was trembling. Especially when he heard that, she really wanted to regret it, but when the words reached her throat, she couldn't say anything. It didn't take long before Xia Yuling was taken away by the black car. The driver returned to the car and said to his secretary, you can call the police in a moment. He was robbed, he was kidnapped. Xia Yuling was indeed kidnapped. But, before she could get far, she was stopped by another car. A dozen strong bodyguards immediately grabbed the people in the car. Not only did they take Xia Yuling away, but they also smashed up the car and took the people inside to the police station. President Xia, are you okay? With the help of a middle-aged man, Xia Yuling tore open the black bag and took a few deep breaths of fresh air before replying, I'm fine. What a close shave. You sure are brave to play along with us. The man handed her a glass of warm water. I trust in my son-in-law. Thinking about it, Xia Yuling felt a lingering fear. But, under the circumstances, if she hadn't pretended to faint, the driver would have hit her in the car. That wouldn't have been worth it. Don't worry, President Mo's arrangements are flawless. We will take you to your room to get some rest. Okay. Xia Yuling nodded her head. She never expected that her secretary would actually do something like this. She was a traitor. As for Tang Xian. As soon as Xia Yuling was safe, she gave Tang Ning a phone call. Afterwards, she explained the situation to Elder Tang in detail. As soon as Elder Tang heard what she said, he flipped the table in front of him in anger. That heartless animal deserves to die. Grandfather, what's wrong? Tang Jingxian burst through the door after hearing the commotion. Seeing Elder Tang's angry expression, he was a little surprised. It had been a long time since Elder Tang had been this angry. Elder Tang took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Seeing that his grandson was right in front of him, he immediately regained his composure. Yuling, I'm glad you're fine. I want to see what that animal wants to do. Father, I'm fine. Don't worry. Hearing the conversation between Elder Tang and Xia Yuling, Tang Jingxian could roughly guess what was going on. Who else would dare to cause trouble in this household? Grandfather. Elder Tang put down his phone and held onto his chest as he waved at Tang Jingxian. How could the Tang family produce such a heartless person? Tang Jingxian immediately ran over to help Elder Tang up. Afterwards, he overheard a bit about Xia Yuling's business trip to Switzerland. Grandfather, don't worry. With sister 3 and brother-in-law around, no matter what that woman does, she will simply be shooting herself in the foot. Let's wait and see. Elder Tang took a deep breath. I want to see what she plans to do to Tangkor. I've wanted to get rid of her for a long time, yet she's pregnant. The phone call that Xia Yuling had gone missing came from her secretary. As soon as the housekeeper received the phone call, he was so shocked that he almost dropped it. Tang Xian was in the living room at the time. Seeing the shocked housekeeper, she immediately asked, "What happened?" The madam has been kidnapped and her whereabouts are currently unknown. How did this happen? Tang Xian immediately revealed a worried expression. Don't tell grandfather about this in case he gets worried. In reality, Tang Xian had deliberately said this after hearing Elder Tang's footsteps. Immediately contact the Swiss police and find out what happened. Tangkor is currently expanding, we can't do without Auntie Xia. Elder Tang stood behind Tang Xian. Seeing her acting like this, he wanted to run over and slap her across the face. But, he had no choice but to endure it. Chairman, the housekeeper furrowed his brows as he looked at Elder Tang who had appeared behind Tang Xian. Grandfather. Tang Xian turned around and called out softly. What's wrong with Yuling? It's nothing. It's just that they couldn't contact Auntie Xia in Switzerland, so they called to ask, Tang Xian replied. You tell him. Elder Tang knew Tang Xian's motive, so he directly asked the housekeeper. The housekeeper stared blankly at Tang Xian for a few seconds before replying in a serious tone. Madam's secretary called. Madam was robbed and kidnapped. Her whereabouts are unknown. After hearing this, Elder Tang clearly took 2 steps back. How could this be? Grandpa, don't worry. Maybe it's just fake news. Tang Xian immediately went up to support the old man and comforted him. Housekeeper, quick, contact the Swiss to confirm the news. Also, make sure Yuling's disappearance doesn't leak out. Elder Tang anxiously turned around and returned to the study room. It was obvious, he wanted to know if he had any connections he could use to confirm Xia Yuling's whereabouts. As Tang Xian watched the old man leave, she could not help but sneer. You still want to find someone? That will never happen. In reality, if Tangkor wanted to find out about Xia Yuling, there was no need for her to spread the news herself. Plus, the person that had been kidnapped was the CEO of a multinational perfume company. So, news of this would quickly spread throughout Switzerland. Soon, Tang Jingxian heard the news and rushed home. He barged into Elder Tang's study room. Grandfather, this. The old man waved his hand, indicating that he did not need to continue. But, Grandpa Xing lifted his head to look at Tang Jingxian with a meaningful look in his eyes. Although Tang Jingxian frowned, he still reacted. His tone became even more anxious. Grandpa, you can't just ignore Mom. Outside the door, Tang Xian was stunned for 2 seconds. After making sure there was nothing out of the ordinary, she grabbed her phone and knocked on the door before entering the study room. As soon as she saw the grandfather and granddaughter, she immediately handed the phone to Elder Tang. Grandfather, the higher-ups of Tangkor just called. Elder Tang looked deeply at Tang Jingxian before receiving the phone from Tang Xian. What is it? Chairman, I heard that President Xia was kidnapped, but what about our cooperation with Switzerland? Hearing the other party's tone, Elder Tang sneered. What? Yuling just got into trouble and you guys are already jealous of her position? Let me tell you, the management rights belong to the Tang family. No one can take it away. Isn't that so? However, Switzerland has already given us a phone call. Because they want to avoid the news, they've already used the excuse that Tangkor's representative didn't show up as an excuse to terminate their collaboration. We've suffered a huge loss. Plus, Tangkor is such a big company, we can't do without a leader, right? The other party's tone became frivolous. For this reason, the board of directors has decided to hold a temporary meeting. Chairman, you should attend. Bastard. After hanging up the phone, Elder Tang trembled in anger. Yuling has just gotten into trouble and these people are already trying to seize power. I'm not dead yet. Grandpa, don't be angry. Let's think of a way to find Auntie Xia first before we go deal with Tangkor. This time, Elder Tang was truly angered. He knew that although a lot of these people were tempted by Tang Xian, as longtime employees of Tangkor, they were already disloyal to Tangkor. So, this time, they were given an excuse and opportunity to rebel. Xiaoxian, go and calm the shareholders down. I'll go look for Xiaoning. Okay, grandfather, I will definitely protect Tangkor well. This was the promise that Tang Xian had been waiting for all this time. Go, Elder Tang waved his hand. Don't disappoint me this time, Elder Tang said with a deeper meaning. Don't worry. Tang Xian's lips curved upwards. After speaking, she turned and left the study room. At this time, Tang Jingxian finally spoke up. Grandpa. It's not time to pull in the net yet. Let her be happy, Elder Tang said with a deeper meaning. Elder Tang said with a deeper meaning. I want to see her appease the shareholders. Just when she thinks victory is in her grasp, I will give her a fatal blow. Then, Mom. Tang Jingxian had long treated Xia Yuling like his mother, so he had always referred to her as Mom. In this family, Tang Xian was the only person she referred to as Auntie. With your sister 3 around, Tang Xian won't be able to escape her grasp. As soon as Elder Tang thought of the resourceful Tongning, a proud look appeared on his face. Of course, this time, Tongning was merely the one who suggested the plan. The true schemer was still behind her. That's good to hear. Tang Jingxian slowly relaxed. Meanwhile, at Hyatt Regency. According to reports, the woman who got into an accident in Switzerland this time is the current CEO of Tangkor, Xia Yuling. At the same time, she is also the mother of the famous artist, Tongning. After seeing the news, Tongning turned off the TV and put down the remote in her hands. Of course, those that were unaware, like Long Jia, immediately rushed over to Hyatt Regency. However, all they saw was Tongning's calm expression. Aren't you worried? My mom is on a plane back home, Tongning explained as she sat back down on the sofa and looked at Long Jia with a smile. What do you mean? Long Jia was confused. After spending some time, Tongning explained Tang Xian's plan to Long Jia. In reality, her plan was to seize control of Tangkor. After hearing this, Long Jia came to a realization: if she goes to Tangkor to appease the shareholders now, what if she succeeds? This time, not only do we need to punish Tang Xian, we also need to find the shareholders that have ulterior motives towards my mother. So, let them fight amongst themselves. I prefer to watch a good show. Tongning replied calmly. She wanted Tang Xian to think that she had succeeded in taking back Tangkor. She wanted to show Tang Xian the true meaning of being unaware of the aureole behind. Long Jia thought for a moment and finally understood Tongning's motive. So, she gave her a thumbs up. You are trying to make Tang Xian work so hard, yet end up with nothing. Since this is what she wants, I will definitely fulfill her wish, Tongning revealed a gentle smile. After all, she plotted against me and the baby in my stomach, as well as retreating from the entertainment industry. I want to make her pay, bit by bit. Although Tongning was pregnant, Long Jia didn't need to worry that her heart would soften. She was a vengeful person. This was Tongning. Since everything was planned by you, then I will wait to watch a good show. Hayes, what I don't understand is, why does Tang Xian always want to fight with you? Your IQs are obviously not on the same level. Some people are born with a lack of self-awareness, Tongning said as she rubbed her stomach. It seemed Tang Xian still had no idea that she was pregnant. She thought she was a treasure. But, in reality, all Elder Tang wanted was the Tang family child in Tang Xian's stomach. However, there were some truths that would no longer be interesting if they were revealed too early. This time, she was going to take over Tangkor and make Tang Xian's long-awaited wish come true. At Tangkor, the board of directors held an emergency meeting. This time, Tang Xian reappeared in front of the shareholders, shocking them. It wasn't that they didn't know that Tang Xian had returned to Tangkor. But, because Elder Tang had always placed her in an insignificant position, they did not pay too much attention to her. But at this moment, she actually had a chance to make a comeback. Tang Xian knew that these people had never trusted her and had always thought that she was average. So, this time, she was going to prove her capabilities to these stubborn old people. I am here on behalf of my grandfather. If you have anything to say, please speak your mind. The board members looked at each other in dismay. In the end, a 40-something-year-old man standing to the right of Xianxia straightened his suit jacket and said arrogantly, I just want to know when President Xia will be back. Xianxia is such a big conglomerate, it can't be left unattended, right? Xianxia lowered her head and thought for a few seconds before she smiled, I don't know if Auntie Xia is still alive. I hope everyone can give us some time. Time? Do you know how much we invested in the Switzerland project? If it's gone just like that, who is going to take responsibility? Big miss, although we understand your difficulties, you still need to protect the interests of our shareholders, another elderly shareholder said as he crossed his arms. It's fine for the Tang family to hold the management rights. After all, the Tang family were the ones that built the company and hold the most shares. But you need to give us an explanation, right? If President Xia can't return, then the old chairman should step out and take charge. Grandfather hasn't been feeling well lately. The second miss is a doctor, so I can't force her. What about the third miss? Hasn't Tongning retreated from the industry? Letting her manage Xianxia is better than not having a leader. Tang Xian's eyes darkened. Just as she was about to say something, another shareholder suddenly spoke up, hand Xianxia over to an actress? Are you guys joking? Tongning may be in the entertainment industry, but she has a high reputation in the industry. Plus, she treats people well. Isn't she one of the best in the Tang family? Don't say any more. I will never accept an actress as the leader of Xianxia. What would that look like? Then who do you think should be in charge? Because of Tongning, a few shareholders' faces turned red with anger. From the bottom of their hearts, they looked down on the profession of acting. Not to mention, Tongning had been a model before. I wonder how many people he slept with in the past. Isn't he bringing shame to Xianxia by becoming the leader of Xianxia? If that's the case, I hope that first miss can take control of the situation. Someone suddenly changed the topic to Tang Xian. After Tang Xian heard it, she didn't expect it either. In reality, most of the people present knew what Tang Xian was capable of, but in front of her, they didn't say much. Tang Xian already knew what these people were thinking, so she gave a gentle smile and said with sincerity, I know I have a lot of shortcomings in the past and have disappointed everyone. But, after so long, I've started from the bottom and gained a new understanding of Xianxia. No matter who takes over Xianxia, this is what I want to tell everyone. Support Tongning. Support the young miss. Tongning. Eldest Mississippi. From what I know, Tongning doesn't seem to have much interest in management. The chairman has approached her multiple times, but she has always told him that she doesn't want to be in meetings with a bunch of old men and that management isn't her interest. As soon as this director finished speaking, everyone stopped arguing. After all, many people at Xianxia were well aware of this. Tongning had rejected Elder Tang in the past. In fact, she had done it more than once. Since those people can't be counted on, what else is there to say? As long as the big miss is in charge of Xianxia, I can rest assured. The results of the discussion were obviously heading in the direction that Tang Xian wanted. But, she remained calm and said, Thank you for your trust, but I have indeed made a mistake. Since it's so difficult to make a decision, let's vote. Yes, let's vote. After a unanimous decision, the board of directors decided to use the fairest method. Regarding this result, Tang Xian was confident. After all, she had already bribed a lot of people in secret. But, to her surprise, when the results of the vote were released, she and Tongning tied. You guys sure are enthusiastic about recommending Tongning. Unfortunately, she would rather bare her chest than take a single glance at Xianxia. Fellow directors, please don't be angry. The best thing to do is for grandfather to take charge. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint everyone. This time, Tang Xian spoke with a humble attitude. Grandfather has the right to make the decision. Tang Xian continued to argue with the directors. What's there to choose? Have any of you seen Tongning's capabilities? Does she think that just because she's good in the entertainment industry, she's good at management? If you guys insist on making Tongning the new manager, I think I will consider withdrawing my shares. After one round of voting, the issue did not seem to be resolved. They were still stuck on the issue of Tongning or Tang Xian. At this time, Elder Tang received a phone call. No matter how disrespectful the shareholders were, they had to endure the anger in their hearts and listen to the call. It has been confirmed that Yuling has been kidnapped in Switzerland and her fate is currently unknown. The entire Tang family is currently trying their best to find her. So, tomorrow, I will be announcing the acting CEO. I'm sure no one will have any objections. Tang Xian lowered her head and sneered. She knew, apart from herself, who else could truly take charge of the Tang family. Tomorrow, I will get my granddaughter to hold a meeting with you. Granddaughter. But, he did not mention which granddaughter it was. This made Tang Xian even more certain that Elder Tang was planning to return her to her original position. The shareholders seemed to have misinterpreted Elder Tang's words and thought he wanted Tang Xian to temporarily take over. So, they couldn't help but clap their hands. That's why those supermodels should step aside. To put it bluntly, Tongning is only suitable for men to play with. It's best if she never steps foot into Tangkor for the rest of her life. Watch your mouth when you speak, one of Tongning's defenders warned. They were already in a bad mood, yet they were now going to send Tang Xian back to her original position. Now that Tongning was being humiliated, how could they not be agitated? Since grandfather has made his decision, I will see everyone tomorrow. We don't know who we will see tomorrow. Are you the chairman's only granddaughter? Someone scoffed at Tang Xian before leaving. However, this comment hit right at Tang Xian's heart. In reality, Tang Xian knew deep down that if she wanted to establish her authority in front of the board of directors, she needed to produce results. If she couldn't resolve the Switzerland incident, then even if she was temporarily the acting CEO, she wouldn't be able to convince anyone, just like before. As for Tongning, she had already been in the entertainment industry for almost 10 years and knew nothing about business. So, she had no reason to worry that Tongning would achieve results before her. No matter what, she had been in the business world for many years. She wasn't someone that Tongning could compare to in a short period of time. Xia Yuling, I really need to thank you for your sacrifice. That's why I'm where I am now, Tang Xian thought to herself. 10 p.m. Xia Yuling's flight landed in Beijing on time. The people that Mo Ting sent to pick her up protected her well. Even when she directly walked out of the airport, no one noticed her. 40 minutes later, Xia Yuling stepped into Hyatt Regency. As soon as she saw Tongning, she immediately ran over and hugged her. Although she knew nothing would go wrong, she still felt a little scared. Mom, you are too brave. Tongning knew the entire kidnapping process and knew that Xia Yuling had taken a huge risk. Aren't I fine now? Xia Yuling removed her jacket and twirled it around in front of Tongning to show that she was fine. Don't you trust him, O Ting? Tongning took a deep breath and pulled Xia Yuling over to sit on the sofa. What's the situation with Tang Xian? She probably thinks that grandfather will announce her as the acting CEO tomorrow. Right now, she is racking her brains to think of a way to make a contribution and save the Switzerland case, Tongning replied calmly. Xia Yuling looked at Tongning's clear blue eyes. Her eyes seemed to have a life of its own, no one could hide anything from her eyes. She was too good at figuring out what others were thinking. In fact, most of the time, she simply saw through them without saying anything. In that case, what do you plan to do? Grandfather recommended a secretary to me. I'm thinking I'll temporarily let her handle things on my behalf. When the time comes, I'll make an appearance, Tongning replied carefully. As for the Switzerland case, I've already called them at least 40 times. Although they still haven't picked up, I will continue to try. At times like this, sincerity was the most important thing and perseverance was Tongning's forte. Are you confident? Although Xia Yuling believed in Tongning's capabilities, she had been in charge of Tangkor for so long, so she hoped nothing would go wrong. Mom, trust me. You can sleep here tonight. I've already prepared the guest room for you. Xia Yuling had experienced so much in just a couple of days, so she was obviously exhausted. So, she did not refute Tongning as she stood up and headed for the guest room. Tongning watched as Xia Yuling disappeared before she picked up her phone and continued to call. However, no one picked up. 2 hours later, due to her pregnancy, Tongning fell asleep on the sofa. As soon as Mo Ting stepped out of the study room, he saw Tongning leaning against the sofa. He immediately walked over and laid her down flat on the sofa. He then took the phone from her hand and continued to make a call. Xia Yuling keenly sensed the movement in the living room, but it was already 3 a.m. Xia Yuling was still worried, so she quietly got up and walked over to the living room. She found Mo Ting protecting Tongning as she slept, leaning against the sofa and fiddling with his phone. Xia Yuling froze for a moment, not daring to move. She simply felt that Tongning had earned the right to marry a man like this. It was her fortune. Although Tongning normally loved Mo Ting, compared to the things he did for her in secret, Xia Yuling felt her heart ache a little more for this son-in-law of hers. Mo Ting continued to make a few more calls. This time, the person on the other side of the phone picked up. Mo Ting then spoke to the person on the other side of the phone in fluent Italian. After about 10 minutes, he put down his phone and carried Tongning into the bedroom. Halfway through, Tongning woke up. In her daze, she saw the side of Mo Ting's face and mumbled, "Hubby. I'm on the phone. You sleep first. From now on, if you continue to work so late, you can forget about taking over Tangkor." Mo Ting warned. "I can choose not to take over Tangkor, but there are some things that I can't let go of." Hearing this, Mo Ting fell silent. He knew what Tongning was referring to. Not only did Tang Xian want to remove her uterus, she almost caused Tongning to lose her baby. If she didn't get back at her, she wouldn't be able to live in peace. "I will take whatever she wants. I will always be right behind you." Mo Ting assumed that Tongning would be like before in this drama. She wanted him to be a bystander. "The Swiss have already picked up the phone. I've already asked Lu Che to make arrangements to send a representative over to meet with you. You always know what I'm thinking. But, this is all I can do for you." Tongning opened her eyes and sat up. She then placed a kiss on Mo Ting's lips and whispered seductively beside his ear, "The baby wants to say hi to daddy." Mo Ting's gaze darkened as he quickened his footsteps into the bedroom. He then gently placed Tongning on the bed and leaned over to kiss her. "The doctor recommended a healthy position. I heard it all during the pregnancy test." Tongning's ears were slightly red as she spoke in a gentle voice. Perhaps it was because she was pregnant, but her femininity was strong. "So?" Mo Ting teased. "I want you," Tongning said as she bit on the mole beside Mo Ting's ear. "As you wish." Tongning had no idea that, after getting pregnant, her skin had become more supple and her figure had become more perfect. She must not have known, every time Mo Ting hugged her to rest, he couldn't help but want to get closer to her. He couldn't help but want to kiss every inch of her skin. The next morning, the family of 3 were having breakfast in the living room. Xia Yuling glanced at Mo Ting and began to lecture, "You should pay more attention to Mo Ting. Last night, he called you until 3 a.m. Tongning was a little surprised. Although she knew Mo Ting had done something like this, she had no idea it was so late. "It's fine. Let's eat," Mo Ting comforted. "The Swiss representative will be arriving in the morning and Tangkor's meeting will be held in the afternoon. So, you can deal with the Swiss representative first and get your secretary to attend in your place." "I know," Tongning nodded. "But, if something like this happens again, I hope you can carry me to bed. Nothing is more important than you. Are you confident? The Swiss representative won't be easy to deal with." Tongning understood what Mo Ting was asking and knew he was trying to change the subject. So, she smiled and replied, "Your wife doesn't only know how to be a model and actress." 10 a.m. Mo Ting arranged for the representatives from Switzerland to stay at a hotel near Hai Rue. Among them, there were 3 men and 2 women. It seemed, they were quite impatient with the trip. "Didn't we already avoid the collaboration with Tangkor? Now that the CEO is missing, there's no way we can continue working with them. There are plenty of big names waiting for us to work with. Why did boss insist on us coming to Beijing?" one of the representatives asked as he sat on the sofa. "Did you think you're the only one that doesn't understand? Even the air is filled with smog when we're in this horrible place. Endure it for a bit. We'll leave after meeting them." The representatives tidied themselves up and were led to the hotel's ballroom by a waiter. But, when they arrived, neither the CEO nor Tongning were present at the large dining table. What's going on? Why isn't the representative from Tangkor here? I've never seen the host arrive later than the guests. Is this how Asians behave? The representatives from Switzerland were already frustrated from the trip to Beijing. On top of that, Tangkor's representative was nowhere to be seen. So, they all had unpleasant expressions on their faces. However, 5 minutes later, the doors to the banquet hall were finally pushed open. Tongning, dressed in a black trench coat and a pair of soft flats, stepped into the banquet hall. She greeted them in fluent Italian, "Nice to meet you all." Out of the 5 representatives, only one woman stood up and shook hands with Tongning. Meanwhile, the others leaned back and glared at Tongning. According to the attitude of Tangkor, "We will never consider working with you again. Let's not talk about the collaboration for now. Let's have a meal first." Tongning continued to smile as she gestured for the waiter to serve the dishes. The expressions on the representatives' faces did not change because of Tongning's words. But, as the waiter placed the dishes in front of them, a look of surprise appeared in their eyes. "How did you know that I like to eat lasagna? This is my favorite coffee biscuit." This. The representatives never expected that Tongning would know what they liked so well. In fact, they had never told anyone about this before. Seeing this, the representative of Switzerland finally revealed an interested smile. He crossed his arms and asked, "Can I ask you how you found out about our preferences? I've looked through everyone's information. Some of it is ready-made, while others are just my guesses." Tongning replied with a smile. "For example, the lady on your right doesn't seem to like drinking water." The woman was stunned for a moment before she nodded her head. "That's right, how did you know?" "That's a secret. Why don't you all try it? We'll talk about it later." Tongning deliberately kept them in suspense to whet their appetites. Afterwards, because they were desperate to know Tongning's answer, they changed their impatient attitude and began to seriously enjoy the delicacies of their hometown. Tongning lowered her head and smiled. However, all she did was drink water the entire time. Half an hour later, the representatives finished their meals. At this time, the Swiss man called Jean put down his cutlery and said to Tongning, "Although we are grateful for your hospitality, we have already decided to give up on Tangkor's case. We simply came here today to give Hai Rui some face. It's okay, I won't force you. But, I have a few sets of data that you can use as a reference." After speaking, Tongning gestured for Song Yanshu to hand out some information to the representatives. "This is Tangkor's sales for the last month of last year. The second set of information is the product that Tangkor is planning to promote in Europe. From what we know, Europeans and Americans have been infatuated with Asian herbs in recent years, but there has always been a gap in this market. Tangkor has always been a pioneer in the perfume industry and has always given preferential treatment to our partners. We have decided to focus on this gap and let you take over the market first." The representatives looked at the information in their hands and threw it to one side in disdain. "There are a lot of big companies that have better offers than yours. Plus, Miss Tang, do you know anything about perfume? What about a year of unpaid endorsements?" Tongning blinked and said, "As a model, I have quite a bit of fame in Europe." The representatives were a little surprised as they looked at Tongning carefully. A moment later, one of them suddenly realized, "Are you the famous Asian model, Tongning?" "I'm not exactly a model." "So, you are the new CEO of Tangkor?" The representative's attitude towards Tongning changed slightly. "Yes. I thought you looked familiar." "So, you really are Tongning, the Asian legend that caused the Oriental trend in the US. And has also appeared in many high-class shows in Europe," one of the female representatives said with a hint of excitement. The female representative gradually found a trace of excitement in her tone. "You're really capable. We've all heard of your name." "Thank you," Tongning replied humbly. "But, you still need to answer our question. Do you know anything about perfume?" Jean insisted. "I don't know anything about perfume, but I know how to give you the best possible return," Tongning replied straightforwardly. After hearing this, the representative finally laughed. "I like your honesty. Compared to those that claim to be professional, you are much cuter." "It's because I can read minds. That's why I know what you guys like. Would you believe me if I told you that?" Tang Ning asked as she placed her hands on the dining table and supported her chin with her hand. In that case, what do you think I'm thinking about right now? Jean asked as he looked at Tang Ning with interest. Tang Ning looked into Jean's eyes in seriousness and replied honestly, I'm thinking about how to continue working with Tangkor after I get back. Jean looked at Tang Ning in surprise before clapping his hands in approval. What about me? What about me? Tang Ning looked at the young woman sitting opposite her and replied, You're wondering if you can have another serving of biscuits. How did you know? The woman was also surprised. Because you just lowered your head and asked your colleague if she could have another serving. The woman was shocked by Tang Ning's thoughtfulness as she gave her a thumbs up. Because of this, Jean directly said to Tang Ning, Let's work together. Tang Ning spread out her hands in confusion. Miss Tang, didn't you show us your keen observation skills so you could conquer us? I admit, you've done it. You are a rare negotiation expert. Jean explained. Your charisma has made me believe that this collaboration with Tangkor will be a pleasant one. Tang Ning smiled as she stretched out her hand and shook the woman's hand. She understood, after finding out that she was Mo Ting's wife and a famous model, the woman had already realized her value to Tangkor. She simply needed a way out. I'm happy to receive your appreciation. In that case, please come to Tangkor's office this afternoon to discuss the contract. However, I have other work to do, so I'm afraid I won't be able to entertain you. I hope you can understand. Don't mention it. It's okay, please go ahead, Jean said politely. Of course, the woman had no idea that a good show was about to begin that afternoon. Ningjia, are you really not going to appear this afternoon? Song Yanshu asked as she followed Tang Ning out of the hotel after lunch. If I reveal the answer now, I won't be able to see Tang Xian's expression afterwards. Tang Ning wrapped her coat tightly around herself. I never expected Ningjia to be so good at negotiating, Song Yanshu expressed her admiration towards Tang Ning. Don't say anything else. Take me home and go take care of Luo Xing. How's his mood lately? Tang Ning asked as she boarded the car. Compared to before, he's gotten better at hiding, Song Yanshu replied. But, a lot of people have been asking him to sing and his new album is about to be released. As long as he gets busy, he won't have much time to think about the past. Yanshu, although Jingxian hasn't forgotten about that woman, he is the same as me. We are people that will never turn back. His future depends on you, Song Yanshu reminded. Now that my stomach is big, it's inconvenient for me to go anywhere and I will be appearing in front of the public less and less often. So, you need to take good care of Luo Xing, I understand. Song Yanshu looked at Tang Ning and nodded her head in seriousness. But, I heard that The Lost Relative is about to be released. Really? Time has passed so quickly. Tang Ning was silent for a moment as she thought back to all the details of filming the film. You're going to make a big hit again. Tang Ning stretched out her hand and rubbed her stomach. She was grateful for her perseverance and hard work. Let's resolve the matter with Tangkor first. Song Yanshu smiled and nodded her head, okay. It wasn't hard to tell from the look in her eyes that she admired Tang Ning. This admiration was completely different to the admiration she had for a man. However, Tang Ning did not return home. Instead, she went straight to Hai Rui and entered Mo Ting's office. The couple looked at each other as Mo Ting immediately stood up from his chair and wrapped his arm around Tang Ning's waist. I've heard about you. You're a master negotiator. I didn't embarrass you, did I? How could you possibly embarrass me? Mo Ting placed his chin on top of Tang Ning's head and sighed. I'm sure, as long as you are willing, managing Hai Rui will be a piece of cake for you. The couple were familiar with each other's two-faced nature. So, did they need to elaborate further? That afternoon, before another board meeting, Tang Xian received a phone call from Assistant Leng. The reason was that Elder Tang had invited her to attend the meeting. This made it clear to Tang Xian that Elder Tang intended to hand over Tangkor to her again. My child, I'm counting on you. You have to work hard for me, Tang Xian said excitedly as she rubbed her belly. But, just as Tang Xian was about to leave for the meeting, her secretary suddenly knocked on the door and entered. Miss Tang, someone from Switzerland has arrived. They say they are here to discuss a contract. Really? Are you sure you didn't hear wrongly? Tang Xian stood up from her chair as her smile grew brighter. That's right, they came here directly to sign the contract, let's go and meet someone. Tang Xian had no idea that Jean and the others had been convinced by Tongning. She simply treated it as luck, the good fortune she deserved after enduring for so long. Of course, Jean and the others didn't know Tang Xian's identity. They simply thought she was Tongning's secretary, so they chatted happily. In the end, in order to gain everyone's trust, Tang Xian requested for Jean and the others to appear at the board meeting. Although Jean felt it was a little strange, he still nodded his head. Afterwards, Jean instructed his subordinate to contact Tongning. Only then did Tongning explain the situation to the others. Jean understood Tongning's situation and went to look for Tongning's new secretary. Tongning's new secretary was called Xianxia. He was a rare talent. He had already spoken to Tongning verbally, so when he saw Jean and the others, he welcomed them politely. How did Miss Tang arrange it? We are happy to help her with anything, Jean said to Xianxia. Actually, it's nothing much. When the time comes for the board meeting, just tell them the truth and tell them that you reached an agreement through our new CEO, Xianxia replied humbly. In that case, Miss Tongning doesn't plan to make an appearance? It's not time yet, Xianxia laughed. Jean thought for a moment and decided to do Tongning a favor. I admire Miss Tongning's charisma. We will definitely help you. After the discussion, it wasn't long before Tang Cor's board meeting began. Now that all the shareholders had arrived, Assistant Ling took Elder Tang's place and arrived at the meeting. Assistant Ling glanced at Tang Xian, but it only lasted for a second before he looked away. Not long after, Assistant Ling pulled out his phone and Elder Tang's voice could be heard. Due to my health, it's not convenient for me to attend. So, Assistant Ling will be announcing an important decision on my behalf. Every word he says will be legally binding, so I hope everyone will respect his decision. The shareholders didn't care who attended the meeting, the main issue was who would be taking over Tang Cor. That's enough, stop keeping us in suspense. As shareholders, we simply want a guarantee. Let's make the announcement. Before that, I have some good news to announce. To make things more stable, Tang Xian immediately stood up and stopped Assistant Ling from speaking. I've already secured the case in Switzerland and their representative is still waiting in the VIP room outside. Is this true? The shareholders immediately became excited. If this is true, then I can only say that I have a whole new level of respect for the big miss. I can't help but be impressed that she's done so quickly. Look at the big Mississippi. Is this something that actors can do? The board of directors began to compliment Tang Xian one after another and she happily accepted their compliments. However, Assistant Ling glanced at her and asked, was the big miss the Swiss case? The big miss was the one that settled it? Are you sure? Assistant Ling, what do you mean by that? Nothing, Assistant Ling immediately regained her composure. I know, Assistant Ling, you've always been biased against me and don't believe in my abilities. But, it doesn't matter, I can invite him in. When the time comes, you will know whether I'm telling the truth or not, Tang Xian scoffed proudly. Okay, since that's the case, then let them in. After all, they are our business partners. Since they have arrived, we should welcome them warmly, Assistant Ling smiled. I'll go invite them right now, personally. After speaking, Tang Xian stood up and walked out of the meeting room. The shareholders waited patiently. A moment later, Tang Xian returned to the meeting room with Jean and the others. Seeing that Tang Xian had really invited the Switzerland representative into the meeting room, the board members all applauded. After receiving the encouragement from the crowd, Tang Xian seemed to have gained more confidence and her expression became even more arrogant. It was as if the heavens were helping. Assistant Ling, you saw it with your own eyes. Do you believe it? When Assistant Ling saw the representatives, he immediately turned around and shook hands with them to welcome them. The representative from Switzerland has agreed to sign the contract. He even prepared the contract today. However, Assistant Ling ignored Tang Xian's words as he gestured for Jean and the others to take a seat. The reason I am here today is to announce the chairman's decision. Regarding the madam's situation in Switzerland, Tang Cor needs to select a suitable candidate to temporarily take over the role of CEO. Tang Xian secretly clenched her fists. She was ready to take over Tang Cor again. Now, I will announce the chairman's decision. After speaking, Tang Xian actually stood up on her own and bowed to everyone. I will definitely not let everyone down. I hope you will all believe in me again. Let's welcome the acting president's secretary, Mr. Qiao Yuxing. Assistant Ling ignored Tang Xian as he clapped his hands and looked towards the door. Tang Xian's expression turned ugly. Meanwhile, the board of directors were also shocked by Assistant Ling's announcement. Qiao Yuxing, this man was well known in the world of secret books. Just like Hai Rui's Lu Che, he had an important position in the industry. Then, Qiao Yuxing entered the conference room in a suit with a document in his hand. He greeted all the directors solemnly and respectfully. So, does the chairman intend to make Mr. Qiao the acting CEO of Tangkor? Of course not, Qiao Yuxing replied with a smile. I'm just a secretary, doing what a secretary should do. Then I don't understand. Who did the chairman appoint? Isn't it the young miss who just made a great contribution? That's right. Missy has just negotiated the Swiss cooperation. Why not let her be the acting CEO? Replace the young miss. With the support of all the directors, Tang Xian spoke with more confidence. Assistant Lang, I want to know what grandfather is thinking. I helped Tangkor resolve such a huge crisis. You? Assistant Lang smiled and said to everyone, Missy, you're too naive. How can there be a free lunch in this world? Did you think the representative from Switzerland would come to his senses and come to Tangkor to sign a contract with you? Shouldn't you be envious of my luck? Assistant Lang sneered before turning to look at Jean. Jean immediately stood up and said in fluent English, I'm sure this miss has misunderstood. I was picked up by the new CEO of Tangkor on a private plane 2 days ago. Yesterday, we had a pleasant lunch together and she used her charisma to convince me. So, we decided to continue our collaboration with Tangkor. She said she couldn't attend today, so we headed straight to Tangkor. Plus, we thought you were her secretary. After hearing this, Tang Xian's face turned red and white in an extremely awkward manner. Secretary, so, he only thought of her as his secretary. How was this possible? The board members who supported Tang Xian were speechless. They felt as if they had been slapped in the face twice. He really thought Tang Xian could achieve something great. Who would have thought that she would actually throw him in front of all the directors? Tangkor is a century-old perfume family. Does the management only rely on luck to run the company? Assistant Ling asked in a stern voice. Considering that the big miss is still around and shouldn't be overworked, the chairman has already arranged for the most suitable candidate. I'm sure everyone has seen her capabilities. She has efficiently and timely recovered everyone's losses. I'm sure everyone has no objections to this new CEO, right? Let's not talk about whether or not anyone has any objections. You should at least tell us who she is. In any case, it's not the big miss, Assistant Ling laughed. He then handed the rest of the work to Qiao Yuxing and led Jean and the others to the VIP room to get some rest. Tang Xian had been humiliated. To be exact, she was feeling ashamed. Her face was so red that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. The acting CEO has a special identity, so she won't be meeting with everyone for a while. However, she has prepared a detailed plan for the future development of Tangkor. Please take a look at it first. She hasn't even appeared yet, how can we trust her? Please take a look first, Qiao Yuxing explained patiently. The directors unwillingly opened up the document. At first, their expressions were filled with disdain, like they didn't have much confidence in this new CEO. But from the second page onwards, as they looked at the profit potential in detail, they were left speechless. I just want to ask, are these projects going to be launched soon? Haven't you all seen it? These projects are already in the early stages. In that case, I have no objections. Although I don't know who she is, as long as I can make more money, I don't care about anything else. One of the directors immediately stepped forward. As for the big miss, you should just focus on your pregnancy. Think back to when you were in office. Not only did you have a long-term vision and detailed plans, you couldn't even come up with a small project. This is why I would rather support Tongning than the big Mississippi. Although Tongning isn't the one getting elected, it's better than being dragged down by someone else. Didn't the big miss act like she didn't care about the position at first? In the end, she finally revealed her fox tail. Since the new CEO has already resolved Tangkor's crisis, then we have nothing else to say. Everything will be done according to the chairman's wishes. This time, the people that supported Tongning spoke with confidence. Especially when they saw Tang Xian's face, they were more excited than if they had won the lottery. The chairman isn't blind. He can see through people's hearts. I want to see grandfather. Who is the acting CEO? Tang Xian asked as she grabbed onto Qiao Yuxing. The chairman has already gone to Switzerland. His family is in trouble. Only the big miss is still trying to fight for power, Qiao Yuxing replied straightforwardly. I am only responsible for the day-to-day work of the acting CEO. If the big miss wants to see the chairman, you can go to Switzerland. After speaking, Qiao Yuxing turned and left with the document in his hands. The directors also followed suit, leaving behind Tang Xian and a few other shareholders. Big miss, I think you should stop wasting your efforts. After all, the other party is very powerful. That's right, Big Mississippi. Although the chairman has put you in a difficult position, I must say that his decisions have always been right. In the end, a 30-something-year-old director walked in. Seeing that Tang Xian was about to burst into tears, he immediately leaned over and whispered into her ear, if you have time, come to my house. I can help you. Tang Xian's face turned red as she turned to the side. He knew that she was in a difficult position, yet he still brought it up. Wasn't he being sarcastic? Plus, she really wanted to know why her grandfather was treating her like this. So, she immediately pulled out her phone and gave Elder Tang a phone call. But, he had already turned off his phone. Go to Switzerland. Do you think you'll still be able to find Xia Yuling? In order to keep up with the act, Elder Tang was also at Hyatt Regency. This was his first time at Mo Ting and Tongning's home, so he couldn't help but look around. He could sense that although there were only the two of them, the entire home was filled with warmth and love. I just received a phone call from Secretary Qiao. Everything is going well, Tongning said as she put down her phone. Xiaoning, it's best if you don't use your phone too often. It is radiation and isn't good for the baby, Xia Yuling's heart ached as she removed Tongning's phone. That woman didn't get her way today, so she will definitely think of another way. There's no way she'll give up so easily. Elder Tang now referred to Tang Xian as that woman and no longer treated her as his granddaughter. No matter what she does, she won't be able to escape from Xiaoning's control, Xia Yuling scoffed. If she was a stranger, we would have already dealt with her. Yet, this woman is related to you by blood. Today's humiliation is just the beginning. Tongning looked down at Tangkor's information, but the words that came out of her mouth were filled with danger and a deeper meaning. It was just the beginning. Tang Xian wanted to control her uterus, but she wanted to turn Tang Xian's life upside down. Let's see who was better at playing. Grandfather and Mom, let's go out and relax for a few days. I will take care of Tang Xian. Don't be too stubborn. Mo Ting will be heartbroken. Tongning finally lifted her head and nodded at the two. I know better than anyone. Isn't Jingxian going to hold a fan concert? Do you have any way of getting tickets to the event? We want to go and listen. It was rare for the old man to have this time. He also wanted to try hanging out with the young people. He didn't know when it started. He originally thought that these entertainment things were only decadent and couldn't be put on the table. However, now that he saw his granddaughter and grandson being loved by so many people, a sense of pride actually arose spontaneously. I'll go too. Okay, Tongning agreed. Afterwards, she gave Tang Jingxian a phone call. Mom and grandfather want to go to your fan club concert. Do as you see fit. I will get Yanshu to prepare a VIP room for them. But, can grandfather's heart handle the noise? You underestimate your grandfather, Tongning couldn't help but smile. Sis, WH, has already been announced for release. I've seen the trailer and it was really shocking. So, I hope you can return to the film industry. This time, Tongning did not say a word as she hung up the phone. Ningjia knows what she's doing. You don't need to worry about her. Right now, your task is to prepare for the concert. By the way, I heard that Xia Jingyi's case will be heard soon. I have to congratulate her for that. After Tang Jingxian finished speaking, there was no reply from behind him for quite some time. By the time Tang Jingxian turned around out of curiosity, he found Song Yenshu leaning against the wall with her hand on her forehead, moaning in pain. What happened? Perhaps I've been too tired lately, Song Yenshu replied. I'll be fine after a nap at home. Do you really think of yourself as King Kong? My sister is my sister. Do you think she's willing to risk her life for the sake of work? She loves herself more than anyone. If you want to be like her, you need to learn how to take care of yourself. After speaking, Tang Jingxian lifted Song Yenshu in his arms and placed her on his bed. You can sleep here. If something happens, I can take care of you. But there are no buts. Yenshu, during my most difficult times, you were by my side. I was willing to give up everything else. So, I will never abandon you. Song Yenshu was a little surprised. She did not say another word as she closed her eyes peacefully. Not long after, she fell asleep. Tang Jingxian watched as Song Yenshu slept soundly. He suddenly wondered why this woman was so stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat. Not only was she stubborn, she was always thinking of others. Idiot. Meanwhile, after Tang Xian's defeat, she had become the laughingstock of Tangkor. Wherever she went, people would point fingers at her. I thought the big miss would change after being kicked out of the Tang family. Who would have thought that she would still be so greedy for power? The collaboration in Switzerland this time is enough to make the entire company laugh at us for an entire year. Haha, this is so funny. I thought they would deliver themselves to us. Why is the big miss becoming more and more of an idiot? Has she gone crazy from being pregnant? After hearing these rumors, Tang Xian clenched her fists. She had never been humiliated like this. She had never been laughed at by the people of Tangkor. Could it be that Grandpa's concern for her was fake? Afterwards, Tang Xian continued to call Elder Tang. To her surprise, his phone was turned on and he picked up. Grandfather. Oh, Xiaoxian? Why are you looking for grandfather? Elder Tang asked even though he already knew the answer. Why did you hand over control of Tangkor to someone else? Haven't I worked hard enough? Tang Xian asked straightforwardly. I know I've hurt you in the past, but I've turned over a new leaf. Why won't you give me a chance? Turned over a new leaf, didn't she become even worse? Xiaoxian, grandfather is currently in Switzerland, so he can't hear what you're saying. If there's anything you want to say, wait until I'm back. Grandfather. Tang Xian had no one to complain to, so she called the Zhong family home again. Mom, the board of directors, I didn't become the acting CEO. What's wrong with you? Mother Zhong asked angrily. I've done so much for you and paved such a long path for you, how could I still fail? I was hoping that you would fork out some money to help the Zhong family. What's wrong with the Zhong family? Tang Xian immediately sensed that Mother Zhong's words had a hidden meaning. It's because of the previous problem. You and my husband are both being investigated. I don't know if we can get past this time. Everything was fine, yet we were suddenly found to be in possession of illegal drugs. Perhaps Mother Zhong would never find out who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Just like how she thought no one knew that she had instigated Tang Xian to remove Tongning's uterus. Could they get past this time? There was no need to think too much about it. Of course, they couldn't get past this time. Who told them to hurt Mo Ting's wife and child? In that case, what should I do now? Xiaoxian, the Zhong family is currently in a crisis. Think of a way to get some money from the Tang family, Mother Zhong suddenly requested. Mother Zhong suddenly made a request. Mom promises that after this matter is over, Mom will fulfill your wish. Mom, I don't have access to the finance department, Tang Xian rejected carefully. Then let's die together. Mother Zhong yelled viciously. If you want to die, then go ahead and die. Why should I die? Tang Xian hung up the phone with reddened eyes. After lowering her head and calming herself down, she held back her embarrassment and walked out of the office. But, as long as Tongning wasn't the first to sit in that position, she wasn't considered to have lost. There was always a way. Soon, Tangkor's annual product launch would be held. This was her chance. She refused to believe that she wouldn't be able to sit in the highest position in Tangkor. Over the past few days, Hai Rui had been focusing on promoting WH. Although they had previously released a 10-second trailer, this time, they released 3 different versions of the film. In fact, each version was 30 seconds long. This time, whether it was the cast or the theme of the film, it was highly anticipated by the audience. With her experience in Stupid and her stunning acting, she had already won over the expectations that film fans had for an actress. She was someone that could be trusted. I've already watched the trailer for WH more than 20 times. Let's hurry and release the film. Watching Tong Ning and Bai Qindong act in this film is like watching a European or American blockbuster. The two of them never act with the burden of being idols, they do whatever they want. It's so comforting. I must go to the cinema and watch this film 3 times. I hope WH can become a benchmark for our domestic disaster films. I also hope Tong Ning can return to film as soon as possible. We miss you. The scene of Tong Ning retreating from filming was still fresh in everyone's mind. At the same time, the release of WH also caused a lot of fans to become excited. Have the people that slandered Tong Ning apologized? How dare they force such a good actress to leave? They are all idiots that push others aside when they can't do it themselves. Disgusting. Ever since Tong Ning announced her retreat from filming, I completely hated the person on that list. I would rather like someone than a bunch of disgusting people. In the end, WH was released on December 6th. It wasn't uncommon for a film to become popular before its release. For example, a lot of Hollywood blockbusters found it hard to get a ticket before their release. But, the popularity of WH did not pale in comparison to a European or American blockbuster. Under these circumstances, the screening schedule was no longer as strict as it was with Stupid. After all, even without Tong Ning, Bai Qindong was still a guarantee of the box office. It was because of this situation that Tang Xian was under the illusion that Tong Ning was still focused on the entertainment industry and had no intention of stealing Tangkor. However, the more famous Tong Ning became, the more jealous she became. They were both part of the Tang family, so why did Tong Ning deserve to be doted on? This only made her heart more ruthless. During this time, Tang Xian once again received an invitation from the director. At first, she thought the other party was deliberately mocking and teasing her. But, when the other party directly asked if she wanted to win, Tang Xian's heart followed these few words and fell into the abyss of desire. Keep the appointment, 3 p.m., Hai Rui CEO's office. Mo Ting was handling some work as Lu Che stood beside him and reported, news of the Zhong family being investigated has been released. I don't think they will survive past this month. I want to see the Zhong family go bankrupt, Mo Ting said coldly. Don't worry, President. However, if the Zhong family goes bankrupt, the Tang family may be implicated as well. Do you think my wife is easy to deal with? Lu Che looked into Mo Ting's eyes and chuckled. That's right, with Tong Ning around, was there anything she couldn't solve? Above all, Tong Ning had their president backing her up. The couple were both ruthless characters that no one dared to offend. In that case, regarding the Fei Tian Awards, should I nominate the madam for Best Supporting Actress in Stupid or Best Newcomer in WH? Do you need to ask me a question like this? Mo Ting asked as he lifted his head. I understand. Mo Ting had always placed Tong Ning first. So, when he applied for the Fei Tian Awards, he was obviously aiming for the Best Newcomer award. Although Tong Ning's performance in Stupid was quite impressive, she was still a supporting character. So, even if Stupid meant a lot to her, Mo Ting hoped that the awards he sent to Tong Ning would be the best. That night, the cold wind blew. Mo Ting returned home to find Tong Ning sitting in the study room with her head in her hands, deep in thought. As soon as she saw Mo Ting, a look of surprise appeared in Tong Ning's eyes. It was this look of reliance that made Mo Ting feel extremely happy. Even if he had to sacrifice his life for the Tong Ning in front of him, he was willing to do so. You're finally back. Did you encounter a problem? Mo Ting immediately ran over and hugged her. Tangkor's product launch requires VIPs to be the main guests. But, Tangkor has been around for so many years and has so many VIPs, I don't have a choice. Are you afraid of offending someone? Mo Ting chuckled as he looked at the list of names in his hands. Honey, don't be afraid of anything. Let's rank them according to how much they spend and only choose the top 20. Not only will they be able to attend the product launch, they will also be the first to enjoy the perfume. That way, the rest of the VIPs will work hard to create wealth for us in order to be invited to next year's product launch. Tongning smiled. Once pregnant, I must be stupid for 3 years. Business has never been easy. No matter how capable you are, you've never fought in the business world before. So, when it comes to problems, you can only see the surface, Mo Ting comforted. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Let's call it a day. Let's get some rest, okay? Tongning wrapped her arms around Mo Ting's neck and nodded, I only listen to you. Mo Ting smiled gently as he carried Tongning to the bedroom. Before he left, he asked again, are you planning to reveal your identity at the product launch? No rush, the time is not right yet. I like to see Tang Xian get her way. I haven't had my fill yet. Late at night, Tang Xian's figure appeared in the hallway of a certain hotel. She covered herself up tightly and carefully entered room 3436 of the hotel. You're here. The man held a glass of red wine in his hand. As soon as he saw Tang Xian, he turned around and looked at her. I knew you would come to my side sooner or later. Can you really help me? Tang Xian stood cautiously by the door. What's so difficult about it? The man let out a gentle laugh and put down his wine glass. He then walked over to Tang Xian and pulled her into his embrace. Right now, the Zhong family is in a precarious situation. You need to immediately sever all ties with the Zhong family. You can't keep the child in your stomach either. Why should I trust you? Tang Xian didn't dare to take the risk. This man was so dangerous that he had already threatened her family. Come, Xiaoxian, tell me. Do you really not know that you are currently in the middle of a conspiracy? The Zhong family is currently on the verge of bankruptcy. According to the Zhong family's personality, when you take over Tangkor, do you think you will have a good life? What's more? The man pursed his lips into a smile that was both elegant and deep. Behind his glasses, his eyes were extremely charming. The Tang family doesn't care about you at all. Why are you helping me? This was what Tang Xian was most curious about. Because I like to win. After speaking, the man put down his wine glass and introduced himself in seriousness. My name is Lin Xiaoyuan and I work in the jewelry industry. My wife passed away a year ago and I have a 3-year-old son. Do you want to know more about me? I just joined the board of directors of Tangkor. For some reason, Tang Xian felt a deep sense of fear towards this man. But she couldn't help but be attracted by the dangerous aura he exuded because he seemed unfathomable. At the same time, she understood that the reason why Tongning was where she was today was because she had Mo Ting supporting her. To have a capable man. Wasn't that more important than anything else? Listen to me. You need to break away from the Zhong family right now. As for the child, you can use it to deal with Tongning. Tang Xian froze as she stared straight at the man. However, the man simply smiled. Tang Xian couldn't help but take a few steps back. She originally wanted to escape, but the man's charisma made it difficult for her to take a single step. It was like there was a voice in her heart telling her to agree. As long as she agreed, there was still hope. Xiaoxian. From this moment onwards, Tang Xian forgot about the devil's contract. When her ambition was driven by someone else, the evil within her made her lose her mind. News of both the Zhong family's representatives being investigated had already spread throughout Beijing. As the news spread like wildfire, it meant that the Zhong family was about to declare bankruptcy. In order to rescue her husband and son, Mother Zhong tried everything she could think of. But, this time, the higher-ups were extremely strict and didn't give her any room to maneuver. The attacks came fast and fierce and she had already spent quite a bit of the Zhong family's savings. In the end, she decided to use Tangkor and couldn't wait to meet with Tang Xian. Of course, Tang Xian showed up. However, her expression was different from before. Xiaoxian, now is the time for you to show your loyalty. Our Zhong family has married you, so you must be of some use. Hurry up and think of a way to get some money, I need it urgently. Tang Xian crossed her arms and looked at Mother Zhong. She then let out a gentle laugh. It's not that I don't want to help, it's that I don't have the ability. Mom, as you can see, I haven't received any benefits from the Tang family. You still have shares in Tangkor. Mom, what are you talking about? Aren't we a family? At this time, Mother Zhong played the family card. While you were being despised by everyone, the Zhong family still accepted you. How can you not feel grateful at all? The Zhong family did not abandon me. That was because they were afraid of being called heartless. Don't you know how many mistresses your son has found on the outside? Tang Xian scoffed. There's no need to pretend to be kind. At a time like this, let's be honest. After speaking, Tang Xian pulled out a stack of photos from her handbag and handed them to Mother Zhong. What do you mean? What I mean is simple. Get your son to sign the divorce papers and we will part ways from now on. Otherwise, if your son cheats on me while I'm pregnant, you know what the consequences will be, Tang Xian said coldly. A long time ago, she had wanted to say this to Mother Zhong and throw the photos in her face. Now that she could finally do it, her heart was filled with joy. Mother Zhong's expression was ugly. She never expected that Tang Xian would have this trick up her sleeve. Tang Xian actually had a way out. In fact, she did it while the entire family was in trouble. Tang Xian, you've really surprised me. Mother Zhong sneered as she held on to the photos. Good, very good. You want a divorce, right? I'll fulfill your wish, you shameless SL*T. After speaking, Mother Zhong was about to stand up from her seat, but Tang Xian beat her to it. After being humiliated by you in the past, it's time to return the favor. I hope the Zhong family closes down soon. Don't think that just because you've gotten rid of us, you can win against Tongning. To be honest, compared to Tongning, you are like mud to the clouds. The only reason Tongning has gotten to where she is today is because her scheming methods are many times better than yours. Just wait and see, your time of misery will come. Tang Xian scoffed as she left the cafe and boarded the car that Lin Xiaoyuan had sent to pick her up. Mother Zhong was naturally furious. She had lived her entire life, yet she was being humiliated by a SL*T like Tang Xian. But, she still had to save Tongning. However, just as Mother Zhong was about to leave the cafe, a man carrying a briefcase suddenly approached her and said, "Hello, Mrs. Zhong. I don't know you. But, I do know you. I can help Zhongkor." The young man smiled as he sat down in front of Mother Zhong. Let's have a chat. Perhaps, I can bring you some good news. There is no good person in this world. If you leave, you may miss your only chance to save your husband and son. The man was not in a rush as he held Mother Zhong back. Mother Zhong froze for a moment before she sat back down. I'll buy your shares in Zhong Enterprises in exchange for the freedom of your husband and son. You have to know that not everyone who pays has the ability to let your son and husband see the light of day again. Mother Zhong lowered her head and thought for a moment before asking, so, I only need to sell my shares? Of course, the young man smiled as he shrugged. The contract can state this clearly. You don't need to worry about it. Okay, I agree. When will it be done? You will definitely see your husband and son within 3 days. The young man put away his documents and stood up. But, just as he was about to leave, Mother Zhong held him back. I have one last question. How do you know so much about the Zhong family? I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, Mrs. Zhong. Did you offend someone recently that you don't even know about? The young man turned around and smiled. Mother Zhong was stunned, but she did not say a word. She had no idea. It seems, I need to remind you. Who did you suggest to remove your uterus? Hearing this, Mother Zhong's eyes widened in shock. In that case, everything that Tang Xian has done. President Mo is well aware of it. But, I'm sure you wouldn't remind Tang Xian, right? She finally heard this name, President Mo. It wasn't anyone else, it was Tongning's husband, the CEO of Hai Rui, Mo Ting. Thinking of this, Mother Zhong felt a chill down her spine. It turned out, her flawless plan had already been seen through by Mo Ting. Yet, the Zhong family had been played by Mo Ting without any ability to retaliate. If she had known Mo Ting was this scary, she would not have provoked Tongning. After all, so much time had passed since Tongning had been framed. Yet, the Zhong family were slowly falling into Mo Ting's trap. Although Mo Ting was known to dote on his wife ever since he got together with Tang Ning, it did not change his ruthless nature. His gentleness, from start to finish, only revolved around Tang Ning. Mrs. Zhong, let me remind you, if the Zhong family still want to do something, I definitely won't do it again. Mother Zhong immediately waved her hands. After being warned by Mo Ting, how could she dare to provoke Tang Ning again? The person our president loves the most in this world is the madam. Yet, someone had to hurt the madam. Our president has always said that if they want to cause trouble for him, he will deal with them at any time. But, if they want to cause trouble for the madam, I'm sorry, he will make sure they die a horrible death. After speaking, the young man grabbed his briefcase and left, leaving Mother Zhong in disbelief. Oh God! Only now did she realize how scary Mo Ting was. Most importantly, Tang Xian still wanted to fight with Tang Ning. If Mo Ting already knew about the incident at the hospital, then Tang Xian must have been under his control. Did she still think she could climb to the top of Tang Core? Tang Xian, let's wait and see what happens to her. After the matter with the Zhong family was settled, Mo Ting simply listened to the results. After confirming that everything was going smoothly, he simply said one thing to the young lawyer: after we get our hands on the shares, sell them to the Zhong family's competitor. He was sure this kind of torture would drive the Zhong family crazy. For the sake of him and Tang Ning's baby, he didn't kill them. Mo Ting believed he had left some leeway and a bottom line. He left some leeway. If the Zhong family found out that Mo Ting left some leeway, would they cry or laugh to death? A few days passed, but there was still no news of Xia Yuling. Under the leadership of the acting CEO, Tang Core remained stable. At this time, Elder Tang returned from Switzerland empty-handed. Seeing the old man enter the house, Tang Xian took the opportunity to kneel in front of him with tears in her eyes. Xiao Xian, what are you doing? Elder Tang hurriedly knelt down and asked. Grandfather, at this shareholders' meeting, I've overstepped my boundaries again. It's not that I wanted to become the acting CEO, I was simply worried about Tang Core's predicament. Grandfather, please don't blame me, Tang Xian apologized sincerely. I know you're worried about Tang Core. But, you can't hurt my great-grandson. Elder Tang helped Tang Xian up, someone will take care of Tang Core. You just need to focus on getting better. Don't worry about anything else. But I've embarrassed myself this time, Tang Xian pointed at the joke everyone in the company had towards her. The old man shook his head and waved his hand. It's nothing. Don't take it to heart. But Grandpa, am I really so useless? Don't tell me I can't be of any use to Tang Core? Elder Tang immediately tried to figure out the meaning behind Tang Xian's words. All of a sudden, he couldn't figure out what she was planning. Grandfather, let me go to the planning department to study. Go to the planning department? Elder Tang thought for a moment. In the end, he used Tang Xian's pregnancy as an excuse to reject her suggestion. After you give birth, you can go to any department you want. But for now, you better stay at home and take care of your baby. Originally, Elder Tang thought that Tang Xian would continue to argue. But, to his surprise, she actually nodded her head, okay. Since grandfather thinks I should rest, then I will focus on taking care of myself and the baby. Elder Tang looked at Tang Xian and did not say another word. He knew that underneath Tang Xian's innocent appearance was a heart as vicious as a snake's. By the way, grandfather, I'm getting a divorce. What? As soon as Elder Tang heard this news, he froze. Although he knew that the Zhong family wasn't a good family, Tang Xian was the one that insisted on joining the Zhong family. After so many years of entanglement, nothing came of it. Yet, she suddenly calmly decided to get a divorce. This didn't seem like Tang Xian's style. The Zhong family is currently in danger, yet they keep asking me for money. I can't take it anymore, so I asked for a divorce. Elder Tang did not say a word as he turned around and entered the study room. Not long after, he gave Tang Ning a phone call and told her everything about Tang Xian. Xiao Ning, grandfather feels that something isn't right. Tang Ning also knew that something wasn't right. Not only was it impossible for Tang Xian to get a divorce, even if she was brave and clear-headed, it wouldn't be easy for her to get rid of the Zhong family. At least, it shouldn't have been handled in such a simple manner. Grandfather, be careful, Tongning reminded. I know, don't worry. After hearing Elder Tang's promise, Tongning put down her phone in a daze. If she allowed Tang Xian to escape like this, then she wasn't the cautious Tongning that she knew. According to reports, the person in charge of Tangkor, Xia Yuling, has yet to receive any news. It seems, a storm of blood is about to descend upon Tangkor. In addition, Tongning's disaster film, WH, will be released in theaters on December 4th. This film has been a hit even before it has been released and fans are looking forward to it. At the same time, I hope Tongning can find her mother soon and return to the film industry as soon as possible. I'm sure everyone misses her a lot. Although Tongning was no longer on the TV, she was still a popular figure in the headlines. After all, this extraordinary woman never played by the rules. She always used her own method to carve out one path after another that belonged to her. We would like to announce a piece of news related to Tangkor. According to reports, just before Tangkor's product launch, the industry surprisingly released a list of VIP invitations for Tangkor's product launch. I'm not sure who leaked this information, but the release of this list will definitely cause discomfort among consumers, especially the VIP users. Tangkor has yet to respond to this news. As a result, the severity of the situation continues to escalate. The VIP invitations had been leaked. After hearing about this, Elder Tang suddenly understood why Tang Xian was willing to leave Tangkor and return home to get some rest. This way, she would be able to wash her hands clean of the matter and no one would suspect her again. But, to the Tang family, no matter what Tang Xian did, it was all a cover-up. Because her ugly mask had long been torn to shreds in front of the Tang family. President Tang, how should we deal with this matter? Xiao Yuxing gave Tongning a phone call. This incident has caused a lot of VIP customers to feel uncomfortable and they are very conflicted. Of course. They were all spending money, so why did these people get priority? The information was leaked from the planning department, so we haven't found any clues yet. Plus, these VIP customers have been the foundation of Tangkor for many years. Now that they have been affected, President Tang, you may be in trouble. I will think of a way to deal with it. Tongning remained calm in the face of danger. This surprised Xiao Yuxing a little. He felt the matter was extremely tricky and difficult to deal with. But, Tongning's reaction was normal. Plenty of VIP customers even called Tangkor to make things difficult for them. In fact, quite a few even called Tang Xian's phone. At this time, Tang Xian simply replied pitifully, I'm sorry, I'm currently on maternity leave. I won't interfere with Tangkor's matters. Sorry, this is the decision of the acting CEO, I have no right to interfere. The acting CEO has decided to rank the top 20 according to the amount of money spent. What bullshit acting CEO? Tell her to come out and meet with her old customers. If Tangkor doesn't show some sincerity this time, who would buy your perfume from now on? It's simply too shameless. As the person behind the scenes that deepened the conflict between the customers and Tangkor, Tang Xian played an important role. As a result, Tangkor received a lot of requests for refunds. All because of a single VIP invitation that was leaked. Just like Xiao Yuxing said, Tongning had truly shaken the foundation of Tangkor. Tang Xian couldn't wait to see how the acting CEO was going to clean up this mess. Speaking of which, Lin Xiaoyuan's methods were indeed smarter and more vicious than hers. In fact, he was able to hit the nail on the head. The board of directors of Tangkor couldn't avoid another heated discussion. This time, Tang Xian wasn't present. But, as one of the shareholders, Lin Xiaoyuan requested to see the acting CEO and give him a satisfactory explanation. Although the incident in Switzerland had been narrowly averted, it didn't mean that they still trusted this mysterious person. It's useless even if the chairman shows up this time. If we don't see this person, we won't be able to feel at ease. Tangkor has never made such a big mistake before. This time, they've offended all of their VIP clients. Tangkor has built up over the years, yet they've been dealt a heavy blow because of a name list. How infuriating and laughable. What is the acting CEO doing? How could she allow something so important to be leaked? Although they would still find out during the press conference, the fact that she was a VIP in front of the cameras would only make those that weren't invited secretly compete in their hearts. The next time she was invited, she would definitely appear at the press conference. Or, she would get priority on the new perfume. She wouldn't end up like this, feeling like she was given a fake list of names. Where was Tangkor's rigor? Where was Tangkor's style? I don't want to hear about this. I want the Tang family to give me an explanation. Whether it's the chairman, the big miss or the mysterious acting CEO, I want an answer. I've already contacted the big Mississippi. She should be arriving soon. As one of the shareholders, let's hear what she has to say first, Lin Xiaoyuan said in a deep tone as he crossed his arms. In reality, this was part of his plan. He wanted Tang Xian to step out and solve the problem so that she could rebuild her reputation in front of the shareholders. But, does the big miss have the right to speak? One of the board members questioned. At least she's a member of the Tang family, Lin Xiaoyuan laughed. Don't tell me you have a more suitable candidate in mind? No one said another word. A moment later, Tang Xian arrived at Tangkor's meeting room. As soon as her eyes met Lin Xiaoyuan's, she quickly looked away and pretended to be innocent. What's going on? Big miss, what is the chairman trying to do? Tangkor is currently in a precarious situation. Something big happens every few days. Is he trying to make life difficult for us shareholders? Grandfather told me to stay at home and rest, so I'm not sure, Tang Xian replied. Are you still a family? How could you not know anything? I'm finding it harder and harder to understand the chairman. The board members began to express their dissatisfaction. I only have one thing to say today. Either the chairman or the acting CEO steps in. Stop wasting everyone's time. I think the chairman is getting old. Lin Xiaoyuan's voice was particularly raspy and deep. If he can't make the right judgment anymore, I suggest he step down from his position. That's right. Director Lin, are you brave enough to say something like this in front of the chairman? One of the board members deliberately questioned Lin Xiaoyuan with a mocking smile. Of course I'm brave enough. Lin Xiaoyuan replied calmly. The other party did not hesitate as he immediately gave Elder Tang a phone call and placed it in the middle of the conference table. Chairman Tang. We are currently having a board meeting. But, on the other side of the phone, Elder Tang was fishing. What's the matter? You can speak to the acting CEO. I'm busy. Chairman Tang, Tangkor is in such a big mess, yet you're still in the mood to fish. What? You don't trust the person I'm looking for? She's on her way and will meet with you in a moment. If you want to settle a score or something else, you can speak to her directly. As soon as Elder Tang finished speaking, a series of beeps sounded from the other side of the phone. Everyone's expression turned serious as they received a very important hint. The legendary acting CEO was actually on her way. In other words, they were about to find out who she was. Since Chairman Tang has said so, then let's wait a little longer. I want to see what this acting CEO has up her sleeves. Lin Xiaoyuan and Tang Xian looked at each other. All of a sudden, they did not expect the situation to develop in such a way. After all, their opponent was not going to wait for them to plot against them. Although, Lin Xiaoyuan's eyes were still filled with comfort. The more chaotic Tangkor was, the greater their chances were. This was the first time Tongning had worn office wear. She wore a white sweater with a brown coat wrapped around her figure. Of course, it was necessary to cover up her pregnancy. Mo Ting had put in a lot of effort. In order to look more capable, Tongning wore pearl earrings and tied her long hair to the back of her head, adding a sense of coldness to her image. Are you sure you don't need me to accompany you? Mo Ting asked worriedly as he blocked Tongning's way. No need, Tongning nodded her head confidently. Don't worry, Secretary Qiao is here. I will keep an eye on you. Mo Ting gently stroked her cheek and whispered in her ear, have I ever told you that you look good as a domineering CEO? It's not too late to tell me now. After speaking, Tongning placed a kiss on Mo Ting's cheek. Go on. Have fun. Mo Ting defined Tongning's trip to Tangkor as a fun trip. She was going with the intention of teasing Tang Xian. So what if she revealed the VIP list? Did she think that was enough to threaten her? How naive, but it was time for her to witness Tang Xian's shocked expression. Inside Tangkor's meeting room, everyone was still waiting anxiously. Everyone sat in their seats with different expressions on their faces. It seemed every second that passed was wearing down their patience. Someone even looked at their watch and yelled, "How much longer do we have to wait? It's already been an hour. Are they coming or not? Let's wait a little longer." At this time, Lin Xiaoyuan displayed an extraordinary level of patience and calmed the other shareholders down. Soon, the sound of knocking could be heard. Everyone turned to look at the door. A moment later, the door swung open and everyone looked at Tongning confusedly. "Third miss? What are you doing here? We are in the middle of a meeting, this is not an audition venue. Hurry and leave," a shareholder that had never accepted Tongning's identity mocked. "I'm also a shareholder, right?" Tongning asked. "Third miss, we are currently in the middle of a very important discussion. Could you excuse us for a moment? I'm also here for a meeting." Tongning walked into the meeting room with a smile on her face. Just as she was about to sit down in the chairman's seat, Tang Xian immediately stood up and said to her. "Tongning, everyone is frowning right now. No one is joking with you. Since you are a part of the Tang family, you should know where you are. Get out of here." However, she had never felt embarrassed about being the daughter of a mistress. Hearing this, no one said a word. Tongning did not say a word either. She simply walked around the table and walked over to Tang Xian's seat. She then lifted her hand and threw a slap across her face. All they heard was a crisp slap. Everyone was shocked by Tongning's slap. Tang Xian looked at Tongning in disbelief, but Tongning did not say a word. She simply walked over to the chairman's seat and sat down. She then said to everyone, "Let's start the meeting. I am the acting CEO that all of you have been longing to see, Tongning." Tongning replied to everyone coldly. "Tongning." It was actually Tongning. As soon as this result was announced, everyone had a complicated expression on their faces. Some were happy, some were sad. Of course, Tongning already had a rough idea of what these people were thinking. "Chairman, are you joking? How could you let an actress point her around? Tangkor has been completely disgraced." Seeing the older generation of directors stand up, Tongning laughed and asked, "Do you think I've embarrassed you? I've caused the Oriental trend, appeared on the European and American stage, received a contribution award and rejected Hollywood. Have I embarrassed your family? Chairman Yao, conservative thinking is not good for business. From what I know, your home appliances company has just been taken off the market, right?" Everyone was stunned as the older director's face turned red. What surprised everyone was that Tongning had actually changed her usual aloof image and displayed her resolute and tough side. Of course, this was something she learned from Mo Ting at home. If the boss of a corporation couldn't intimidate others with his aura, then who would listen to him? "I know you all want to cause trouble for me. But, there's no rush. Let's start the meeting first. Why did you want to see me? Where? Don't you know that the VIP list for Tangkor's new product launch has been leaked?" "What VIP list?" Tongning pretended not to understand. "I know something like this has been leaked. But, where did this list come from? Has it been approved by me?" Everyone suddenly wondered what Tongning had up her sleeves. "What do you mean? The new product launch is the most important day of the year for Tangkor. As for the VIP list, we are extremely cautious. How did a VIP list that none of you have seen get leaked? Has it been approved by the board of directors?" Tongning explained with a smile. Seeing no one responded, Tongning's voice once again turned sharp and cold. "I would like to ask everyone here, how much mess do you want me to make before you give up? What right does an actress like you have to order us around? I would also like to know what you are planning to do while my mother isn't around?" Tongning asked in a loud voice. "If you are so capable, then go ahead and save Tangkor's reputation. As long as you solve the problem of the VIP list being leaked, I will be convinced." "That's right, the most important thing right now is to solve the problem of the list being leaked." Tang Xian looked at Tongning. She had obviously been slapped in the face, but she couldn't find a chance to retaliate. Tongning acted like she had swatted away an annoying fly, completely ignoring her. It turned out, grandfather had really handed Tongning all the power. "You don't need to worry about this. Tonight, I will give everyone an explanation. I will also show you the difference between Tang Xian and I," Tongning said confidently. Fine, if you can't do it, then get out of Tangkor and never appear in front of us again. After speaking, the elderly director angrily stormed out of the room. Quite a few people followed suit. Of course, the meeting ended on a sour note. Afterwards, only Tang Xian and Tongning remained in the spacious room. Their eyes met. Tongning's gaze contained a depth that Tang Xian couldn't understand. What do you think? Are you surprised to see me? Tang Xian glared at Tongning as she clenched her fists. I can't help it. I've retreated from the industry and have a lot of free time, so I decided to help manage Tangkor. I'm sure this is what you want to see. Tongning was hinting that Tang Xian had shot herself in the foot when she retreated from the entertainment industry. My existence must be making every moment unbearable for you, right? Tongning took a step towards Tang Xian. Her perfect figure created a sense of pressure as she leaned in and whispered in Tang Xian's ear, "This is just the beginning. Once upon a time, when I couldn't be bothered to compete with you, you kept pushing me. I had no choice but to stop everything I was doing and play games with you so I wouldn't let you down." After speaking, Tongning took a few steps back and admired the change in Tang Xian's expression. She then smiled beautifully. From the day that Tongning made her comeback, she had announced to the entire world that she would not offend those that didn't offend her. Since someone had offended her, even if that person had to hide at the ends of the earth, even if she had to chase them to the end of the world, she would still make them pay. Tang Xian glared at Tongning. But, in terms of presence, she had already lost to Tongning. Afterwards, Tongning left, leaving Tang Xian alone in the meeting room. She stared at the chairman's seat and trembled. Of course, since Tongning had already made an appearance, news quickly spread throughout Tangkor. Oh God, the acting CEO is actually Tongning. Doesn't that mean we'll get to see her more often? I wonder if we can get an autograph. I've always wanted to see what the successful Tongning in the entertainment industry would be like if she were to manage Tangkor. Oh God, Tongning is going to become a new generation of inspirational goddesses. If she can manage Tangkor in an orderly manner, is there anything in this world that she can't do? There's going to be a good show. Let's sit back and wait for Tongning to deal with the VIP list leak. The staff at Tangkor had already begun their internal discussions. But, unlike the stubborn higher-ups, the employees were filled with excitement and anticipation for Tongning to take on the role of acting CEO. Especially since Tangkor was currently in troubled times. The leak of the VIP list had hurt many of Tangkor's loyal customers. But, when they thought about how Tongning always managed to turn the situation around, they couldn't wait to see how Tongning was going to turn this crisis into an opportunity. Luckily, Tang Xian didn't read the internal news of Tangkor. Otherwise, she would definitely be furious. Everyone had placed too much importance on this matter. If the matter blew up too much, it would be troublesome to deal with. But, they had forgotten that the root of the matter was Tangkor's standards and the attitude that their clients needed. Since it was the standard, he would return to the bottom line. Seeing his wife working hard, Mo Ting smiled warmly. He understood his wife well. She never fought a battle she wasn't confident in, her mind was filled with wisdom. It didn't take long before Tongning sorted out the sequence of events and approached Mo Ting with the information in her hands. "What do you think of me doing this?" Mo Ting turned around his office chair and received the documents from her hands. After looking through her entire plan, he suddenly laughed. "It's a very complete plan, Ming. Actually, you don't need to ask me about something like this." "No, I must ask you." "I know, as long as you nod your head, I will feel safe," Tongning replied. Mo Ting felt a great sense of satisfaction. He didn't know why, but whenever he faced Tongning, his heart would still burn with passion. "That's because you're used to relying on me. You don't like my habit?" Tongning raised her eyebrows. "I like it so much that I can't help myself." He loved her so much that he couldn't help himself. Tongning had already become a hot topic because of the release of WH. Now, with her appointment as the acting CEO of Tangkor, she once again shocked the netizens. In fact, many people that didn't understand the business world or didn't like the business world immediately focused their attention on her. After all, not everyone could succeed in a different industry. Tongning already had the identity of a model and an actress, yet, without a word, she had become the CEO of Tangkor. A CEO. Does it mean that if I go to work at Tangkor, I'll be able to see Tongning? Wow, my Tang baby has retreated from the industry to become a female CEO. My Ning is amazing. Haha, I've long wanted to see my Ning's professional outfit. At the same time, the netizens were also concerned about whether or not they could successfully resolve the issue of the VIP list being leaked. After all, with Tongning's identity, her every move was bound to receive attention and any response she gave was bound to be extraordinary. Night slowly arrived. The sky above Beijing was cold and bleak. At this time, Tangkor finally made a move. Tongning had made her move. She wasn't going to hold a press conference, nor was she going to use some vague public relations document. Instead, she did something that no one would have expected. That was, she sent a letter of apology to the VIPs who had been exposed and sent them a gift. The main idea of the apology letter was that Tangkor did not have a VIP list and that it was a fake. She was sincerely apologizing to the 20 VIPs for being disturbed and hurt by this incident. In other words, there was no such thing as a VIP list. Tongning's method was to give these VIPs a way out. She was treating this as a beautiful misunderstanding. Not only did she save their pride, she also gained their understanding and stepped out to speak up for Tangkor. Tangkor has always been fair and would never make such an irresponsible mistake. So, everyone, please don't be used by someone with ulterior motives. I did not receive an invitation to the product launch. Another VIP that appeared on the list laughed. To be honest, all I can say is that Tangkor's response this time is extremely beautiful. The person in charge of Tangkor is a beautiful woman. She is so smart, how could she possibly leak the list? Everyone, please don't feel bad. I did not receive an invitation either. With a VIP on the list personally stepping out to explain, the people that weren't invited immediately felt a lot better. Ah, so it was all a misunderstanding. So, there was no such thing as a VIP list. This was faster and more effective than any PR statement and more comforting than any words. Like this, the situation began to turn. The angry VIPs did not dare to speak out again. If they did, they would appear to be looking for trouble and narrow-minded people. Since this was all a lie, then they should be showing their tolerance towards Tangkor. Like this, the leak of the VIP list was intercepted by Tongning just as the dam was about to burst. Of course, Tangkor also released a PR statement. But, it was a serious apology for the leaked client list. They also promised to conduct a thorough investigation and protect the client's information. Tongning used a professional attitude to display the seriousness of Tangkor. Her actions once again won the admiration of the VIP clients. She used the method of pleasing 20 people in exchange for a turnaround for Tangkor. And, she did it all in one night, so, at this moment, whether the VIP list existed or not, no longer mattered. Because, Tongning's flawless way of handling matters once again shocked everyone. In fact, she even made everyone sigh, so this was how things could be resolved. F***ck, my Ning's EQ is really amazing. When it comes to resolving a crisis, it's rare to see someone so capable. Haha, let's give Tongning a round of applause. No wonder the chairman of Tangkor kept insisting that Tongning step out of retirement. As expected, the moment she makes a move, the truth will be revealed. I have no other wish in life, I just want to have a brain as smart as Tongning's. I give full marks to Tongning's crisis management. The main thing is, Tongning's methods are too likable. At this moment, the internet was filled with praise for Tongning's crisis management. Of course, this included the staff at Tangkor. She handled it beautifully. The third Mrs. Slap has turned the big Mrs. years of hard work into zero. After all, a certain someone has been in Tangkor for so long, yet she hasn't done a single meaningful thing. Fast, accurate and ruthless. She is indeed the third Miss. Tangkor now has hope. That's great. Tongning's crisis management not only gave Xianxia a slap in the face, it also gave those that underestimated her a loud slap in the face. So what if they were actors? Apart from quarreling, can you handle things as well as actors? However, this was only the first step of Tongning's plan. Afterwards, all of Tangkor's VIP clients began to receive handwritten letters from staff. The letters were all soaked in the fragrance of the upcoming product. Not only did this make the VIP clients feel better, it also served as a warm-up for the upcoming product launch. Because of the fragrance on the letters, most people forgot about their previous anger and placed their attention on the upcoming product launch. This fragrance was so special. Like this, in just 2 days, not only did Tongning successfully save Tangkor's reputation, she also increased her influence in Beijing and even the entire nation. This was the so-called crisis transformation. At the new meeting of the board of directors, the expressions of all the directors were unnatural. In other words, he was too ashamed to face Tongning. Of course, Tongning couldn't be bothered. I've already met your requirements. Is there anyone else that isn't satisfied with me being the acting CEO? The conference room was dead silent. Very well, I'll take it that you've admitted defeat. Now, let's settle the debt. You should have some understanding of it, right? I'm a person who likes to settle scores after the fall. Tongning scanned her eyes across the room and asked her first question, who leaked the VIP list? Everyone was stunned. Could it be that this matter could be investigated? Don't look at me. This list does exist, but it hasn't been notified to the subordinate departments yet. How did this person have the ability to get his hands on this information? Tongning placed her elbows on the table and crossed her arms. With a calm smile, she continued, I'm sure this person is amongst you, right? Everyone suddenly felt insecure. They didn't know why, but Tongning was obviously younger than them, but she exuded an aura that only Elder Tang should have. The information has been leaked. We could have blocked the news immediately, but who was it that allowed this matter to escalate to such an unmanageable stage? Everyone looked at each other in dismay, as if they were suspicious of each other. Only those who were open and aboveboard were fearless. Okay, let's not talk about this matter for now. I know that all of you still feel that my identity is a disgrace to Tangkor and that Tang Xian should be the acting CEO. In that case, why don't we let Tang Xian take over the upcoming events and the upcoming product launch? What do you all think? At this moment, the meeting room fell into a strange silence. What? Now that the crisis has been resolved, shouldn't you all be happy? After all, I'm just an entertainer. Not only Tangkor, but the entire public now knew that Tongning had solved the problem as soon as she arrived. Even the collaboration in Switzerland was thanks to Tongning's hard work. How could they still have the face to say that Tongning was just an entertainer that slept with others? After all, I'm just a temporary replacement. You all can vote for whoever you like. After saying this, Tongning did not say another word. It seemed she wanted everyone's reaction. Third Miss Tang, you have a good way of handling things. However, as the board of directors, it is only right for us to question your abilities in order to protect our own interests. It is also your responsibility to solve the company's crisis. Lin Xiaoyuan maintained a calm demeanor from start to finish. Although the big miss isn't capable enough, she is still your sister. Slapping her in front of everyone doesn't seem appropriate for her. Tongning calmed down and sneered, Director Lin, it seems you really want to bring this matter to the surface. What do I have to be afraid of? Lin Xiaoyuan asked. Fine, I'll leave the rest to you. I've never cared about the position of CEO. After speaking, Tongning stood up. At this time, the other board members began to express their opinions. Third Miss Tang, since things have gotten to this point, Tangkor can't do without you. Tongning, don't be stubborn. This is related to everyone's interests. Hearing this, Tongning laughed, just like you've said, this matter is related to your interests. But, what does it have to do with me? I can choose or not to take this position. My actions aren't as natural as you think. Do you think I care about this little bit of power? If you don't give me the respect I deserve, why should I do everything for you? Do you think I have nothing better to do? Everyone, if you think that Tang Xian can bring benefits to you, then go ahead and look for her. I don't care about this position. But, if you want me to stay on as a temporary replacement, then please don't tell me how I should treat Tang Xian. You're not me. Tang Xian didn't do what she did to me. This time, Lin Xiaoyuan fell silent. Tongning wasn't a two-faced person. If she hated or disliked someone, she would directly express it. The two sisters had always been like fire and water, so Tongning didn't need to hide it. Tongning was obviously planning to kick Tang Xian out of Tangkor. In fact, according to her style of doing things, it was very likely that she would completely eliminate them. She would destroy all of Tang Xian's influence in Tangkor. The board of directors couldn't help but be impressed by Tang Ning's courage. After 2 consecutive victories, they had to acknowledge Tang Ning's capabilities. So, after the meeting ended, Tang Ning gave the order to fire Tang Xian. She didn't even keep her position as a secretary. Tang Xian stormed into the CEO's office, but Tang Ning didn't even let her see her back. You won't even let your own sister off. Aren't you afraid of retribution? In the end, Xiao Yuxing was so annoyed that he had no choice but to step out and reply, President Tang said that she has the final say here and that firing you is her right. Tang Ning, come out and explain yourself. Miss Tang, please go home and focus on your pregnancy. If anything happens to the child in your stomach, we won't be able to take responsibility. Xiao Yuxing stood in front of the office door. Tang Ning, don't think that you can kick me out of the agency like this. Inside the office, Tang Ning sat quietly on the sofa with her eyes closed. As for Tang Xian, the fire in her eyes had no intention of letting her off the hook. President Tang, I've already kicked her out. Clean up the people related to Tang Xian. Do what you need to do, Tang Ning said calmly with her eyes closed. Xiao Yuxing nodded his head and let out a sigh of relief. I hope Tangkor will have peace from now on. Peace? Hearing this word, Tang Ning stood up and smiled. Tang Xian still has a bargaining chip, the child in her stomach. By the way, did you really think that the leak of the VIP list was planned by Tang Xian on her own? President Tang, are you saying? Let's call it a day. Focus on preparing for the product launch. Tang Ning stopped halfway through her sentence. They were both smart people, so there were some things that didn't need to be too direct. Just like that, Tang Ning quickly took control of Tangkor. Because of these 2 beautiful victories, she moved from being on the front page of the entertainment newspaper to appearing on the business section. The only thing that worried Tang Ning was that it would become harder and harder to hide her pregnancy. After all, the baby in her belly was getting bigger and bigger. In an instant, everyone knew that Tang Xian had been kicked out of Tangkor. This was the second time Tang Xian had been kicked out. The first time was by Elder Tang, but this time it was Tang Ning. Tang Xian's reputation had already spread far and wide. Everyone originally thought that after experiencing the ups and downs of life, she would change for the better. But, seeing how decisively Tang Ning had kicked her out of Tangkor, they realized that everyone was well aware of the truth. After all, it was easier to change a leopard than a leopard. As soon as Elder Tang heard that Tang Xian had been kicked, he immediately put down the fishing rod in his hands. He thought to himself, it was over. He was about to face a difficult opponent when he returned home. Xiaoning, couldn't you have been a little gentler? But, for the sake of the baby in Tang Xian's stomach, Elder Tang weighed the pros and cons and decided to pack his things and return home. But, as Assistant Lin parked his car in front of the Tang family home, he found Tang Xian kneeling on the ground, completely drenched. Assistant Ling, hurry, Elder Tang gestured for Assistant Ling to hold up an umbrella for Tang Xian. Assistant Ling seemed to have expected a scene like this as he calmly held up the black umbrella over Tang Xian's head. What are you doing? Why are you abusing your body for no reason? Do you still have the manners of a mother? Elder Tang pulled Tang Xian up from the ground. Come home with me. Grandfather. In your heart, do I always fall short of Tang Ning? Tang Xian asked with a pale face. Although she was putting on an act, at this time, she was filled with anger and unwillingness. Come home with me first. Elder Tang dragged Tang Xian into the house and instructed the maids to help her into her room to wash up. Chairman, I'm afraid this incident isn't over yet, Assistant Ling said as he watched Tang Xian leave. Of course I know it's not over, Elder Tang put down his walking stick and sighed. Elder Tang put down his walking stick and sighed, but, I understand Xiaoning's decision. Tangkor should have been cleaned up a long time ago. What should we do now? Apart from comforting her, what else can we do? After speaking, Elder Tang followed Tang Xian into the bedroom. After changing into a set of comfortable clothes, he knocked on the door and entered Tang Xian's room. At this moment, Tang Xian was standing dangerously on the edge of the balcony. Xiao Xian, come here. What do you want this time? Grandfather, I'm now divorced and I don't have a home. Even when I go to work, I get kicked out. What's the point of me living? Plus, I was kicked out by my own sister. Does Tongning not care about our sisterhood? Elder Tang thought to himself, when you schemed against Xiaoning, did you ever think that you were her sister? Just tell me, what do you want? Elder Tang did not want to beat around the bush. After all, he was the one who would be put in a difficult position in the end. I want to split the family assets. My shares and the money that I deserve after working so hard for the Tang family for so many years. She wanted to split the family assets. She wanted to take things from the Tang family. It seemed she wanted to set up her own business. Come here first. Let's talk things over. Elder Tang took the opportunity to grab onto Tang Xian's wrist and pull her to safety. I know you feel that Xiaoning is being too ruthless. But, Xiao Xian, tell me, have you ever done anything wrong to Xiaoning? Logically speaking, she would never be so ruthless. Tang Xian was good at lying. How could she possibly tell the truth? Grandfather, although we have fought for so many years, I wouldn't go so far as to backstab someone. How about this, let's talk about this after Tangcor's product launch is over, okay? Elder Tang comforted carefully. During this time, you will have to bear with it. Grandfather, it's not that I'm going overboard, but the Tang family no longer has a place for me. I understand. Hurry and get some rest. You will also need to attend Tangcor's product launch. Don't forget, you are also a part of the Tang family. Grandfather, am I still a part of the Tang family? After saying this, Tang Xian returned to her bed and covered herself tightly with the blankets. Meanwhile, Elder Tang thought to himself, we only acknowledge the child in your stomach. Shares and child were the only bargaining chips Tang Xian had left. She had been forced into a dead end by Tongning. Late at night, around the corner of the Tang family villa, Tang Xian boarded an inconspicuous black car and said to the people inside, there are cameras everywhere. What if we get caught? How does Elder Tang treat you? Lin Xiaoyuan asked as he took a puff of his cigarette. On the surface, he treats me well, but in reality, he's always biased towards Tongning. The unyielding Tang Xian suddenly broke down and burst into tears. You've already reached this point. What's the point of crying? Lin Xiaoyuan replied calmly. I'm already at my wit's end. How could you be at your wit's end? You still have shares and the child in your stomach. It's obvious that Elder Tang is quite fearful of the child in your stomach. What can I do? I'm currently tied down by Tongning and can't do anything. Lin Xiaoyuan suddenly turned his head and looked at Tang Xian. Through the thin lenses of his glasses, his eyes were dark like obsidian with a cold glint. The biggest difference between you and Tongning is that Tongning likes to keep a low profile. She always observes her surroundings and grabs the right opportunity to succeed. Yet, you can't keep your cool at all. This was something that Tang Xian was well aware of. However, there were a lot of times that she didn't want to admit that, over the years, she had tried her best to be better than Tongning, but she had never succeeded. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyuan suddenly calmed down. He then pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. The red dot on the cigarette was eye-catching and strange in the dark night. So, you have no other choice. Focus on your pregnancy and wait for the right opportunity. During this time, I will be responsible for training you. Tongning is constantly evolving. There's no reason for you to stay where you are and not improve. You will also be attending Tangcor's product launch, right? This time, don't let Tongning outshine you again. To reduce the chances of being exposed in front of the public, Tongning had no intention of attending the product launch. But, thinking about the restless Tang Xian, Tongning decided it was necessary for her to appear on stage. Of course, she had to do it without anyone knowing. Her patience was about to run out. This time, Tang Xian did not use the child as a bargaining chip. It was obvious, she had not reached the end of her rope. However, for some reason, Tongning was suddenly reminded of something Mo Ting had previously said. Mo Ting had once said that he wanted to see Tang Xian and his child separated. At this moment, she actually wanted to see Tang Xian's expression. Recently, I don't even need to make a phone call to know about you. Please, you're going to be famous throughout the three realms. It wasn't easy for Long Jie to make a trip to Hyatt Regency to see Tongning. Just like she said, it was a piece of cake for her to find out about Tongning. Tongming smiled but did not say a word. Have you really decided to take over Tangkor and stop acting? Of course not. Tongming looked at Long Jia with deep meaning. Long Jia froze for a moment before laughing. I heard you kicked Tang Xian out of Tangkor. Yes, this is my motive for joining Tangkor. You're black-bellied, black-bellied. You're already a mother, can't you be more gentle? Speaking of being a mother, Tongming subconsciously looked towards Long Jia's stomach. She was well aware that every time Long Jia saw her, her heart would ache. I'm fine, don't worry. Long Jia saw through Tongming's thoughts and shrugged her shoulders. As long as Lu Che is on my side, I have confidence. You are still young. Tongming, you don't understand. Long Jia suddenly took a deep breath. It's not because Lu Che's parents don't treat me well, it's because they treat me too well. With so many eyes on you, you feel pressured. Has Lu Che gone for a medical examination? Tongming suddenly asked. Yes, the doctor said there was no problem. Then the time has not come yet, probably. Long Jia nodded her head as she reminded herself not to let Lu Che see her listless expression. So, will you be attending Tangkor's product launch? Tongming shook her head, there's no need. Are you going to let Tang Xian take the lead? In reality, Tang Xian wasn't planning to cause trouble at the product launch. Instead, someone else was. Tongming did not say a word and Long Jia also kept her mouth shut. Tangkor's product launch was about to take place in Beijing. This time, it received a lot of attention. This was because the Tang family had produced two famous people. Apart from Tongming, there was also Tang Jing and Xian Luoxing, who had a large number of fans. Of course, he wasn't going to be stingy when it came to his own family's perfume launch. Ever since the incident with Xia Jingyi, he had been busy with work. However, during this time where he didn't even have time to sleep, he began to pay attention to one person, his manager, Song Yanshu. Song Yanshu had a one-sided crush on him. This was something the entire world knew about. After all, Song Yanshu had announced it in a high-profile manner. But, in real life, Song Yanshu was an experienced manager that cared for him. But, she only cared about him as a friend. I've already prepared a gown for you to wear for the product launch. It's hanging in the closet. As for the shoes, you can wear whatever you like. Tang Jingshan looked at Song Yanshu in a daze. After quite some time, he finally snapped out of his daze. Will Sister 3 be attending? Ning Jia has a lot of things to consider. I'm not sure if she'll attend, Song Yanshu replied. Yanshu, will you get married and have kids in the future? Tang Jingshan suddenly asked. Of course I will, Song Yanshu replied naturally. Tang Jingshan suddenly froze as he let out a dry laugh. I simply feel a little uncomfortable without you around. I will take care of you until the day you become an international superstar. At that time, you will no longer remember a tiny manager like me, Song Yanshu smiled. At that time, I will retire. Why don't you choose to share the glory with me? I'll just watch over you. After speaking, Song Yanshu picked up her handbag from the sofa and turned to leave the apartment that Tang Jingxian had recently bought. However, Song Yanshu's words continued to echo in Tang Jingshuan's ears. If Song Yanshu left him the day he became a superstar, then why did he want to become one? Tang Jingxian gave himself a fright when this thought popped up in his mind, but this was indeed what he thought. If he could keep Song Yanshu by his side, even if he didn't become an international superstar, he still had his value. Tangkor's product launch was just around the corner, but the public had yet to receive confirmation that Tongming would be attending. After resolving the issue with the leaked VIP guest list, Tongming once again disappeared. Even as the acting CEO, she rarely made an appearance. Even the staff of Tangkor rarely had the chance to see her. 3 p.m. at the Crown Star Hotel, where Tangkor was about to begin their product launch, guests continued to stream into the specially prepared waiting rooms. But, Tongming was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, inside one of the waiting rooms, Tang Xian had already changed into a gown and was sitting in front of her makeup table. Beside her stood Lin Xiaoyuan and the makeup artist. Both of them looked at Tang Xian carefully. Mr. Lin, you're ready, the makeup artist put down her tools and retreated behind Lin Xiaoyuan. Lin Xiaoyuan looked at Tang Xian calmly. The person in the mirror was no longer the beautiful rose she once was. Her makeup was elegant and her expression was gentle. She looked like a completely different person from the usual Tang Xian. Remember what I said. Smile more and don't talk too much. Lin Xiaoyuan was well aware of the process of the product launch. Of course, he also knew that Tongning had a unique design for the appearance of Tangkor's new perfume. So, he had someone tamper with that part of the event. Although Tongning did not make an appearance, it was because she wanted to be the finale. After all, she used to be a model. How could she miss out on an event like this? But Lin Xiaoyuan was wrong. The reason why Tongning did not make an appearance was because she never cared about gimmicks. She sat with the guests and entered the venue early. On top of that, she had to keep a low profile so she wouldn't attract any attention. Below the stage, Tongning and Mo Ting were already seated in a relatively secluded area. Mo Ting wore a hat to protect Tongning. From the way they were dressed, they looked like staff. Are you really not going on stage? Mo Ting whispered into his wife's ear. Tangkor's grand event was planned by Tongning. Although he was used to Tongning keeping a low profile, he still didn't want her credit to be taken away by others. The baby is important. Tongning replied as she rubbed her stomach. When have I ever cared about this little bit of vanity? Mo Ting smiled gently without saying a word. Reality proved that the more capable a person was, the more they kept a low profile. In fact, Tongning was no longer lacking in praise and applause. As for the other members of the Tang family, ever since Tang Xian told Elder Tang that they were going to separate from the family, they suddenly became more well-behaved. They no longer caused a ruckus and their moods became calm. Elder Tang found it more and more difficult to understand Tang Xian's temper. Deep down, he had a feeling that Tang Xian only had so many tricks up her sleeves because there was someone giving her ideas behind the scenes. Previously, it was Mother Zhong, but now, who was it? Soon, celebrities from all walks of life entered the venue. There were also some celebrities that were invited. After walking the red carpet, they took their seats. Of course, the Crown Star Hotel was filled with fans from all over the country. Most of them were the little cuties from Tongning and Luoxing. Luoxing, twinkling like a star, radiating boundless light. Luoxing, you're so handsome. We all support you and support the Tang family's perfume. The rest of the Tang family will be attending, but what about my Ning? It's such an important occasion. Don't tell me he won't show up? Outside, the fans were already in a heated discussion. As per Tongning's request, the hotel provided a place for the fans to avoid the cold. They couldn't let anyone catch a cold and tried their best to protect the fans from the cold. As a member of Tangkor, not only Tang Jingxian, even Tang Yichen put down her work and rushed over to attend the annual new product launch. So, below the VIP stage, the handsome men and beautiful women from the Tang family were already seated in a row. Even the recently kicked-out Tang Xian was dressed to the nines. However, the person in charge, Tongning, was nowhere to be seen. This surprised the guests. They originally thought they would be able to catch a glimpse of Tongning. Soon, on the grand and luxurious stage, the MC began to introduce the guests. Inside the packed hall, successful people from all walks of life were gathered. They were filled with anticipation and curiosity towards Tangkor's new product. Why isn't Xiaoning here? While the MC was speaking, Tang Yichen turned and asked Tang Jingxian, isn't she going to attend such an important event? I'm not sure, Tang Jingxian shook his head. After all, it was impossible for him to guess what Tongning was thinking. Plus, Tang Xian was sitting beside them. Tang Jingshuan's gaze swept across Tang Xian and he scoffed. Tang Yichen understood what Tang Jingxian was thinking, so she nudged him, you should at least give grandfather some face. Don't cause trouble at an event like this. Tang Jingxian did not say a word and Tang Yichen calmed down. Meanwhile, beside them, Tang Xian smiled like nothing had happened. She looked at the stage like an elegant socialite. Today is the day of Tangkor's annual new product launch. As a perfume family, Tangkor has been perfuming the city, the country, and even the world for many years. Before we unveil the new member of Tangkor's perfume family, let us first invite our chairman, Elder Tang, to give a speech. Dressed in a white suit, Elder Tang looked energetic and heroic as he walked onto the stage with the help of his walking stick. He then turned to the guests and said, "This will be my last time attending Tangkor's new product launch." The world has already fallen into the hands of the younger generation. The younger guests did not share Elder Tang's sentiments, so they whispered amongst themselves, "I only see Tang Xian. Is Tongning here because she's avoiding us?" To be honest, apart from her brain, Tang Xian is quite beautiful. Look at all the guests here, how many have her elegance? Of course, that's assuming she doesn't say a word. I bet you don't know about this. Tongning is her nemesis. Think about it, Tongning's legs are known as one of the top 10 most beautiful legs in the world. If Tongning appears today, Tang Xian will probably be forgotten in the corner. As Tang Xian listened to the discussions behind her, she gritted her teeth and endured the jealousy and anger in her stomach. Tongning is indeed outstanding. No matter what industry she's in, she's always able to perform so well. Keep it down. She's indeed better than the one in front. Behind her, the mockery and ridicule did not stop, but Tang Xian did not say a single word from start to finish. Why do you keep it down? Are you afraid that she'll hear you? Which part of my words isn't the truth? Enough. Tang Xian couldn't take it anymore as she stood up from her seat. However, her actions obviously disrupted the ongoing new product launch. Everyone, I have something to say. Lin Xiaoyuan watched as Tang Xian stood up. There was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. When Tongning was slandered for killing Han Xiner, she was scolded by the entire nation. But, what did she do? From beginning to end, he did not utter a single word. He was wrong. On the other hand, Tang Xian's tolerance level was far too low. There was no value in training her. Xiao Xian, if you have anything to say, wait until after the product launch. Let's go home and talk. Elder Tang understood Tang Xian's temper. At this moment, she had been provoked, so she didn't care about the bigger picture. I can't accept this. Ever since I was young, I, Tang Xian, have always been the most hardworking one. Because I know that I have the responsibility of the Tang family on my shoulders, I have always been cautious and never slacked off when it comes to anything related to Tangkor. For so many years, I have devoted myself to the Tang family. In order to pass on the Tang family's perfume spirit, I have done my best. However, I never expected, not too long ago, I was kicked out of Tangkor by the current acting CEO. That's fine. For the sake of the Tang family, I can endure it. But, grandfather, you should ask yourself honestly. Did you really think you were fair in the discussion just now? I've worked so hard, yet you've never once praised me. Yet, just because of a simple action from Tongning, you treat her as the hope of Tangkor. Don't you think you're being too biased? Elder Tang knew, these words had been bottled up in Tang Xian's heart for too long. The provocation he received just now was nothing more than a fuse. All the guests looked at the emotional Tang Xian, including Lin Xiaoyuan who had his brows furrowed. Crazy, sick, why don't you take a look at the situation before going crazy? It seemed, the string in Tang Xian's brain was stretched to its limit. Since you must know the reason today, Grandpa will also say a few words here. You've always been proud and arrogant, and you've always liked to compare yourself to Xiaoning. You think you are omnipotent, you think you are invincible. Actually, it was all because at that time, Xiaoning felt she owed you, so she hid herself. When you were young, you went to the same school. In order to satisfy your pride, Tongning always controlled her grades and never exceeded yours. Have you never wondered why she did this? In the end, Xiaoning had no choice but to leave home early to take up the job I was most opposed to. She became a model. Xiao Xian, don't tell me you still can't see your position clearly? But, I've worked so hard for the Tang family for so many years. How many drops of perfume has Tongning created for us? How many times have you been to the lab? How many tests have you done? She doesn't even know about perfume. Tang Xian spoke emotionally, but at the same time, she felt wronged. This made people feel like the Tang family had wronged her, that they owed her and that Tongning owed her. If someone else was causing a ruckus, the hotel security would have been easy to deal with. But, this was a member of the Tang family and she was pregnant. So, they didn't dare to take any risks. After all, everyone knew that Tang Xian wasn't easy to deal with. Tongning and Mo Ting were sitting not too far away as they witnessed the entire scene unfold. In the dark, Mo Ting held onto Tongming's hand tightly like he was trying to comfort her. He knew what kind of life Tongming had lived in the Tang family in the past. But, he never expected that Tongming would give in to him. Over the years, how many days has Tongming stayed in the Tang family? Especially since she's already married. Grandfather. If you guys hadn't been so ruthless, I wouldn't have embarrassed you at a place like this. But, I feel wronged and uncomfortable. A perfectly normal product launch had suddenly turned into a family war. Tang Xian also made her stance clear. If Elder Tang didn't give her an explanation today, everyone would be embarrassed as well. Perhaps, Tang Xian felt that there was nothing she couldn't do. I don't understand. I don't understand. Originally, the host of the product launch was about to step forward to mediate the situation. But, at this time, a powerful voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, "What don't you understand?" Everyone looked for the source of the voice. In the end, they spotted Tongming standing up from amongst the guests. After removing her hat and jacket, Tongming was revealed wearing a long, fluffy dress. As usual, it covered her stomach without leaving a trace. Step by step, she walked to the front of the stage from the guest seats. I never expected Tongming to be here. It seems, Tongming originally didn't plan to make an appearance. I guess she couldn't stand it any longer. What's there for Tang Xian to be upset about? Look at Tongming's aura. She's been left in the dust. Because of Tongming's appearance, the venue became noisy. After all, everyone was talking about her. A moment later, Tongming made a shushing gesture and the entire venue fell silent. Everyone looked at Tongming seriously, except the crying Tang Xian. You've always been like a cowardly mouse, hiding in the shadows and waiting for an opportunity to steal everything that belongs to me. Do you really not know why you were kicked out of Tangkor? Tongming asked straightforwardly. She was not in the mood to argue with Tang Xian. What other reason could there be? Because you can do whatever you want. Tongming smiled calmly and asked Tang Xian in a cold tone, "Can I ask you a few questions? If you can answer me, I will give you the position of CEO of Tangkor." You said I don't understand perfume. In that case, who was the creator of your winning perfume in Switzerland, Night Spirit? Tang Xian froze as a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. At the same time, Elder Tang was also stunned. He never imagined that the perfume that made Tang Xian famous all those years ago wasn't the creator of her own creation. You took the recipe from my notebook. If it's been a long time and you can't remember, then let's talk about something else. In that case, let's talk about something else. Before I left the Tang family, I discovered that there was a problem with the stability of that year's new product. But, in the end, it was all thanks to you. You even became famous in Tangkor. Don't tell me you've forgotten about this? One by one, Tongming asked him about the past. I also discovered the problem. What makes you think it was all thanks to you? You still refuse to admit defeat? Fine, I admit I don't understand perfume. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Let's talk about something else. How could she not understand? Everyone was speechless. While grandfather was in charge, Tangkor continued to grow steadily. Under grandfather's protection, you were able to climb to the top. But, all these years, you say you've done your best for Tangkor. But, what have you actually done for the company? Can you give me an example? On the contrary, during your time as CEO, Tangkor's shares continued to fall and scandals broke out. It was my mother, Xia Yuling, who once again brought Tangkor back on track. Hard work doesn't equate to merit. Even the cleaning auntie has done her best every day. Shouldn't Tangkor also do the same for their CEO? To put it simply, you are useless. Tongming pointed out Tang Xian's problem. I've never studied management and came from a modeling background, yet grandfather had high hopes for a layman like me. Think about what you've done over the years. You are not worthy of the trust of the elders. Layman. The guests were once again speechless. If Tongming was considered a layman, then there weren't many people in the world that were truly capable. How can you deny that to me? Tang Xian was unconvinced, but she couldn't find a single example to refute Tongming. After all, even she couldn't remember what she had done for Tangkor over the years. You relied on grandfather's protection to survive, while I relied on my own abilities to resolve the crisis at Tangkor. No matter how you look at it, this position should never have been yours. You're lying. Tang Xian, even you are doubting yourself, Tang Ning laughed. Tangkor has been through many ups and downs over the years and has always maintained a responsible attitude towards the company and its consumers. When it comes to things that aren't appropriate, we need to stop them as soon as possible. Grandfather has always maintained his original intentions. That's why, year after year, we have held our product launch. Tang Xian, it's important to know your place. Let's deal with our private matters in private. But, today is a big day for Tangkor. I'm sure the guests are more willing to see our new perfume than you. Everyone burst into laughter. In just a few moments, Tang Ning had moved on to the main topic of the day. As a result, Tang Ning naturally became the person to save the day. Mo Ting also asked Tang Jingxian to stand up and escort Tang Ning out of the guest area. Not long after, the atmosphere in the press conference returned to normal. I've made a fool of myself in front of everyone. At this moment, Tang Ning looked at everyone and gave a sincere bow. Compared to the aggressive Tang Ning from before, she was like a completely different person. She knew her limits and knew when to advance and when to retreat. Her actions tonight were highly praised by the guests. Previously, there were still people that suspected Tang Ning was relying on Mo Ting to deal with the crisis. But, after this incident, they were completely convinced by Tang Ning's high EQ. She actually managed to turn a war of words into an opening to lure out the perfume. Not only did she suppress Tang Xian fair and square, but she also promoted Tangkor's corporate ethos, being responsible to everyone. As everyone can see, Tangkor's perfume was only released to everyone after overcoming a lot of difficulties. From beginning to end, we have maintained a strict attitude to deliver the best fragrance to everyone. Even if there is a mistake, it will be corrected in time. Now, let's welcome the newest member of Tangkor. Tang Ning faced the guests in her most elegant manner. It was like, at this moment, she wasn't a model nor an actress, she was simply the capable person in charge of Tangkor. She was the Tang Ning that took everything seriously. On and off stage, Elder Tang and Tang Yichen let out a sigh of relief. They never expected that the press conference would go on as normal. But, Tang Ning did it. She once again saved Tangkor. Meanwhile, Tang Xian, who was being dragged away by Tang Jingxian, struggled to break free from his grip. But, to no avail. Brother 4, let go of me. If I let you go, would I embarrass Tangkor again? Tang Jingxian asked. I'm sure you know deep down that Sister 3 has already gone easy on you today. If I were to reveal all the dirty things you've done, do you think you would still have a place in Beijing? Tang Xian lifted her head and looked at Tang Jingxian as she sneered, I'm your real sister. But, how have you treated me? Have you finally remembered that you are my real sister? Tang Jingxian replied coldly. Since we were young, when have you ever fulfilled your responsibilities as an older sister? Whether it's when we were young or now, whenever I'm in trouble, the person that stands in front of me is always Sister 3, not you. What right do you have to ask me to be honest with you? Tang Xian was left speechless. Don't you know how much of a failure you are as a person? Tangkor, don't even think about it. Protect the child in your stomach and grandfather will give you a place to hide from the wind and rain. Otherwise, who do you think you are? After speaking, Tang Jingxian let go of Tang Xian's wrist and placed his right hand back into his pocket. He then turned and left the quiet corridor, leaving Tang Xian all alone in a daze as she stared at the long red carpet. At this moment, Tang Xian didn't know what to feel. She simply felt her throat burn. Was she destined to be a failure? She still had the blood of the Tang family flowing through her veins. It wasn't like she had nothing. She couldn't accept what Tang Ning had said that night because she was the big miss of the Tang family. No one could deny the hard work that she had put in, not even Tang Ning. Like this, Tangkor's product launch proceeded smoothly. As for the tricks that Lin Xiaoyuan wanted to play, they were completely useless. This was all because Tang Xian was an idiot with a pig's brain. If she had worked a little harder and endured for just a second longer, she wouldn't be in this situation. By bringing her frustrations to the product launch, wasn't this the same as telling the world that she couldn't stay in Tangkor any longer? Most importantly, Tang Ning's words told everyone that Tang Xian didn't have the ability to lead Tangkor. This was equivalent to shutting the door on Tang Xian's plans to seize power. So, what else did Tang Xian have left to use? The child in her stomach, Lin Xiaoyuan, developed a strong interest in Tang Ning. He refused to believe that a woman could be so powerful that even a man would have to bow down to her. That was because he had never seen the ruthless methods of the man behind Tang Ning. Of course, Tang Ning did not intend to end the game here. Because this act was simply to make it impossible for Tang Xian to enter Tangkor again. This time, Elder Tang could finally let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire Tang Ning's capabilities. This brat wasn't just an ordinary person, if only she could continue to take over Tangkor. Unfortunately, Tang Ning was currently thinking about how to get back at Tang Xian for what Xia Yuling did. After the product launch, Tangkor's new perfume became a hot seller. The commotion did not seem to have affected Tangkor's operations at all. In fact, consumers were able to see the seriousness and effort of Tangkor's management. Most importantly, they were able to see Tang Ning's capabilities. After Tang Ning's baptism, Tangkor's investors gained a lot of confidence. In a way, this also served as a deterrent to the shareholders. The Tang family wasn't a family without people. At this time, Xia Yuling's secretary decided to take advantage of the chaos to escape. In reality, ever since returning from Switzerland, she had been in a state of fear. She originally thought her plan had succeeded, but who would have thought, the position of acting CEO had been snatched away by Tang Ning. She knew how capable Tang Ning was, so she didn't dare to stay in Tangkor for too long. So, she decided to investigate in secret. She originally wanted to sneak out of Beijing while Tang Ning was unprepared. Unfortunately, her every move was under Mo Ting's control. As soon as she stepped into the airport, she was immediately taken away by Mo Ting's men. Soon, she was escorted back to the CEO's office. As soon as the secretary saw Tang Ning, she took a few steps back guiltily. However, she was quickly stopped by the bodyguards behind her. "What are you trying to do?" "Tang Ning, what you're doing is illegal." "Illegal?" Tang Ning lifted her head and looked at the secretary with a cold smile. "When you framed my mother, did you ever consider that you were breaking the law?" The secretary's body trembled as her palms began to sweat. President Xia was kidnapped by criminals. "What has that got to do with me?" "Then why didn't the criminals kidnap you?" Tang Ning asked. "Secretary Gao, we are both smart people, so there's no need to beat around the bush. Since I have control over your every move, that means, everything you and Tang Xian have done has been under my watch. Even if you don't tell me what happened, I can still investigate the truth. But, I'm afraid it won't be as beneficial to you. Of course, all I need to do is put in a bit of effort. Think about it yourself." After speaking, Tang Ning lowered her head and returned to her work. But, the more Tang Ning remained silent, the more Secretary Gao's heart trembled. She knew, the woman in front of her wasn't Tang Xian, she wasn't the big miss that could easily be fooled into handing out money. "I will only give you 1 minute." Secretary Gao's throat moved, and his hands were tightly clenched together. After a mental struggle, he gave up struggling. "I confess, but you have to promise me that you won't send me to the police station." "Sure, but you have to do something for me." Tang Xian continued to live in the Tang family home because she had nowhere else to go. Elder Tang had said that no matter how many mistakes she had made, she was still the eldest miss of the Tang family. And this was still her home. In reality, he just wanted her to stop acting recklessly in case she hurt the child in her stomach. That night, it snowed lightly in Beijing. Elder Tang informed the housekeeper to prepare a sumptuous dinner because Tang Ning was planning to host a banquet. It had been a long time since Tang Ning had returned to the Tang family home. So, Elder Tang was naturally filled with joy as he prepared for her return. But, while the entire family was immersed in joy, Tang Xian was the only one who felt like she was trapped in a cage of suffering. Soon, Tang Ning's invited guests began to arrive at the Tang family home. Originally, the shareholders thought the Tang family was treating them to a New Year's dinner early. But, as the elders gathered around the dining table, they looked at each other and felt something wasn't quite right. "Chairman, the third miss is treating us to dinner. Why isn't she here yet?" Elder Tang smiled as he touched his walking stick. She's on her way. The weather is cold and the roads are slippery, so I told her to be careful. Tang Yichen and Tang Jingxian sat together and chatted. Meanwhile, Tang Xian sat in a chair like she was isolated from the world. She held her stomach out and looked down at her bulging stomach. At this time, the housekeeper approached Elder Tang and said in a low voice, "Chairman, the third miss and son-in-law are back." A moment later, everyone looked towards the door and saw Mo Ting walking into the living room with his arm around Tang Ning's waist. The couple emitted a powerful aura of nobility, like a dragon and phoenix amongst men. "Sorry for making everyone wait. Quick, take a seat," Elder Tang said as he pointed to the two empty seats beside him. Tang Ning smiled as Mo Ting's eyes carried a deeper meaning. Of course, he was still here to act as Tang Ning's background. But, his background was a little too eye-catching to be ignored. "Today, I invited everyone to dinner to apologize for my disrespect a few days ago," Tang Ning said as she picked up a cup of tea. Tang Ning was the first to pick up a cup of tea and said to the elders, "I'll use tea in place of wine to apologize to you all. Child, you're definitely made for business. You've never learned management, yet you know the art of being a ruler and how to use both kindness and power," one of the shareholders praised. Although the other shareholders weren't convinced, they couldn't express it in a situation like this. So, they simply smiled. "Uncle, you're flattering me. When it comes to management, I'm still inexperienced. However, apart from apologizing to everyone, I have another matter that I want to deal with in front of everyone. If the third miss has something to say, feel free to say it." Hearing this, Tang Ning suddenly lifted her head and looked at Tang Xian. Tang Xian couldn't help but laugh. "What did I do to upset you this time? Do you want to deal with me?" "Tang Ning, I can't believe you won't even let a street rat off the hook." To emphasize how pitiful she was, Tang Xian even mimicked a rat and squeaked a few times. "Speak, what is it this time?" "I heard news about my mother," Tang Ning replied calmly. Tang Xian's expression immediately changed. "Although we haven't found her yet." "Big Miss Tang Xian, I think it's better for you to explain the situation." "What do you mean by that, third miss?" One of the shareholders was confused. "What does President Xia's disappearance have to do with the big miss?" Tang Xian's facial muscles stiffened, but she refused to admit defeat. "Tang Ning, I may have failed, but don't try to pin everything on me. Xia Yuling's disappearance was her misfortune, what has it got to do with me?" "I know you won't admit it," Tang Ning revealed a mocking smile. "I'm also aware that everyone here has caused a lot of trouble and obstacles for my mother. That's why I've invited everyone here today. If there's something you want to say, then say it." As soon as Tang Ning finished speaking, everyone understood that this wasn't a dinner, it was a trap. Tang Ning's motive was simple, she wanted to get revenge. "Tang Xian, you need to think this through. If I am the one to reveal this incident, there is a chance that your child will be born in prison." Tang Xian was forced into a corner as she slammed her hands on the table and stood up. "Don't go too far. I already have nothing. What more do you want?" "I don't want anything. I simply want you to tell me the truth." Tang Ning remained calm. "Why is it so difficult to get the truth out of your mouth?" "I don't know," Tang Xian replied calmly without considering the consequences. Tang Xian denied without considering the consequences. At this time, some of the shareholders couldn't sit still anymore as they started to criticize Tang Xian. "Third miss, I know you are currently in a position of power, but you shouldn't be so ruthless towards a pregnant woman. I'm sure no matter how evil she is, she wouldn't have the guts to take someone's life." "That's right, I want to be ruthless towards her," Tang Ning admitted. "This has nothing to do with whether she is pregnant or not. From what I know, she doesn't even count as a person." The disgust in Tang Ning's eyes was real. Her hatred towards Tang Xian was not hidden at all. "Fine, if you admit it, I won't be used to it." After speaking, Tang Ning clapped her hands as a signal. A moment later, Secretary Gao walked shakily into the living room and stood in front of everyone. "Secretary Gao, you speak." Seeing that the truth was about to be revealed, Tang Xian immediately yelled at Secretary Gao, "If you dare to say anything, I will get someone to cut out your tongue." Hearing these words, everyone was shocked, because her actions made it seem like she was trying to cover something up. Above all, Secretary Gao wasn't someone that couldn't understand the situation. Now that Tongning was in control of her fate, she had to listen to her orders. Actually, President Xia wasn't kidnapped by kidnappers. He was taken away by the big Mississippi. As for whether he's dead or alive, I'm not sure. The big miss wanted the position of CEO and thought that by getting rid of President Xia, she would be able to get what she wanted. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? You're lying. Tang Xian yelled. You received benefits from Tongning. Big miss, stop struggling. I have a lot of evidence in my hands. You won't be able to escape. Tang Xian's eyes grew wide. Her blood-red eyes could not hide her fear and excitement. I didn't. This SL*T framed me. However, at this moment, no one believed Tang Xian's words. Tang Yichen hated family fights, so she stood up and left. Meanwhile, Tang Jingxian moved to sit next to her, afraid that she would do something extreme again. After all, it wasn't like she hadn't done it before. Tongning, are you going to force me to my death? Didn't I tell you? What happened before was just the beginning. This isn't even 1,000th of what you did to me. She then pulled out Secretary Gao's phone. On this phone, there are records of all your phone calls with Secretary Gao, as well as the entire kidnapping incident. There are also a few new contacts involved. Do you want me to release them to the police? Tang Xian wanted to refute, but the words stuck in her throat and nothing came out. Eldest miss, just admit defeat, or we'll all go to jail. President Xia is no longer here. This is murder. Think carefully. Tang Xian did not say a word. She simply clenched her fists. Tongning had no intention of waiting any longer, so she pulled out her phone and called the police. Secretary Gao was so scared that her hands and feet trembled. All she could do was beg Tang Xian, Big Miss, Big Mississippi. I beg. At first, Tang Xian did not move. But, just as the phone was about to connect, Tang Xian finally said in a raspy voice, Speak, what do you want in exchange? Tongning hung up the phone and handed it to Mo Ting. Afterwards, she looked into Tang Xian's eyes and simply said, Hand over your shares of Tangkor. Haha. Tang Xian suddenly burst into laughter. Tongning, you are indeed ruthless. Shares of Tangkor in exchange for the rest of your freedom. I think it's a good deal. Tongning did not back down as her eyes remained calm. Okay. Tang Xian nodded her head. Okay, I'll fulfill your wish. Don't you want shares of Tangkor? Don't you want to strip me clean? I'll fulfill your wish. Words are no proof. I brought a share transfer agreement with me. Sign it. These words were squeezed out of Tongning's mouth without any emotion. In fact, she felt like she was talking to a stranger. After seeing Tang Xian try to hurt her baby and mother, Tongning had already lost all sympathy and compassion for her. Tang Xian had no choice but to sign the agreement. This time, apart from her title as the Big Miss of the Tang family, she had nothing left. Xiao Xian, this is for your own good. From now on, you should stay at home and focus on your pregnancy. Take good care of your child, Elder Tang said at the right time. Of course, his tone was a lot gentler than Tongning's. You don't need to pretend. Tang Xian said as she lifted her head. Even at this point, she could not let go of her pride. But, Tongning, so what if you win? Your mother is still not around, haha. Who told you my mother is no longer around? Tongning was originally drinking the soup that Mo Ting had prepared for her. But, as soon as she heard Tang Xian's words, she put down her bowl and looked at Tang Xian coldly. When did I say something like that? Everyone had a serious expression on their faces, especially the shareholders that had been targeting Xia Yuling on a daily basis. Because, at this moment, they understood that Tongning would not only show mercy but also make an example out of them. Over the years, my mother has suffered a lot at the hands of the Tang family. She doesn't actually care about the position of CEO of Tangkor. She did it all for my sake. So, when my mother is in trouble, as her daughter, I naturally have to bear the blame. Over the years that I've been in the entertainment industry, I've experienced countless difficult situations. In the end, I've come up with a simple rule of thumb: if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If anyone thinks that we are easy to bully, then feel free to come at us. I, Tongning, have made it clear today. Next time I will not be lenient. Today, Tang Xian can be crippled. Tomorrow, she can be someone else. If there's money, then let's work together. If there's no money, then let's withdraw our investments. It's simple. Don't try to do anything behind the scenes. I hate it. Lastly, Tang Xian, I may have to disappoint you again, because... After speaking, Tongning turned her head and gestured for everyone to look upstairs. Unbeknownst to them, an elegant middle-aged woman was standing on the steps. She had changed into a comfortable and elegant set of home clothes. Xia Yuling. How was this possible? Tang Xian watched as Xia Yuling approached her step by step. All the hair on her body stood on end. Don't come any closer. Tang Xian took a few steps back as her lips trembled. For a moment, she even thought she was hallucinating. How could Xia Yuling be fine? Father. I'm home. Xia Yuling walked over to Elder Tang's side and wrapped her arms around Tongning. I was kidnapped in Switzerland. Unfortunately, I have a good son-in-law. He descended from the sky and rescued me. That's why I'm safe and sound. Everyone at the table remained silent as they watched the show unfold. After Xia Yuling let go of Tongning, she walked over to Tang Xian's side and suddenly threw a slap across her face. All these years, I've treated you well, yet you have the heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog. You repaid my kindness with ingratitude. Tang Xian, if it wasn't for the child in your stomach, I wouldn't have simply given you a slap. Tang Xian lost her balance and fell to the ground. Her eyes were wide open and unfocused. She finally understood, from the moment Xia Yuling went to Switzerland to the moment she appeared, they had taken advantage of the situation to put on an act. Their motive was to make her lose everything. How dare you lie to me? At this point, her shares had already been transferred. No matter what she did, it was already too late. So, Elder Tang turned to the housekeeper and said, take the big miss back to her room and keep an eye on her. Don't let her do anything stupid. Grandfather, you knew this too, didn't you? Tang Xian stood up in anger and glared at Elder Tang. So, you colluded with them to lie to me and your granddaughter. Yet, even now, you refuse to admit your mistakes, Elder Tang said as he stomped his walking stick on the ground. Housekeeper, take her in. Grandfather, I never thought even you would lie to me. Even you. Lied to me. This was something Tang Xian never expected. At least, the only reason she had the confidence to be so arrogant and confident was because of Elder Tang's love. But, the only person she could rely on, was not someone she could rely on. It didn't take long before Tang Xian was escorted out of the dining hall. But, in front of the sumptuous feast, only Tang Xian dared to pick up her chopsticks. Perhaps, these shareholders would remember what happened today at the Tang family home for the rest of their lives. Although she had seen her fair share of ups and downs, she still felt a deep sense of fear towards Tongning's schemes. Especially when she had the calm and collected Emoting behind her. Soon, the shareholders left the Tang family one after another, saying that they were not feeling well. Since Tongning had already achieved her goal, she did not pursue the matter any further. She generously allowed them to leave. A moment later, the only people left in the living room were the Tang family. Humph, a bunch of ants. Elder Tang couldn't help but sigh. He believed that after this incident, Tang Core would be able to enjoy a long period of peace. Luckily, it was a close shave, but no real danger. Xia Yuling sat down beside Elder Tang and gently pinched his cheek. Yuling, you've suffered. The Tang family owes you too much. Dad, you're exaggerating. Xia Yuling replied gently. We are a family, there is no need to be so formal. Above all, Xiaoning and Emoting were the ones who planned everything. Now that Tang Core is back on the right track, it means all the suffering I've endured has not been in vain. Tang Xian no longer has any leverage to threaten Tang Core. Just this point alone is worth celebrating. Let's have a toast. Unable to contain their excitement, Elder Tang and Tang Jingxian drank a little too much. For the sake of Tongning, Emoting naturally didn't touch a single drop of alcohol. However, after taking care of Tongning, he couldn't take care of Tang Jingxian, who had an event the next day. So, he asked the housekeeper to give Song Yenshu a phone call. Elder Tang was a smart man, so he immediately understood Emoting's intention. So, he did not keep Tang Jingxian at home. After Song Yenshu arrived, he waved his hand and said, "Young people should live their own lives. You guys can leave. Leave me alone." Song Yenshu looked at Tang Jingxian awkwardly. But, because they had to wake up early the next day, she had no choice but to escort Tang Jingxian back to his apartment. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for him to move around. Tang Jingxian lay on Song Yenshu's shoulder. His nose was filled with the scent of trust. So, he smiled in a silly manner and placed all his weight on Song Yenshu's body. "Luo Xing, can you still bathe on your own? You. Help me bathe," Tang Jingxian said as he lay in bed. "Yenshu, help me bathe." "Forget it. Let's wait until you're sober. You need to wake up at 4 a.m. You still have 3 hours to rest." After speaking, Song Yenshu covered him with a blanket. But, Tang Jingxian suddenly grabbed onto her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. "Yenshu. Don't go. Luo Xing." Song Yenshu tried her best to push him away, but Tang Jingxian hugged her tighter and tighter. Did he want to take advantage of his drunken state and do something reckless? Song Yenshu immediately felt a sense of danger. But, as soon as the fragrant taste of the red wine entered her mouth, she felt her body and heart become intoxicated. She knew that this shouldn't have happened. She knew that it was forbidden. She knew that her manager had slept with her artist. What did this mean? Their situation wasn't like Tongning and Mo Ting. When she woke up tomorrow, how was she going to face Tang Jingxian? With this thought, Song Yenshu's naked body broke free from Tang Jingxuan's embrace. Actually, this was a common occurrence. She shouldn't be surprised. When she woke up tomorrow, all she had to do was pretend nothing had happened. But, Tang Jingxian was indeed drunk, but he did not suffer from memory loss. He clearly remembered who he hugged and who he slept with the night before. 3 a.m. the next day, as expected, Song Yenshu woke Tang Jingxian up as if nothing had happened. "Hurry and wash up. We need to leave at 4 a.m. Yenshu. Don't say anything. I just rushed over from home. I'm still tired." Tang Jingxian was a little surprised. He didn't understand what Song Yenshu meant. She had never left, so how could she have rushed over from home? "Last night. You drank too much last night, so I took you home." "Don't worry, the media didn't take any photos," Song Yenshu explained casually. "Then I went home." After speaking, Song Yenshu handed Tang Jingxian the clothes she had prepared for him. "Stop wasting time, we are in a hurry." Tang Jingxuan's expression did not look too good. He couldn't understand why Song Yenshu refused to admit that they had slept together the night before. Did she simply think that last night was an accident? Although, it was indeed an accident, but it's the end of the year again. There will be all sorts of awards ceremonies. Although you are very popular at the moment, you still need to be humble and keep a low profile. Song Yenshu thought Tang Jingxian was trying to slack off, so she advised. Tang Jingxian listened to Song Yenshu's nagging as he put on his clothes. Although he didn't feel good, he had no intention of exposing her. Ningjia's film is about to be released. Should we spend some money to invite fans to watch it and support her? You decide. Tang Jingxian stood up and headed for the bathroom. Song Yenshu's coldness made him feel annoyed and uncomfortable. But, he couldn't understand why he was acting like a woman. Why did he feel like he had been abandoned? Was he really going to let this matter go just like that? "Luo Xing, hurry up. You only have 40 minutes left." Over the next few days, the disaster film, WH, was about to be released. As Tongming and Bai Chendong were the two main leads, the film was extremely popular even before it was released and attracted a lot of attention in Beijing. But, as it was nearing the end of the year, there were a lot of new films to celebrate the new year. So, whether WH would be a hit or miss depended on luck. After all, in order to compete for the Fei Tian Awards, there were a lot of finale films that were going to be released one after another. But, the strangest thing was, while the main cast of other films were doing their best to promote their films, the two main leads of WH, one went missing and the other announced his retreat from the industry. Furthermore, the director was a newcomer. Could it be that they really had that much confidence? "President, I don't think the Fei Tian Awards will be simple. The actresses competing with the madam for the newcomer award are all very outstanding. Should we? Mo Ting understood what Lu Che was trying to say. He was asking if he should inform the judges of the Fei Tian Awards earlier. When has Hai Rui ever used such underhanded methods? Mo Ting asked. Especially Tongning. If she found out that she received the newcomer award through Hai Rui and me, what do you think she would think? Plus, no one can influence the Fei Tian Awards, not even Hai Rui. President, you're right. The newcomer award only comes once. If I miss it this year, there won't be a next time. I just want to put in some effort. These were Lu Che's true thoughts. In his eyes, the newcomer award belonged to Tongning. The Fei Tian Awards was currently the most prestigious award in the country. It was also an award that every actor dreamed of receiving. The Fei Tian Awards represented that one's acting had received the recognition of all the professionals. It was a true acting award. Doing a good job in promoting WH is what you should do. Mo Ting was well aware of the pressure that Tongning would face this time. But, he was happy that she had met a true opponent. Because even if Tongning lost in the end, she would not have any regrets. Late at night, Mo Ting returned home. Seeing the yellow lights in the living room, his heart couldn't help but feel warm. It was as if no matter how chaotic and complicated the outside world was, as long as he returned home, he would be able to obtain the peace he wanted. As he pushed open the door and entered the bedroom, Tongning was in the shower. Amidst the smoke, he could only vaguely make out her silhouette. Mo Ting looked at his beloved wife and couldn't help but wrap his arms around her from behind. He then placed his hand on her protruding stomach and used his heart to feel the little thing's vitality. Not too long from now, I'm sure we won't be able to keep the baby a secret. We need to find a suitable time to announce it. I'll listen to you. Tongning couldn't help but lean back. The fire in her heart was still burning. It was the utmost respect she had for a man. In that case, if the baby's father wants to say hello to the baby, what should we do? Mo Ting whispered beside Tongning's ear. It was a hint to her that he wanted her to make love. Tongning turned around and hid in Mo Ting's embrace. Her voice was muffled. I'll promise you on behalf of the baby. After being married for so long, how could Tongning not have desires for Mo Ting? After receiving her answer, Mo Ting carried Tongning out of the bathroom and gently placed her on the bed. He then used a clean towel to wipe away the water droplets on her body. His actions were ridiculously gentle. Tongning took the opportunity to hook her arms around Mo Ting's neck and lean into his chest. I'm cold. Mo Ting leaned down and kissed Tongning on the lips with a fragrant scent. Those that once said Tongning couldn't have children, had no idea that she was already 4 months pregnant. So, who knew how many eyeballs would pop out of their sockets this time? As for those that still looked up to the Mo family and hoped that Tongning would be abandoned by the Mo family, they would no longer be able to get what they wanted. This time, the Fei Tian Awards may not go to you. Are you afraid? After the pleasure, Mo Ting hugged Tongning and calmed himself down. He kept thinking about the promise he made to her. He once promised that he would give her the best. It's not something you can control, Tongning replied as she leaned into Mo Ting's embrace. Actually, I knew it a long time ago. I could guess it just by looking at the movie that was released this time. Plus, the actresses that participated in the awards are all very talented. If I don't win the newcomer award, it doesn't matter. I will simply feel regretful. Just like when she was only one step away from becoming an international supermodel, even though her influence had already far surpassed that. She still did not win the title. Mo Ting subconsciously tightened his grip around Tongning's arm. I won't let you have any regrets. Tongning trusted that Mo Ting wouldn't act recklessly. So, she simply smiled and fell asleep in his arms. WH was about to be released. Although she had already announced that she was retreating from the industry, it was still her blood and sweat. Just like stupid, how could she not care about her own child? Everyone would like it, right? Most importantly, this time, Nziheo's future was at stake. The nervousness in her heart naturally increased by a few notches. After returning home from the event, Tang Jingxian secretly observed Song Yanshu. Actually, it wasn't hard to notice the marks left on her body from the night before. But, the more she looked like this, the more upset Tang Jingxian felt. What was Song Yanshu thinking? did she simply treat him as a one-night stand? Tang Jingxian couldn't accept this outcome. So, he gathered his courage and decided to ask her about it. But, just as he stepped out of the bedroom, he heard Song Yenshu talking on the phone in the living room. He is different from you. If you want to deal with him in the dark, don't blame me for being rude. Because of the incident with Xia Jingyi, Tang Jingxian was already traumatized. So, he didn't like to keep his doubts to himself. Yenshu, talk to me. Song Yenshu froze for a moment as she covered her phone and nodded her head. Give me 2 minutes. Tang Jingxian did not force her. He directly sat down on the sofa in the living room. There were some things that he needed to clarify. A few minutes later, Song Yenshu returned to the living room. Seeing the serious expression on Tang Jingxuan's face, she pretended to be calm as she sat down opposite him. Speak. What's wrong? Or are you trying to slack off? Yenshu. Tang Jingxian sat up straight and looked at her in seriousness. I know everything that happened last night. Song Yenshu's body suddenly stiffened as an awkward expression appeared on her face. I don't know why you ignored everything, but I can't pretend that nothing happened. Tang Jingxian took a deep breath. Tang Jingxian took a deep breath. Perhaps he was afraid of scaring Song Yenshu, so he spoke in a gentle tone. I simply want to understand what you're thinking. Song Yenshu froze for a moment before she let out a dry laugh. What do you mean by thinking? Don't tell me you took it seriously? Isn't it normal for an artist to have an affair with their manager? I know you drank too much and I won't ask you to take responsibility. So, you simply need to get over it. After hearing this, Tang Jingxuan's heart sank. By the time he spoke again, his voice was so soft that he couldn't even hear himself. Really? That's normal. Don't overthink it. We are both adults. Everyone has needs. Oh, that may be what you're thinking. But, I can't sleep with my manager and act like nothing happened. After all, you are my first woman, Tang Jingxian said in seriousness. I can't continue working with you like this. What do you mean by that? Song Yenshu's voice trembled a little. What I mean is, either you try getting along with me as a woman, or we don't have anything to do with each other. I don't want to make things so complicated. I'm not saying this because I want to take responsibility. I'm saying this because I think you might like me. That's why Song Yenshu froze without saying a word. Tang Jingxian smiled like he had understood something. He then stood up and left. However, before he left, he added, if you've thought it through, you can contact me. Where are you going? I'm tired. I want to get some rest, Tang Jingxian said before he left the apartment. As for where he was going, he had no idea. Her heart was a mess, but she couldn't think of a reason. Perhaps it was because of Song Yenshu's attitude, or perhaps it was because of her own impulsiveness. In his daze, he didn't notice that a car had changed lanes in front of him. He didn't have time to brake and crashed into the back of the other car. Translator, Uni editor, Uni. Even after Tang Jingxian left for quite some time, Song Yenshu still hadn't reacted. This was an important time for Tang Jingxian. The annual stock-taking and many important awards were being announced. He couldn't afford to slack off at a time like this. Song Yenshu panicked as she stood up. However, she received a phone call from the police station. Hello, do you know Tang Jingxian? What happened to Luo Xing? Come to the police station. He hit someone. As soon as Song Yenshu heard this, she was dumbfounded. But, a few seconds later, she pulled out her phone and gave Feng Yu a phone call. She couldn't allow any scandals to happen at a time like this. Vice Chairman Feng, this is a crucial time for Luo. We can't afford any accidents. Song Yenshu, where's your composure? Hearing Feng Yu's words, Song Yenshu tried her best to regain her composure. Vice President Feng, I'm sorry. Immediately go to the police station and deal with this matter. Suppress it. Okay, I'll go right away. Song Yenshu panicked because she knew that Tang Jingxuan's emotions must have been affected. She was afraid that something had happened to Tang Jingxian because of her. If that was really the case and something happened to Luo Xing, what would she do? With these complex emotions, Song Yenshu didn't know how she arrived at the police station. All she knew was, as soon as she saw that Tang Jingxian was safe and sound, tears began to flow from her eyes. Tang Jingxian also looked at Song Yenshu. But, before they could say a word, the police's questions pulled them back to reality. Obviously, you were driving illegally. I request to see the surveillance footage, Tang Jingxian replied. Tang Jingxian answered directly, I did bump into the other party, but I was going straight. The other party changed lanes. But the other party said that you were driving absent-mindedly and suspected that you were drunk or driving due to exhaustion. According to the surveillance footage we obtained at the time, he had already changed lanes, but you did not slow down when you saw him. I remember you're a singer, right? Don't celebrities need to follow traffic rules? The police pointed to Tang Jingshuan's nose and scolded. Since you're a public figure, you should be a role model. No matter how good your songs are, what's the point? Afraid that Tang Jingxian and the man would start an argument, Song Yenshu immediately ran over and stood in front of Tang Jingxian. Sorry, we'll be more careful next time. It's true that I didn't stop in time, but it's also true that he changed 2 lanes in a row and charged straight towards me without flashing his turn lights. You told me that you saw the surveillance footage. Fine, where was the road that I got into an accident on? Tang Jingxian argued. I'm a public figure, but does a public figure's pursuit of the truth mean that they're bullying ordinary people? The man obviously didn't expect Tang Jingxian to be so calculative, so he suddenly moved his round face to the side. And you, why are you apologizing to him? Tang Jingxian turned and looked at Song Yenshu. Haven't I been wrongly accused enough? Do you think that I need you to step in every time to solve a problem? That's not what I meant. Song Yenshu, I've already made myself clear. You have been fired. From now on, you have no right to interfere in my business. After speaking, Tang Jingxian gave the Tang family's housekeeper a phone call. Song Yenshu took a few steps back in discomfort. She had never expected Tang Jingxian to say something like this. Your career is on the rise, don't be stubborn. Why can't you appreciate the pain you've endured? I have the final say in my life. If you think that's good for me, you must be too full of yourself. After speaking, Tang Jingxian pointed to the door and said to Song Yenshu, you should leave while the reporters haven't surrounded you yet. Song Yenshu's heart ached. But, at this moment, she didn't know how to convince Tang Jingxian. So, all she could do was turn around and leave. Just like Tang Jingxian said, before the reporters arrived, she could still escape unscathed. The young lady is here to help you. Don't you think your words are too heartless? What do you know? Tang Jingxian yelled back at the police officer that was standing up for Song Yenshu. Since they were nothing, it was best to draw a line between them. This was for the best for both of them. It didn't take long before the housekeeper arrived at the police station to deal with the aftermath. Half an hour later, Tang Jingxian was finally allowed to leave. At this time, Song Yenshu watched helplessly as he was surrounded by the reporters. Master 4, where do you want to go now? After returning to the car, the housekeeper asked Tang Jingxian. Look at the reporters, they're chasing us relentlessly. Why don't we go back to the Tang family home? Tang Jingxian leaned back in his seat and nodded. I don't want to care about anything right now. I just want to sleep. What's wrong? Nothing. I just want to slack off for a bit. After speaking, Tang Jingxian did not immediately close his eyes. Instead, he gave Fang Yu a phone call. I want to get a new manager. What's going on between you and Song Yenshu? Fang Yu immediately sensed something was wrong with Tang Jingshuan's tone. Nothing. I just can't work with her anymore, Tang Jingxian replied firmly. Hurry up and get me a new manager. It would be best if it's a man. I'll help you arrange it. Fang Yu did not force Tang Jingxian. He could hear the tiredness in his voice. Although he didn't know what happened between the two, he knew that separating them was the best solution. After receiving his answer, Tang Jingxian closed his eyes in relief. By the time he woke up, he was already back at Tang Kor's villa. Singer Luo Xing involved in traffic accident, knocked over person and dragged 100 meters. Luo Xing appears at police station on suspicion of drunk driving and recording his statement. Luo Xing drove illegally, Tang Kor's fourth master helping him cover up scandal? It was the end of the year and all sorts of awards were being contested. If Luo Xing was caught up in a scandal at this time, then everything that belonged to him could end up being given to someone else. How could his competitors let go of an explosive piece of news at a time like this? So, even though Hai Rui used their PR, Tang Jingshuan's incident was not suppressed. After all, his identity was complicated and couldn't be compared to the average person. From that day onwards, Tang Jingxian did not return to the apartment he had prepared for himself. No matter how big the incident got and no matter how much the public criticized him, he refused to show his face. At the same time, Song Yenshu received a phone call from Fang Yu. I've already sent another manager to deal with Luo Xing. You can take care of another artist for now. Although Song Yenshu expected this, she still couldn't help but smile bitterly. Luo Xing doesn't want to see me. If that's the case, then let's avoid each other. It's good for both of us. He's now surrounded by scandals, so we can't have any more scandals. Song Yenshu did not refute. She knew, as long as Fang Yu said it, it was the best for the two of them. I will arrange for PR to follow up. You don't need to worry about this matter. No matter how bad Luo Xing is, he still has Tang Ning backing him. Nothing will happen to him. Just focus on doing your job, Fang Yu instructed. I understand. Song Yenshu replied in seriousness. However, even though she was no longer Luo Xing's manager, she still couldn't help but want to do something for him. Luo Xing had a bright future ahead of him, he couldn't let it be destroyed so easily. As soon as Tang Ning found out, her first reaction was that Tang Jingshuan's actions were a little strange. He actually wanted to replace Song Yenshu. Plus, from what she could see, the fact that Tang Jingxian had replaced Song Yenshu was a lot more serious than the scandal that was currently going around. So, she called Tang Jingxian. Are you at home? I can't go anywhere now, Tang Jingxian replied casually. Why did you replace Yenshu? Tang Ning asked straightforwardly without beating around the bush. Did you bully her? Sis, I was the one that was wronged, did you know that? Tang Jingxian couldn't help but sit up in bed and tell Tang Ning everything that happened between the two of them. So, the person that was abandoned was me. After hearing Tang Jingshuan's story, Tang Ning couldn't help but laugh. I still remember when you were young, a fortune teller once told you that your love life would be difficult and that you would end up alone for the rest of your life. At that time, you directly threw a rock at the old man's head and yelled that you were the one that would end up alone and that I wanted to marry 2 wives. I can't believe you still remember something as embarrassing as that, Tang Jingxian laughed. Since that's the case, I won't try to stop you. You've already made your decision, so you should move forward bravely. I'm sure Yenshu has her reasons. Tang Ning never thought that Song Yenshu was the type of person that would play around with a person's feelings. I understand, sis. Let's not talk about this anymore. I still have a meeting at the office tomorrow morning. Tang Ning understood that Tang Jingxian didn't like to nag, so she did not continue to stress and let him rest. But, afterwards, she still felt it was a little strange. According to normal logic, Song Yenshu should have liked Tang Jingxian. So, why did she suddenly retreat after they had a physical relationship? They still had to meet at the office tomorrow. With this thought in mind, Tang Jingxian closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next day, Tang Jingshuan's popularity did not decrease. Although no one at Hai Rui was pointing fingers at him, they didn't have the same warm smile that they used to have. The entertainment industry was this realistic, there was no need to act noble. Afterwards, Tang Jingxian pushed open the door and entered Fang Yu's office. At this time, Song Yenshu was standing in front of Fang Yu's desk with a newcomer. The topic of their conversation was about an event that had seen Luo Xing's scandal and requested for him to be replaced. In the end, they had their eyes on a young member from another group at Hai Rui. I'm going to leave first. Tang Jingshuan's expression did not look good. He originally wanted to turn around, but Fang Yu stopped him. Wait for a bit. Luo Xing, I have nothing to hide from you. Out of consideration for the agency, I will first arrange for your role to be given to someone else. After all, opportunities wait for no man. I understand, that's why I'm leaving, Tang Jingxian nodded his head in understanding. Why do I feel like you aren't the least bit nervous about the blow to your singing career? Luo Xing, tell me, what are you thinking right now? Fang Yu's eyes were sharp. He could easily tell that the two were avoiding each other. Afterwards, Tang Jingxian shook his head and replied, I want to get some rest right now. I'll leave everything to your PR department. Yanshu, take your people outside and wait for me. I still have a few personal things to say to Luo Xing. Yanshu nodded her head as she led her newcomer out of Fang Yu's office. Although this was official business, she had become someone else's manager, and the first thing she did was steal his job. She wanted to know if he was upset. You must be upset, right? Fang Yu could tell from the look on Tang Jingshuan's face that his manager had only been gone for a day. You were the one that decided to replace him. All I can say is, you deserve it. I didn't say anything, Tang Jingxian scoffed. I never regret the decisions I make. In that case, do you know what Yanshu said to me a moment ago? Fang Yu crossed his arms and looked into Tang Jingshuan's eyes with a deeper meaning. Tang Jingxian did not say a word. He understood Song Yanshu. Under these circumstances, she wouldn't take advantage of him. It seems, you still trust Song Yanshu, Fang Yu smiled. Fang Yu smiled as he stood up from his office chair and sat down in front of Tang Jingxian. He then crossed his arms across his chest. So, can you tell me what happened between you and Song Yanshu? This is my bottom line. I don't want to talk about it. There was no way Tang Jingxian was going to tell everyone that he and Song Yanshu had an intimate relationship. It would hurt her feelings. Okay, fine. Fang Yu shrugged his shoulders and stood up from the sofa. Luo Xing, there's no doubt that you are serious when you sing. But, it doesn't mean that you aren't fooling around. Do you know what the biggest difference between you and your sister 3 is? Tang Jingxian looked at Fang Yu in confusion. Sense of responsibility. Your sister 3 always uses a watertight method to protect the people around her. She treasures those that have helped her in the past and would never allow anyone that has helped her to come to any harm. But, you can't do that. You obviously know how responsible Yanshu is for you, yet you ended up hurting her by chasing her away. After hearing this, Tang Jingxian moved his lips a little, but he had no way to refute. If you compare your ability to handle matters to Tongning's, you are still far from it. At least, when it comes to professionalism, even if she is facing an enemy, she will smile and complete her task with the best attitude. But, what about you? If Yanshu withdraws, it means that your long-term plans will have to stop. Do you want others to pay for your stubbornness? Tang Jingxian lowered his head and thought for a moment. Go home and think about what you should do to truly treat Yanshu well. He was well aware of what happened between Fang Yu and Hu Jingjing in the past. When it came to protecting his wife, Fang Yu definitely had the right to do so. After all, at Beijing Airport, he had protected the woman he loved the most from harm. This time, Tang Jingxian had no intention of refuting. Fang Yu had already used the 2 people he cared about the most to help him brainwash. I finally understand the reason why Hai Rui's PR will never lose. This time, it was Fang Yu's turn to be confused. Because you're here. This was the experience and connections that Fang Yu had accumulated over the years. It was a place where he should shine, so Tang Jingxian did not feel embarrassed at all. At the same time, he was thinking about what Fang Yu had said. If Fang Yu removed Song Yanshu from his contract, it meant he would need to renegotiate a lot of work. On the way home, Tang Jingxian kept thinking about Fang Yu's words. In the end, he decided to turn around and drive straight to Song Yanshu's apartment. However, just as he reached the entrance, he was stopped by a young man. Tang Jingxian was confused, but the man said to Tang Jingxian seriously, "Let's go sit in your car." Who are you? Tang Jingxian asked directly. I am Yanshu's goal for so many years. The man shoved Tang Jingxian into the car. Tang Jingxian vaguely remembered this man. He was wearing a long black coat and had a pair of black glasses on the bridge of his nose. But strangely, even this outfit from 10 years ago looked so harmonious and gentle on him. What's going on? Yanshu. The man turned his head to look at Tang Jingxian and said calmly, Yanshu has always stuck to me since we were young. Unfortunately, all these years, I've always treated her like a good sister. But your appearance made me realize a more serious problem. I rejected her for 11 years, but am I really that indifferent to her? She's excellent at her job. All these years, she's worked so hard to stand by my side one day. So, I hope you can understand what kind of existence you are to Yanshu. Don't have any delusions. The other party's words were very straightforward, and they sounded like thorns. Tang Jingxian thought for a moment and finally raised his head. You can get off now. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. Tang Jingxian retorted, also, after rejecting someone for 11 years, you finally realized that the person you like wasn't really in love with you. Instead, it was because someone invaded your territory and you just felt uncomfortable. The expression on the other party's face turned ugly. But, don't worry, I will indeed keep my distance from Song Yanshu, not because of you. After speaking, Tang Jingxian gestured for the man to get out of the car. The man had no idea that Tang Jingxian had such a domineering personality. So, there was a hint of self-humiliation in his eyes. Tang Jingxian glanced at the man. Seeing that he still hadn't gotten out of the car, he stepped out, walked around the front of the car and dragged the man out from the front passenger seat. Soon, he disappeared from the man's sight. To be honest, it would be a lie to say that Tang Jingxian wasn't moved by the man's words. But, Tang Jingxian knew that he couldn't cross the line with Song Yanshu. After Tang Jingxian left, the man immediately returned to Song Yanshu's apartment. What did you forget? Yanshu, I think we should have a talk, the man said as he held on to the door. I let you in out of courtesy, but I don't want you to have a pass. Song Yanshu maintained her smile. Song Yanshu maintained her smile the entire time, but her words were filled with mockery and disdain. It's already been 11 years. I'm sure you know that. But, I can't forget the fact that you've been eyeing my eyes. Did you want to use them to save the woman you love? The man remained silent, unable to say a word. I'm sorry, I'm not that great. Hurry and leave. No, not this time. This time, it's because I really like you and want to be with you. Faced with the man's deep emotions, Song Yanshu simply smiled. Everyone knows that you are a top manager. You must have put in a lot of effort into Luo Xing's matter, right? Although Song Yanshu quickly sent the man away, Tang Jingxian also left with him. She didn't know that Tang Jingxian had been here, did she? If she did, she would have already chased after him barefooted. There was a saying, as the saying goes, as time goes by, as time goes by. As soon as Tongning heard that Tang Jingshuan's resources had been stolen, she immediately gave her troublesome brother a phone call. Did Feng Yu bully you? No, I gave up my resources on my own accord. Tang Jingxian, have you noticed that you've been acting a little strange lately? Is it all because of Yanshu? Can't you pull yourself together and solve a problem for me? Tongming's tone became heavier. Sis, I've actually been thinking about something for the past few days, Tang Jingxian continued after a short pause. Perhaps I'm more suited to earning money. So, I want to wait until after your film is released and on my last concert on December 8th to announce my retirement from the entertainment industry. Tongming actually understood that Tang Jingxian had never been suited for the entertainment industry. He refused to give up on his kind nature, yet he was always met with evil. Have you thought it through? You should know how much Yanshu wants to see you become an evergreen tree in the music industry. I've thought it through. One Xia Jingyi and one Song Yanshu was enough for him. In this materialistic industry, he didn't want his future love life to be filled with disguises and secrets. When you make a choice, no matter if it's right or wrong, you still have to walk it to the end. This was Tongning's advice. In this world, it wasn't difficult to make a choice, it was difficult to bear the consequences of making a choice. I will be there on time for WH's public premiere. I wish you all the best for your film. After speaking, Tang Jingxian hung up the phone. However, after making the decision, his entire body relaxed. It was like he was finally able to float to the surface after being submerged for a long time and take a deep breath. Song Yanshu was also going to be there to support WH. Of course, she was also going to be there with that man. Late at night, Tongming leaned into Mo Ting's embrace as they flipped through parenting books. At this time, Tongming suddenly said, Jingxian has decided to retire from the entertainment industry. He's lasted long enough, and Mo Ting was not surprised. He doesn't know how to socialize and he can't let go of his kindness. In this industry, there's no other path for him to choose. Most importantly, if he returns to Tangkor, he can help lessen the burden on Mom. I'm guessing you have your eyes on that last option, right? You don't want me to work too hard. You can say that, Mo Ting nodded his head. Mo Ting nodded his head without hiding anything. He chose this path, let him walk it on his own. By the time he is covered in injuries and calluses, he will know what to do to protect himself. Okay, Tang Ning was convinced by Mo Ting. After all, this was Tang Jingshuan's path to begin with. So, when do you plan to announce my pregnancy? Mo Ting put down the parenting book and hugged his wife to sleep. If possible, I'd rather no one find out. That way, you and the baby won't be disturbed. That doesn't seem realistic. Tang Ning couldn't help but laugh. After all, how many people are staring at my stomach? I'm rumored to be infertile. Don't talk nonsense. Close your eyes and sleep. Mo Ting hugged Tang Ning tightly. Even though they were already an old married couple, his arms were still the same as they were when they first got married. They had never changed. He would not change, nor did he dare to change. Because, in this lifetime, he wanted Tang Ning to stay by his side. Only then would his life be complete. Meanwhile, after Tang Jingxian decided to retire from the entertainment industry, his footsteps became much more relaxed because he no longer had any burdens on him. In the past, it was all for the singing career that he loved. But now, he needed to learn to shoulder his own responsibilities and give his all like a man. Apart from Tang Ning, he did not tell anyone about his decision to retire. He was confident that Mo Ting would support him and not make things difficult for him over his contract. For him, the entertainment industry was once beautiful. But, it was now a shackle that he desperately wanted to break free from. A few days later, WH was released to the public. Hai Rui held a screening ceremony and invited many of their friends from the industry to attend. As a highly anticipated film, many theaters arranged for midnight screenings. After all, a blockbuster film like this would usually receive a good response from midnight onwards. However, the strange thing was, the main cast of WH only sent a few supporting actors. Whether it was the director or the male and female leads, none of them seemed to have any intention of making an appearance at such an important event. The person that just entered the venue is our popular superstar, Luo Xing. From the looks of it, he's here to support our Tang Ning. He's getting more and more handsome. The MC outside the stage welcomed the guests with great enthusiasm. However, Tang Jingxian attended the event on his own. Rumor had it that after his manager was replaced, he was robbed of his resources. The car accident incident also hurt him quite a bit. But, he was still Tang Ning's brother. Even the fallen stars didn't dare disrespect Tang Jingxian for Tang Ning's sake. Tang Jingxian entered the VIP theater on his own and sat down in the seat with his name on it. However, the thing that made him feel a little uncomfortable was the fact that Song Yenshu was sitting in the same row and there were only two people to his right. Song Yenshu seemed to have expected him to appear, so she was not surprised at all. Her eyes were dim like there was a lot she wanted to say to Tang Jingxian, but at the same time, she felt like she had been wronged. Tang Jingxian pretended not to see Song Yenshu. Before the film even started, he was already flipping through his phone and chatting with other singers. But, because of their awkward relationship, the people in the back row couldn't help but start gossiping. Hey, do you guys know who the man and woman sitting in front of us are? It seems, the rumors are true. The two have fallen out. Men always change when they want to. Look at how much Song Yenshu has sacrificed for Luo Xing, but what did she get in the end? Forget it. I think Song Yenshu also wants to be famous. So, she took advantage of this opportunity to get a little bit of fame. All in all, it's quite amusing that things have gotten to this point. The crowd behind them began to point at the couple. As they weren't all from Hai Rui, Tang Jingxian couldn't deal with them properly. All he could do was sit quietly and listen to the gossip. Not long after, Tang Jingxian received a message from Song Yenshu. She simply said, "Let's have a talk." What do you want to talk about? About compensation or about canceling your contract? Luo Xing, can you not give up on yourself like this? I don't like it when you're like this. Then, what do you like about me? Tang Jingxian asked shamelessly. But, before Song Yenshu could respond, he gave his own answer. I think we've already made things clear. I don't think the 11 years you've worked so hard have anything to do with me. So, I won't think too highly of myself. Song Yenshu froze. She suddenly didn't know how to respond. Everything was because of that one night. If everything had not been revealed, perhaps she and Tang Jingxian would have had a different ending. But, from now on, was this all she and Luo Xing could do? The film lasted a total of 127 minutes and the atmosphere was tense for the entire 127 minutes. Many people from the industry attended the premiere with a supportive attitude, but deep down, they were thinking, I want to see what kind of shocking film Tongning, who has only acted in one film, and a newcomer director who hasn't even acted in one film, will make. I want to see if it is as touching as the promotional video claims. But, in reality, after watching the film, everyone was silent. It seemed, it took a long time for them to recover from the horror of the film. At the end of the film, it seemed, WH, was definitely going to have a sequel. Tang Jingxian noticed that there were a lot of people present. After watching the film, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Of course, after looking around, he suddenly smiled. He was well aware of how successful Tongning's portrayal of the female author was. It was as if, upon entering the screen, she was the only person alive. A few times, I was shocked by Tongning's reaction. It was like she had actually experienced something like this before. It was scary. She was chased and then she was on the run. Tongning was covered in blood from head to toe. She must have worked too hard. I can't see any trace of Tongning at all. This film is definitely worth watching. Bai Chendong is also amazing as a psycho. No wonder he is a national treasure. Hearing all the positive comments, Tang Jingxian suddenly felt that Tongning's previous efforts had been worth it. This time, she was definitely the female lead. In fact, she portrayed the female author in a way that was full of character and courage. Those who wanted to see what was going on could not help but shut their mouths after the movie ended. They could clearly feel the difference between them. Bai Chendong and Tongning were both born to act. No matter how big of a burden they had, they could throw it all away and put 100% of their energy into their roles. As for Nzihao, because of the impact of Western culture, he did not care about commercial value. He simply wanted to shoot a good film. With these three people gathered together, WH did not disappoint. After the premiere, the people from the industry began to accept interviews from the reporters. One after another, they expressed their admiration for the entire cast and crew of WH and hoped that the film would be a hit. But, when it came to Tang Jingxian, the reporter asked another sensitive question, Luo Xing, rumor has it that you've replaced your manager. Is it because of a change of heart? Luo Xing, tonight you and your ex-manager sat on the same row but didn't say a word. Is it because your relationship broke down? Luo Xing, I heard your former manager has found another artist and snatched away your resources. Are you aware of this? In the face of the reporter's gossipy questions, Tang Jingxian just elegantly and calmly asked everyone, was the movie good? I feel that everyone seems to be here to attend the public screening, so please forgive me for now. There will be a more suitable time and place in the future anyway. In that case, Luo Xing, can you tell us how Tongning is doing? Do you keep in touch? This question seemed to be quite gentle. Tang Jingxian pondered for a moment before replying with a smile, don't worry, she's doing well. Just as Tang Jingxian was about to leave, a cry of surprise came from the other corner of the theater. Everyone's gaze was drawn over, including Tang Jingshuan's. You caused our Ijia to fall. Is this how Hai Rui treats their managers? Amongst the crowd, 3 women were surrounded. One was weakly leaning against a chubby woman and the one on the left was Song Yanshu. I didn't do it on purpose. I apologized to Ijia, Song Yanshu politely apologized as she had been taught. Ijia has already fallen. If those photos get leaked and affect her, will you take responsibility? The woman asked as she poked Song Yanshu in the head. The woman poked Song Yanshu in the head. Of course, they weren't employees of Hai Rui. So, they weren't afraid of Mo Ting. I can take responsibility. How are you going to take responsibility? You deserve to be replaced by Luo Xing. After hearing this, Song Yanshu's expression once again turned ugly. Previously, you shamelessly threw yourself at a man and caused such a commotion that the entire city knew about it. But now? No one is going to help you. In order not to become the center of attention, the woman suggested they settle the matter in the waiting room and Song Yanxiu agreed. But, Tang Jingxian witnessed the entire scene and saw her clench her fists. This world was made for the strong. If the woman didn't have the guts to bully an artist from Hai Rui, then for a mere manager to be caught by a slightly higher-level actor, she could only blame herself for being unlucky. But, just as they were about to leave, Tang Jingxian suddenly stretched out his hand and blocked their way. "Where are you going?" "It seems, Luo Tianwang has decided to stand up for Song Yanxiu." Seeing the woman smirk, Tang Jingxian took a step back and said, "I don't think you have the right to teach a lesson to someone from Hai Rui." Song Yanxiu looked at Tang Jingxian with a complicated expression. But, Tang Jingxian ignored her and pretended not to see her eyes. "You're still embroiled in a scandal, yet you're sticking your nose into someone else's business?" Tang Jingxian couldn't be bothered talking to the woman, so he pulled Song Yanxiu behind him and protected her. "Ijia, give me some face. It's not easy to survive in the industry." The woman called Ijia flipped her long black hair and shrugged, "As long as you can guarantee that I won't end up on the headlines tomorrow because of a fall." "No problem," Tang Jingxian nodded. Right now, it was time to discuss Tongning and WH. Who would want to see an actress that had been in the industry for so many years, yet had never even won a newcomer award? "Fine, this is what you promised." Ijia did not pursue the matter as she waved her hand and left with her manager. Soon, only Tang Jingxian and Song Yanxiu remained in the theater. Tang Jingxian placed his hands in his pockets. He had no intention of speaking to Song Yanxiu. He simply sighed and prepared to leave. At this time, Song Yanxiu quickly held him back. "Let's have a talk. I'm still trying to help you hold on to the remaining 2 concerts." "No need," Tang Jingxian replied. "Luo Xing, some things aren't as simple as you think. Can you not give up on yourself like this? I know I've let Ningjia down, I want to make up for it." "Make up for it? What did you do wrong?" Tang Jingxian laughed in self-ridicule. "Don't force yourself because of me. If I say it's no need, then it's no need." He had already announced his retirement, so what was the point of attending so many fan meetings? Luo Xing this time, Tang Jingxian once again turned around, but he did not look back. Emotions made him feel tired. So, he decided he needed a good rest. Song Yanxiu watched as Tang Jingxian left, but she had no right to stop him. She was no longer related to him, she could barely be considered as his ex-manager. Tang Jingxian entered the underground parking lot alone. After that, he saw Sister E and her agent in the garage. "Luo Xing, do you have time for a drink?" "I'm sorry, Ijia. How about another day?" Tang Jingxian rejected. "Aren't you afraid that I'll cause trouble for your ex-manager again?" Ijia asked Tang Jingxian with a dignified and generous smile. "It's just one drink. In fact, I can guarantee that it will only be one drink." Tang Jingxian wasn't stupid. Of course, he knew what Ijia's motive was. She was already quite old, but her acting skills were still mediocre. She had always been a supporting actress, so of course, she was anxious. After all, for an actor, if they didn't have the ability, they needed to have youth and a pretty face. If they didn't have either, then they would have to rely on external factors. For example, him. Tang Jingxian was the current king of entertainment and had always been a hot topic. He was also the 4th master of Tangkor and Tongning's younger brother. As long as his name was mentioned, it was bound to attract attention. No wonder Ijia had her eyes on Tang Jingxian. She wanted to create hype. Tang Jingxian closed the car door and stared coldly at Sister E, who was sitting opposite him. His eyes were filled with disgust for scheming. "Okay, but I will decide the location." Tang Jingxian laughed. Seeing Tang Jingxuan's straightforwardness, Ijia quickly nodded her head in fear that he would regret his decision. "Okay. Please get in the car." Tang Jingxian walked over to the back door of the sports car and opened it like a gentleman, allowing Ijia and her manager to board. Afterwards, the corners of his lips curved upwards into a mocking smile. Before he drove off, he pulled out his phone and sent a text message. Ijia's real name was Zhao Qini. In reality, she was around the same age as Mo Ting. But, perhaps because she wanted to attract attention, she dressed up in a mature and dignified manner. In fact, it made her look 5 years older. Afterwards, the car sped down the road. As they were heading to an unfamiliar place, Xianxia immediately asked, "Where are we going?" "To a place you never expected." Zhao Qini thought that Tang Jingxian was lusting after her and wanted to take advantage of the situation to bring her home, so she couldn't help but feel a little smug. Soon, Tang Jingxian unknowingly drove the car into Hyatt Regency and entered the high-class villa that Zhao Qini had never been to before. "We're here, get out of the car." Tang Jingxian pulled open the car door and gestured for Zhao Qini and Mo Ting to step out. "This is your home?" Zhao Qini looked at the villa in front of her, which was decorated with Spanish palaces, and was shocked. "You'll know when you get in." Tang Jingxian smiled and led the two of them to the front door of the villa. Of course, because Tongning knew beforehand, she left the door open for him so he could easily open it. This further confirmed Zhao Qini's suspicions that this was Tang Jingshuan's current residence. After all, not many people had actually entered Hyatt Regency. The security here was extremely tight and it was impossible for anyone to sneak in. Even the most experienced paparazzi wouldn't be able to escape the security system of the entire estate. However, as soon as they stepped into the villa, Zhao Qini froze in place. Tongning reclined on the sofa lazily leaning against the cushion as she hugged a soft pillow in her arms. Of course, it was to cover her stomach. Most importantly, she was wearing a white turtleneck sweater and her black hair was tied up in a bun. She exuded an otherworldly aura that made one feel envious and couldn't help but steal a few more glances. She was obviously a few years older than Tongning. But, in front of Tongning, Zhao Qini seemed to feel inferior. The feeling of inferiority spread from the depths of her heart to her limbs. "I heard Miss Zhao invited my brother for a drink. Since you're both going to drink, why don't you come over to my place?" Tongning said in a gentle voice. "Please have a seat, make yourself at home." But, in reality, who would dare to treat this place as their home? Tongning on her own was enough to strike fear into people's hearts. Not to mention, Mo Ting was backing her up. It's getting late. I think I'll come back another day." Zhao Qini's voice trembled a little. Perhaps even she realized she had lost her composure. "I sleep late anyway, it's fine," Tongning replied slowly, like she was purposely trying to torment Zhao Qini. "I think I should go." Zhao Qini couldn't help but be afraid of Tongning's aura. So, all she could do was run away. However, just as she turned around, Tongning suddenly called out to her. "Xianxia, I don't like to quit halfway through a game. Since it's already started, you should follow the rules." Tongning stood up. Her voice was no longer as casual as before. Instead, it was fierce and imposing. "From now on, if you see Luo Xing, it's best you take a detour. Otherwise, I will end your life. If you want to use this opportunity to increase your exposure, you can go look for someone else. I have no objections. But, don't provoke my brother. Otherwise, don't even think about becoming famous in your next life, let alone in this one." Zhao Qini turned around and bowed to Tongning. "I understand. Next time, if you want to ask my brother out for a drink, you can come straight to Hyatt Regency. He is a bit busy, but I am a bit free at the moment." Tongning raised an eyebrow. "Xianxia, what do you think?" Xianxia was a little surprised, but in the end, she nodded her head obediently. At this moment, apart from fear, there was no room for anything else in her heart. Tongning, this supermodel, this actress, and this mysterious character had completely exceeded her understanding of women. "I will listen to you." Tongning laughed mockingly and did not say another word. This time, she simply wanted Zhao Qini to wake up to reality. In this world, not every bad idea could be taken advantage of, there would always be an Oriole lurking behind. As he watched the two women flee, Tang Jingxian stood to one side, wanting to laugh, but not daring to. It was only after the two women had left that he revealed a rare smile. "Jia, your aura is quite impressive. You are able to suppress people. So, you didn't even ask your brother-in-law before you brought her here?" Tongning glared at him. "Who told you to be fast, accurate and ruthless?" Tang Jingxian gave Tongning a thumbs up before he sat down on the sofa and continued, "I've watched WH. Sis, you are amazing. I don't think anyone in this world is more suitable to be an actress than you." I've also watched the other films. To be honest, although the other popular female leads are all good at acting, they aren't as amazing as you. Are you saying this because I am your sister? Tongming subconsciously furrowed her brows. This is what I truly feel. Tongming had not seen the film yet, so she couldn't understand how she felt. You haven't seen it yet, right? After you've seen it, you will be impressed by yourself. Just as Tang Jingxian was getting excited, he saw Mo Ting walk out of the study dressed in a black turtleneck. His steps were steady and powerful like a king. Don't you want your sister to get some rest? What time is it already? Tang Jingxian knew this was the limit of Mo Ting's patience, so he quickly stood up from the sofa and waved his hand. I'm leaving. Sis, get some rest and help me send my regards to my nephew. Tongming watched as Tang Jingxian sped off and finally revealed a helpless smile. She then held on to Mo Ting's hand and said coquettishly, I understand. I won't do it again. We can't just leave him like this, right? Mo Ting did not say a word as his eyes sparkled like diamonds. This bastard kept causing trouble every other day. It was time to find a way to deal with him. WH breaks $100 million box office on first day, reputation and popularity skyrocket. WH breaks new record for fastest domestic film to break $100 million. WH has heaven-defying numbers. It turns out, domestic disaster films still have a chance. After watching WH, I didn't feel scared or disappointed, I felt like crying. Crying tears of joy. I didn't expect to see such a dedicated director and such excellent actors in my lifetime. I can't help but praise the monsters in WH, for their acting skills are better than the current celebrities. The plot is well balanced, the dialogue is meticulous, the action scenes are shocking and the special effects are conscientious. Bai Chendong's acting is as good as ever. No wonder he is a national treasure. Tongming's explosive power is amazing. I was shocked a few times by her reaction, it was like I was in the real world. She is amazing. From now on, I will definitely watch all of her films. Although I don't like disaster films and find it depressing, it is a fact that Tongming's acting beats all the other popular actresses. Online, most of the reviews for WH were positive. This was because the entire production team had put their heart and soul into this film. They were extremely sincere in their approach to producing a good film. The Fei Tian Awards are about to be announced. It's a good film and a good actress. Although the other movies were good, WH really shocked me. In the past, I always thought that Chinese disaster movies were for idiots, but WH has given me hope. It's a good movie with good actors. As WH continued to run, Tongming's popularity and reputation once again rose to new heights. She used her attitude and professionalism to prove to everyone that she was a trustworthy actress. Of course, because of the reputation of WH, Tongming's supporters far surpassed the other popular actresses. Everyone was discussing this year's Fei Tian Awards and believed she had the highest chance of winning. Late at night, Tongming finally awoke from her drowsiness. To her surprise, Mo Ting was sitting on the edge of her bed and staring into her eyes. You're back? Why didn't you wake me up? I couldn't bear to. Mo Ting carried Tongming in his arms and led her into the wardrobe. Get changed. We need to go somewhere. Huh? Mo Ting did not explain. He simply wrapped Tongming tightly in his clothes and led her into the car. Tongming had no idea what Mo Ting was planning. Until they arrived at the cinema. What if someone finds out? Tongming looked around anxiously. I've already made arrangements. The two of us will be the first to enter and the last to leave. No one will notice us, Mo Ting smiled as he led Tongming into the VIP theater. Today, we will watch a film like a normal couple. The name of the film is WH, I'm sure Mrs. Mo has heard of it before. Tongming froze for a moment as her heart suddenly warmed up. She knew how busy Mo Ting had been recently, but Mo Ting always placed her first. He even remembered something as simple as not watching WH. I don't think my acting is good enough. It's not up to you to decide, Mo Ting helped her sit down as people began to stream into the theater. Originally, she thought it would only be a few people and the attendance wouldn't be too high. But, less than a minute after the film started, the theater was already filled to the brim. There were no empty seats. Tongning could even hear the whispers from the rows in front and behind her. "Wow, it's a full house." Of course, with such a good reputation, it would be strange if it wasn't full. "Let me tell you, this is the third time I've watched it. The first time I watched it myself, the second time I invited my family, and the third time I invited my friends." "Is it really that good?" "You will definitely cry from the shock." Hearing these words, Tongning felt proud and excited. At the same time, she felt nervous. She knew, from now on, these people would have even higher expectations of her. Soon, all the spotlights in the theater were switched off as the film began to flash on the large screen. During the entire 100 minutes, even Tongning couldn't help but clench her fists for the female lead. It was a wonderful feeling. Mo Ting observed her reaction from start to finish and suddenly felt Tongning had such a cute side to her. "Shocking, it's so shocking. Wow, Tongning's acting is godly. I'm getting goosebumps from the scare." As soon as the film finished, everyone couldn't help but cheer. However, at this time, the person in charge of the screening said, "Everyone, please don't leave yet. There will be an Easter egg." Hearing that there would be an Easter egg, everyone returned to their seats and waited expectantly. But, what appeared on the screen was highlights from Tongning and Bai Chendong's filming of WH. During filming at the seaside, Tongning's clothes were rarely dry. At times, even her mouth was covered in sand. During filming at the village, Tongning was covered in blood from head to toe. Even the staff vomited from the smell. Yet, at this time, Tongning had to play the role of comforting others. Seeing this, film fans could feel Tongning's sincerity as an actress. "If we don't give Tongning a Fei Tian award this time, we won't be able to explain ourselves." Mo Ting watched intently from start to finish. This was Tongning's first female lead in every sense of the word. Tongning looked at Mo Ting nervously. A moment later, a gentle smile appeared on his face. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "I want to hear your opinion," Tongning replied. "Because you know best how to evaluate an actor." "Is it my honor to be admired by Mrs. Mo?" Mo Ting wrapped his arm around Tongning and placed his chin on top of her head. "I don't actually want to say anything. Everyone here is expressing their feelings towards this film and I am just one of them." "Ning. You've already done very well. From now on, you can do even better. With WH, you can definitely win the Fei Tian Best Newcomer Award." Mo Ting wasn't trying to comfort her, he was speaking the truth. In fact, Tongning's abilities had exceeded his expectations. Especially when she was acting with Bai Chendong, the tension between the two was so intense that everyone could feel the thrill of the action. The Best Newcomer Award, this was the dream of all newcomers and Tongning was no exception. Otherwise, she wouldn't be looking forward to it. However, just as her film, WH, was being screened, the media suddenly released an explosive piece of news. The Little Heavenly King, Luo Xing, was dating an unknown actress, Zhao Qini, who was 10 years older than him. In fact, there was even a photo of them in a car together. Apparently, Zhao Qini even entered Hyatt Regency with Luo Xing to get Tongning's approval. "Jia doesn't seem to be trustworthy," Tongning said with a hint of ridicule. "Not necessarily. She doesn't have the guts," Mo Ting said as he stared into Tongning's eyes. "She might even be used. Let Xianxia handle it himself." This time, Tongning had no intention of getting involved. But, to everyone's surprise, Tang Jingxian was supposed to step out and explain himself. After all, so many fans were attracted to him because he was young and handsome. Now that he was being rumored to be 10 years older than him, his fragile heart would be shattered. "I hope Luo Xing can step out and clarify everything. Why would such an old woman want to ruin my Luo Xing? Luo Xing, are you blind? If this is true, I will stop being your fan. Zhao Qini is too shameless. Is she trying to rob the cradle?" The official websites of Luo Xing's fan club and various fan clubs were flooded with comments. Thanks to his relationship with Tongning, Luo Xing was going to stay on the hot search list for a few more days. So, when Feng Yu directly asked him for his opinion, he simply replied, "I was originally going to sing one last show anyway. Reputation doesn't matter. Let's just help Jia out." Fang Yu used his right hand to support his left elbow as he leaned against the floor-to-ceiling glass and replied, "This matter indeed has nothing to do with Xiaoqini. She was sold out by her manager. Otherwise, it would not have been revealed so many days after the incident. This is obviously because they are short on money. Are you okay?" "Huh?" Tang Jingxian didn't quite understand what Fang Yu meant. "I'm referring to her. Don't you care what she thinks?" Fang Yu hinted at Song Yanshu. Tang Jingxian looked at Fang Yu in a daze. It seemed he had not thought about the consequences. But, a moment later, he regained his composure and shook his head. "This is my business, it has nothing to do with her." "Fine, as you wish," Fang Yu sighed. "If you have time, you should write some songs. After all, the agency has spent a lot of money on you. You need to put in some effort for your brother-in-law to be able to establish his authority in front of others." "I understand." After chatting with Fang Yu for a while, Tang Jingxian left Fang Yu's office. However, at the end of the corridor, he spotted Song Yanshu anxiously leaning against the railing. Tang Jingxian pretended not to see her. Just as he was about to walk in the opposite direction, Song Yanshu turned her head and spotted him. "Luo Xing, what's the matter?" Tang Jingxian asked calmly. "Don't you plan to give a public explanation for this incident?" "I refuse to believe that you are in a relationship with Yi Jia." "We are indeed in a relationship," Tang Jingxian interrupted. "Otherwise, with my status and Hai Rui's power, do you think Zhao Qini would be able to expose something like this so easily? But, your concert is just around the corner. Miss Song, this has nothing to do with you." Tang Jingxian mercilessly revealed the truth before he turned and left. Song Yanshu could only watch helplessly as Tang Jingxian left. Tang Jingxian was right, this had nothing to do with her. But, this wasn't the worst. Because, someone even revealed that Yi Jia was pregnant and the child belonged to Tang Jingxian. Oh God, if this is true, then all I can say is that Luo Xing is blind. No matter what, I will not accept an old and ugly woman. Song Yanshu would sometimes hide at home and watch the news. Whenever she came across any comments that were directed at Tang Jingxian, she would delete them. But, this time, the malicious comments came in full force. She couldn't handle them all on her own. Afterwards, she thought about it in her mind. It seemed, from the moment the two of them laid their cards on the table, Tang Jingxian had not been normal. Was this all because of her? Thinking of this, Song Yanshu's expression was full of regret and distress. She wanted so badly to reach out and help Tang Jingxian, but the situation was worse than she expected. If she had known, she wouldn't have hidden her feelings. However, the most unexpected thing was yet to come. Because of Tang Jingshuan's scandal, the fan club was greatly affected. More than half of the fans refunded their tickets. This made the organizers feel extremely awkward. It was hard for them to back down. In the end, the host of the fan club approached Tang Jingxian and asked for his opinion. "Right now, you only have one choice, you can give up." "No. There is a second choice. I will pay. Even if not a single fan turns up, it doesn't matter." Tang Jingxian simply wanted to give himself an explanation. The host looked at him meaningfully and sighed as he nodded his head. "Should I ask Tongning for help?" "No need," Tang Jingxian shook his head. "This is my business. Don't disturb my sister." The host looked at Tang Jingxian like he was an idiot. He couldn't understand what was wrong with his brain. If something like this was set as a precedent, it would change the rules of the industry. This was something that people in the industry would be ashamed of. "Okay, the fan club will continue as planned." Tang Jingxian thanked the host once again. Tang Jingxian thanked the other party again. However, as he looked at the last stage in front of him, he suddenly felt nostalgic for the time when he was full of passion. But, this time, the fan club, no fans turned up, no. I've never seen a singer in such a pitiful state. "Are we still going to be his accompaniment?" the musician asked as he looked at the empty audience on stage. "Yeah, I've been an accompanist for over 10 years. What an eye-opener." The drummer sat down in his seat and played with his neatly combed hair. "It makes me feel a little sympathetic towards Luo Xing." "What's the point of sympathizing? He needs the audience to sympathize with him. How big of a deal is it?" "I really admire Luo Xing's courage. He's been extremely popular this year. The last time he performed in another city, there wasn't a single empty seat in a 10,000 capacity venue. What a shame. In reality, Tang Jingxian already knew what the situation was like outside. But, he continued to sit in front of his dressing table and prepare like he always did. In this industry, if you could enjoy the glory of being the center of attention, you also needed to understand the misery of being abandoned. 5 minutes before the show started, Tang Jingxian was already dressed in a dark gray tuxedo and ready to go on stage. But, at this time, he received a phone call from Tongning. Don't be afraid. Even if you have nothing left, you still have your family. Tang Jingxuan's heart was suddenly deeply moved by Tongning. If one were to say that he was slightly timid and hesitant a moment ago, then, after hearing that Tongning still had her family, he immediately relaxed. As he put down his phone, he gave the staff an okay sign. Seeing his determination, the host no longer felt awkward as he stepped onto the stage like there were millions of fans in front of him. However, what he didn't expect was that in the audience, there was someone sitting in the middle of the VIP seats. Although this person wasn't a fan, her presence was enough to rival millions of fans. The host was a little surprised as he became a little emotional. After all, Tongning's current position was not something a small host like him could see. So, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Perhaps sensing the awkwardness on his face, Tongning looked at the host and smiled. It was this smile that the host would never forget this special night for the rest of his life. Afterwards, he regained his composure and reminded himself to treat this as a rehearsal. So, he quickly got into the zone. Next, let's welcome our heavenly star, Luo Xing. As the stage lights flickered, Tongning saw Tang Jingxian jump out from behind a mirror dressed in a black leather suit with his dancers. He was originally good at soft love songs, but for the last fan club in his life, he put on the hottest clothes and danced the most captivating dance. Of course, Tang Jingxian did not expect to see Tongning amongst the empty audience. But, when he thought about Tongning's words of encouragement, he suddenly realized, in this world, even if everyone abandoned him, his family would not. Tongning would never do that. Just like that, Tang Jingxian danced and glowed. His eyes unconsciously became moist. After 3 minutes of passion, Tang Jingxian ended the dance with a handsome pose and walked over to the MC, panting. Luo Xing, today. Host, actually, you don't have to be so restrained. Just do whatever you want today. If possible, can you pass the microphone to me? I have something to say. Actually, this fan club was being streamed live online. Although not many people were paying attention, Tongning had prepared another gift for Tang Jingxian. She rented the biggest television in Beijing and broadcast his fan club live. Okay, the MC nodded. Firstly, I would like to say hello to all my fans, even though none of you came, Tang Jingxian said with a hint of sadness as he bowed to everyone. Tang Jingxian said with a hint of sadness in his voice. But, he still bowed to everyone. However, I won't feel any regrets. Below the stage, there are still my beloved family members. Firstly, I would like to clarify that there is no special relationship between Miss Zhao Qini and I am not the father of the child in her stomach. The so-called evidence is simply because I invited Miss Zhao to Hyatt Regency. As you all understand, this industry needs to be hyped up. As for me, I simply asked my sister 3 to tactfully tell Miss Zhao that I did not want to cooperate. As for what happened afterwards, I don't want to explain. Before I entered the industry, I admit that I thought being a celebrity's job was to be liked. But, after entering the industry, I realized, this industry is a lot dirtier and darker than I thought. Feelings are fake, talent is fake, and sometimes, even fans are fake. Following on, I would like to sing a song called Self-Hypnosis to the people that abandoned me today. Because of you, I have learned that reality is irreversible, but the human heart is hard to predict. After Tang Jingxian finished speaking, the soothing music on the stage finally began to play. Tang Jingxian quickly immersed himself into the sad love song. Abandonment is salvation, but when you turn around, it becomes nothing. Tang Jingxuan's voice was transmitted to every corner of Beijing's biggest television screen. As for those that saw this, they couldn't help but stop in their tracks. There was no audience, there were no fans, but he was still himself, the little heavenly king that loved to sing. Actually, I've wanted to say this for a long time. After the song ended, Tang Jingxian suddenly said to the camera in seriousness, "Life is a jerk, but this industry is even more of a jerk. I know a lot of people want me to disappear from this industry because I've disgusted you. Since I've said this much, then I would like to say to everyone, I will do as you wish. I, Luo Xing, hereby announce that from tonight onwards, I will be retreating from the entertainment industry and will never sing again. In fact, I will never step foot into this industry again. In the past, I sang because I liked it. Later on, it was because of my fans. But, when faced with fans that can turn against me overnight, I feel there's nothing else worth sacrificing my youth for. After all, my family is still waiting for me. From this moment onwards, I am Tang Jingxian, the fourth master of the Tang family and the future successor of Tangkor." With that, Tang Jingxian took off his costume and tossed it into the air. "Lastly, I would like to thank you for your temporary love and thank you for your current hatred." After speaking, Tang Jingxian took a few steps back and bowed to everyone. He then elegantly stepped off the stage and headed towards Tongning. It seemed he no longer had any attachment to the industry. Meanwhile, the internet was in an uproar. In order to prove his innocence, the little heavenly king, Luo Xing, announced his retreat from the industry. Luo Xing retreats from the industry. Luo Xing announces his retreat from the entertainment industry. Luo Xing announces his retreat from the industry without any hesitation. "Song Jia, have you seen the news tonight? It's explosive. Your former singer, Luo Xing, has announced his retreat from the industry." Inside the waiting room, one of Song Yanshu's artists laughed as she handed a phone to Song Yanshu. "I heard that not a single fan turned up at the concert tonight. I've never seen anyone worse off than him." Hearing Luo Xing retreat from the industry, Song Yanshu was a little surprised. She immediately put down the magazine in her hands and received the phone with trembling hands. "That's impossible." "Why is it impossible?" "All the news outlets are reporting about it. Hayes, I used to like his songs. I'm so unlucky this time." Song Yanshu could no longer hear anything else. Her mind was blank and her heart felt like it was being stabbed by needles. Even though she wasn't sure what her feelings towards Tang Jingxian were, one thing was clear: Luo Xing's decision to retire from the industry was largely because of the hurt she had caused him. With this thought, Song Yanshu immediately pulled out her phone and gave Tang Jingxian a phone call. But there was no response. Song Yanshu then tried to contact Tongning, but Tongning's phone was turned off. "No. Luo Xing can't retreat from the industry," Song Yanshu mumbled to herself. "Song Jia, what's wrong?" Song Yanshu's artists asked worriedly after seeing her in a daze. However, Song Yanshu couldn't care less as she rushed out of the waiting room. But, by the time she arrived at the venue where Tang Jingshuan's concert was held, the entire venue had already been emptied. All that was left behind were 2 to 3 staff cleaning up. "Where's Luo Xing?" Song Yanshu asked as she grabbed onto one of them. "He left a long time ago. Why would he stay here?" "Hayes, the industry these days is full of hostility. He was such a good young man, yet he kept using him to create rumors. Now, he's been forced to leave. As for his fans, they were still in love with him yesterday, yet today, they're already gnashing their teeth in hatred. How cheap are their feelings," the middle-aged man scoffed. After hearing the man's words, Song Yanshu felt even worse. That's right. During Luo Xing's most difficult time, she had led another artist to compete with him for resources. She suddenly thought back to what Luo Xing had said at the time. Either be his woman, or be a stranger. She always thought Luo Xing was still young and would forget about it after some time, but she never imagined, after Xia Jingyi dealt such a heavy blow to Luo Xing, she would actually add another bloody stab to Tang Jingshuan's body. Luo Xing, the female lead of Luo Xing's scandal, Zhao Qini, made a public appearance, saying, "Luo Xing is innocent." Manager manipulated from behind the scenes, Zhao Qini proves Luo Xing's innocence. The child's father is an Asian businessman. He has nothing to do with Luo Xing. Less than half an hour after Tang Jingxian announced his retirement from the entertainment industry, Zhao Qini released a series of announcements through her agency to prove Tang Jingshuan's innocence, as well as evidence of his manager manipulating things behind the scenes. After that, Xiaoqini accepted an interview with the media. Her face was full of tears, and she looked haggard. First of all, I would like to sincerely apologize to all of you for the negative impact that I have brought to the public. However, this incident has nothing to do with Luo Xing and he has not done anything wrong. In reality, this was the first time we met at the premiere of WH. If you don't believe me, you can check our schedules. Since we've only just met, we can't possibly be lovers. Even though I had bad intentions, Luo Xing never cooperated. This entire incident has been a misunderstanding from start to finish. I never expected to hurt Luo Xing so much. Especially after hearing the words he said at the concert, I feel extremely guilty. That's why I've come out to clarify everything. If you want to scold me, then direct it at me. This incident has nothing to do with Luo Xing. Lastly, I want to say something that I've been holding in my heart all night. I also saw the situation at Luo Xing's concert on the big screen. To be honest, if I was Luo Xing, I would be extremely disappointed. What do you think, fans? After speaking, Xiaoqini turned to the cameras and bowed deeply. Then, she left under the protection of her assistant. This Xiaoqini is hilarious. When she was in trouble, she didn't step out to clarify everything. Instead, she's running away so quickly now, the media side. At least she knows to take responsibility for the situation. Haven't a lot of male artists suffered because of things like this? Yet, they can't say anything about it, another reporter replied. But, Luo Xing's fans have indeed crossed the line. After all, he's an artist that they once liked. Yet, not a single one of them attended the concert. Haven't you seen things like this before? But, Luo Xing doesn't care. After all, even if he doesn't become a singer, he is still the young master of Tangkor. Isn't it great for him to return home and take over the family business? Good riddance to this F***ket-up industry. So, Luo Xing was indeed slandered and there was nothing between him and Xiaoqini. However, whether it was his fans or Song Yenshu, Tang Jingxuan's departure was like a powerful slap across the face. Sob, I regret not trusting Luo Xing. He actually left the industry. He left just like that. He must have been too disappointed in us. Luo Xing, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Fans issued a series of apologies. In fact, one even bought an entire page of the newspaper to print an apology letter to Luo Xing. But there were some things that could be redone over and over again. But there were some things that, once missed, would never happen again. Song Yenshu spent the entire night looking for Tang Jingxian. In fact, she even went to the Tang family home. But he was supposed to be at Hyatt Regency. Song Yenshu was too ashamed to see him, so she could only return empty-handed. Song Jia, where did you go? I didn't see you at the event. Facing her own artist, Song Yenshu couldn't help but tear up. Did I miss out on the most beautiful Luo Xing? What are you talking about? Song Yenshu looked at Song Yenshu in a daze. She suddenly lost control of her emotions. I actually wanted to apologize to him. I never expected that he would be so disappointed. Song Jia, what's wrong? Song Yenshu calmed herself down and shook her head. All she had in her mind was, would she ever see him again? Does that mean I won't be able to see Luo Xing anymore? How could he give up on everything so easily? Was his singing career really that easy for him to give up? Actually, Song Yenshu didn't understand. Did she mind if Tang Jingxian gave up on his identity as a singer or if it was so easy for him to say goodbye to her? After Tang Jingxian announced his retreat from the industry, his previous works naturally climbed to the top of the music charts and became popular around him. But, no matter what his fans said or how much they apologized to him, from the night of the fan club, he never appeared in public again. He also cut off all contact with them. It was almost like he had never appeared in the entertainment industry. But, what did the popular songs that he left behind count for? Above all, at the end of the year, he received quite a few music awards. But, because he announced his retreat from the industry, all of his glory was collected by someone from Hairue. In fact, every time, the representative simply said, Luo Xing would like to thank everyone for their support. It was a very official and cold sentence without any hint of gratitude. After all, he didn't need to thank anyone. Everything he did was due to his own hard work. Hearing these words, his fans and Song Yanshu felt a sharp pain in their hearts. Only they knew that Tang Jingshuan's disappointment in them was far more than that. Late at night, Tang Jingxian was packing his luggage at the Tang family villa when Elder Tang walked over to his room with the help of his walking stick. He then sat on the edge of his bed and asked, "Have you made up your mind? Are you going to the US to further your studies?" "Grandfather, don't worry. This time, I've thought about it carefully," Tang Jingxian replied helplessly. "Is it because of that woman?" Elder Tang asked cautiously. He hadn't seen Tang Jingxian smile for the past few days. "For the sake of a woman, you're willing to leave your family and travel so far away?" After a short pause, Tang Jingxian put down the clothes in his hands and said in seriousness, "Grandfather, through this incident, I've seen clearly what my true value is. I admit, I do feel a little regretful. But, please believe me, this time, the main reason I am going is to shoulder the responsibility of the Tang family. Sister 3 was born to be an actress. The film industry will allow her to shine brightly. So, let me shoulder the responsibility of the Tang family." "Are you serious about this?" Elder Tang asked. In reality, deep down, he already believed that Tang Jingxian had the motivation and plans to move forward. After all, his sister had already done so much for him. "I couldn't be more sincere. Grandfather, while I'm gone, please take care of yourself. Don't get too close to Tang Xian. That woman is crazy, who knows what else she's up to." Grandpa Tang sighed, patted Tang Jingxian on the shoulder, and finally nodded. "Be careful when you go out this time. The flight is at 7 a.m. tomorrow, right? Grandpa will send you off." "No need, Grandpa, I can go by myself." Tang Jingxian was determined to leave. "All right then." This result was completely within Tang Ning's expectations. After all, this was how Tang Jingxian truly looked like a member of the Tang family. She shouldn't have judged Tang Jingshuan's feelings so early. Obviously, after this incident, he already knew whether or not Song Yanshu was suitable for him. Perhaps there was still room for them to grow. But, who knew what the future would hold? To avoid being recognized, Tang Jingxian arrived at Beijing airport at 5 a.m. the next day. Of course, he was a popular figure at the moment, so even under the circumstances, there were still people who recognized him. "Is that Luo Xing?" "I think so." Luo Xing faced with the girls that suddenly surrounded him. Tang Jingshuan's attitude was relatively cold. He crossed his arms and said, "I'm sorry, you've got the wrong person. You are obviously Luo Xing." "Yes, that's right." Tang Jingxian did not say a word because he was about to pass through security. The girls seemed to have sensed the distance between them, so they did not say a word, even though they kept snapping photos of him from behind. Soon, the plane took off. As Tang Jingxian was seated in first class, he received the peace and quiet he wanted. From today onwards, he couldn't be weak and he couldn't refuse. He needed to protect Tang Ning and the Tang family. He needed to get rid of his cowardice and completely change himself. However, his trip to the US was also captured by a fan and was exposed online. "Song Jia, have you been in a daze these past few days because of him?" Inside Hai Rui's waiting room, one of Song Yanshu's artists handed her a piece of news she had just seen. "He's gone to the US." Song Yanshu froze for a moment. After 3 seconds, she once again received the phone from Mo Ting. Seeing Tang Jingxian leave Beijing fully armed, Song Yanshu's heart once again sank to the bottom of the valley. It was like something had flown away with him and all that was left was an empty shell. Afterwards, Song Yanshu gave Tang Ning a phone call. "Ning Jia, Yanshu, what's wrong?" Tang Ning asked despite knowing the answer. "I want to know why Luo Xing, he's gone overseas to further his studies." "I don't think you'll see him for the next few years," Tang Ning replied calmly. "Oh, then, I wish him a bright future." Song Yanshu didn't know how she hung up the phone. All she knew was, as soon as she put it down, her heart was completely empty. Not only had Tang Jingxian left the industry, he had left without hesitation. This was what she had hoped for. So, why? Why did she feel so much regret? Or perhaps, Tang Jingshuan's motive was to make her regret for the rest of her life. Inside Hyatt Regency, Tang Ning had just put down her phone. Seeing her furrowed brows, Ting couldn't help but rub her forehead. You always have an endless amount of worries. Ting, are you saying that the rascal and Xianxia are no longer fated? Tongming couldn't help but lean into Ting's embrace. I don't care if their fate ends or not. All I know is, I want you to receive the Fei Tian Best Newcomer Award, Ting said in seriousness. WH has only been released for a short period of time, but it has already broken many box office records. Did you know? Everyone is full of praise for you. Even the old man personally told me that your acting in WH amazed him. But, I heard that grandfather has been invited to be a judge for this year's Fei Tian Awards. Tongming lifted her head and looked at Ting. Did you get this information from Long Jie? That's true, but don't expect grandfather to go easy on you. Of course I know grandfather won't. I'm just afraid that others will think the same way. I hope the award in my hands will be truly valuable. Tongming couldn't help but worry. According to her experience, the Fei Tian Awards weren't going to be easy to receive. Of course, the Fei Tian Awards weren't easy to win. After all, it was the dream of every actor. Not only were their competitors capable, they also had some tricks up their sleeves. Even if the results couldn't be falsified, there were still plenty of people that would run around for the chance to win the award. Even so, Ting was determined to win the Best Newcomer Award. He had already made Tongming give up too much: the international stage, the glory of being a supermodel, an immeasurable net worth, and her most primal dream. With this thought, Ting's eyes lit up with seriousness. After all, the only person in this world that could make him give his 100% was Tongming. The Fei Tian Awards was made up of 3 parts. 20% came from the audience, 50% came from the professional judges, and 30% came from the results of the awards. In other words, apart from the fact that the audience could be manipulated, the other 2 categories were practically impossible to manipulate. After all, the Fei Tian Awards had been around for so many years and had maintained its impartiality and recognition. This was all because of its transparency. As for the 20% that could be manipulated, it was the least important part. In reality, it was also a representation of an actor's appeal, but it had no effect on the judging of the awards. Why do we need to win the Best Newcomer Award? With our acting, we can directly win the Best Actress Award. Inside the living room, Tongming watched as Long Jie looked at the information in her hands. She couldn't help but laugh. You can't eat everything in one go. Plus, the Fei Tian Awards are only chosen by the truly capable people. I've heard that every year, the judges would end up fighting each other over the award. From this, it's clear to see how valuable the Fei Tian Awards is. This was the reason why Tongming was so excited. After all, she wanted to see how good her acting was in the eyes of the professionals. With your current popularity and the fact that you've been hiding at home for a few months, you don't need to worry about the voting. As long as they do their best, Tongming laughed. After all, the opinions of the judges were the most important to her. Long Jie was silent for a moment before her eyes landed on Tongming's stomach. She pointed to it and asked, "When does boss plan to announce your pregnancy? Is there a need to rush something like this?" Tongming asked as she rubbed her stomach. "When the time is right, I will naturally reveal it to the public." After hearing this, Long Jie suddenly fell silent. Deep down, she knew that Tongming had to be prepared for something as explosive as this. Or, to be exact, she had a plan in mind that she wanted to achieve. However, at this moment, Tongming's eyes were filled with a cold light. She was preparing to give Tang Xian and the people that had previously ridiculed her for being infertile a heavy blow. "Hey, isn't that Song Xianxia? Why are you pacing around downstairs?" Long Jie subconsciously glanced out the window and saw Song Xianxia standing outside. "She's hesitating whether or not she wants to talk to me," Tongming replied calmly. "What happened?" Long Jie looked confused. She had no idea about the entanglement between Song Xianxia and Tang Jingxian. Tongming let out a gentle laugh as she stood up and walked over to the balcony. She shouted downstairs, "Come on up." Song Xianxia felt a little awkward. She never expected to be discovered. Afterwards, she gathered her courage and entered the Spanish palace-like home. She tiptoed over to Tongming and said, "Ning Jia, I want to talk to you." "Go ahead." Long Jie isn't an outsider, Tang Ning gestured with her chin. I know you want to ask about Jingxian, but I'm sorry, I really don't know what Jingxian is thinking right now. I just want to apologize, but I can't get in touch with him, Song Yenshu smiled bitterly. You don't need to apologize to him. He left the industry because he was disgusted by the darkness, Tang Ning comforted. However, these words had no effect on Song Yenshu. Ning Jia, it's not like he hasn't experienced it in the past. But this time, why? You need to ask yourself, Tang Ning interrupted. Forget it. Yenshu, why are you so serious about making Jingxian famous? What is your motive? Is it because of Jingxian, or is it because of something else? As soon as Song Yenshu heard this, she froze. You were the one that sacrificed your reputation to pull him out of Xiaojingyi swamp. You basically gave him a second chance at love, but if you risked your life for someone else, then to him, it would be more painful than betrayal. He won't be able to help but ask himself, are you just using him? Song Yenshu's face turned pale. He is now in a new environment and is doing well. Yenshu, you need to move forward. You have nothing to do with him and there is no need to apologize. In other words, what was missed for good. Even if you wanted to get back, it depended on whether the other party was willing to wait for you. Song Yenshu left Hyatt Regency without a word. Meanwhile, Long Jie immediately saw through Tang Ning's intentions. Yenshu, you can't tell. After all, we've been together for so many years, so I know you well. What you said just now was to get back at Jingxian. Did I? Tang Ning asked with a smile. Of course I did. With your vengeful personality, you won't even let the people around you go. I'm simply speaking the truth. Yenshu is meticulous in her work, but that doesn't mean I agree with her sentiments. Above all, the person that Song Yenshu bullied was her brother. She had to teach Song Yenshu a lesson so that her brother's suffering wouldn't be in vain. Late at night. Tang family home. Elder Tang, who had nothing to do, found another hobby to do apart from meditating, to calculate the time of birth for Tang Xian and Tang Ning's child. Of course, for this reason, Elder Tang even hired a lawyer to prepare a share certificate as a gift for his grandchild. He wanted to transfer 20% of his shares to his first grandchild. 20%. Elder Tang did not hide this from his family. After all, the entire Tang family knew that Tang Ning was pregnant. Only Tang Xian was kept in the dark. As for the definition of his first grandchild. Naturally, the old master had his own standards in mind. Even if Tang Xian's child was born before Tang Ning's. As the mother, she couldn't take a single cent from her child. Because, she would be kicked out of the Tang family, but, Tang Xian didn't think this way. Somehow, she felt a sense of hope. After all, she had no idea that Tang Ning was pregnant. Grandfather, isn't 20% a little too much? Tang Xian hid the joy on her face and revealed a slightly shocked expression. Too much? Of course not, Elder Tang replied happily. But, what did these shares have to do with her? Grandfather, I never expected that you would accept me and my child in such a way. Tang Xian couldn't help but sob. Perhaps, at this moment, her heart was truly moved. But, Elder Tang would never fall for her tricks again, especially after all the mistakes she had made. Turning over a new leaf? Elder Tang refused to believe that Tang Xian would do such a thing. Don't say anything else. Go upstairs and get some rest, Elder Tang said as he waved his hand. He didn't want to continue talking half-heartedly with Tang Xian. After all, blood was thicker than water, yet they each had their own thoughts. That in itself was quite ironic. Okay grandfather, I'll head upstairs first, Tang Xian said as she held her stomach. But, just as she turned around, she noticed Xia Yuling standing behind them with an unreadable expression on her face. Tang Xian assumed that Xia Yuling had already heard that Elder Tang was planning to give his shares to Tang Xian, so she couldn't help but feel proud. Xia Yuling watched as Tang Xian left, but of course, she did not say a word. After Tang Xian left, she sat down beside Elder Tang. Father. What is the meaning of this? Elder Tang held onto his walking stick with both hands and replied in a strict tone, these are my shares. I have the right to decide what to do with them. But Yuling, you don't need to say anything. Elder Tang held out his hand to stop Xia Yuling. Elder Tang stretched out his hand to stop Xia Yuling. He then stood up and said, I've already made my decision. Follow me to the study room. There's no point in objecting. We can't let Xiaxian hear about this. After all, she is currently pregnant. Xia Yuling suddenly understood what Elder Tang was trying to say. She glanced behind her from the corner of her eyes and followed him into the study room. Father. Yuling, I have decided to officially hand over my authority as chairman. I also plan to officially introduce Tongning as the future chairman in front of all the staff. Elder Tang leaned against the study table and sighed. Elder Tang leaned against the study table and sighed. That brat, Tang Xian, is completely hopeless. After she gives birth, just let her go wherever she wants to go. I can't do anything about it. So, you're saying that you have no intention of giving your shares to your first grandchild? I'm giving it to my grandson. What does that have to do with Tang Xian? Elder Tang asked with a deeper meaning. Although I know Xiaoning doesn't want to take over Tangkor, I'm getting old. With you here and Jingxian in the future, I think it's time for me to let go of my responsibilities. Xiaoning doesn't need to do much. As long as she is the chairwoman of Tangkor, it will continue to grow. Dad, Elder Tang waved his hand as his lips suddenly curled into a self-deprecating smile. Then it's decided. It's almost time for the holidays and the company's annual staff meeting. Let's take this opportunity to announce this news. Prepare well for Xiaoning to take over in glory. After a moment of silence, Xia Yuling nodded her head. Okay then, we'll do as you say. As for Tang Xian, do as you wish. No need to ask me. I will pretend I never had a granddaughter. Did Elder Tang mean that he had completely given up on Tang Xian, although Tang Xian was pregnant? When Xia Yuling thought about what she had done in the past, she couldn't bring herself to sympathize with her. At most, she would treat Tang Xian's child a little more fairly from now on. Late at night, Mo Ting carried Tongning out of the bathroom and gently placed her on the bed. He then knelt down and gently stroked her bulging stomach. Mom just gave me a phone call. She wants us to attend Tangkor's annual staff meeting, Tongning said as she lay back on the soft pillow. Tongning leaned against the soft pillow and asked, Hubby, do you think I should go? Since you are now the person in charge of Tangkor, it's only natural that you attend. Mo Ting held onto Tongning's right hand and placed a passionate kiss on the back of it. But, I don't think I'll be able to hide the fact that I'm pregnant, Tongning said as she looked down at her stomach. We were going to announce it anyway. Let's start with the employees of Tangkor. Mo Ting let go of Tongning's hand and stood up. He then covered her with the blanket. Don't worry and take our child with you. I will be your strongest support. Tongning nodded her head. She suddenly placed her hands on Mo Ting's handsome face and looked at him seriously for a moment before smiling. I hope I can give birth to a son. That way, I can see you when you were young. I also want you to give birth to a daughter. In that case, let's give birth to two. After speaking, Tongning placed her forehead against Mo Ting's. The couple leaned against each other intimately. On the outside, Mo Ting was still the big boss of the entertainment industry and the ruthless CEO of Hai Rui. But, when it came to Tongning, his warmth remained the same. Because of this, Tongning could imagine that after a few decades, even with a child, Mo Ting would still remain gentle and charming. Tangkor's annual celebration. This was, of course, the day that employees looked forward to the most. After all, on this day every year, Tangkor would give their employees bonuses and benefits. Not only that, Tangkor would also prepare a ball so that every employee could dress up and attend in style. However, this year's annual celebration was going to be a little special. Meanwhile, WH was still in theaters. Of course, the film's reputation and box office earnings were still a pleasant surprise. Although it was the end of the year, the thrilling scenes from the film were still enough to satisfy film fans. As a result, WH, despite being surrounded by a few other blockbusters, was not affected at all. In fact, compared to the other blockbusters, WH was exceptionally valuable. When is The Lost Lover going to be released? I heard that Tongning will be playing the role of a thug. Isn't that even more enjoyable? Tongning is really amazing. She has created 3 characters in 3 films and every single one of them is so realistic. It's a pity she's been forced to retreat from the industry. All in all, WH is the most enjoyable film I've seen in recent years. I hope Tongning can continue to expand her acting path and not go down the path of an idol film. Let's vote for Tongning this time. I wonder when we'll get to see Tongning again. In reality, it was rare for a situation like this to occur in the entertainment industry. After all, there were newcomers rising to fame every day. As soon as someone lost their exposure, it was easy for them to be forgotten. But Tongning never seemed to lack popularity. Especially after WH exploded in popularity, her popularity skyrocketed. A person that announced that they were retreating from the industry had completely overshadowed all the other popular artists that were currently in front of the public. Tongning's brilliance was sometimes dazzling, but at other times, it was annoying. But, who would have guessed? Tongning was about to release another explosive piece of news that would excite the media. Why was this person that had already retreated from the industry, so why was there so many legends about her? It wasn't long before Tangkor held their annual celebration. As it was open to all staff, the atmosphere was extremely grand. This was because when it came to employee welfare, Tangkor had always listened to their wishes. Especially after Xia Yuling became the CEO, she cared for them even more than before. This, of course, increased the cohesiveness of the staff. However, this year's annual celebration was clearly more cohesive than before. This was because they had a very important reason for attending. To see Tongning, recently, the staff of Tangkor had been completely infatuated with WH. After all, it was a highly acclaimed film. If there was a promotional event or a celebrity meet and greet, they would definitely give it their all. But Tongning had announced that she was retreating from the industry. Even her closest fans couldn't see her in person. So, their only chance was to attend the annual celebration. Luckily, we are all employees of Tangkor, so we still have a chance to see Tongning. There are at least 1,000 employees attending the annual celebration in Beijing today. Everyone is dressed to the nines and everyone is glittering. I can't wait to see what Tongning looks like when she comes out. Exactly, she is a supermodel after all. I still prefer her as an actress. Her acting is so good. At the grand annual celebration, under the luxurious chandelier, guests gathered in small groups and chatted amongst themselves. Of course, the hottest topic was, of course, Tongning. Tongning, from August of last year, this name had slowly permeated the entire Beijing. Until today, she had become synonymous with a legend. Even though everyone knew she was married and her husband was the even more legendary CEO of Hairue. Do you guys think she will come today? I bet she will. Stop talking. Instead of bringing Tongning back, we ended up bringing the big mistress of pestilence back. Everyone looked towards the end of the red carpet and saw Xianxia dressed in a long white dress with a light gray fur coat draped over her shoulders. Even though she was in dire straits, she still retained the aura of the big miss of Tangkor. As she supported Elder Tang, step by step, she walked into view. The guests and staff all stepped forward to greet her. In particular, the shareholders and important business partners all stepped forward to shake Elder Tang's hand. Of course, they didn't forget to praise Tang Xian. Elder Tang, if your granddaughter continues to be so beautiful, she will be a goddess. That's right. Even though Xiaoxian is pregnant, her figure is still so good. How enviable. Although Tang Xian knew that this was just a compliment, she still felt satisfied. After all, women love to be complimented. By the way, where are your second miss and Tongning? Why don't I see them? As soon as Elder Mo heard the question, he smiled and replied, each end still has one more surgery to complete. As for Tongning, she's on her way. As you all know, Beijing is famous for its traffic jams. Of course, Elder Mo, you are so lucky. Our whole family went to watch Tongning's latest film. You've really raised a genius. My son even said that if he sees Tongning, he needs to get her autograph for him. My 2 kids are crazy about her. Ha ha ha, it's just an autograph. This is a small matter. Although today was Tangkor's annual celebration, hearing everyone's praises, Elder Tang was still overjoyed. Even though he pretended to be calm, he knew deep down that he had underestimated his career as an actor and the entertainment industry. He had never imagined that Tang Ning would receive so much love and respect from so many people. In fact, along the way, people did notice Tang Xian at first. But, every time Tang Ning's name was mentioned, Tang Xian would completely disappear into the background. It seemed, no one noticed her existence anymore. At first, Tang Xian managed to force a smile. But, as time went on, the jealousy in her heart burned even stronger. Why didn't Tang Ning give her a chance to survive? Tang Ning already had everything. Elder Tang. I'm so honored. I wonder if I'll get to see Tang Ning today. As another guest approached, Tang Xian couldn't hold back any longer. So, she said to Elder Tang, "Grandfather, I want to go to the bathroom." "Go ahead." Elder Tang knew that she had reached her limit, so he asked Tang Xian to leave. Tang Xian let go of Elder Tang's arm and grabbed her handbag as she left the hall. However, because of her agitated emotions, her footsteps were a little forceful. As a result, she ended up running into a young woman. The woman was wearing a light pink dress. Because of Tang Xian's forceful collision, her dress was covered in red wine and she looked extremely disheveled. Even so, Tang Xian did not react. She simply glanced at the woman indifferently and prepared to leave. However, at this time, the woman reached out her hand and stopped her. "Can't you say sorry after bumping into someone? Miss Tang?" Tang Xian was already in a bad mood. So, being provoked by the woman made her even angrier. So, she yelled, "F***ck off. F***ck off." The woman had never heard anyone say this to her before, so she grabbed onto Tang Xian's wrist. "Apologize. Don't look for trouble. I didn't do it on purpose. Since you know I am the big miss of the Tang family, then you should know that this is our territory." The woman looked unusually young, but her eyes were filled with a sharp glow. From her aura, it was easy to tell that she was not an ordinary person. So, this is how Tang Court treats its guests? Because of Tang Xian's attitude, the woman's voice rose in volume. In fact, it even attracted Elder Tang's attention. Elder Tang glanced at the crowd. It was obvious he wanted to step forward and deal with the matter. But, a few of his old friends were pestering him, making it difficult for him to leave. Assistant Ling immediately understood Elder Tang's intentions and whispered in his ear, "The third miss has arrived." Elder Tang suddenly relaxed as he nodded his head and went along with the commotion. After all, this was the best time to introduce Tang Ning to him. "Dear guests, you can all come and take a look. Miss Tang Xian bumped into me, yet not only did she not apologize, she even told me that this is the Tang family's territory and told me not to look for trouble. I simply want to hear the word sorry. Miss Tang, is your situation not enough for you to lower your noble head and apologize?" After hearing this, Tang Xian's face flushed red. Everyone knew that she was nothing more than an empty shell and was nothing more than a decoration in the Tang family. But, understanding was one thing and being exposed was another. So, Tang Xian flew into a rage as she lifted her hand to throw a slap at the woman. "Miss Tang, think it over carefully. If you really throw this slap across the face, Tang Corp will lose one of its biggest business partners next year." The man looked straight into Tang Xian's eyes and spoke in a firm tone. In front of everyone, Tang Xian was suddenly forced into a corner by her opponent. If she was to throw her slap across the face, not only would Elder Tang be affected, but so many staff and eyes would be watching her every move. If she didn't throw her slap, then where would she put her pride as the big miss? But, just as everyone thought Tang Xian wouldn't dare to make a move, a loud slap was heard. Tang Xian actually threw a punch in front of so many people. She suddenly remembered how all the guests were praising Tang Xian and ignoring her. Since Tang Xian was omnipotent, she wanted to see how Tang Xian was going to turn the situation around. Of course, Tang Xian would always use the method of hurting the enemy while hurting herself. She had never thought about the long-term consequences of doing so. Has the big miss gone crazy? How could she hit the heiress of Sucor? Is there something wrong with her brain? Our staff work so hard. Is it just for her to waste? Tang Corp staff expressed their dissatisfaction. Especially when Tang Xian did something so stupid at such a grand event. It was no wonder that Tang Ning's reputation in Tang Corp grew. After all, between the two of them, one was there to solve problems, while the other was there to create problems. Miss Su did not expect Tang Xian to actually hit her. In an instant, she covered her face and glared at Tang Xian in shock and anger. Tang Xian felt a little scared, but she still gathered her courage. "You were the one who told me to hit you. Don't blame me for not holding back. After all, this is Tang Kor's annual celebration." "It seems, Tang Kor and Su Kor don't want to continue with the collaboration," the man said coldly. The man said coldly to Tang Xian. After speaking, he turned around to leave. But at this moment, a loud shout rang out from the crowd. "Please wait." Everyone turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. The onlookers quickly moved aside to form a path. At this time, everyone could clearly see who it was. She was wearing a black fluffy dress, and her whole body exuded a sexy and mysterious aura. The sparkling diamonds on her wrist and earlobes made her look like a star in the vast sky, sparkling and enchanting. This kind of noble aura, this kind of inviolable radiance, caused everyone present to almost forget to breathe for a moment, especially when she had Mo Ting standing beside her. A handsome man like him, no matter where he stood, he would be the undisputed king. It was as if he was the ruler of the world. With such a beautiful couple, who else could compete for the glory? Tongning is here. Things have taken a turn for the better. You've arrived just in time. Third miss, you need to save Tang Kor's face. Don't let that idiot ruin it all. The people around them had already expressed their excitement. Of course, Tongning still purposely hid her stomach. After all, she was wearing a fluffy dress. She didn't think it was the right time to reveal the child in her stomach. After all, there were too many guests and complicated characters. She didn't want to put her baby at risk. "Please wait," Tongning called out once again as she held on to the heiress of Su Kor. The heiress was a little surprised, but she still turned around and saw Tongning and Mo Ting walking towards them. Many people had only heard of Tongning's methods, but they had never seen her brilliant PR skills. So, the problem today was a perfect test for her. Tang Xian had already made a move. Was there any way to salvage the situation? Third Miss Tang, the heiress scoffed. "What? Do you think your sister hasn't hit you enough? Do you want to give her another slap? Miss Su, can you give me a minute?" Tongning asked sincerely. The heiress wanted to reject Tongning, but as she looked into Tongning's eyes, she couldn't bring herself to open her mouth. "Go ahead," the heiress gave Tongning a chance with an expression that said, "Let's see what you can do." "Tongning, your sister has been bullied. Are you still going to help an outsider at a time like this?" Tang Xian took the opportunity to fan the flames. Hearing this question, Tongning turned around and glared at Tang Xian coldly. She then asked, "If I remember correctly, Miss Tang Xian is the outsider at Tang Kor, am I right?" "You. As an outsider, how dare you bully a VIP on Tang Kor's turf? Miss Tang, how do you plan to explain yourself?" Tongning continued to question Tang Xian. Of course, Mo Ting had been protecting his wife the entire time, so there was no need for him to appear in a situation like this. But, no one dared to ignore his presence. Tang Xian was speechless. At this time, Tongning did not continue to pressure her. Instead, she turned to the heiress of Su Kor and said, "Miss Su, when it comes to business, the elders have always been the ones to handle things. As the younger generation, it's best if we don't make things difficult for them. Of course, I won't let you get hurt for no reason. What do you say?" When the young mistress of the Su family heard this, her lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. Sure enough, the two sisters' styles were worlds apart. Tongning was giving her a way out of this embarrassing situation. After all, Tang Kor and Su Kor couldn't possibly stop working together just because of a slap. After all, this was a multi-billion-dollar business that involved the entire operation of the company. So, she was simply saying it out of anger. But, what made the heiress even more excited was the fact that Tongning had no intention of protecting Tang Xian. In fact, she did not hide her disgust towards Tang Xian at all. In other words, they were on the same side. Okay, I would like to see how the third Miss Tang plans to give me a satisfactory explanation. After receiving a response from the heiress, Tongning understood her attitude. So, she freed herself from Mo Ting's arms and walked over to Tang Xian, bow to Miss Su 3 times and say sorry 3 times. Afterwards, she turned around and asked the heiress, Miss Su, what do you think? Bow. In front of so many people, the heiress remained silent for a moment before nodding her head. If Tang Xian was willing, she would, of course, accept. After all, this was a respectful apology. Are you dreaming? Tang Xian asked. Great. In other words, you can make your second choice, Tang Ning said in a loud voice. After speaking, Tang Ning raised her voice and said to everyone, I, Tang Ning, have always been a vengeful person. I'm sure everyone here knows this, right? Since the big Miss Tang refuses to apologize, then I won't ask you to bow. I'll let Miss Su bump into you once and return the slap in the face. After that, we will be even. What do you think? Isn't that fair? End of chapter 533. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.